Of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Third multi-home run game of his career. Now a slow roller right side. Cody Clemens will shovel it to Royce Lewis, and the Astros fall one run short. A lot of drama in that bottom of the ninth inning. 5-4 the final score. A frustrating finish, but a lot of activity in that last inning.
That was a tough one, TK. It's amazing it came down to just umpire discretion on that call that could have been overturned. Christian Walker still understandably so. This team plays hard. They play late. It's tough to go to bed on them when they're behind. They refuse to go away.
Okay, well, welcome in, everybody, on a Tuesday. Good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast. If you went to bed, like, say, after the eighth inning last night, it was 5-1 Minnesota Twins beating the Houston Astros last night, and you're waking up listening to us this morning like, whoa, 5-4, and there was controversy in the bottom of the ninth? Yes, I was glad I stayed up for this. I was almost one of those people, Seth.
I know, it seemed all but lost.
Yeah.
You know, you got Yola, the rookie out there figuring like, yeah, give him a shot, and he does a great job.
He was amazing.
The rookie reliever.
Yeah.
And in his first appearance, and he did a great job. Loperfido had some heroics earlier in the game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it ended up being a way more exciting game than it felt like it was going to be.
Yeah.
And then I got so excited because I knew how angry you were going to be about Christian Walker looking directly into the dugout, walking away, and then giving a late. It's like by the book. Yes, this is the way I understood the way the review rule was going to be this year. The challenge has to be immediate, and you can't look to the dugout. And according to Chandler Rome, it was Matt Kawahara, I think it said, it looked like Josh Miller gave a no, a shake of the head no or something like that.
Yeah, well, he was good. If the no was coming from Josh Miller to not challenge it, then Christian Walker.
And it doesn't matter whether there was communication or not. The umps looking at the batter looking at the dugout, and then
it.
turning around and tapping his head. Like, no, you can't do it.
The Josh Miller thing, you saying that is the first I've heard of the Josh Miller thing. You're right, because I didn't care. So for those who missed it, the Astros go into the bottom of the ninth inning last night, trailing 5-1. So this is one of those games you're feeling like, all right, it's not their night. Peter Lambert wasn't good. He gave up 3 home runs. Maybe he's coming back down to earth a little bit. It was just, classic first game of a series where they're back from a road trip, and they just didn't have it. Jeremy Payne didn't play because of a leg injury that we'll get to in just a second. So the bottom of the ninth begins, and your best hitter grounds out to second. So now you're like, all right, bottom of the ninth, 1 out. I guess I'll stick around and just watch the rest of this. Well, Isaac Paredes walks. Okay, you get a little something going.
Yeah.
And Christian Walker works a 3-2 count and gets called out for the third strike on a ball that looked to be high. I think if the challenge had been accepted by the umpire, excuse me, I think he would have won the challenge. My guess. It did look high because I immediately go challenge. But the problem, as Seth just said, was that Walker, when he gets struck out looking, was apparently the switch on his back that said mope, on or off, was switched to on.
Right.
So he went into a 2-step mope and then looked at the dugout and then challenged and then proceeded to mope when the umpire made the right call against him.
And then pouted.
End the game. Hey. When Callis was saying Walker's still seething over this, they had flashed to Walker, who was still seething over this.
Let me correct myself real quick, because the home plate umpire's name was Brennan Miller. So it was Matt Young who wrote up, home plate umpire Brennan Miller disallowed the challenge because Walker appeared to peek into the dugout just before he tapped his helmet.
Okay.
Miller could be seen telling Walker, no, you looked in there, pointing at the dugout as he overruled the challenge.
Okay, so that
was a 3 a.m. reading of Miller and me just conflating stuff.
So Josh Miller had nothing to do with any of
this. No, which didn't make any sense anyway, especially if he was saying no. Right, no, it was, I totally side with the umpire here.
Yeah,
like this
100%.
Is when you see guys challenge, what you will see is guys just like throw the bat and challenge as they walk to first, because they're so confident in it. You don't get to mope and look at the dugout and then turn around and decide to tap your helmet. That is 100%. 100% on him.
Yep.
Like, that's just, Yep. And it would have been, there's no woulda, coulda, shoulda. If he walks, I mean, butterfly effect and whatnot, but you get 2 home runs after that. That's the run that matters.
Let's go there because Walker, I think, would have won the challenge. He doesn't even get the challenge accepted because he took too long and looked in the dugout. So the very next hitter is Taylor Trammell, who hits a 412-foot rope into the right field stands.
That ball hooking down the line. If it stays fair, it's gone. Home run, Taylor Trammell. His first home run of the season. Number 3 in the span of a week. And the Astros back within 2 runs. It's 5-3.
Taylor Trammell's been hitting tanks on the road. He's got that swing going.
And so, obviously, the gut reaction there is, well, it should be 5-3. It should be 5-4 right now, not 5-3. That should have been and like you said, butterfly effect. Does a pitcher throw a different pitch to Trammell? All those things, but it's fun to think at a very basic level. At a very basic level, Taylor Trammell, who's been one of your hotter hitters from a power standpoint lately, would have had 2 guys on base instead of 1 guy on base. So he gets a good pitch to look at. You're talking 5-4, which takes on even more meaning because the very next hitter was Cam Smith, who did this.
Cam drives one high and deep to left. It's a 1-run game. Multi-home run game for Cam. It's 5-4.
Oh, the Candy Man can.
No, that's a rough thing about the 2. I'm okay with wham bam, thank you, Cam. But because Cam Smith already had a home run in this game,
we needed another one.
He had to dig into his bag and come up with the Cam D Man can. I don't like that one.
Do you think Blum has backups for every player?
I don't think he has backups because he originally did. I think he originally did the Cam D Man can because I remember really not being all that enthused by that.
Yeah.
And then he replaced it. I'm guessing he probably was a little bit nervous about whether I can do wham bam thank you Cam because of some of the the
connotations,
the root, the root of that thing. But yeah, so he's got to. No, I mean, Sean, just to be sure, I went back and watched the replay on the TV broadcast. the Christian Walker ball, it's like 3 inches above the zone.
Yeah, he would have won the challenge.
Yeah, no, I know you were a little uncertain about it. It was like, no, it's 100. That was a ball.
If he wasn't in mope mode, he would have challenged it immediately. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to stand in the batter's box.
And that's precisely the situation when you're supposed to. These guys will challenge in the second inning on the first pitch like it's nobody's business. But in these high-leverage situations, this is exactly when you're supposed to do it.
High-leverage situations where it's the ninth inning and you still have both your challenges. Like he should have challenged it even if it was even more borderline than that, just because you're down 5-1, smoke him if you got him. You can't take him to the next game. But he has to take his first 3 steps at a glacial pace to the dugout and then go, oh, yeah, that's right, I got a challenge. No, Christian Walker messed up.
He double-clutched it, too. That's the thing. The umpire, who knows, maybe he would have given him, but he started to tap his helmet, then looked towards the dugout and tapped it. Like it's like the uncertainty and then like a look at the dugout as you're tapping.
This is 1,000. Far be it from us to stick up for the umpires. This was 1,000% on Christian Walker.
Yeah,
you got to challenge it right away if you're going to challenge it. You can't mope for 2 steps, then look into the dugout and tap your helmet. The umpire got it right. And ultimately, in the odd twist of irony is. You could argue it ended up costing the Astros at least getting the game to extra innings because of what the next 2 guys did at the plate. So when that ninth inning began with a nondescript ground out by Yordan Alvarez, that I would be coming in all perturbed at Christian Walker this morning, who's been great lately. He's had a really good few games.
It was a really good at-bat. He drew the walk, for all intents and purposes. Yeah. He was doing it perfectly right up until he just second-guessed himself or took too long or whatever.
He had no business seething like he was in the dugout after the game's over.
Unless he was mad at himself, you can be seething at yourself.
He was glaring at the ump and muttering to himself, it looked like. Maybe. If he's mad at himself, I guess. That didn't look like a guy who was mad at himself. That looked like a guy who was glaring at the home plate umpire to me. But at any rate, and then Joey Loperfido comes up after Cam Smith's home run and just kind of grounds out weakly to second. That's the out that you heard, courtesy of Space City Home Network. I will say this, things coming out of this game that were good last night. Well, first of all, before we do that, let's hear Joe Espada. This was Joe Espada's take on the Christian Walker at-bat.
Yeah, it was the look to the dugout that umpire just thought that he kind of looked in to ask for help on that pitch, and it was a ball, right? Yeah, it was a ball.
Well, no, officially it was a strike, but it would have been a ball, yeah.
Brandy brought up a good point, though, too, which was that he might have just been also still mad at the ump for what a bad call it was. I wouldn't be in this situation if you knew how to call balls and strikes.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, that's a good point. But it was, I think the ump got the challenge part of it right.
That part of it, though, ABS has put us in this weird spot where you can be mad at the ump for just a horrible call. Like in the days before ABS, we would be seething at the umpire for the fact that he missed that call. Yeah. And then you go on and you see a Taylor Trammell home run and a Cam Smith home run. Yep. And then you're really mad at the ump.
Yep.
But now it turns into, okay, the ump screwed up, but you did have a chance to overturn that.
There's a mechanism.
You screwed that up. So now we can be mad at everybody.
Yeah, we mad at the ump.
I'm mad in both 2025 and 2026.
At everybody.
And Christian Walker.
At everybody, yes. So there was an unfortunate ending to the game. It was exciting, and Cam Smith, I would say the 2 big things to come out of this game that I was excited about, you mentioned the first one was Ullola, the reliever who just got called up from Sugar Land a couple of days ago. Boy, he was electric last night. 2 innings, 4 strikeouts. He was really, really good last night. So that was cool to see. It was reminded me a little of Santa coming up in his first outing at the end of that no-hitter and pitching a couple electric innings for you in that one.
It was a magical time.
Magical time. I'm guessing, there'll be film on him now, and people will be, they may have a better beat on him.
I did also. There was we saw a Victor Caratini tribute video.
Yeah, did you see that?
That was nice.
Where does that?
Also, I did appreciate Matt Young and his write down in the Chronicle this morning.
Yeah.
Out of respect to Cody Clemens, just saying former standout at Memorial High School and University of Texas, with no mention of who his father might be.
Not son of Hall of should be their Clemens.
I think Matt Young is probably like, you know what, let Cody Clemens be his own man.
Let's have him have a moment.
We don't always have to mention that his father is Roger Clemens.
Let's let him have a moment.
Yeah.
The other big thing last night, and this would be nice if this started to happen, because this, I think, would win you some games. Cam Smith with 2 home runs. Not just 2 home runs, like 2 absolute missile shots in that game last night. Like, okay, that's, that was good to see. They're getting nothing, relatively speaking. They're getting not much out of the outfield. Now, granted, it was the outfield that got them back in the game in the 9th inning last night. The 2 guys that hit home runs, both outfielders. But over the course of the season, this has been one of the worst hitting outfields in the history of the franchise.
But they're brilliant defensively,
No,
Sean.
they're great defensively. They're great defensively. But if Cam...
No, I know. I'm not saying it. The organization wants to get an outfielder who can hit, preferably a lefty,
Yeah. But Cam Smith is more important long-term than anybody they'd pick up at the trade deadline. Like, if Cam Smith's the one that has the physical makeup to be what he was last night... This is what they're waiting for from Cam Smith. This is why they traded Kyle Tucker to get Cam Smith. They certainly didn't trade for him because they thought that he'd be a gold glove right fielder, which he is that caliber of defensive player. They got him because he's the total package. And if this is the beginning of him, a 2-home run game where it's not just 2 home runs that creep over the apron there in the Crawford boxes, it's 2 home runs where the Bobby Dynamite's got a duck because he hit him so far. That was a good takeaway from last. They lost the game. That sucks. But 2 things: Viola and Cam Smith. The nature of his 429 feet was the one that we just heard, and the one earlier had to be about that distance as well. Like he smoked that thing.
So he's sitting on, was that his 10th homer, 9th and 10th last night?
I think it was 10th and 11th
10th and 11th, yeah. So 11 homers, just a little bit past the halfway mark.
Yeah.
If he just, on pace for 21, 22, whatever, but maybe he just kicks it into gear.
Yep.
And you see, obviously, we see the potential there.
Yep.
I was just reflecting on that trade the other day where, man, the Cubs fans sure talked a lot of smack about what a great trade it was for them.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, their part of the trade is off in Los Angeles.
Being mediocre.
Still feel very good about Cam Smith. I'm very happy to have Paredes, and then who knows with Wisniewski what ends up happening.
The Astros won that trade, I think.
Oh, yeah, by far. I mean, yeah. Like, no matter where look, man, and I don't know, if Cam had just run more of a normal course and spent a bunch of time in the minors last year, like most young players do, in a different era of the Astros, that's what would have happened.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
Yeah, it is. Well, I'm fine with Cam Smith right now. Like, it's hopefully we see more of what we saw last night. Jeremy Pena did not play in the game last night. Before the game, it was categorized as left leg discomfort, which is just awesome. You guys been the hottest guy.
I don't know. I like that they upgraded or downgraded it to a strain. I don't know, man. Discomfort. I feel if I went back into the study, I feel like discomfort has more often resulted in either a UCL or something worse because they just don't want to say anything. I feel like with a strain, it's more often because it's kind of a vague term, but I feel like with a strain it ends up being more just like a muscle, an actual muscle.
You're
strain.
more optimistic than I am. Here's Joe Espada on the Jeremy Pena injury.
Yeah, it's a left mild calf strain, and it's going to be a minimum IL stint. So hopefully he won't take very long.
A minimum IL. So we know he's already going on the IL.
Right, but it's a mild calf strain. That's as much specificity as we get.
But dude, a calf. Like calves are tricky, man.
Well, calves can sometimes turn into Achilles, but that's basketball.
I'm not even going there. I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
Well, that's where you get the compartment syndrome and stuff, and like you're thinking like Christian Harris and all those. Sometimes calves turn into to nightmares.
Right. Of all the injuries that turn into something that worse than what it initially sounds like, calf is pretty high up the list. And maybe you're right. Maybe I've got some Christian Harris PTSD. Texans linebacker Christian Harris, some PTSD there. And here's the other thing too. Pena's turning into a guy who gets a lot of these little soft tissue, oblique, calf, hamstring, knee.
I mean, how much has he paid for the toll road to Katy? Back and forth and like all these various IL stints and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. He.
Sugarland scheme.
Yeah. So that's, to me, I didn't like that at all. That it's a calf and it's Jeremy Pena. I don't like this at all. So.
I know. I mean, he's got a history of coming back from these IL stints.
That's true.
It's just that he just takes a bunch of them.
Yep.
Well, he's always been a guy that I always get a little bit nervous about, guys like him who are really, really fast, but kind of still has like a stiffness to him. You know,
he's very muscle bound too.
Yeah. And there's just, well, even in his gait and everything, there's a certain stiffness, and sometimes those guys tend to have a lot of muscle strain.
Yep. All right. Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, coming up next, should we be concerned about this team in the AFC South? Is this disrespectful to the current Houston Texans secondary? And maybe the best day of World Cup soccer yesterday we had in the knockout round. We'll get to that as well. We'll do some headlines a little later on this hour. Stay there. First, I want to get you guys a better rate on your electricity. Isn't that
Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Real quick on the text page, reaction to the Astros. Has Jeremy Payne become injury prone? Yes. Yes, the answer is yes. He's become injury prone.
There's no become to it.
Yeah, he is.
Well, Brian McTaggart earlier this month had when he came back from the IL this latest time, he had the win-loss record of the team with Jeremy Pena and without him over the last couple seasons. And the alarming thing was that, okay, yes, they had a much better winning record with him, but they were like 33 and 42 without him, which is a lot of games missed due to injury.
Absolutely. The sheer, it's not just the 9 games under 500 or whatever. It's the sheer volume of games.
Yeah.
I get that. This is another text. I get that you don't like the guy, but why should walking away change the challenge? Okay,
because that's the rule.
Yeah, he's talking about
because that's the rule.
Let me clarify that first part real quick here, because in the texter's talking about Christian Walker. If you missed it, Christian Walker had what would have been a successful challenge, except he took too long to challenge, and he looked at the dugout before.
You're not allowed to consult with anybody. Like, it has to be an immediate challenge from the batter and the batter alone.
I don't not like Christian Walker. I don't like post-strikeout Christian Walker. Get back to the dugout. Just walk.
You don't like the body language.
It sucks.
And you might say, why is Sean making such a big deal out of this all the time?
It might have cost him last night.
And if you're his co-host and you're watching last night, you're like, Sean has the ultimate I told you so.
Seth's twisting his mustache and rubbing his hands together.
The moping is what cost them. The rule is, so for those of you who don't understand, which I'm guessing the texter doesn't, that the rule is that it has to be an immediate challenge from the batter or the catcher or the pitcher, and they're not allowed to consult anybody with the dugout or anything else. They're trying to do away with the chicanery of, like, I don't know, maybe somebody bangs on a garbage can or something.
If high-speed cameras.
You can't turn your ear towards the dugout when you before you make the challenge.
Like Christian Walker does a Hulk Hogan.
That's where I do think, though, I think where some people might get confused is we have seen it relatively commonly when a guy is convinced that he got hosed, a batter, he starts walking towards first base while tapping, where it's kind of a simultaneous thing. I think, honestly, they should probably crack down on that a little bit too, just to make it more clear cut.
You got to do it.
But in those instances,
spots.
They start tapping as soon as they start headed towards first base.
Yep. All right. So this was George Kittle on the Bussin' with the Boys podcast. He of course spent some time with Robert Saleh multiple times in San Francisco when Saleh was the defensive coordinator. This was George Kittle talking about his experience with Saleh last year. Titans could be this year. Do you listen to this as a Texans fan and get more concerned about the Tennessee Titans?
Put me on some Robert Saleh lore.
I talked to Saleh more this year than I did in the 4 years that I was with him. I'm talking like twice a week. I would just go sit in his office for anywhere from 5 to 30 minutes, and we would just talk. He's a big conspiracy theory guy. I'll say that. Loves conspiracy theories.
Big year for the conspiracy theories.
Yes, it is. This is me giving Robert Saleh a smelling salt. So he's one of the boys for sure. He knows how to inspire. He has great messaging. I mean, he's part of the invention of that defense that he coaches. I mean, our defense was mauled by injuries. He was a part of us winning 13 games. Like, just give him some time, and I think he's going to really put some good games out there. I really do. Especially, I mean, you guys, Cam Ward's a hell of a football player. Like, he's special. The Titans are going to be good. This is my thing. Like, my rookie year with Shanahan, we started the year off 0-9. We were 1-10, and we won, 5 straight games in the season. And then the next year, we had a couple injuries. We were 4-12. So just give him a couple years, because becoming a good team in the NFL is incredibly difficult unless you already have a stacked roster. So just give him a couple years. Like, he's going to turn around. He's going to drive the bus in the right direction.
Where the analogy fell apart for me was at the end there, where he's comparing this version of the Titans to the Niners teams he was on. That the injuries were at quarterback, and they had a couple bad seasons. Those were really obviously very talented football teams. They went to a couple Super Bowls. Do you agree with? Are you nervous at all about Robert Saleh as the Titans head coach?
I don't know if nervous is the right word. I mean, because ultimately it's the entire organization. I think Robert Saleh could end up being a really good NFL head coach. I think he did some impressive things with the Jets, given the hand he was dealt with the quarterback situation.
Absolutely.
I mean, they were an almost 500 team while playing 4 different non-NFL starting quarterbacks the year that Aaron Rodgers got injured. And his defense, while Saleh was there, the defense was impressive. The weird thing about the year Saleh got fired was usually if a guy is at least taking care of his own business, on his side of the ball. Like if a head coach is a defensive-minded coach, and but the offense is struggling. Like the offense is struggling. You understand there's going to be that, but if his defense was no good, then that's when you really got to get rid of the guy.
Yeah.
They got rid of him even though defense was performing well that year, and then after he left, the defense fell off a cliff.
Of course. Yeah.
So, how do you evaluate the Titans? Because there's a really good chance that at least of their 22 starters, I would say 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they might have 10 brand new guys by virtue of the draft or free agency.
Yeah.
And they spent heavily in free agency on the defensive side of the ball. They drafted Carnell Tate, who'll likely start, obviously, in the first round on the offensive side of the ball. But they were super aggressive where they've flipped over already before the season even begins about 50% of their starting roster, almost 50% of their starting roster. So I think that usually when you have that much change, it's not as simple as, okay, hey, now we're good, building through free agency. But with a new coach where you're just resetting the foundation, could end up being a lot better this year than people expect.
Can I tell you about a team that 2 years ago had the same record the Titans had, 4-13? They had that record 2 years ago. The Titans were 4-13 last year. That splurged in free agency on the defensive side, that hired an experienced defensive head coach and had a second-year quarterback who struggled his rookie year. The New England Patriots went to the Super Bowl last year. That's and I'm not saying that it's exactly the same, but I'm saying we did see the things you just said. New coach, splurged in free agency. I'm adding the quarterback part of it in here. That was the New England Patriots last year.
I think this is the thing, is that, look, we know Josh McDaniels as a head coach probably should never get a chance again. But Josh McDaniels as a coordinator has done some really impressive things, and it's easy to say, well, yeah, with Tom Brady. No, he got the best out of Mac Jones in his rookie season, and then he was gone. Remember Mac Jones went from working with Josh McDaniels to all of a sudden working with a former special teams coach and a former defensive coordinator. It was a disaster.
Yes.
And he's done it with Drake May. So, Josh McDaniels is a made man when it comes to working with quarterbacks, not just Tom Brady, when he's a coordinator and not a head coach. Kyle Shanahan, largely regarded as one of the best 3 play callers and offensive coordinators in the league. That I don't put Brian Daboll on that same status.
Fair.
So but will Cam Ward be better with Brian Daboll this year than he was last year? And
Brian
especially
Callahan?
given that they improved the offense around him, and et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, I think there's definitely a team to watch and not take too lightly.
Yeah, there's elements there. I think.
And because their defense, look, they play D'Amico Ryans and Robert Saleh they have their own versions of their same philosophy, which is just be a bunch of maniacal, bloodthirsty whack jobs on defense.
Absolutely.
And it's hard to play against when everybody's healthy.
Here was former Broncos safety T.J. Ward when asked about comparing the 2026 Houston Texans defense to the Super Bowl defense that he played on with the Broncos, widely considered one of the best Super Bowl winning defenses of all time in 2015. Here was T.J. Ward, former safety for the Broncos. Is this disrespectful to Derek Stingley Jr. and Kamari Lassiter?
I love what the Texans do on defense. I talked about them all last season, them and the Broncos.
The corners aren't a competition. It's not a conversation, correct?
What are you talking about? In which way? No, it's not a competition.
It's not a conversation, right? You got an all-pro. You know what I mean? You got another 4-pick guy. You got another nickel that's basically an all-pro. Not a conversation.
It's the Broncos. That's what you're talking about, right? You cannot be serious.
The team that has Derek Stingley.
And what has he done? He got took up top about 3 times last year. At least 3 times.
The first team All-Pro Derek Stingley. You talking about that?
You talking about
I'm talking about
the
Derek
second
Stingley
most
Jr.,
interception touchdowns?
He thought I was talking about Derek
NFL.
Stingley Sr.
Are you talking about Aqib Talib second interception for touchdowns?
Aqib and Chris
Are you talking about that Aqib? Are you talking about first team All-Pro Chris Harris Jr.?
On the other side, though.
Are you talking about
Kamari Lassiter 4 picks on the other side?
4 picks. You're supposed to get 4 picks as a corner. That's standard.
Easy money?
That's standard.
Easy money?
You're supposed to get 4 picks, especially with the quarterbacks in the league today. They're giving them to you.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Well, okay, man. You know what? I was open.
Just real quick, Seth, sorry. Emmanuel Acho is the other voice that you're hearing in that cut right there. Just so people wonder where that's coming from.
I hate trying to take the side of Emmanuel Acho on all this, but look.
Well, don't worry, we got a good one for the petty cast that you will not.
Okay, so I think I was interested to see where he's going to look. Yeah, those Broncos defensive backs were awesome.
Yeah.
As soon as you say quarterbacks these days, because is all of a sudden quarterbacks are throwing a bunch of interceptions or something.
Yeah.
2 these days.
Yeah.
2. Oh, it's standard. You're supposed to have 4 picks. That's really interesting because Aqib Talib, look, he played 14 years.
Yeah.
He had 4+ interceptions 5 times in his 14 years.
That's
career.
really good.
It's pretty
Except
impressive.
I was told that that's just normal.
That's just normal, even though he achieved it less than 50% of the time.
I thought that was really good, and then I listened to T.J. Ward.
T.J. Ward himself never had more than 2 interceptions in a season.
So he sucked.
Chris Harris himself never had more than 2 interceptions in a season.
He sucked.
Bradley Roby never had more than the standard. He never had more than 2 interceptions in a season. So none of those 3 guys ever even achieved more than 50% of what's standard in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh my God, this is almost Take-A-Mania worthy. Wow.
That's where I don't know why he went down that road and tried to just pluck that stat out of the ether. Because but the biggest thing is I was kind of shocked to hear a defensive back using interceptions at all, especially when it comes to cover corners, as how you decide whether they're good or they're bad. Because we all know over time, like Aqib Talib, 3 of those interceptions 3 of those years where he had 4+ interceptions came in his first 4 seasons.
Right.
Then he wasn't tested nearly as much after that. Derek Stingley's got 3 4+ interceptions seasons in his first 4 years.
Yeah.
Just like Aqib Talib. Over time, it's harder to get interceptions because people just don't test you.
They avoid you. Yeah, they avoid you.
They also, when that extended out a little further, T.J. Ward brought up the booty touchdown from the Patriots game.
Oh,
that one, I'm like, man, that was a brilliant throw by Drake May.
Yeah,
that was an incredible throw.
Yeah.
It was booty was covered. It was that was incredible. I put that on Drake May being such an incredible quarterback.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Tuesday. Let's
go rewatch it though. Maybe my memory has been a little biased.
Let's get to headlines brought to you by the Men's Tea Clinic. Coming up next, we'll circle back to the Astros. An amazing day of World Cup soccer yesterday, and then I was surprised by this move by this NFL team based on what happened in the courtrooms yesterday. But this was a big story in the NFL that we'll get to as well in headlines coming up next. But this headline for you right now: small business owners and entrepreneurs
22. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Third multi-home run game of his career. Now a slow roller right side. Cody Clemens will shovel it to Royce Lewis, and the Astros fall 1 run short. A lot of drama in that bottom of the 9th inning. 5-4 the final score. A frustrating finish, but a lot of activity in that last inning.
That was a tough one, TK. It's amazing it came down to just umpire discretion on that call that could have been overturned. Christian Walker still seething about it, understandably so. This team plays hard. They play late. It's tough to go to bed on them when they're behind. They refuse to go away.
All right, so just to give you the Cliff Notes version of what happened in the bottom of the 9th, the Astros lose that game 5-4. They were trailing 5-1 going into the bottom of the 9th. With 1 out, Isaac Paredes walks, and then Christian Walker comes up to the plate, works a 3-2 count, and then gets called out on a 3rd strike that definitely looked like a ball high. He unfortunately took 2 mopey steps towards the dugout, looked into the dugout, and then tapped his helmet, and he was denied the challenge, which I think would have won. I think they would have had 1 out, runners on first and second. Instead, they had 2 outs, runner on first. The issue was that Taylor Trammell then hit a home run to make it 5-3. Could have been 5-4 if Walker was on base. And then Cam Smith hit a solo home run that made it 5-4. Could have been tied at 5 if Christian Walker just challenged it like a normal human being.
This is where, people are heated about this because, you and I both feel like, Walker did not handle the challenge correctly. The rule is you're not allowed to consult anybody. It has to be immediate. The umpire made a really bad call. So I think that people are divided
on the pitch. You're talking
on the actual pitch. Yeah. So the umpire makes a horrible call on the pitch. Christian Walker has a horrible process in challenging the pitch. So you don't have to choose sides here.
No.
The umpire was not incorrect in not accepting the challenge.
Yep.
But it's okay to be mad at the umpire for the horrible call.
Absolutely.
In the days before ABS, kids, there used to be a time where you couldn't challenge these pitches. All right?
Yes, yeah.
I know you think this has always existed, but it's a relatively recent phenomenon.
Back in 2025.
We would have been furious this morning at the umpire. I still think, that umpire, that was a trash call on that pitch. But also, I cannot argue against the way things happen. Christian Walker botched that.
Yeah.
He knows you're not supposed to look towards the dugout.
Yeah.
He looked towards the dugout. He looked back to challenge, and then he double clutched. He looked back towards the dugout again before he actually tapped his helmet. That's not
You're right.
you're not allowed to challenge in that manner.
In 2025, Christian Walker would have been a sympathetic figure.
Don't be mad. You can be mad at the ump for the bad call, but you can't be mad that you botched it with, as Sean has pointed out time and time again, your mopiness.
Yes.
And there's 2 things we're getting fed up with in this town. Mopiness by your quarterback and mopiness by Christian Walker.
We don't like mopey people, man.
You want to be lumped in with playoff Stroud?
Nope.
Because that's where you are right now, Christian Walker.
Got it, Christian Walker. All right, so the Astros lose the first of a 3-game set with the Twins. They're back at it tonight. The other news with the Astros, Jeremy Pena. Stop me if you've heard this before. He's going to the IL. Jeremy Pena is going to the IL with another soft tissue injury. This time it is a left calf strain. They're hoping it'll be a minimal IL stint, but he is definitely going to be unavailable to the Astros for the next week to 10 days. Who knows, Seth? They may just take it up to the All-Star break with him and let him get a little extra rest on top of that the following week. That would seem to that. In fact, I don't even know. They may not have a choice if it's a 10-day IL stint. I have to look at the calendar. So that's your Astros update.
Somebody asked earlier if he's gaining a reputation as being injury prone. I think the gaining was a while back.
He is injury prone.
He's injury prone.
It's a present tense thing. It's not is he becoming, is he sort of, is he that? No, he is injury prone.
As was a young Carlos Correa. So,
you mean the Carlos Correa that's on the IL for the rest of the year right now?
Well, but then Carlos Correa. But with Correa, though, the thing that you were concerned with long term was that he had these back issues, but he figured out a routine to work through those.
Yeah.
Some of all those, that's going to happen. I think with Pena, it's a little bit even more concerning because it's just this steady procession of soft tissue lower body injuries.
Yep. We'll go deeper in the World Cup a little later in the show, but yesterday was a great day of games in the knockout round. You had 2 games go to penalty kicks, both of them upsets. Germany losing to Paraguay in penalty kicks, Morocco losing late last night to the Netherlands, who will remain for at least 4 more years the best country to never win the World Cup. They get knocked out in the first round of the knockout round in PKs against Morocco. And then the Brazil-Japan game, which was here at Reliance Stadium, was awesome. Brazil wins that game 2-1 with a late goal in stoppage time. There have been 25 goals. I saw this last night, Seth. 25 goals scored in this World Cup after the 90-minute mark of these games, like in stoppage time. Yeah, 25. That's a crazy number.
There was my favorite tweet last night, which is, I assume that this was when James Palmer was watching the Paraguay game, not the Germany game, the Paraguay game. We only talk about winners on this show.
That's right.
But he, I mean, that was tense because it was all the injury time, and then it came down to penalty kicks. But James Palmer had tweeted, "I'm going nuts. I'm so nervous, and I'm in my basement."
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. I cannot wait until 5 years from now. I just randomly retweet that at a weird time.
Did you bookmark it? Please tell me you're going to do that.
Wait, I will. I'm going to set it on my calendar just on random Tuesday at 11 p.m.
That's phenomenal. So good day yesterday. The big game people are waiting for tonight is Mexico and Ecuador. At 8 o'clock tonight, so that should be crazy. For the last Mexico game, the watch party over at Shell Energy Stadium apparently was off the hook. This is going to be even crazier probably tonight. So enjoy that, everybody. NFL headlines: Terrion Arnold. We talked about this yesterday. He was looking to get released on bond. The prosecution was looking to make sure he wasn't released on bond for 8 felony counts, 4 of robbery, 4 of kidnapping. He gets his release. His lawyer was able to get him $1 million bond, no ankle bracelet. So all the tweets yesterday morning, Seth, were Terrion Arnold free to go to training camp now. He's out on bond.
Yeah.
2 hours later, the Lions are like, it ain't going to be our training camp. They cut former first-round pick Terrion Arnold yesterday.
Man.
Which tells me the Lions know things about this that maybe aren't fully out there yet.
The Lions don't feel great about the potential outcome here. And Nick Saban vouched for Terrion Arnold's character, which is, and I saw a lot of people thrashing Nick Saban for this because I don't know why. But for whatever it's worth, I mean, the reports on Terrion Arnold coming out were the exact opposite of any kind of a character risk.
When he was coming out for the draft,
Yeah. It was that not coming out of prison, sorry. Coming out of, I forgot I hit him in. That's a very fair, it was good for you to clarify that, Sean.
The reports walking out of the courthouse where he's a great dude.
Well, honestly, the reports by Saban coming out of Alabama and coming out of jail were that Saban's never known him but to be this incredibly upstanding young man.
Yep.
It'll be fascinating if we ever get more details on just what the hell's gone on with Terrion Arnold's life over the course of the last year.
Yeah.
Because people gushed about him.
Yes.
And what a great kid he was and everything. And this was the alleged acts are the exact opposite of that.
Exact opposite, man. It's crazy. It's a wild story.
At least we never got to see Jimmy Ward at practice in an ankle bracelet, did we? Remember that was a big argument, like you wanted to have the ankle bracelet removed and Turney was trying to get it removed and everything.
I don't think we did. Oh, my God. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. We got a lot of stuff to get to. A little later on in the 7 o'clock hour, Diana Rossini done in by body cam footage, at least in terms of some of the truthfulness of her story about getting out of her ticket.
And a rookie cop under fire.
Yes. We will get to that at about 7:20. I do want to circle back to the Astros, though. Dana Brown met with the media before yesterday's game and talked about what the next couple weeks could look like, what it's going to look like coming up to the trade deadline. Look, Dana Brown's under a lot of pressure right now. How do you feel hearing the Astros general manager talk about the trade deadline and where this team is at? We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Astros are not a team that can play the whole, all we need to do is win series moving forward. You're not that team anymore. You're not a team that can, a week after a guy returns from an injury, give them a break because they're 37 years old. You're not that team anymore. That it's a long season, a lot of baseball left approach leaves you a game or two out of the playoffs.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. West Sam Houston tollway northbound just before Kempwood. That wreck is in the left lane and it is in the clearing stages. You've also got 225 eastbound at 146. You've got a right and a left lane blocked there. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It is still top of mind. Could the Warriors pull off a super team? The oldest in history? Reports still circulating Golden State is trying to add LeBron James and Anthony Davis to Steph Curry and Draymond Green. The team is already clearing cap space, yet just re-signed Kristaps Porzingis. This could reshape the NBA landscape, but again, all of these guys are really old. I'm Drake Toll.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between lowball and not good enough. Orchard changes that, y'all. With Orchard's new Orchard's Offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash. Come to you with offers, you review them all, and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. And guess what, y'all? That's how it happens with Orchard. Orchard Offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process before you accept any offer. See them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to orchard.com, y'all. That is orchard.com. One more time for the folks in the back. That is orchard.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
John Lopez here with Louis Flory from Ability Trees. Louis, first of all, I want to say thank you not for being a good dude, but I slept well at night after the latest storm because my trees, we had problems, but we didn't have tree problems.
I always like to come in again and take care of these potential problems to make sure that we cut down the liability exposure to tree damage, property damage, someone getting hurt.
I know after our latest storm, you were getting calls that said, hey, thank you for this, thank you for that.
John, after Beryl came through here, I can't tell you how many calls that we had where customers were calling in and thanking our office staff of getting their trees pruned and cleaned out before Beryl hit. So they were just very thankful that they had their trees pruned, cleaned out where the wind could blow through those trees instead of against them.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is why you want Louis Flory and nobody else on the job. Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. Call 281-441-4179, 281-441-4179. It's Ability Trees. Ability Trees, Houston's, say it,
leading tree care professional.
Houston, your next cruise vacation could be closer than you think. Cruises.com has incredible last-minute deals on 2026 sailings from Galveston aboard top cruise lines like Royal Caribbean, Carnival, and MSC. When you book with Cruises.com, you are stacking their exclusive offers with the cruise line's nationally advertised offers. Plus, you are earning rewards points on every booking. Points that you can redeem for cash back, for free onboard spending, and so much more. But don't wait, these last-minute cruise deals are sailing away fast. Visit cruises.com/radio today.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches. headaches. Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Future you wants to have fun on the 4th, so get set in one stop at Target's 4th of July sale. Get 40% off women's dresses, skirts, and shorts. And for the kiddos, shorts are 20% off. What's a celebration without something tasty? Frozen treats are BOGO 25% off. Plus, you save 30% on soda 12-packs when you buy 3. Have fun all weekend long. Shop Target's 4th of July sale. And Saturday, restrictions apply.
The right tools aren't optional. They're how the job gets done right. That's why a lot of us run with Napa for tools and equipment we can count on. From Milwaukee fuel sets, sockets, and impacts that deliver real
Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. We talked a little Astros in headlines. They lose last night to the Minnesota Twins 5-4. Damn, it was a boring game until the 9th inning. I had every intention, Seth, of our opening segment, which is typically when the Astros play the night before. That's kind of our burn into the show as we sort of recap what happened. I was watching that game last night. I'm like, this is one of the most boring games I've ever watched. Like, Peter Lambert gives up 3 home runs.
Yeah, Lambert wouldn't even do us the service of being continually bad. He was actually having a pretty good night.
Yeah.
And then he pulled the old Mike Burrows trick.
Gave up
3
homer
after homer after homer.
Gave up 3 bombs. So my intent was to get to this earlier in the show, the Dana Brown media scrum from yesterday. But it turned out that Astros game was exciting last night. Gave us some stuff to sink our teeth into today. We'll circle back to the game in a little bit. But Dana Brown did meet with the media yesterday. I think all eyes are on Dana Brown right now. It's the last day of June. We got a couple weeks till the All-Star break. And then are the Astros going to be a buyer at the deadline? Before we hear from Dana Brown, just a level set on the standings. The Astros fall 2 games back in the division last night. They are 1.5 games back of the Mariners for the last wild card spot, right? 3-43. The Astros 42-45. So 1.5 games out of the playoff hunt right now. So they're firmly in the mix, along with everybody in the American League, seemingly. So it's going to be a very interesting trade deadline to see which teams look at themselves and say we can be a contender and are buyers, or if some of these teams that are 5-6 games under 500. If they take a look at themselves in the mirror and say, you know what, we ain't winning. We might make the playoffs. We ain't winning anything this year.
Yeah.
Seth, I think the Astros fall firmly into the first category, which is Jim Crane is going to try to keep this thing alive for as long as he can, feeling like you can make the postseason. Here was Dana Brown yesterday. How are you feeling about the team? This is before last night's game.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing for us that when we were banged up, the big deal was that we had to tread water a little bit, right? And we had to, stay in striking distance. I felt like we did that. Now we're getting our team back healthy. And, we're a game back, half a game out in the wild card. Team's playing very well. Nice road trip. And I'm happy right now.
Team's going to – now, I wonder if he knew that Jeremy Pena was not going to be in the lineup yesterday before he gave that assessment of the health of the team and everybody coming back. That was obviously before Jeremy Pena. It was announced that he's going to the IL. Hopefully it is a short IL stint, but he's going to the IL with a calf strain.
The Astros are obviously, within reach of making the playoffs. Where they go above that is going to depend on a whole lot of things, like whether or not Jeremy Pena is healthy. Come back. Jim Creighton has spent into the luxury tax each of the past 2 seasons. He's one of the most aggressive owners at the trade deadline. There's almost zero chance in hell or any other celestial plane that Jim Creighton doesn't prod Dana Brown to make some kind of move at the trade deadline.
Yep.
They a left-handed hitter for the outfield. Mayhaps it's something it doesn't have to be ground. It probably won't be earth-shattering because they don't have the prospects to really do it.
Yeah.
And now you go into the season when we said this all along. Look, the team's trying like hell to trade Paredes to get an outfielder that can hit. Didn't work out, but as we were saying at the time and as it worked out, man, if you get injuries on the infield, then it'll be nice having Paredes there. Now we're like, oh, thank God Delgado's here as well because Correa's gone for the year. Pena has been on and off the IL. But like they just like a player for player trade, which isn't all that easy to pull off at the trade deadline. Maybe that happens, but I don't know who that player would be. All these pitchers that they have that are supposedly starting caliber still have, the 6 guys you brought in the offseason have a cumulative ERA of about 5.5.
Right.
And they don't have a farm system. So I don't know what I can't imagine that there's going to be like an earth-shattering national headline-grabbing move.
Yeah, well, let's hear. Hey, Ben, let's skip down. I think what you're talking about, Seth, plays directly into this. When you're looking at this team, what are you looking at possibly trying to trade for or trade out? This is just sort of the overall look at this team when approaching a trade deadline.
Yeah, it's certainly pitching because we have so many guys coming back. Our, rotation is starting to stabilize right now. We have a pretty good bullpen going on, so we do have a lot of pitching, and we have some coming. And we have guys throwing well, and so we do have the option of maybe doing some trade. And in trade, you think about the present and the future. Like I always tell you, we're operating in both realms. And so, those are just some things to think about. But pitching, certainly, for sure, we feel like because we have some coming back is where we have a little bit of a surplus. And, you can never have enough, but sometimes you have to move certain pieces to get certain pieces. And, we're trying to make sure we improve this club.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like a replay of last year's trade deadline time where he's talking about guys coming back off the IL. Didn't work. Did that, and the guys, this is the part that's a little scary, is that the 2 main guys that are coming off the IL and back to the Astros probably the soonest are Christian Javier, whose 30-day rehab stint is up on Friday. They got to make a decision on Christian Javier to bring him up or move on from him, and I don't think they're going to move on from him. They're not. They're paying him a lot of money. He had a good rehab stint at good rehab start at Sugarland earlier this week. I think Christian Javier steps right back in and is in the starting rotation. Definitely an audition. Definitely not. It's not one of these things where he's automatically going to be there the rest of the year. He's got to pitch well. That's the scary thing to me is, the guys you're getting back weren't pitching all that well before they were hurt.
Yeah, I know. When he says that they're starting to stabilize, I'm like, stabilize it to what?
100%.
At what level are you talking about stabilizing here? I don't know who are the pitchers we feel good about right now as starting pitchers. It's Hunter Brown.
Keep going. Yeah, it's Hunter Brown.
Then relievers. Now this is where we might. Because the relievers have been great as of late, but I don't want to part with Brian King or Stephen Okert. Certainly, I like AJ Bluebaugh. He's just too much of an innings eater. Those
guys are all part of the staff.
Yeah, he's like so. You start to get to the back end of just again. I don't know exactly how much you're going to get other than just quantity over quality in trading some of these guys away. And I didn't like hearing him say stabilize because I don't feel like the pitching is stabilized at all.
I feel like
they've hodgepodged it together somewhat, but it's kind of like the Rockets' point guard last year.
I think look, if I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, I guess it's stabilized in so much as who like the first 4 or 5 guys are.
Yeah.
But the problem is you don't know what you're getting from them from start to start. Like I feel pretty confident in saying that over the next few weeks, Hunter Brown, Spencer Arrighetti, Tatsuya Imai, Peter Lambert, even though he didn't pitch well last night, like those guys, like up from now till the All-Star All-Star break, or maybe those guys are starting pitchers for you. The issue is they're also up and down.
I'll tell you what. The wild card in all of this, and the one that I wouldn't have thought about, but that maybe there might be other teams out there, teams like the Dodgers perhaps, that look at a guy like Imai and think, you know what, we still view him as a prospect, and that based on his scouting report and maybe how he would have done in our system or how we would have handled him, they would be seeing a better version of him. And they're still optimistic that, look, we've seen the good out of him. We know we still believe in his ceiling. Yeah. That there might be some teams that are willing to spend more for Imai than you would think or you would suspect.
Do we want to trade Imai right now? Like he 5 of his last 6 starts.
I'm not going to cry into my pillow for 3 hours if they do.
No,
you know?
I don't. I'd just be very surprised if they did it. I know you're just kind of spitballing. I'd be surprised if they did that. And right now, I said this earlier this week, and there's been nothing that Lambert or Arrighetti have done in the last few days that take me off of this, which is if they were in a 2-game playoff series right now, Hunter Brown would start the first game for me. And I think based on performance over the last month and a half, Tatsuya Imai might be your number 2 starter.
Yeah.
He's got the highest ceiling of all these guys.
With just zero confidence about it
100%
whatsoever.
Zero confidence. Yeah, totally. Like I'm agreeing. I agree. That's the part of what we just played from Dana where I'm like, you define this as stabilized right now? Like this, this is stable? I mean, we know who the guys are going to be. Within each of those guys, it's been very unstable.
Yeah, if you look at the graph of how the pitching has improved, it's come with a lot of ups and downs.
Yes,
it's crypto, man.
If each pitcher had one of those colored lines on a graph, it would look like colored spaghetti. It would be all over the place.
If you believe in crypto long term, cool, more power to you.
Right.
But if you need crypto to be high in October, like right now, that's the pitching staff. Like it's almost like we've got these kind of long term trends we're monitoring. But my God, I don't know if a single damn one of them is going to be good in September after October.
Yep. One more from let's do one more from Dana Brown. In about 7 or 8 minutes, we're going to hit the audio from the body cam footage of the Diana Rossini texting and driving stop, and we'll let you guys be the judge of
tweeting and driving stop.
Tweeting and driving, yeah. So we'll have that audio coming up in just a little bit. Here's one more from Dana Brown. How important are these last 2 weeks before the All-Star break?
Yeah, huge 2 weeks. I said earlier in the meeting today, we're going to have to sprint to the All-Star break, and then we'll worry about the trade deadline sort of after that. But we need to get on a nice little run with these 12 games. Potentially, we could take over first place in the first half. In first place, that would be great. But certainly, it's a sprint to the All-Star break.
Yeah, it's they've got a shot here. You know, they have played much better. They've been 8 games over 500 since the Payne and Pendergast reset. They've been a mid-90s team over the last 45 days or so.
I'm going to read you the top 10 pitchers in ERA right now on the Astros, Sean. And I want you to tell me whether you'd cry into your pillow for 3 hours if they traded them away or not.
Okay.
Just real quick, yes or no.
Yep.
Weep into your pillow or not.
Okay.
Number 1 with the best ERA on the team, Jake Myers.
No.
0.0
You know where
ERA.
I am on Jake Myers.
Damn near pitched an immaculate inning. He did.
He did.
So, all right. And then also.
By the way,
go ahead.
Did you know he pitched at Nebraska? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that he was a pitcher in college. Yeah.
Whenever they play up in the great vast north, they talk about all the Nebraska people there and everything. And then also he's tied actually because Iola also has a 0.0 ERA.
I would be bummed if they traded him based on the 2 innings last night.
Especially because he is he's
one of your better
rookie.
prospects.
They might get a really tidy sum for him.
Yeah.
He's the 10th prospect in the organization. I would actually cry into my pillow. Okay. Santa.
Yes, I would cry into my pillow.
I would cry into my pillow. Josh Hader, I would weep and weep for days.
I'd be a mess.
I would be on 3 different types of antidepressants.
I'd be on a psychiatrist's couch the next day.
You know what? I'm feeling better about my prospective misery over the lot.
Keep going.
We're already up at more guys than I thought.
You're the one who made this a 10-player exercise. Keep going.
Jake Myers also, I know you wouldn't be crying. So that's the only no we have so far.
It's the only no. Jake Myers,
Okay. Would you cry into your pillow if they traded away Logan Van Wy?
No, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't?
No. You know why?
I put Van Wire Van Way a couple years ago.
I don't like the lowercase letters on the back of his jersey.
Yeah, it's weird. Isn't it?
It's strange.
Yeah.
I don't know. This may be. I don't like. It's not an ethnic take or anything like that. It just looks a little silly.
I forgot you're a noted Dutch hater.
Yeah.
Hunter Brown. Yes, we'd cry into our pillows.
I'd cry. Well.
You wouldn't?
No. I probably would, but I want to make sure. I just don't want to drive by. You'd get a ton for Hunter Brown.
Yeah, I know, but emotionally, I'm just basing this. I don't want you to put your math brain to work on this.
Okay. I would cry.
You would cry into your pillow, but you would be intrigued. You might lift your head up from the pillow when you find out what you got for him.
He'd be one of those ones where I'd be like, look, where my dad would come in and say, look, you got 5 hours to cry about this, and you got to move on.
I'm feeling better about the pitching. I feel, you know what? Just by virtue of how many tears I've cried into my pillow so far, I'm starting to agree more with Dana. Okay, I'm going to say these next two immediately. You would cry into your pillow, Brian King and Stephen Okert.
Yes, I would. I would cry.
And likewise though too. Okay, I don't want to lose any of these guys, but they've got more potential trade pieces than you would think.
Yeah.
Nate Pearson.
No, I would not cry into my pillow.
Boy, Joey Loperfido. I was so happy to see how happy Nate Pearson was last night, though, when Joey Loperfido went into the wall to save what probably would have been 2 runs scored.
Yeah, that was a great catch
if he hadn't gotten that. But no, I would not cry. All right, this might be the first time where you have to think about it or not.
Okay.
Wait, this man is currently 10th best ERA on the Astros.
Can I guess who it is?
Yes.
Is it Spencer Arrighetti?
No, it's Peter Lambert.
Peter Lambert. Oh, okay. Yeah, Peter Lambert. They DFA'd him at the beginning of the year. I'm not expecting Peter Lambert to pitch. I think last night is an example of this. I would have said this before last night. I don't expect him to be this the rest of the year.
You might give a little bit of a mope, but you'd say, you know what, though? They're selling high. You know, they might have duped some team into thinking. And then just because the names are big, I'll go over these next few. AJ Blubaugh.
AJ Blubaugh's pitched well. I don't know how much you're getting for a lot of these guys.
I know,
you're talking about trading
it's
them
just
out.
the emotional, oh no, we're going to lose this guy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
I mean, the thing with Blubaugh, he's got the 4th most innings pitched on the team, or 4th most games pitched, innings pitched. He's on
the team.
Yeah, he's 7th most innings pitched.
He's one of the most used relievers in the entire sport.
Yeah. 7th, on the team, including starting pitchers.
Yeah.
All right, and then just these last two, and then we'll stop this exercise. Spencer Arrighetti.
I need to see what it looks like. Would I cry in my
pillow? No, you can't see what it looks like. Are you upset to lose Spencer Arrighetti?
I'd cry a little. I'd probably well up. Know, when you go, where you're like, oh, what is this?
Thought we had something special.
What is this salty discharge coming from my eyes? Oh, that's tears. Oh,
it might be a little bit like a summer romance, where you're kind of like, okay, it's time we both have to leave the the Jersey Shore.
If you'd asked me in May, then I would have been a blubbering mess. That month, you know. I'm very fickle.
Kaiwei Tung.
Nah.
No,
I wouldn't cry over that one.
But there's quite a few tier-worthy guys there. By virtue of that alone, I'm going to say that they have stabilized.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The interesting thing about all this is that a few of the guys they're counting on, you didn't get to them because their ERA is still so high right now.
I know.
They're counting heavily on Tatsuya Imai right now.
Yeah.
Heavily on him.
Yeah, and he wasn't, he's still at a 5.36
He
ERA.
was so bad in the beginning of the year.
Here are the guys who are a +5 ERA that you're heavily relying on.
Yeah. This is
Tatsuya Imai, heavily relying on 5.36 ERA Tatsuya Imai.
Yeah.
Mike Burrows potentially as a reliever, or we're not relying on him, but somebody, either Burrows or an equivalent, you're kind of relying on.
Yep, Burrows. You haven't gotten to Brian Abreu yet.
I have not gotten to a Brian Abreu with his plummeting ERA, which is down to a 6.0.
He wasn't like a 13 for a while. I mean, he's cut it in half.
Big name that you're not relying on, but he's a big name nonetheless. Lance McCullers Jr.
Yeah.
You're not relying on him.
I don't think you're relying on him.
So we get down to those are the Christian Javier. Javier's got a 12.54 ERA.
Yeah.
But you're kind of relying on the hope of Christian Javier.
You're counting more. Certainly within the realm of starting pitchers. I mean, you are counting on a handful of guys that don't have a great body of work this year. I'm optimistic about Imai, though, and I'm surprised you drove by him as fast as you did, because you were the one that along with the Astros season.
I drove by him. I started the whole conversation with him.
No. But I mean, when you were going through the list right there, you know, like you brought up his 5-point whatever ERA, but not the fact that since the Payne and Pendergast reset, he's got an ERA in the 3s.
Yeah.
That's really what I'm looking at with him. So, yeah.
And he's only once during that reset has he not made it out of the first inning.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
I'm not a believer in him.
So if we do this segment again in a couple hours from now, the tease is, does Dana Brown know what stabilize means? Coming up next. All right. Hey, let's get to this Diana Rossini, the video that came out yesterday. So just to reset, this was Diana Rossini. This was an anecdote at the beginning of a New York Times article, a long-form article about Rossini, kind of where she's at right now, where things are going with her career. Of course, for those, the 5 of you that don't know what we're talking about, Diana Rossini, formerly of The Athletic, who is allegedly has been in an extramarital relationship with Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel for several years. So she's been a big topic. Videos have surfaced throughout the last few months of various podcast appearances and things like that. In this New York Times article, they recounted an anecdote she told on the Stugotz show on Fox back during Radio Row at the Super Bowl about getting out of a texting or tweeting and driving ticket in New Jersey. Well, we'll let Diana Rossini tell the story.
I was texting and driving because this coaching cycle is ridiculous and relentless and exhausting, and you can't drive 2 feet to get a cup of coffee without something happening. I'm not going to say the team or the coach.
Okay.
But the police officer pulls up, and I said, listen, Sean McDermott just got fired. I am in the middle of this right now. I know you don't care as a police officer, but I feel like I need to let you know this. And he said, well, I'm not a Bills fan. I'm like, oh, you're Jets, so this is good news for you, right? Like, he said, no. And so he names the team. I go, oh, I love that team. I go, do you want to talk to the coach? You should talk to the coach. I FaceTime the head coach. Head coach is in his office. He's like, what's up?
Oh my God.
I go, I just got pulled over, and I just wanted to meet my friend, Officer Joe. And the head coach played all into it. And he's like, how you doing? He's like, God. You should let her go. Yes. She's a good citizen. You know, officer's just like, what is happening right now? Who does that? I was desperate. I don't want to get a ticket. My husband's going to kill me.
Right.
I'm texting and I shouldn't be doing that. I know that.
Oh, my God. I am so proud of you.
Okay. So just to level set what her story is.
Yes. Because a lot of sleuthing went on trying to figure out who this head coach is.
I spent at least 20 minutes going through this exercise yesterday of trying to handicap which were the most likely head coaches.
Yeah.
So her story is not just that she FaceTimed the head coach of the police officer's favorite team, but she recounts the conversation and like, hey, this is Officer Joe. Hey, you should let her go. She's a good person, et cetera, et cetera. Like, it's a pretty deep memory of what took place during that FaceTime call.
Good story. It's a hell of a story.
It's a hell of a story. Okay.
Yeah.
So now let's replay some of the body cam footage.
Yeah.
And see if this adds up.
So this is as rookie cop who's been on the job for 4 months, Felice Bonanno of the Ridgewood Police Department.
Yep.
Approaching her car, and Rossini explains why she was texting.
So, you're not going to care. I'm an NFL reporter, and I just broke that Sean McDermott got fired from the Bills, and that is what I was just sending to send a tweet. I was going to pull over because I have to make calls.
Okay.
I know you don't care, but I'm just letting you know my reason why.
Okay.
It was a work thing, and it was an emergency.
It was a work thing.
Okay.
It was inappropriate.
Now that checks out with the story that she told Stugotz on Fox, right? Got pulled over, was texting and driving. Sean McDermott got fired. That was back on January 19th, as Florio pieced together in a piece a couple days ago when the video of this story surfaced. Okay, so that checks out so far. Good name drop by her, too, by the way.
I guess it wasn't a name drop yet, right? She just said Sean McDermott that got fired. So she said that she was an NFL reporter.
She is kind of. I feel like she's flexing a little bit as to what her day job is.
Yeah, like, hey, listen, I know I shouldn't be texting and driving, but you don't realize the glamorous things that are happening.
I mean, I'm about to break news here.
Because, like, realistically, like anybody else says, like, hey, I'm late to a meeting or something, like a cop going to be like, maybe leave a little earlier next time.
Right.
But she's very conspicuously bringing up that she's an NFL reporter. This is when, remember, she's in New Jersey.
Yep.
So she's this is when the name dropping starts and then the cop divulges that he's a Vikings fan.
Obviously, you were on your phone for a while, right? I was on when you went under the underpass, right? On Garbage Square. I was by Library Place, so you're on your phone there. I got behind you, right, by Whole Foods. You continue to be on your phone, right? I understand you have a job.
Of all times, it's like no one expected you to go ahead.
Yeah.
Like, I'm shocked that they fired me. I cannot believe it. You know who was on the phone with?
Who?
Brian Cable. He lost the job.
Oh, okay.
Are you a fan of Giants or Jets?
I'm not a fan of either. So.
What is your team?
I'm a Vikings fan, unfortunately.
Okay.
Yeah. So she drops Brian Dayball's name.
That's who she was. She said that's who she was talking to.
Yeah, guess who I was just talking to?
Yeah.
Brian Dayball.
Yeah.
And she's fishing there, and then she asks whether he's a Giants fan or a Jets fan, and he says, "No, I'm actually a Vikings fan."
Unexpected.
Yeah.
I was not expecting a Jersey cop to be a Vikings fan. I know
he doesn't really have a Jersey accent either.
No, that's
You
true.
can tell he's young, though, can't you? Before I even saw that,
By his
I
voice,
watched the whole video before I read a couple articles that showed, because the Ridgewood Police Department does have a statement about all of this.
Okay.
But that was pretty conspicuous name dropping there.
Very, very much. Yeah, I was talking to Brian Daboll. I think she was hoping he would be a Giants fan.
Yeah.
Because it'd be, former Giants. But okay, but thus far the story that she told on Fox still checks out.
Still
now
holds up.
It still holds up. Now we just have more information. We know who the head coach might have been. It's got to be Kevin O'Connell that FaceTimed.
Yeah, so her story is that she let the cop FaceTime with this guy to lay out what she does before we play this audio.
Yeah.
She takes her phone out and shows presumably a text or DM conversation that she's had with Kevin O'Connell, the coach of the Vikings.
Let's see it. Oh my God, KOC!
See what I said? Look what I said to him though, just now. Go to the bottom.
Oh my God! Wow, pretty cool.
Dude, I love the Vikings. Hands across.
Yeah, he seems like a good
Your
dude.
quarterback sucks though.
Your quarterback sucks.
Yeah,
though.
what J.J. McCarthy catching a stray right there. Why are you coming after 9 like that, Rossini? Okay, can you know what made me laugh right there?
Yeah,
knowing her history allegedly with other head coaches, when she goes, "Look what I said to him right there." Like,
yeah. Is there something about her yeah. Quarterback sucking on all that.
Well,
yeah.
no. I'm thinking like, hey, here's what I'm wearing or something like that.
Oh, you were thinking that.
Look what I said to him here.
I know this all happened before that. This cop might have known what Rossini was capable of.
Yeah, that's true.
He's
Look what I said.
The old cops back at the station are like, you just you got that wowed by that, huh? she might have been willing to up the ante quite a bit.
Yes.
Okay,
but showed him something written, not
some
visual.
kind of text, presumably a text or DM conversation with Kevin O'Connell.
Yeah.
And she might have said something about J.J. McCarthy sucking or something.
Right.
That's I don't know. It's not all that great. Look, it's not a big deal that Kevin O'Connell would have been texting with Diana Rossini.
Right.
They text with the reporters all the time and everything. If he was texting about how much J.J. McCarthy sucks or something, that's something altogether different.
That felt like her just giving commentary on the Vikings right there.
But so this is a 9-minute video. At no point before or after that last little clip did we play was there any FaceTiming with any head coach.
No, in fact, there was
Kevin O'Connell.
There was a big chunk in the middle that was very boring because the cop walked back to his vehicle and sat there and wrote out the ticket.
Was just writing out there, checking the numbers and all. They're doing whatever he has to do.
And got out of the car.
And then he gets back to the car. He has to clear up some things with her license because apparently her license needs to be updated.
Yep.
So for whatever, potentially, maybe that could have been an issue too. She gets off of that. Here's the cop cutting Rossini a break.
Listen, I'm going to cut you a break on the cell phone. I understand your job requires you to be on the phone a lot. Just try to wait till you get home, okay? Keep me updated with the Vikings, okay? Let me know if KOC is going to get a new quarterback in. Of course. Take care.
Okay. Gave her his number or something that she. I didn't go back. You know what? I need to go back and watch the video, and I can't remember if he actually handed her a warning or not.
Yeah,
he said keep me up to date. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
These two have been.
Think they exchanged numbers?
She thinks she's going to get a license to speed and text by having this rookie cop on her payroll, her information payroll.
4 months in, that guy sounded like a 4 month in cop. Like he was blown away by that KOC text that he was shown.
So Florio had wondered, hey, is this potentially a bribery situation based on New Jersey law?
Yeah.
A spokesperson for the Ridgewood Police Department said that the officer exercised his professional discretion and issued a verbal warning to Ms. Rossini, which is consistent with Ridgewood Police Department policy and longstanding practice.
Okay, that answers that part. So there's nothing written. They say verbal warning right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the police department is backing up Officer Bonanno. The big upshot of this whole thing is how big a liar is Diana Rossini, or how big a story embellisher is Diana Rossini? Because now that we've played all this body cam audio and we know that the extent of her trying to name drop and woo this officer was just basically showing, hey, I text with this guy.
Right.
The detail in which she goes into in this story, I want to replay that because now having played this, knowing that all she did was show him a text.
Yeah.
This was her story on Fox. This exchange was with this officer.
I was texting and driving because this coaching cycle is ridiculous and relentless and exhausting, and you can't drive 2 feet to get a cup of coffee without something happening. I'm not going to say the team or the coach.
Okay.
But the police officer pulls up, and I said, listen, Sean McDermott just got fired. I am in the middle of this right now. I know you don't care as a police officer, but I feel like I need to let you know this. And he said, well, I'm not a Bills fan. I'm like, oh, you're Jets, so this is good news for you, right? He said, no. And so he names the team. I go, oh, I love that team. I go, do you want to talk to the coach? You should talk to the coach. I FaceTime the head coach. Head coach is in his office. He's like, what's up?
Oh my God.
I go, I just got pulled over, and I just wanted you to meet my friend, Officer Joe. And the head coach played all into it. And he's like, how you doing? He's like, you should let her go. Yes. She's a good citizen. Officer's just like, what is happening right now? Who does that?
Okay, that's good. That's good.
So obviously the FaceTiming part was fraudulent, but you know what else she did, which I hadn't caught the first 3 times we've listened since this body cam footage came out. She said that the officer said, I'm not a Bills fan. Which keeps, so she took out the part of the story where she name dropped Dayball, hoping that the cop was a Giants fan, that maybe that kind of connection would be what wowed him or whatever. So that's a double tall tale telling there. But she's doing it as an NFL reporter on a radio show or a podcast. So that's the part where, okay, tall tale is a tall tale. Evan, telling an anecdote like this, I feel like she has a certain responsibility to be more accurate with her anecdotes. I choose to believe that this is also a journalistic violation by telling a tall tale on something that was otherwise a seemingly harmless anecdote.
Are you someone who sprinkles a little extra sauce on stories sometimes?
No, it's a weakness of mine that sometimes I'm fact-checking myself too aggressively.
Okay.
And I'll admit to it, too. As we found out with remember my story about the Rolling Stones concert
yes.
that I botched so badly? Well, I was like, I unintentionally tall tell sometimes.
Right.
But I was way off on who I said that I can't remember which band I thought it was or whatever that I had talked to the drummer. That was completely inaccurate, and I fact checked myself and I corrected myself. So I think most people are tall tale tellers, though.
Yeah,
I think most people embellish.
I think most good storytellers probably sprinkle some confectionery sugar on some stories.
Journalists should not be in the business of tall tale telling. You're supposed to be first and foremost somebody who relays facts and doing it in an entertaining way, but you got to stick to the facts.
So the big losers in this story, the latest chapter to come out in the saga of Rossini herself for being not just a story embellisher but a story fabricator.
Yeah, that's
number one. Number two, Kevin O'Connell, who, if I'm any NFL head coach, I do not want it revealed that I have a text going with Diana Rossini right now. I don't need that heat. I don't need that heat on the home front.
That part of it.
Yeah. And number 3, J.J. McCarthy, who took an unnecessary 1-2 combo from Rossini, telling the officer that your quarterback sucks. I'm assuming it's J.J. McCarthy she was talking about.
Right, but we don't. I mean, that's a lot of. We got to connect a few dots there. You know, it's all like she just that's what she says after she shows the text. But who knows? I mean, maybe that's what she said to Kevin O'Connell, and he didn't issue any reply or anything.
Well, either way, just there's whoever it was directed at or whoever it originally came from. You're J.J. McCarthy, and it's June 29th in the offseason, and I'm getting push notifications because your name's mentioned in an article. I'm like, oh, why? Oh, because Rossini's out here telling the Ridgewood Police Force that I suck at football.
Power rank these transgressions real quickly.
Okay.
So 3 transgressions potentially here. Rossini telling a tall tale. Okay. Rossini name-dropping so aggressively.
Okay.
Or the rookie cop letting her off.
Okay. I would say that number 1 is the rookie cop letting her off.
What?
That's a bold move. As a rookie cop, that's a bold move to let somebody go.
I think more than I think rookie cops get. If anything, they get reprimanded for not writing enough tickets early on. I think a lot of rookie cops are just like they're like, I don't want to give this guy a ticket, and they don't.
Yeah, okay.
At least I know a couple of young cops who are that way.
Okay, so as far as Rossini, what were the other 2? The story embellishing,
tall tale telling, or just aggressive name dropping.
It's the aggressive name dropping. I don't know. I
could see like you're trying to use all your tools that you're just. Yeah,
I'm probably like not to her extent. But I'm probably like C-level guilty of some of the like a few notches below guilty of a couple of those things.
She didn't do it in a "do you know who I am" type of way.
Right.
I feel like she actually did it pretty smooth, even though like watching it looks a lot more cringy.
I will say
I appreciate the strategy.
The name dropping is being resourceful.
Yeah.
The tall tale telling is just flat out lying.
So you're going to go rookie cop, then tall tale telling, then the name dropping.
Then the name dropping, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Are you what's your power
I would put the rookie cop last.
Okay.
Like that's just not now like depending on you know what, I'm going to have to review his service record, Sean, and see if this falls in line consistently.
Well, I'm just saying he was only 4 months in at the time. I'm just saying like as a rookie cop, he got so snowed over by that too, man. Like he was like, "Whoa!"
I know.
You texted him,
but he might have let her off anyway with that. Just like you get, they give a lot of verbal warning. And you know what else came up in this? I don't know the geography of like where she lives and everything, but he asked where she lived. And she said whatever town. And I don't, sometimes if it's somebody that lives in the area, you're going to give them a break, or somebody from outside the area, whatever. I know a young cop who his boss keeps telling him like, listen, man, you can't keep letting everybody off.
Right.
He lets everybody off.
Right.
He's the nicest kid.
Yeah.
He can't help it.
You're helping my power ranking right now by saying that.
Why?
Because that kind of what you're saying.
Are you upset with lenient cops?
Well, I'm saying
what kind of a goody two-shoes are you?
No, I'm saying like you're asking like who like I'm putting him number 1 because he's not doing his job the right. Like you're saying that his bosses are probably angry at him about this.
Not angry, but just like
you know what I mean?
No, I'm saying in general. No, because you're saying that it's a transgression because he was bowled over by her.
Yeah.
I'm saying no. He might be a young cop that doesn't give out a lot of tickets in general. Yeah. That's more of a methodology issue than this specific instance.
Yeah, I just think so. I think
your reasoning for why you ranked him so high. Anyway.
Right.
And then I would say telling the tall tale is the biggest transgression.
Do you? Okay.
For her there, yeah.
Well, you and I agree that that's worse than whatever the other one was with Rossini.
Yeah, because she's a journalist.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
Yep.
Like she's supposed to be able to relay facts.
Yep.
And not embellish them.
A reason to root for the Rockets to trade for Jaylen Brown. We've got that for you coming up next. Hey, let's get you some vodka. How about that as we head into the
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Texter says that I'm going to be getting a ton of tickets today from cops.
Well, you and I are going to have to work on your demeanor when you get pulled over. Because I told you during the break that I found one stat that 44% of traffic stops end with a verbal or written warning.
Yeah.
And with no citation delivered.
Yeah.
And you were kind of surprised by that, where I thought it felt low based on my personal experience.
Yeah, you're a former professional. I got to work on my demeanor. You're going to make me have to work on my demeanor with you right now.
I'm
polite to cops.
I've gotten out of polite's not necessarily a thing you need to go for. See, you should have a really big strength with it, which is you need to make friends with the cop ASAP. And being polite is one thing, but being polite, it makes a really easy transaction for the cop. And he's like, okay, I'm going to write this out. No conversation. Here you go. Boom. And
you think I'm a little too polite?
Yeah. Not that you don't, remain polite, but maybe a little bit more gregarious.
Well,
like
educate
you are
me,
already,
educate me, Mr. 90%. What is it that you do to get out of all these tickets?
I told you first and foremost, because yes. When I was a player, it helped. But before I was a player, when I was a teenager, I've got out of a few. Since I've been done playing football and all across America, I've gotten out of traffic tickets. I don't even like to think of it as gotten out of traffic tickets, Sean. It's just that my new friend didn't feel like giving me a ticket that day.
So how did you befriend them so quickly, Mr.
First
Friendly?
and foremost, and people screw this up all the time, you get as far as humanly possible to the right side of the road without to make it safe for the cop.
Okay.
And because you just every cop when they walk up to a car, they don't know what the hell's going to happen and if they're going to get hit by a tractor trailer on the road. So you want to ease their stress as much as possible.
Okay.
Get as far as possible to the right of the road, roll your windows down, have your lights on, hands on the steering wheel, and
these are all things that I do. Continue.
Everything you can do to put a cop at ease.
Yeah.
And then when he asks you the first question, never, ever, ever act like you didn't know you were speeding. Never act like you didn't realize you rolled that stop sign.
To be clear, the first question is, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell them exactly why with no excuses.
Okay.
And it's not a huge deal. It's not like, oh, I'm such an awful person, but it's also like, I was speeding. I go 7 miles an hour over the speed limit. What do you do?
Yeah.
You just make it as nonchalant as possible. And then the other big thing, too, is to, not make excuses, pull over as far as possible to the right. When they ask you for your license and registration, this is a big one, and people botch this sometimes because they're nervous.
Yeah.
By no means do not keep looking at the cop as you start reaching into the glove compartment, because that's what people do when they have a weapon in the glove compartment.
Oh, okay.
Like when you're trying to keep your eyes on the target. But some people do that. Because they're just like nervous and they're staring at the cop and everything.
Okay.
And then the other big part, and I guess this is a little bit softer, is like, is just by making casual conversation as much as possible.
Yeah, I do that.
That you just try to just make it as just a casual, comfortable conversation, not make excuses.
Okay.
Admit that you screwed up, but don't go over the top beating yourself up.
You know what I'm going to do today? I'm going to go speeding around town.
Yeah.
Almost trolling an officer to pull me over to put the Seth Payne 5-point plan to work.
Yeah.
And see if it works for me.
Yeah.
And if I get a speeding ticket, you're going to split it with me. Okay, on to the Rockets. No, I'm just joking.
I mean, that's the hard part, though, too, because you and I are both kind of we kind of have a natural way with people.
Yeah.
And we're good conversationalists. So that's where I'm struggling to that's why I'm trying. I should have better advice for how do you have a conversation with somebody who's in a great position of control over you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess some of that.
You blend by God.
Well, some of that just comes natural to me, where it's going to be more difficult for other people.
Yeah. Just I don't know if mine's at 30 or 40. I mean, I've gotten out of tickets before, but boy, when you said 90%, I'm like, boy, that exceeds probably even a lot of super famous athletes.
Yeah. Oh, and I've never once dropped that I'm an NFL player.
I'm not saying you have.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's come up in conversation a couple of times.
Yeah.
When I was a player, I was just a huge.
You're
dude
a gigantic
driving a nice
person.
Car.
Yeah.
And a young big guy driving a nice car.
Not a lot of 320-pound hedge fund managers driving around.
The ones I take the most pride in are the ones before I was an NFL player, because I promise you this, being a Cornell football player didn't get me out of a damn thing. And then
if anything,
the one
made you a
since I've
target.
been done playing where no talk of the NFL came into it at all.
If I know anything about cops in the town where there's a bunch of rich kids going to a school, they don't like the students from that. So I'm not saying you were a rich kid.
No, but there I'm a guy driving a beat-up two-door Pontiac
That
Le Mans.
helps probably, yeah.
Not the muscle car version of Le Mans.
No.
The broke-down version. Why the hell did Pontiac do that?
I don't know.
They used to have a Le Mans that was a badass car, and then all of a sudden they were like, here's the fuel-efficient version.
Yeah. No, my brother Kevin had the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
He called it Lee.
Can I tell you
First
a real
name
quick story?
Lee Mons.
The best time for your car to break down ever is the day after you get drafted in the NFL. I was driving my crappy two-door Pontiac Le Mans, and I was driving up to the Pyramid Mall in Ithaca, and I was taking this corner pretty harder than I should have on the road, little miniature expressway.
Yeah.
And my seat broke off of the mounts. Like all of a sudden my seat
in the car
broke. And yeah. And
while you're driving,
so until I could get my signing bonus, a few weeks later, I was driving my two-door Pontiac Le Mans that didn't even have an attached front seat in it.
Oh my God.
And then I was able to buy a nice used Tahoe.
It's like a carnival ride.
Yeah.
Driving around, moving around like.
But
it
was like, man, of all the days that this could have happened, this was the best possible one.
For sure.
I know I'm going to be able to buy a new vehicle.
Yeah, absolutely. And so your first car that you bought after you got your NFL signing bonus was a used Tahoe?
A used Tahoe,
okay.
Yeah.
How many
I
miles?
Got good financial advice from my stepfather about just buying with probably less than 20,000 miles.
May as well be new. Yeah. Good job, young Seth Payne.
Signing bonus was $219,000.
Yeah.
I was going to go out and buy a brand new Escalade or something.
Before or after taxes?
A lot of things people don't tell you about $219,000.
That's what I want to. I'm trying to
$290,000. You're never going to have to work again.
I'm trying.
Never going to have to work again. But wait.
It's exactly what I was trying to do.
What was once income for life for $219,000 has now turned into a paltry $110,000.
Right, you got to know tax.
You can barely survive.
Did you know they have taxes at the state level too? All right,
Florida.
We're gonna take the audio that we teased into this segment before we started talking about me getting a slew of tickets from officers today.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Actually, Finn the Pettycast. So this audio, if you're a Rockets fan, I think is going to make you petty and maybe even want the Rockets to go get Jaylen Brown. We've got that. We've got several other petties that we will get to. We'll do that in the Pettycast coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now?
Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right. Are you ready to get petty, my friend?
Yeah.
Super
petty.
Super
petty about the 10% of cops who don't let me off in the morning. Jack-booted thugs.
We have plenty of texts. Your reaction to the 5 points of getting out of maybe getting out of a ticket.
Yeah.
The basically how you should act when a cop pulls you over.
It's more of a guide of things not to do.
Yeah.
Has it been well received, or are people telling me I'm full of crap?
No, it's been well received. There are a couple people saying, yes, Seth, I did that exact same thing many times.
It doesn't work all the time.
Yeah.
Does it help to have a lot of charisma and charm too? Should I put that on the bullet point?
Like you, yes. A lot of yes. You do have charisma and charm. Absolutely.
I'm aware of that, yeah. I don't shy away from that compliment. Yeah. I own that one.
Yep.
That's probably the part is, yes. It's like a woman asking someone, like, how do I get big boobs? Like, you got it or you don't, naturally. I mean, obviously.
Naturally, yeah. There's fabrications, yeah. All right, let's get to the Pettycast. This was the audio we were going to play in the previous segment. This is Bill Simmons with Zach Lowe. Kind of throwing some shade at the Rockets here. I'm curious how petty Rocket fans get hearing this.
One last point I wanted to make on that Jalen trade. We didn't have a Houston trade in there because Houston has literally been telling everybody we want no part of Jalen. We're not interested. That team was a Bravo show last year. How are they drawing the line at, Jaylen Brown would make us weird? You guys had the weirdest team on the planet. You know what Jaylen Brown would do is actually show up for games and not roll over in a playoff series. Anyway. LaMelo.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, it's just like, settle down.
What's
Houston.
the number one?
You guys were a disaster last year.
I think there's probably a lot of Rocket fans that feel similar to Bill Simmons right now. Rocket fans are still pretty bitter about how everything ended last season.
Yeah, I think the one thing with Brunson is the contract would be
Jaylen Brown.
Excuse me, Brown.
Yeah.
What did I? Oh, Brunson.
Brunson,
geez. Yeah, I got Brunson on the brain. Jaylen Brown. The one thing about Jaylen Brown is the contract would be a bit of an obstacle. But the other thing, the other part though, that unless Simmons is operating with inside information, it seems like he's largely despised by most people in the NBA. So I don't think he has that much inside information. They also acted like they had no interest in a Kevin Durant trade last year too. So let's not act like doing the appropriate thing of playing kind of hard to get is the same as saying we want no part of Jaylen Brown.
Yep. And Simmons is a Celtics fan too. On top of that,
and he's got a little he's got something against the city of Houston, and I don't know what it is. And I don't try to be hypersensitive about this. Usually, people always say oh, this guy's always bagging on Houston when it's somebody who bags on everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Simmons never turns down a chance to take a shot at not just the Houston sports teams, but the Houston fans themselves.
Yep. So take that personally, Rocket fans. Be petty at Bill Simmons. Pettycast. Brandon Ayuk. It would not be a Pettycast without Brandon Ayuk's act in some way, shape, or form from this past week. The number of clips we could have picked for this are numerous. He's been on Instagram Live and on social media talking about his situation with the Niners, campaigning basically to become a Washington Commander. I'll just play this one because it's the shortest end of his Instagram Live from a couple days ago where he was sort of laying out his side of the story about John Lynch coming to his house and everything. He says, none of it matters. I'm coming for you with the belt on October 19th.
I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to grow. I'm trying to heal. So I ain't finna hold it against but we is not cool. We won't be cool, and I will never be stepping in that building except for on October 19th when I come through with that motherfucking belt.
Yeah.
October 19th, the Commanders play the 49ers.
So as of now, there's just no reason to believe that the Commanders have actually expressed any interest in signing Brandon Ayuk.
No.
Other than that Jaden Daniels and Ayuk are really good friends.
Right.
I think that this is where he's setting himself up. If it does turn out, and by the way, if the Commanders sign Ayuk, it's going to have to come with they're going to have to basically turn over all their cell
an investigation.
Phones and everything.
It's going to come with an investigation.
Yeah. Ayuk has no clue how much he might be. Just as he sabotaged the deal to the Steelers, the trade to the Steelers, I mean, maybe the Commanders were really interested in having Ayuk, and he's almost making it harder and harder and harder for them to do it without basically working their way into some kind of a tampering charge.
Yeah.
I think that the 49ers would have a really good plan for how to basically be sure that that day ended with a Brandon Ayuk meltdown.
Oh, yeah.
Like, that that just, man, like, even more so than we usually would, let's be sure Ayuk really doesn't have a good day because there will be an eruption on the sideline. He take his jersey off and starts the jumping jack his way off the field.
Yeah. I think they know just what buttons to push.
Yeah.
Just one more ad here on the Ayuk situation. This is TJ Hushmanzada on Emmanuel Acho's Speakeasy stream, basically almost taking Adam Peters, the GM of the Commanders, to task before we even know if he wants to sign Brandon Ayuk to a contract. Take a listen.
Adam Peters, you sign Brandon Ayuk, the Commanders should fire you the day you sign him. Do it like, what are you thinking? What makes y'all any different than the San Francisco 49ers? You don't think he gonna do to you what he's doing to them? Like, I don't understand this. If I'm Jaden Daniels, BA is my boy. If it doesn't work out, is he still gonna be my boy? So do I even want to see if it will work out? Because I may ruin a relationship over sports. And so I don't know, like, what's going on. I don't know why he's doing these things. But as players, as a former player, and as players that are watching this that are current players, bro, the NFL is rolling with or without you. Get your ass on the bus and enjoy the ride, or get your ass off.
Okay,
because we rolling.
He's right about that last part. The NFL is much bigger than any one player. He's right about that. The two people he's talking like they've signed him already.
Right, yeah, and like he's like, Peters, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, nothing. I'm guessing he's literally sitting in his office being like, "Go, would you please shut up
about us?" Yeah,
yeah. It's so weird. It reminds me of that though. Him chiding the GM for something that the GM hasn't even done yet, and we don't know if he has plans to do.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when Shannon Sharp went off on Caserio for not drafting a quarterback before the 2023 draft.
Right.
Like what are you doing? How could you not draft the quarterback? Well, let's see look, they drafted a quarterback.
Lo and behold, they drafted a quarterback. And then the part in the middle there about, like, Jaden Daniels, PA is your boy. Why would you even look at him? Because this you might ruin your friendship if he comes on the team. You'd ruin it over sports. I'm like, okay, that's
we don't know. Do we know how close those two actually are?
I have no idea.
They were teammates together, and Jaden Daniels might also be the old nope, I'm going to click decline that call from Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. I was very impressed with how Hushmanzada got himself in a moment that hasn't happened yet. Like, he was very in that moment that hasn't occurred. This is Josh Hart. We played this yesterday, saying on his podcast with Jalen Brunson that analytics are for the nerdy white dudes out there.
There's a lot of things that analytics don't show or don't take into account. I just always thought analytics for, like, geeky, unathletic white guys that wanted to be a part of the league but just couldn't make it playing basketball, so they decided to put math into the equation. That's always how I felt analytics. So,
I wonder who people are going to think you're talking about, because I feel like there's probably a lot of people that fit into that, huh?
Probably. Shout out to our Dapo, analytical guy on our team. So shout out to him.
Shout out to him. When we do analytics with Dapo, it's pretty damn cool. But when these nerdy white guys walk up to me with their iPads,
I'm not going to take the bait on the whole race part of it. The whole thing is, it's like it just feels like an argument from 15 years ago.
Oh yeah,
like every single NBA team, including the ball knowers and the coaches and everybody else, like, they have an appreciation for, like, to varying degrees about how they integrate the analytics. Like, and then Kevin Durant is one of the most analytically minded players in the NBA.
Yeah.
Like, we're so far beyond it being an us versus them thing that it annoys me. I get petty when people try to paint it that way, where it's like, yeah, there's extremes on either end, but by and large, it's a part of all the major sports now.
The thing that's weird about that, too, is that this is just my gut reaction about the guy actually conveying the message, Josh Hart. Josh Hart strikes me as a guy that actually his game probably benefits more from advanced analytics than somebody who is just a high-volume scorer or a great three-point shooter. He's got a floor game. He's one of these guys that fills the stat sheets with the rebounds and steals and assists.
The whole thing about analytics that I think sometimes people lose sight of is that in a lot of ways, there's things about it that are super annoying or that you just don't want to accept or whatever. But in some ways, in basketball especially, but in every sport, it does lend validity to some of the things that you used to just feel like, okay, that's just a gritty guy that I want to have on my team. And now the analytics will back up like, oh, it would do. Like, okay, it doesn't show up in the box score, but it has an effect on the outcome.
Absolutely.
So it like the analytics rewards selfless play, unselfish play, and kind of documents it in a way that before it used to just be like, it would be a coach arguing with a scout. Like coaches who are more anti-analytics in general, like some of the arguments they used to get in about, like, I don't know, the defense just works better when he's on the field.
Yes.
And if you look at the conventional stats, it doesn't show it, but it does show up in the analytics.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, and basketball is the best with it. Like how are they with this guy on the floor? How are they with this guy off the floor? Yeah, like that's why it was weird that Josh Hart is the one that feels that way, because I'm looking at him, I'm like, dude, you probably benefit from the very stats that you're railing against right now.
The most hilarious thing about it, though, was that it took 20 years of the three-point attempt being legal before teams with their advanced analytics realized, hey, wait a second, 3 points is 50% more than 2 points.
If we
that
shoot
seems like a big difference.
40% from three, that's the same thing as shooting 60% from two.
Hold up a second
what
here.
You're telling me.
You're saying I can get 6 points in 2 shots? That's crazy.
Let's get to a couple more of these. It's the Pettycast on a Tuesday. Emmanuel Acho. Boy, Acho had been on a pretty nice streak with me of takes where I'm like, all right, that's not bad, Acho. That's pretty good. This one is just, he's getting killed for this one. This is Emmanuel Acho on the WNBA and Caitlin Clark.
The W at this junction in time would be better with because she's a bigger distraction than she is an additive. Caitlin Clark has gotten the WNBA over the necessary threshold they needed. Now people are watching. Now we realize, there's talent in the W, talent that's actually even greater than Caitlin Clark. And I'm not just talking about bigs like Asia. I'm talking about the Olivia Miles. I'm talking about the Paige Beckers. Hell, I'm talking about the Kelsey Mitchells. Caitlin got the necessary eyes there. But now that the eyes are there, we don't necessarily need her anymore. Caitlin did what only Caitlin could do, and we don't necessarily need her to do anymore. Thank you, Caitlin. We can take it from here. Now you're saying that the WNBA needs to be cognizant of where they put Caitlin Clark on posters. The WNBA and the officials need to alter the rules for Caitlin Clark. The WNBA and opposing players need to treat Caitlin Clark more gently. Caitlin Clark's coach needs to be cognizant of how she talks to her in public because it's going to look like there's an issue. Unless we can take off our gloves for Caitlin Clark and stop trying to act like she's a messiah, the WNBA could and would be better off without Caitlin Clark, at least without this version of everybody coddling and caressing and catering to Caitlin Clark.
Let's check in on TV ratings in the WNBA and look at the Indiana Fever compared to everybody
it's the dumbest take.
They get 36% more fans on the road than the next highest teams. There's 36 above the second place teams as far as fans on the road.
What are you talking about?
Every the biggest games by viewership number and everything are all the Fever. It's absurd the difference. The TV ratings drop by 50% when she's not out there. Come on, Acho. What on earth are you talking about?
And Acho, and my favorite part of that take is Acho using the WNBA, talking about it in the first person, like he plays power forward for the LA Sparks or something like that. We don't need you anymore. We have Aja Wilson. We this, we that. That is a lock to be replayed on Friday on this show.
That's like when they thought they could win games without the water boy, It's like the water boy's kind of a big deal. You can do all that other cool stuff and everything.
Yep.
And let's reel off, as he reels off a bunch of names of really good and prominent WNBA players. The average sports fan has no name recognition of.
Bingo.
As far as drawing extra eyeballs to the sport, no, they're not there yet. To the degree that, by a 50% margin, when Caitlin Clark's not there, whether you love her or hate her, you can't deny the impact she has to the team.
No doubt. Here's Johnny Manziel on the Nightcap podcast with Ocho Cinco and Shannon Sharp. This is as petty as it gets towards the city of Cleveland.
I sit here today and I go back and forth with, man, am I going to let Cleveland off the hook and just like let it go? Or am I going to sit here with hate and animosity in my heart for the rest of my life? And I finally sit here today. I'm like, it, I think I'm going to be pissed at them and hate them forever. So it is what it is, what it is, man. No love for the Browns. I'm eating seasons every season.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay.
16 seasons every season.
Every season. And they're doing their best to accommodate him, I tell you.
So, what are you hoping for? A win in the final week of the season?
Oh, I knew the 17 thing would.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like I mess up the 17 stuff all the time.
Yeah.
Not as much as I used to, but I talk about it every day. I think that this is the thing about Johnny Manziel. I don't believe him. I think that Johnny Manziel makes his living now off of being Johnny Football and everything that comes to it with it. Like almost the self-destructive rock star persona is part of his brand.
Yep.
And I think he goes, I think he knows that he's to blame and all that stuff, but it gets more clicks and your name's out there more when you say stuff like you just said.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, last one. Dolly Parton, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, opened a truck stop in Tennessee last week. They had the ribbon cutting ceremony. It looks amazing. They have a full restaurant buffet. It's really nice inside. They've got all sorts of shopping. It's huge. It's very much like Buc-ee's. And we know that Buc-ee's, a Texas institution, has been expanding to other states. And I think Buc-ee's is in Tennessee. I'm not completely certain. But Dolly was not going to let Buc-ee's take over Tennessee, and she said as much at the ribbon-cutting ceremony.
I'm sure some of you wondering why I wanted a truck stop. Well, I couldn't leave it to Beavers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Why does Dolly want a truck stop in Tennessee? Well, she wasn't going to leave it to Beavers.
Yeah.
A little shot at Buc-ee's there.
But also a nice little play on words that is only going to hit with guys our age and older.
Yeah.
Leave it to Beaver.
Yeah.
I think that it looks really nice.
It's very nice, yeah.
I'm going to say, my favorite thing, because I drive a good amount, I like truck stops.
Yeah.
More than any other thing.
Yep.
Because you can usually the restrooms are really clean.
Mm-hmm.
I've never had the guts to take them up on the shower that you can get there.
Right.
And I wonder do you have to be a trucker to get a shower at a truck stop?
I'm not sure if you need to show ID as a trucker to get into the shower.
Maybe I'll get a commercial license just for the hell of it.
Or a fake trucker ID. Yeah, I got a fake ID. Yeah. Did you see? I don't know if you've seen the video of it. They also have a slew of washers and dryers in there too. I know you like to do laundry sometimes when you're on the road.
When I'm on a road trip, yeah, I do. I like to pack light and just do my laundry frequently.
Yeah.
Because they've all got Wi-Fis now, and I bet this one does too. Obviously,
it's tricked out, man. It is a tricked out truck stop.
Is it a truck stop also, or is it just it's called a travel stop?
She called it a truck stop in
she
that
did.
cut
Okay,
we just
so they
played
got
right
truck.
there.
Okay,
yeah. She said, "You wonder why I would want to own a truck stop." Dolly Parton, you're an American institution. I'm not going to let any petty people come after you for your little joke about Buc-ee's, and I love Buc-ee's. All right, there's your petty cast for today. Sean, you have a little face. I don't blame the cops. Sorry. Okay.
Your agitated face is pretty fearsome.
You've seen it before, yeah.
It's like I could see where even if you're a little bit agitated, the cop might look at it and be like, "What a jerk!"
Yeah,
this guy is.
Why is he being such a jerk to me? I could see that. I need to improve my bedside manner from time to time. That's
people
true.
wouldn't realize it because you do have just such a rosy, a rosy disposition. But when you do flip the switch, it's a scary look you give.
Yep. All right,
you're probably a good boss. Because it's like that 2% of time that Sean's giving you to look.
Yep.
You're terrified and you get
terrified.
right.
And I can't believe I'm disappointing this man.
Yeah.
All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right. How intrigued are you by this NBA team if they're able to pull this off? This is actually a team that would be competing with the Rockets, and I want this to happen really, really badly. We'll tell you what it is coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Astros are not a team that can play the whole, all we need to do is win series moving forward. You're not that team anymore. You're not a team that can, a week after a guy returns from an injury, give them a break because they're 37 years old. You're not that team anymore. That it's a long season, a lot of baseball left approach leaves you a game or two out of the playoffs.
Ride home with Clint and Show, 2 to 6 every afternoon on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. 69 East Tex Freeway northbound as you approach I-10 East. It is the right lane block. That's a little fender bender. East Sam Houston Tollway South, Highway 3 to Galveston. It's the right lane blocked. Headed up to 93 this afternoon, 83 now. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Most home sellers get one offer, and it's somewhere between low ball and not good enough. Orchard changes that, y'all. With Orchard's new Orchard's offers, you don't just get one offer. You get multiple cash offers from serious investors, all competing for your home. That's right. Make investors compete with Orchard's cash offer marketplace. Here's how it works. You work with an Orchard agent who submits your home to their exclusive network of hundreds of local cash buyers. They come to you with offers, you review them all, and pick the best one on your terms. So you don't have to settle on one offer or worry about leaving money on the table. You see every offer side by side. That's how you know you're getting top dollar. And guess what, y'all? That's how it happens with Orchard. Orchard offers means no repairs, no showings, no drawn-out process before you accept any offer. See them all first. Get a free home valuation and see your offers today with Orchard Offers. Go to orchard.com, y'all.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We might have to reset the Rossini audio from earlier, Steph.
Yeah.
Your 5-point plan to interact with police officers on a traffic stop got a lot of reaction from our audience.
Based on some of the responses, I'm guessing because people are claiming that they've tried all of these and it hasn't worked. Which sometimes it's not going to work. B, this is the part that people don't listen to or don't realize how literal I'm being about this. When the officer asks you if you know why he pulled you over, you need to be as brutally honest as possible because they never get that. And I think that's probably the key to kind of just like opening up a window of like, oh, this guy's actually, wow, what a good dude. He told me exactly how fast he was going. Everybody always says, I was going a few miles per hour over. Oh, was I going that fast? Oh, did I do that?
Like, Southern Bell action, yeah.
If you are brutally honest what you did, that they so rarely hear that I think it just kind of softens everything up a little bit. And the other thing, though, too, and there's not a lot you can do about this if you've already got some points on your license, it helps a lot to have a clean driving record.
For sure, yeah.
So for the guy who said, I've tried this and it's never worked, like, okay, so that tells me that multiple times you've gotten tickets. With each ensuing ticket, it gets harder and harder.
Yeah,
if you're a guy, so you gotta just do yourself a favor and try to be a law-abiding citizen until those points clear off your license.
Yep.
And try it when you've got a clean slate, because they're much more likely to let you off if you don't have a speckled driving history.
We'll read some of it,
but be brutally honest.
Brutally honest.
Yeah.
Like if you can say down to the mile per hour how fast you were going, you're an outlier.
And usually if you're paying attention, this is the other part of it too, if you're paying attention and you see when the cop got you, that, I don't know, I think my suspicion has always been that, like, okay, the guy realizes I was at least paying attention, as opposed to mindlessly just driving on at whatever speed and being completely unaware of your surroundings.
Yep.
So, yeah, if you're like, I was going 80 when I came over that hill, and, it helps if, like, as soon as, don't slam on the brakes when you see the cop and pull over.
Right.
But just slow down to the speed limit. When you see him come up behind you, just be ready to pull over once he turns his lights on.
As far over to the right as you can possibly safely go.
But the part that people will skip is you have to be brutally honest about what you did.
Okay, I like that. We'll read some of the texts here in a minute. Let's get to Shams from yesterday. This was on ESPN. News coming out yesterday to somewhat surprise, I guess, that Draymond Green declined his $27.7 million player option. That headline surprised people. Shams Charania, though, lays out how this is part of a broader plan for Golden State to really, I think, kind of take one last swing at this whole NBA title thing.
The Warriors in the last several days formulated a grand plan of putting together a big four of Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Anthony Davis, and LeBron James. But in order to do that, they needed the flexibility of Draymond Green opting out of his contract, $27.7 million opt-out. There was an expectation in the last week, several weeks, that Draymond Green would be opting in, but he's now opting out. And so AD and LeBron James would have to be a package deal in order to come to Golden State and team up with Green and Steph Curry. And in this sequencing of events, Draymond Green would opt out, as he did, to take a multi-year deal at less than $27 million a year. AD would require a trade of Jimmy Butler and draft capital, and then that would mean LeBron James potentially at the mid-level exception.
Okay, so this is what Shams calls a big four, and this first move to set everything in motion is Draymond Green opting out of his deal. We won't get too deep in the weeds on the NBA and the salary cap and how it all works, but he would opting out of his deal gives them the flexibility to then go make these moves. They can always bring Draymond back, and if it doesn't work out, to get more from the Lakers, if this is Anthony Davis posturing maybe to get an extension from the Wizards, which is where he is now, if you haven't been keeping track, then Draymond Green can always just go back and sign a one-year, $27 million deal, which is what he would have opted into in the first place. If he, so Draymond's going to come out of this hole. He may come out of it with a longer deal with more guaranteed money. at an advanced age. The most interesting thing about all this, Seth, is that this would be the oldest collection of guys ganging up with each other that I can ever remember. LeBron James. LeBron James is north of 40. Anthony Davis, not sure how old. He's in his 30s, and he's got the body of a 50-year-old. Steph Curry's been dealing with injuries the last couple of years, and Draymond Green isn't getting any younger. Draymond Green, if my math is right, Draymond might be the youngest out of all of them, and he's in his mid-30s right now. Like, this would be an old team that probably is looking at itself more. Like, I think this would be an old team that would probably load manage like crazy. In a real world, would probably just hope to stay out of the play-in. You know, there may be in a best case, they're getting home court in the first round.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's certainly the biggest collection of names you could put together, but I don't think it's better than. I don't think they're competing with the Spurs or the Thunder necessarily.
It feels to me, and I know this would be older, but this was an old group. The first one that always jumps to my mind when you throw together old big names was the 2012-2013 Lakers with Steve Nash, Dwight Howard, Pau Gasol, and Kobe Bryant.
And
and it was like people. There was so much gushing about that team going into it, and you're like, all right.
Yeah.
I mean, but you've got some serious questions and issues here. Just because the names are going to sell a lot of jerseys and everything and put butts in the seats, that's not that. People were acting like it was those guys in their prime altogether.
Check. That's a good one. I wonder which group. LeBron being 41 now alone probably pushes this group, but it's a great analogy because it would be an ensemble cast being brought together, hoping that you can blend this whole thing. And I don't know what the injury situation was with all of those guys at the time.
Steve Nash was, at that point, he was 38 years old when the Lakers signed him.
Okay.
It was just, for it to really work out, it would have to be like, okay, all these guys have a resurgence into what they used to
Well,
be.
it didn't work. I mean, it worked so poorly. Dwight Howard signed with the Rockets the next year.
Right.
He didn't go back to L.A.
Dwight Howard was kind of the young guy in that bunch.
Yeah. And
at that point, Kobe was 34 years old.
Yeah. Dwight was probably still in his 20s at that point.
Yeah, he was young, but he was also an imperfect, Dwight. Dwight was Dwight.
Yep.
Dwight was whatever the hell Dwight was.
Well, he's in his 20s, but he'd been around a decade already. He came in the league in 2004, if I'm not mistaken.
And Pau Gasol was still, he still had a lot of years after that. I don't know how old he was at that time.
Yeah.
He was 32. He was still young. So really, see, it was, you know what it was? It was the Steve Nash part of it that was really annoying, was that he was 39 years old, and people were acting like, oh, yeah, but because he's got all of these guys, it doesn't matter. His experience, he was going to be what Tom Brady would one day become.
Yep.
A guy that could just be such a mastermind at distributing the ball that it didn't matter how old he was.
As a basketball fan, I want this to happen. I think I'm super intrigued by it. I'm super intrigued to see what it would look like medically with all these guys for a year together. They're all guys. Even LeBron has dealt with stuff over the last. Anthony Davis is hurt all the time. Steph Curry's been having knee problems the last couple of years. Draymond Green is an older player. Draymond Green might be older than all those guys but Steve Nash that you were talking about on that Lakers team back in 2013. I want to see this happen. I don't know how big a title threat they would be. As a Rockets fan, it doesn't really affect me. If you're a Rockets fan, the Rockets are trying to compete on the level of the Spurs and the Thunder. Does this make the Western? Does this make the Western Conference harder? I don't know. Is LeBron a bigger threat playing with Luka, or is he a bigger threat playing with three old dudes that are, when they're good players, but they haven't been available all the time?
Right.
I think there's a chance this team goes into the playoffs and at least one of these guys isn't playing.
That's where, I think that when you've got one or two possibly old guys who aren't at their physical peak anymore, then, that experience can make a big difference.
None of these guys are at their physical peak anymore.
Right, that's what I mean. That you need to, hopefully you've got it as a guy that's also helping younger guys be a better version of themselves.
Yep.
And then by their sheer athleticism and explosiveness and everything, they make you a better version of yourself because it takes some of the pressure off of you. This doesn't feel like that.
I'm a little offended to the previous big threes out there, or big fours, that Shams Charania is calling this a big four. Just because Draymond has a podcast and he's a noteworthy and well-known name doesn't mean he's a good player anymore. Draymond's not a good player anymore. Like a big four, he's a big...
He's a good player. He's just not... He's not anybody you would attach to... to like, oh yeah, he's the marquee guy or the attraction.
Yeah. I mean, he puts in effort at the I'll give Draymond credit. Like there's no lack of
a good
effort.
player as far as like, yeah, he's a capable starter. Like, I'm saying good only that he's a quality starter, but he's nothing near like, oh, best in the league at this or that.
No, that's it. But like a big four, like that's
right. No, yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. But I'd take him on the Rockets. I would. I think he would bring something this team
because
needs
he's
a
a
little
good
bit.
player.
He's a good player, but and specifically, he does have that dog in him. Draymond. I know he's dirty probably, and he whines a lot to referees. But I'd be here for it. Okay, text message. What if the cop has been? This is somebody texting me about how I act with cops when I get pulled over. What if the cop has been working all day and he's kind of sweaty and stinky, and maybe Sean's going to call another cop to rat out the cop for being sweaty and stinky?
Sean will go Karen on your ass. That's probably, the biggest thing Sean does that probably keeps him from getting out of tickets is he takes his phone out and says, I'm recording this, just so you know I'm recording this.
No, I don't.
You don't have the right. And then he's got a little print from the internet about his constitutional rights.
Yep.
I know
exactly.
You don't even have the right to be doing this.
Yep. I have the Bill of Rights on a Kindle.
Yeah.
In the shotgun next to me. Yes.
I pulled this up.
Yep.
I pulled this up before I even pulled over.
Yep. I stand by my Karen-ness with those two stinky, sweaty, smelly little teenagers. They were
sitting in the wrong seats, and they were sitting next to you.
Yeah.
They
stunk. They weren't their seats. I don't have to sit next to their BO.
I'm nostalgic when I smell sweaty teenagers. It reminds me of like high school locker room and everything. Stop it, Sean. How could you possibly? Just get your mind out of wherever your mind is.
Those kids, they stunk, man. There was no nostalgia. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, the World Cup. Okay, I think a lot of people are overestimating the impact of one of the World Cup games from yesterday, and it's an off-the-field thing. I will tell you what that is coming up next. But Houston Powder Coaters is what I want to tell you about right now. My guy Flavio, the owner.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast with you. So yesterday was one of the better, one of the best World Cup days. 3 knockout round games. 2 of them went to penalty kicks. Both ended in upsets. Morocco, if you didn't stay up late for that one, Morocco beat the Netherlands last night in penalty kicks. Paraguay beat Germany in penalty kicks. And in the early game here in Houston, Brazil scored a goal in stoppage time to beat Japan 2-1. So it was a game.
Canada beat South Africa. Was that 2 days ago?
That was on Sunday. Yeah,
that was Sunday. That's right. But that was in stoppage time too. There's been just a boatload of stoppage time.
Yeah, it's been a really exciting. There's been 4 knockout round games, and they've all been amazing. They've either ended with a game-winning goal in stoppage time, or they've gone to penalty kicks.
The only reason I didn't know if Canada was over the international date line or not.
Yes,
I couldn't remember if it was on Sunday or not.
That's
These
right.
time zone differences when it comes to the World Cup, Sean, it gets dicey.
It happens, man. It happens. This is the first time that Germany has ever lost in penalty kicks in a World Cup game, and it's been, they've been in tons of them. But the biggest loss that it seems like people are lamenting, Seth, I think inaccurately, is that we are no longer going to be part of the Freddie experience anymore. That with Germany, with Freddie's team, Germany eliminated, I saw a lot of tweets like, oh, I was having so much fun following Freddie. Mm-hmm. Freddie is the German superfan that if you listen to this show, we've mentioned him quite a bit. J.J. Watt hooked him up with a room at the Post Oak here and a bunch of different Houston cuisine and trinkets and things like that. And he's gotten the royal treatment. He's gotten the royal treatment everywhere along the way. Where I will credit Freddie is it does seem like he's doing, in addition to things like going backstage at the Ella Langley concert and sitting in the Diamond Club at Dyken Park and doing some things that only certain people get to do, he is doing a lot of regular people things as well. Like he's been driving through New England, he and his buddies, because the Germany game was in Foxborough yesterday. So they've had a few days to kind of experience driving around Vermont and New Hampshire. Like they stopped and watched a kids' baseball game in Vermont.
Yeah, and when they drove from Toronto, they actually swung west so they could go down through Detroit and across and everything all their way to New England. Yeah.
So they're doing a lot. They're doing a lot of kind of just taking in the whole Americana experience.
Well, they had driven didn't they drive from Houston to Toronto too? I think they drove that whole way. Or they drove from Dallas to Toronto?
They drove from, remember, because they drove from Houston to OKC for the concert.
OKC, that's right.
And then OKC, remember, they had to get a plane arranged because their flight got canceled to Toronto.
Yeah.
JJ had to step in and help him with a flight.
So, but he hasn't tried to become famous by this or anything. He hasn't shown his face. Nobody's doxed him yet that I know of.
Not yet.
So we don't even really know who he is.
Yeah.
And after the World Cup is over, he said he's just gonna shut that whole account down.
Did he really say that?
Yeah. He said he's just not. He said the influencer life isn't for him. So when he gets back to Germany, he's gonna shut his account down.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He's basically just forking over money. I mean, because you can just sign up.
What I'm guessing is he's like a normal guy with like a good job, and he just is happy with his life, and he has no, because he's seen the positive and the negative side of having this social media.
And he's
fame.
A very positive person.
Yeah, so he's probably like, no, this isn't the life for me.
Yeah, maybe. But for those of you who've been following his saga and are concerned in some way that you're no longer going to have this to follow, he is not flying back to Germany until, as of right now at least, till July 23rd. That's when he's scheduled to fly back. He obviously did not have plans on Germany not making it out of the month of June for the World Cup. Probably should have thought it could be a possibility because Germany's not been all that great since they won the World Cup in 2014.
No, they haven't. It's been Nick Wright had just how down bad they are in Germany because they go from, they've won it 4 times, going back to 1954, and they were in the semis or the finals or the champions for like a long stretch from 1954 through 2014, and now it's been 3 straight huge disappointments for them.
Yep. Freddie tweeted, "Our flight back home is on July 23rd, LOL. We need a lot of good suggestions for what to do in the coming weeks." See, and that tweet's gotten 5.7 million views. Mm-hmm. This is where Freddie knows what he's doing a little bit. You know, I don't want to make Freddie out to be like, "Aw, shucks," all the time about stuff. Like, hey, we could use some good suggestions to what to do in the coming weeks. My guess is Freddie is going to get a lot of offers for things to do in the coming weeks.
He'll have some fun stuff to do.
Yeah,
but a lot of the stuff that he's done hasn't necessarily been stuff that's, you know, like ridiculously over the top or anything. Like you pointed out, a lot of the stuff that he's doing is like he took a really cool tour of NASA, but you get the feeling that he was going to go to NASA maybe anyway. You know, and he got a personalized tour and all that. But it hasn't been. It's not like it's not like he's living in 5-star hotels all the time and doing nothing but living a life of luxury.
Where would you, if cost is no issue to Freddie, which we know it won't be, someone's going to offer him something good. Where would you go? If Freddie could go one place, because he's now got 4 weeks on his hands to do stuff. My guess
I would say honestly, a lot of the state stuff that I still want to do that I don't do every summer. I'm like, I got to get to some state fairs and even county fairs, stuff like that.
Freddie at the county fair.
Freddie at the county fairs. You haven't lived life until you've been on a rackety carnival ride operated by a meth head, where like you're like, hey. Boy, yeah, I really might die. This might be it for me.
Yeah.
It's every bit as thrilling. And then I would say also to go to some of the, I know when he was driving through Ohio, people told him to go to, what's the big one there in Sandusky Park. Like, there's some really cool amusement parks that I don't know if they have anything quite on the caliber of some of the amusement parks and water parks in Europe that they do have here.
Yeah, that'd be good. I was just going to say Vegas. You know, just go, Freddie. I don't know if he's got the appetite to sit at the blackjack tables or whatever.
It seems like he's trying to do the anti-tourism thing more, like, and get like the real authentic American experiences.
It seems like the places he's going are kind of small town USA.
It's hard for me because I don't gamble and I don't get the appeal of it. So I just don't. Like Vegas is a fun place to be.
There's
even
a lot
if you
of
don't
other
gamble.
stuff.
But it's I'm not as blown away by Vegas as a lot of people.
Yeah, I'm more suggesting it just to be curious.
To take place of things that are uniquely American.
Yeah. Oh, as opposed to someone's suggesting Mackinac Island in Michigan, which is beautiful. Have you ever been there? It's beautiful.
No, I've not.
It's really nice. Yeah, and so the pictures are gorgeous.
But it's their song, so there you have it.
Yeah. You know the other amazing thing about Freddie is he gets like zero blowback in his reply. Like I looked at his replies. Like he said this yesterday when Germany lost. All I can say is that we didn't deserve to go any further in the World Cup. Another humiliation after 2018 and 2022. He kind of breaks down the game. He said at no point did it look like we were going to score. He congratulates Paraguay at the end. And then I went and looked at the replies, and I'm like, oh, this is where Freddie's going to catch some now. Nope. Just a lot of really nice things. Germany may have lost, but nobody in the world won more than Freddie this World Cup. It's the first reply that you get.
I think I got fake news on that Freddie shutting down his social media account, by the way.
He'd be
somebody did an AI-generated image of a tweet saying he was going to shut it down when he was done.
I just don't think – I mean, like, I don't know what his history is before this in terms of tweeting.
Yeah.
But you and I both know that if you just tweet you get a little trickle of cash from X every couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And he's got like 800,000 followers now. It's based on –
dude, man, social media is the worst, though. It's like, at least, I totally understand. For people that want to, there are a lot of people listening right now who have zero exposure to social media, and that's a smart decision.
Yeah.
So, I totally get it and understand. I'm on it partly because of my job, and I think if I weren't doing sports radio and if I didn't make money from it, as part of my living, I would be, I'm not on Facebook at all. I have a Facebook account, but I'm hardly on it at all. Instagram that.
Yeah.
But it's just life is better without it for me.
Yep.
So I totally get it. If he's already got a life that he likes and enjoys, he's got enough. He doesn't, well, why does he need to grasp for more?
Because that's the way you do it. If he loves America so much, then he should be American.
There should never be enough. You should always want more.
Yes. If you love America.
What do you want to be, your family?
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your work-life balance.
Ooh. Mean replies going to get in your head, Freddie? Yeah. So I say keep taking that bite out of the apple, Freddie. That's what. And by the way, for those of you who's like, well, our time with Freddie is over. No, it's not. He's going to get to do a bunch of cool stuff for the. I guarantee you, he'll be at the finals. 100%, he will get tickets to the World Cup finals. That's my prediction with Freddie.
I haven't been as wrapped up in him as a lot of people have been. So I don't. I know that when he first started tweeting, you said you don't know if he was how active he was on social media.
Right.
There is a way to figure that out, and it's to go back down through his social media feed.
Yeah,
he's just been tweeting so aggressively since he got here that you end up having to scroll forever. It's amazing.
Yeah.
So if we go to, goodbye Houston, my God, he's been active. I think, so you handicapping it, do you think he does end up, staying up with this and, you're right. For what he's been doing, and if he just stopped checking his mentions and all he did was post pictures, he could make a nice little stream of income.
He'd get a few $100 a month minimum from X. That's all I'm saying.
But I'm saying if this guy, like an electrical engineer back in Germany or something, that's probably, he doesn't, the other thing that's about being an influencer is just documenting your life and everything.
Yeah.
You're just sometimes you just want to live life.
Yep. The key of what you just said is don't look at his mentions. If he just tweets the same way he's been tweeting, he might pick up a few $100. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's circle back to the Astros. One of the more intriguing bottom of the ninth innings of an Astros game this year, in a game that they lost. I thought it was very interesting how this whole thing played out, and it involved the challenge system. Again, a wrinkle in the challenge system that we had not seen yet with the Astros. That's coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now to give C.J. Stroud a $60 million a year extension?
On a scale of 1, don't do it, 10, 100%, you got to do it.
Correct.
I'm at maybe like a 3.5 or a 4 right now.
That's where I am, too.
He was a slightly above average quarterback this year on a team that had no rushing attack. You don't just throw somebody like that out.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee. 610 East Loop northbound at Turning Basin. Right lane is blocked. I-10 East eastbound as you approach Market Street, Uvalde. That's a big rig blocking the right lane. Headed up to 93 this afternoon. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadok Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Grand plan over before it even got started in Golden State. The Wizards may want nothing to do with trading Anthony Davis, and the Warriors re-signed Kristaps Porzingis yesterday, making their cap situation more difficult than we thought it would be. So is it still possible LeBron heads to the Bay? Sure, when NBA free agency opens at 6 p.m. Eastern. But the probability, unless James is willing to play for less than he thinks he's worth, just took a big hit. I'm Chris Mack.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, a lot of those here in Houston, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat, but surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
Texas Gun Shows, bringing you the largest gun show in Texas at the Legends Event Center in Bryan, August 7th through the 9th. Sponsored by Corbin Ammunition. Parking is free. Tickets are $15. Get your tickets today at gunshowstx.com.
Houston, your next cruise vacation could be closer than you think. Cruises.com has incredible last-minute deals on 2026 sailings from Galveston aboard top cruise lines like Royal Caribbean, Carnival, and MSC. When you book with Cruises.com, you are stacking their exclusive offers with the cruise line's nationally advertised offers. Plus, you are earning rewards points on every booking. Points that you can redeem for cash back, for free onboard spending, and so much more. But don't wait, these last-minute cruise deals are sailing away fast. Visit Cruises.com/radio today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Third multi-home run game of his career. Now a slow roller right side. Cody Clemens will shovel it to Royce Lewis, and the Astros fall 1 run short. A lot of drama in that bottom of the 9th inning. 5-4 the final score. A frustrating finish, but a lot of activity in that last inning.
That was a tough one, TK. It's amazing it came down to just umpire discretion on that call that could have been overturned. Christian Walker still seething about it, understandably so. This team plays hard. They play late. It's tough to go to bed on them when they're behind. They refuse to go away.
Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call, Space City Home Network, and what they're referring to there with Christian Walker seething was the end of his at-bat in the bottom of the 9th inning. Look, this was shaping up as one of the more ho-hum, boring Astro games of the year. They were trailing 5-1 going into the bottom of the 9th inning. Yordan Alvarez grounds out as the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the 9th inning. So now you're 1 out, bottom of the 9th, nobody on. Hey, Isaac Paredes walks. Hey, up comes Christian Walker. He works a 3-2 count and got thrown what looked like ball 4, but it was called strike 3. So the obvious thing to do there is challenge, and the Astros had both of their challenges still left. He challenged. The problem was he took 3 mopey steps towards the dugout, looked at the dugout, and then challenged correctly, in our opinion.
Yeah.
Said, no, you can't challenge that. You got to challenge it right away, and you can't look at the dugout when you're challenging it. And so strike 3 stood.
And I think like a lot of people got PO'd. Oh, go ahead.
Just to lay out the rest of it, The reason it became an even bigger deal was not because it was 2 outs with 1 on instead of 1 out with 2 on. It was because the next 2 guys hit home runs.
Yeah.
Taylor Trammell and Cam Smith both hit home runs, and if Christian Walker had challenged properly, then theoretically we might be looking at a 5-5 tie going into extras instead of a 5-4 loss.
And this is one thing I've realized about this. So a lot of people, this is way more polarizing than it needs to be. It's okay to say both the umpire screwed up with a horrendously bad call, but that also Christian Walker screwed up by completely botching the way you're supposed to handle a challenge. You're not allowed to look anywhere else. It's got to be immediate right after the pitch, and that's not the way he operated. So the umpire was screwed up first, and then the umpire made the correct call in disallowing the challenge. But you got to set your feelings aside on it. It was the right call to bar him from challenging it. Christian Walker screwed that up.
Yes.
After doing a really good thing, which is he drew a walk, as long as he just doesn't botch the challenge.
Right.
So good on him for that, but it was 100% his fault that he wasn't allowed to challenge it.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Here was Joe Espada. Ben, let's skip down to Espada 1. This is Joe Espada's take on the Christian Walker disallowed challenge. Does this sound like an umpire who had an issue with the call that the umpire made on pitch?
Yeah, it was the look to the dugout that umpire just thought that he kind of looked in to ask for help on that pitch, and it was a ball, right? Yeah, it was a ball.
Yeah, so everybody's sort of confirming with their own eyes.
Yeah,
like it would have been overturned.
Because even without Espada saying that, what I might have said was, before Espada said that, I might have said, well, like maybe it looked like he was looking into the dugout, but he wasn't. But it doesn't matter because, like, from the umpire's perspective especially, that's the way his helmet is pointed. And he took 2 steps and then turned to challenge, but then looked back at the dugout again before he actually tapped his helmet.
By definition, it wasn't immediate because he had taken 3 steps out of the batter's box. It was. Yeah.
Hopefully that clarifies it, because I think a lot of people just didn't realize what the rules of the challenge are. Is that you're not allowed to. The pitcher, the catcher, and the batter, none of them are allowed to get an opinion from anywhere else. They're supposed to. It's got to be on their feelings alone.
Yep.
It gets a little dicey between sometimes when the pitchers are looking at the catcher. I don't know how you adjudicate that, but this it seemed pretty clear cut that Christian Walker botched this.
Yeah, I think so. And look, it became an issue. My guess is we talk about this once in passing if the next 2 guys don't hit home runs.
Right.
The reason it became an issue is because Christian Walker represented what could have been the tying run, given the fact that Taylor Trammell
tying would have been part of the
game
tying,
would have been tied. Yeah, the game would have been tied if the inning had played out the same way.
Yeah.
With a Walker walk. Then it would have been a 3-run homer instead of a 2-run homer.
It would have made Cam Smith the tying run.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So they lose by 1 run, and he was the 1 run. So that's why it's an issue this morning.
You know what's interesting though too is that Blum there says that this is a team that you can't turn the TV off just because they're down. That's a relatively recent thing because they were horrendous. Oh, yeah. They'd been awful when trailing after 7 innings. They'd been ridiculously bad.
They've been great the last 2 weeks.
They've turned into a different team. That might be one of the things. And hey, by the way, some of that coincides with the return of Josh Hader. It's that part of it was no matter what the offense did, Abreu or somebody was going to come in and screw it up in the 9th inning.
Yeah.
So that part of it, that might be the one thing that really feels different, aside from the return of Josh Hader, that feels different to where I'm getting closer to saying, okay, look, it's a crappy year in the AL, so making the playoffs doesn't really tell you a whole lot. But is this a team that actually could be a substantially more competitive team in the second half of the season? I feel a lot more like that now than I certainly did 3 or 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, no question about it. Peter Lambert last night, not great, gave up 3 home runs. He's been really good lately. Last night was not one of his better nights. This is Joe Espada on Lambert's outing.
I think he competed gave us a shot to win there. Threw a ton of strikes like always, and just to kind of stay in the middle of the plate. A few home runs, but for the most part, like your typical Lambert, man, he competes, uses all his pitches, he keeps you in the game. We hit a ton of balls hard today. we make that push there at the end. I love watching that fight there at the end.
Okay. Joe, we need a Joe Espada drinking game when he's asked to assess his starting pitchers. They compete. His stuff was good. He didn't say that about Lambert necessarily. Talk about him being in the zone. If he gives up a couple of home runs, he'll slough off the home runs as sort of, just sort of fluky things. Yeah, he gave up a couple home runs.
If he had managed to go 6 innings in that game, Sean, it would have been one of the greatest performances in the history of baseball pitching.
Yes.
Anytime a pitcher goes 6 innings, it doesn't matter whether they have 6 shutout innings or allow 10 runs.
No.
He made it easier for Espada to manage
the bullpen.
Really, what's important is I don't want to lose any sleep over how I'm going to manage the bullpen over the next few days.
It's not baseball. The game isn't baseball. It's bullpen preservation. MLB. Major League bullpen preservation, and by God, 6 innings gets you there.
He hasn't had. It's interesting. Like all of his earned runs. Wow, it's kind of freaky. If we go through his last, really in the month of June,
home runs.
It's only one wasn't a home run.
Yeah.
Well, two of them weren't home, but 1 earned run, 1 home run. 2 earned runs, 2 home runs.
Yeah.
1 earned run, 1 home run.
Yeah.
And then in the last 2 games, he's moderated a little bit. Gave up 2 earned runs in the last appearance. Yesterday it was 4 earned runs with 3 home runs.
Right. Yeah. 2 solo and a 2-run jobby. So it's Lambert's been fine. I just don't know if this is sort of the beginning of a regression that's coming with him. I have not. Somebody got upset with me the other day when I said that, and I stand by this still, when I said after Imai's last start, where he was outstanding, I said if they had to play in a 2-game, a best 2 out of 3 wild card round series right now, I think Imai might be the number 2 guy that I would want out there. Other than, Hunter Brown would be 1, obviously. Hunter Brown would have to be, really fall apart to not be number 1. And so he'd be 1, and Imai would be 2. And a few people got really upset with me that I was disrespecting Lambert. And it's not like we've got this big body of work with either of them, with Imai or Lambert. It's just Imai can be electric out there.
Imai is unhittable when that slider is working. The slider that even computers can't figure out, Sean.
Correct. Yeah.
And if the one thing I know about chess and baseball is that if the computers can't figure it out, you're doing pretty damn well.
AI fears Tatsuya Imai.
I think that for people that would be sticking up for Lambert, though, too, I mean, if you look at the month of June, he's got a 3.1 ERA in the month of June. And Imai's had some impressive performances. Yep. But the sum total of it, I don't think is as good as
the lows for Imai are really low.
Yeah.
The highs for Imai are higher than Lambert. That's the thing. Like I'm somebody who's betting on the ceiling, not the floor in that situation. With Imai, but
yeah.
So people got up in Lambert. We don't know. About Lambert moving forward. Is this a direction he's going to start to move in if teams figured him out, whatever?
Yeah. The thing about Imai is since he came back, since he shook off that first rough start coming back, he's had, I think, 3 really impressive performances. And, where he went 6 innings and didn't allow a lot, if I remember correctly. Yep. But he's also had some really concerning ones, too. And he's still on the sum total of the season, obviously, hasn't been nearly as good as Lambert.
The only one that I can remember, and I don't know if you have his game log in front of you or not.
I just got it.
Yeah, the only one since that Seattle start where he gave up 6 runs in 4 innings, if I remember correctly, the only one out of the subsequent starts that I found really concerning was the one where he came in with a 9-0 lead in the first inning.
Yeah.
And couldn't make it out of the first.
Right.
Like all the other ones, there were like the one, honestly, the one other than the last one where his last start where he was just outstanding, the one that I found most impressive, I think there's a 6-inning, 3-run start that he has in there where he gave up all 3 runs early in the game.
Yeah.
But then he really straightened things out. I forget. It might have been against Detroit.
It was versus Cleveland.
That's who it was. It was a Friday night game against Cleveland.
Yeah, Detroit, he didn't allow any runs in 6 innings.
The Cleveland game, because he went. That was a game where all the outs were strikeouts.
Yeah.
But the first 13 hitters went 6 for 13, and then the next 11 went hitless.
Well, you know what it is, really? I mean, because remember earlier in the year we were marveling at how few quality starts the Astros pitchers have had?
Yeah.
So 6 innings and 3 or fewer runs allowed. 4 quality starts.
Yeah.
And, in his last 6 games.
Yeah.
Like that part of it is the innings eating and actually just having a quality start is just it's way above what we would have expected him or really any Astros pitcher in the first part of the
He's
season.
giving you a chance to win. Espada brings that up all the time. He brought it up with Lambert in that cut we just played. Gave up 4 runs. Yeah, ended up losing 5-4. Gave us a chance to win this game. So, yeah, that's so am I seeing this right, that the Astros, at least 2/3 of the announced team, is going to get some national shine here on the 4th of July?
I think almost everybody is getting national shine on the 4th of July. Their NBC and Peacock are doing some kind of a 4th of July celebration.
Okay.
Called, I lost it. I don't know. You're looking at it more than I am. The Star Spangled Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's going to be Todd Callis, Julia Morales, and Doug Wachter there.
Who is he?
He's the.
Who is this person?
I think he's the color commentator for the Rays.
Oh,
but he's
okay.
also a pitcher for the Rays.
Okay.
So I'm actually looking forward to that, just because the Rays have a very respected pitching development system. So I'm intrigued to hear who's starting on Sunday.
For the Astros, I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably whoever started yesterday, because they or today. Yeah, it might be Lambert.
Yeah,
It's 6 days away, whatever.
Yeah, so I'm intrigued by that.
I'm
We'll
too.
get Callis, and I like it when they do these some of these national streaming games
too.
or whatever, where you get the one commentator from each side.
Yeah, I do too. So they're doing 15 games on NBC Sports will generally feature a commentator and a color commentator from each team. 13 of the 15 games, including the Astros game, obviously, will have a field reporter. That'll be Julia Morales. So take that, whoever the Tampa Bay field reporter is. Julia got you. So that'll be cool. I'm here for that. Blum gets the day off.
So, yeah, where are we on? And yet it is one that we have a lot of people listening who don't have Peacock subscriptions, and you've probably burned through your free trials already on Peacock.
It says NBC Peacock, so I wonder if it's
locally they'll play it on NBC maybe.
I'm guessing.
It says NBCSN.
Oh, NBC.
I don't even know what the hell that is.
That's what Comcast used to be.
Oh, okay. So maybe they're just okay.
Yeah. That's what Comcast. If we still had Comcast Sports Network, it would probably be NBC Sports Network Houston.
So it sounds like you're going to have to get yourself a Peacock subscription for a day.
Yep.
Welcome to what everybody was clamoring for, a la carte. There you go.
Yeah, thanks a lot, everybody.
It's just turned into just an awesome, I can't remember my password. Okay, no. Oh, all right, I can verify it on my phone.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yep. All right, how big a lie did Diana Rossini tell? What would Seth Payne's advice be to somebody in this exact situation she found herself in? We've got that coming up next.
This is my advice to you. If you are not happy with your retirement plan, or if you just haven't even gotten started on it,
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so we won't reset the entire Rossini getting out of a ticket story. We've played it multiple times. She claims that she, the officer that pulled her over, they got into a conversation about the NFL. He claimed he was a fan of a team that was not the Jets or the Giants or the Buffalo Bills, and that she FaceTimed the coach of that team with the cop. Like
that's what she claimed.
She claimed that in a story that she told on the Stugotz show on Radio Row at the Super Bowl. As it turns out, the body cam footage surfaced yesterday of this particular traffic stop back on January the 19th. And as it turns out, yes, parts of her story were true. She did get into a conversation with the police officer about football. Turns out his favorite team was the Vikings. So let's play this one, Ben, where Rossini, the last Rossini here, where she shows the text from Kevin O'Connell. She says, "Oh, you're a Vikings fan. Well, hold on a second." Gets out her phone, opens up either text or DMs to the cop.
Let's see it. Oh, my God. KOC?
See what I said? Look what I said to him, though, just now. Go to the bottom.
Oh, my God. Wow. Pretty cool.
I love the Vikings. KOC.
Yeah. He seems like a dude.
Your quarterback sucks, though.
Your quarterback sucks.
Yeah,
is that
she
last
said
part.
KOC is awesome, but their quarterback sucks.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
You said their quarterback, right? Yeah, like,
I thought she said your. I don't know.
Yeah.
Either way, we know who
Depends.
she's talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So, JJ McCarthy now becomes a part of the scandal.
Yeah. The web of Rossini knows no bounds.
Everybody's being drawn in.
Everybody's being
Let me ask you this. So, Rossini was lying about the FaceTime part of it.
Yes.
As somebody, AJ Perez says, so Rossini lied about doing something journalistically unethical. She can't catch a break.
Well, that's the thing. Well, we didn't point that out before. The Athletic has commented on this entire story now that she's been telling, and she's gone now. She resigned.
They say it's a violation of her journalistic privilege to use it for her own personal gain like that.
Yes.
But she was lying about the FaceTiming part.
Right.
It was she did something journalistically unethical and then lied about it in the retelling of it, which, and again, I know, like, we talked about this earlier. Okay, you tell tall tales or whatever, you embellish when you're telling a story to make it more interesting. I think it's a different standard when you're a journalist where people are relying on you for facts. So it's a pattern of either embellishing or lying or whatever that just looks worse and worse for us.
Yeah. Because a conversation that they had on this FaceTime that never happened. He said this, and the cop said this, and then the coach said this. Like, okay, we now know it didn't happen. And it's because the body cam footage shows the entire traffic stop, including the dead time where the officer was writing the ticket. There's no pause in this thing where, it could have happened.
Writing up whatever he was writing up. He doesn't give her a ticket. Ultimately,
right.
His report.
He was just doing his administrative work. So this is the cop cutting Rossini a break.
Listen, I'm going to cut you a break on the cell phone. I understand your job requires you to be on the phone a lot. Just try to wait till you get home, okay? Keep me updated with the Vikings, okay? Let me know if KOC is going to get a new quarterback in. Of course. All right, man. Take care.
Okay. I'll credit Rossini with this. She had that cop eating out of her hands. She played a name drop perfectly.
Well, you know what the thing about Rossini is? She has an engaging personality.
She's got charisma.
She's got a lot of charm.
Yep.
You might look at her and be like, why is Vrabel risking it all for Rossini? She's got a certain she's got aura. Is what she's got, Sean.
Kids?
She's got aura.
Kids. Does Diana Rossini have aura?
I think she has aura.
713-572. I think she does too. No, I think she does. I think and she did the impressive thing because some people are equating this to a "Do you know who I am" situation, which we've seen other people do. She did it. She did a "Do you know who I am" in the most deft, was bringing up her job.
It was all part of, it was a natural flow of conversation. She wasn't trying to present it as a quid pro quo.
No.
She wasn't like, hey, I'm this person, and you should let me off because I'm somebody important.
She didn't even say her name.
Maybe it'll work out for you somewhere down the road.
She didn't even say her name when she got pulled over. She said, I'm an NFL writer, and Sean McDermott just got fired, and I'm trying to break the story.
Yeah.
So I think there was a twofold thing there. I think, one, she was explaining herself. Two, I think there's part of her like, oh, if this cop's a football fan, I've got him. I got him.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
That if this had gone a slightly different direction, how awesome it would have been if he was a Patriots fan. That would have been the best.
Well, she would have at least been telling the truth, because I guarantee you that there would have been a FaceTime. She would have FaceTimed Vrabel.
Yeah. I don't know. She was probably going to keep upping the ante as long as it took, for as much as it took. And given what's been alleged about Diana Rossini, who knows how far the ante would have gone in this situation.
Yeah. I tried to guess this. I went through this exercise of trying to guess who it was, and then literally 5 minutes later, the tweet with the body cam footage comes out.
Yeah. Look, a lot of people had ruled people out.
Yeah.
Certain coaches out.
Yep.
Had you ruled out Kevin O'Connell?
I had ruled out Kevin O'Connell. And again, I'm just handicapping it here. I know that there's a good chance. Obviously, I ended up getting it wrong. This is how I eliminated.
Well, it turns out it was nobody at all because you were working on bad information.
Well,
so,
it was. But no, Op's favorite team was, and who the coach was.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is that it was all of your speculation was based on a false story. So that some of the things that you're doing to like some people were like, hey, was the team still in the race? Because she said she called the coach at his office.
No, I get it. But it was still truthful that the cop had a favorite team and coach. That's what I was trying to determine.
Yeah.
That was still truthful.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It was Minnesota, he said. So that's what I was trying to figure out. Like, independent of FaceTimes and texts or whatever, like who could this cop's favorite team have been? And so we did what Florio did. I did what Florio did. I eliminated all the job openings.
Yeah.
I bit on what Florio did, and I eliminated the West Coast guys, even though that's probably not super smart. But I did, it's because of the time of day. It was at 9 in the morning.
Gotcha.
It was at 9 in the morning. Hey, I'm just trying to, play the odds here. I then eliminated the teams that I thought there would be little chance that a Jersey cop would root for.
Oh, okay.
So, Cincinnati, Indy, Houston, Denver, mostly based on geography, Midwest teams, Florida teams, things like that. I then eliminated coaches who haven't been head coaches long enough to have gotten caught in the web of Rossini, which would be Liam Cohen in Jacksonville was only a head coach for 1 year.
Yeah.
Ryan Schottenheimer just finished his first year, and Ben Johnson just finished his first year. I think she's above engaging with offensive coordinators and whatnot.
Yeah.
So I eliminated them. I also eliminated coaches who would not have the get out of a ticket charisma. Probably where the FaceTime it comes in here because like Dan Quinn and Matt LaFleur don't strike me as guys who would be able to woo a cop into eliminating a ticket.
So where did you eliminate? You eliminated Minnesota based on the Midwest
based on the geography. Yeah, it's a
Where'd
Jersey
you eliminate
cop.
D'Amico based on which progress?
Geography. Yeah,
okay,
geography.
gotcha.
Yeah.
D'Amico also just D'Amico doesn't play that game at all. Like other NFL, and I'm not saying like it's a good thing or a bad thing. There's some coaches just flat out don't want to play that game, the media insider game.
Yeah.
And I think I would not be surprised if D'Amico doesn't have a relationship with any reporter.
Yeah.
Like Rossini or otherwise like that, like kind of a personal texting.
I was left with Andy Reid, who I left in there because he used to coach in Philly, and I thought this cop, being up in the Northeast, might be a Philly fan.
Yeah.
Which also left Nick Sirianni. And I also have John Harbaugh in there. Even though he had just been hired by the Giants, I have John Harbaugh in there too. So so those are the three that I had come up with. In my mind, the most likely. Turns out it was Kevin O'Connell.
It's Kevin O'Connell, except it wasn't Kevin O'Connell. It was, I don't know. I give everybody a pass on trying to make any. Like you said, you eliminated some of the West Coast teams just based on the fact that the story was that that she was FaceTiming them at the office.
Yeah, that's true.
6 a.m. or
that's
whatever.
True. Yeah.
So it was just like any speculation whatsoever. You're dealing with false information.
Sure.
You're going to be wrong on it.
Yeah. Again, I was just trying to figure out who the cop's favorite team was, and
I don't know. There's so many people that have just weird, weird fandoms. Teams.
Totally, yeah.
I grew up with a kid that was a Seahawks fan for God knows what reason.
Absolutely, no.
It didn't make any sense at all.
No handicap is 100%. I was just handicapping the whole thing, yeah. So, but you gave out some good advice earlier to people, Seth. For those that weren't listening earlier, because you and I were talking off the air, and I was stunned that 44% of people get out of tickets. You looked that up.
44% of traffic stops result in a warning, give or take, based on one article that I read.
Right. So I asked you, what percentage have you gotten out of? Because I estimate that I've gotten out of maybe a third of mine.
Yeah.
Which I think is pretty good. Until I heard that 44%. I'm like, God, I must be a jerk. And then I hear that you estimate that you've gotten out of 90% of the tickets or your traffic stops.
I had a running tally for a long time because I had an incredible streak going where I'd gotten out of like 6 or 7 in a row. With each ensuing stop, my wife would grow more disgusted with how effective I was at evading the law. And yet, this is the biggest thing.
You never got that bad. You're at 90%.
There was no evasiveness about it. It was just there's a few key things you can do. And there's one that people they hear me say this and they don't believe it and they don't abide by it, and that's where they get where they get screwed over. What were the? Did you write down the?
No,
5
I didn't
points?
write them down.
I was going off the top of my head.
No. I was going to ask you if I could recite them to show that I was listening intently earlier.
Okay, go
so
for
I
it.
could get better.
Yeah.
The big one that you said at first was pull all the way over to the right as far as possible to keep it safe for the police officers.
Yeah,
that's number one. Number two is I think you said like when they come up to the car, like have your hands.
Yeah, be sure that the windows are down, the lights are on, your hands are on the steering wheel.
Yep.
Yeah.
One of the things you said was when you get asked to produce your license and registration.
Yeah.
It's okay to look in the glove box to go fish for those things. If you're looking at the cop, then it looks like you're fishing for a weapon.
Yeah. And sometimes people out of nervousness will do that because they're just freaking out and that's exactly what somebody does when they're looking for a gun while keeping their eye on the target.
Yep. So that was. I don't know if I have them in the right order, but I know those are 3 of them. I know another one too was when they ask the question.
Yeah.
Do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah.
Try to be as specific and acknowledging your transgression as you can possibly be.
And brutally honest. This is the disarming thing, and I think it might be the key, and it's the one that people, they have to fight against because your tendency is to say, I know I was speeding a little bit, and then when you're like, I was like 5 miles per hour over the speed limit, and they're like, actually, you were 15 over, and you go, oh, I was? Immediately, you're screwed then.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, buddy, yeah, okay, oh, no. So, like, the key is to be brutally honest about exactly how fast you're going, which does 2 things. One, they don't get that a lot. They don't get people being totally honest, so it kind of, like, sets you apart all of a sudden. But 2, at the very least, it shows that you were paying attention. Even if you, and it's okay to sneak in a little bit of an excuse there. I think that's where there's some latitude, and you got to read the body language of the guy.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like I was going 82 miles per hour, and I shouldn't have been. I just kind of got caught up in going with traffic or whatever. But like, that's the other part of it is don't act overly self-punishing or make it into a bigger deal than it is. These guys pull over 100 people a day.
Yeah.
It's not like you're being tried for murder or something. So like just trying to keep everything about a cop pulling you over has to do with their stress level.
Yeah.
Because they go from a situation where I might be in a dangerous situation here, I have no idea what, and the more at ease you can make them feel and the less like remarkable in some ways it is, the better.
Okay, I need a gut reaction from you. This is an important question. Okay, of those 4 things I just named, I think I hit most of what you were giving out. Of those
the
4,
the 5th point was try to make friends.
Try to make friends is the 5th one. Yeah. Okay, so of the 5 things, pull all the way over to the right as far as possible.
Yeah.
Windows down, hands on steering wheel, lights off. I'm going to put that all as one. Just like number 3 was. Number 3 was not making eye contact when you're getting the registration.
Yeah.
With the cop. Number 4 was what we just talked about. Acknowledging your transgression, and then number 5 being friendly. What do you think the biggest reason my success rate in getting out of tickets is 60% lower than yours? Which if you had to guess, which one of those am I most deficient at?
If I had to guess with you, you've told me that you pull all the way. Right? You've told me that.
Yeah.
I think probably the honesty part.
Yeah. Just like
do you act like, or do you act like, oh, I didn't realize I was driving that fast.
I don't do that, but I don't get I'll acknowledge I was probably speeding, but I don't get aghast when they tell me, no, you were 20. Like, really? I do actually. No, I do that. I'll acknowledge I'm speeding.
But you won't say I was going 80.
I won't.
Yeah.
If he gives me a number, I do act surprised by that. Like, wow, really? I definitely do that.
Yeah. Wow, really is the equivalent of I've only had a couple of drinks. It's like, all right. Yeah, we've heard that a bunch.
Yeah. Yeah. To be clear,
have we got any feedback from cops on this?
No, I was funny you say that. I was going to ask. Yeah, if you're a cop and you're listening,
because my suspicion is that the extreme honesty is the thing that they never hear, and that it probably softens their attitude towards you a bit.
If you're a cop and you're listening, give us a shout. All right, last segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys have going on In the Loop. We have not hit this story yet this week, but we hit it a ton throughout the last couple weeks. The latest in the Brendan Sorsby saga is kind of funny to me, that we will get to coming up next. Ability Trees.
Certainly will, Sean. Ability Trees will come to you, to your place of business, and he'll ask questions. But none of the do you know how fast you were going? He's like a tree whisperer.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We had not talked about this. We'll get to the text. Don't worry. We did have a couple police officers text in about a 4-point plan to get a warning instead of a ticket.
It's not a bulletproof plan. It's just increasing your odds.
That's it.
I think a lot of people get. I haven't gotten a ticket in a long time.
You're not doing the thing where it's like, if you get a ticket using this method, I'll pay for your ticket.
Yeah,
you're not doing that. Yeah,
God no.
yeah. You're not like, it's not that kind of guarantee. I laughed when I saw this last week. We didn't get to it yesterday. The Canadian Football League banning Brendan Sorsby from their league.
Yeah.
It made me chuckle.
Real quick, when I said I haven't gotten a ticket in a long time, I meant to say I haven't been pulled over in a long time. So
Gotcha. Gotcha.
I'm a much safer middle-aged man.
I am too.
I used to drive like an idiot. Yeah.
I did too. What was your reaction when you saw the CFL banning former Texas Tech, Cincinnati, and Indiana quarterback Brendan Sorsby from their league this summer?
This is what I said. I said good for the CFL, but it wasn't based on what people might think it is. It wasn't out of me saying tisk tisk Brendan Sorsby. I think that sometimes people just act like, oh yeah, the CFL. You go play up there, it'll be easy. They only have 3 downs. Yeah. I thought it was that. All right, like the CFL doesn't want to be any more wrapped up, doesn't want to be known as the place to go.
You can bet on CFL games. Yes.
Yeah, this is your safe haven if you're a problem gambler.
Right.
But that is also, I think that a lot of people think, they did this with Tebow. Oh, well, you can just go play. Canada would have been in the worst place for Tebow to play because it's an extreme passing league, Yeah. So it's not, I don't think that Brendan Sorsby going and playing in Canada, if they allowed him, would actually be the best strategy for him right now. Because I think there's a better chance than not that A, he wouldn't start, and B, if he did start, it might not look so hot.
Right.
And that there's a lot of different nuances to that game that aren't so easy to just quickly pick up, and that he's going to be competing against other actual bona fide professional quarterbacks. So I think it might be the best thing to happen to him, because for him, first and foremost, he's got to show real contrition. And there's got to be a nice little, maybe a little documentary about him tearfully, talking about how much he's been through and everything.
There needs to be a Tom Rinaldi sit-down interview with him.
Yeah.
Where not just Sorsby and Rinaldi, but everybody else watching is blubbering in tears.
Humanize himself somewhat, because right now, by and large, most outside of hardcore Cincinnati fans, University of Cincinnati fans, there aren't a lot of people who will know a whole lot about Brendan Sorsby, including Texas Tech fans. They never got to see him play football.
Correct.
So I think humanizing it, instead of just being this kind of mysterious guy who's hiding behind a wall of lawyers and agents, that's going to be a big part of it. And then I think probably working with somebody like quarterback coach.
Oh, Jordan Palmer?
Yeah, Jordan Palmer.
Yeah.
Somebody like that, to where he can work on some of the finer aspects of the game, and then especially working on, going through his progressions at an NFL level or reading defenses at an NFL level. All of those things are kind of a check against him on his scouting report right now. That's probably the best strategy for him, but it's and then, getting into the best physical shape he can to show that he can run in the NFL. I mean, he's got he can run.
He's very athletic.
But be in even better shape than you are right now. And I think by and large, he'll probably end up getting drafted based on his last year of work, which a lot of people thought, okay, a kid like this will probably get drafted in the first 3 rounds. And and it might work out for him too, in that the draft class in 2028 might be much softer than the 2027 draft class.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, no, that would work against. Yeah, never mind.
Well, he's eligible for the 2027 draft.
It'll be so he's screwed that way one way or the other.
Yeah. He's just when it comes to this CFL thing, or any other league for that matter, but especially the CFL because it is just a different style of football. It's a different dimension field. It's a different, as you pointed out, it's different rules.
Yeah, I mean, the receivers are allowed to get a running head start
it's not
before
the
the
same.
snap.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously elements of it that are the same, but not all of it. I just asked myself, what's better for him, a season in the CFL or a season doing all those things you just listed, working with a quarterbacks coach, rehabbing his image, staying in shape? I can tell you there's way less of a chance of injury playing in CFL or any other league. So, it's a good decision from that standpoint.
And I still like my idea. This is in the big book of business ideas. Chastity belts for your thumbs to keep you off of apps. It's really hard to operate a phone. So, like, when he's not practicing or playing football, he needs to have his thumbs fused to his index fingers.
Gambling?
To make it much harder to gamble on his phone.
Gambling, hand size, finger size, chastity belts.
Yeah.
It's a really good idea. I might take you up on that.
Sweeping the nation.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of quarterbacks, coaches, you sent this to me yesterday. How do you feel about Quincy Avery out here giving takes on the Texans offense?
It was weird to me because, not even on the Texans offense, but I don't know what his current relationship is with C.J. Stroud, but he has been a quarterbacks coach, or he's worked with C.J. Stroud before.
Yeah, not nearly as deep as he did with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, right.
They're attached at the hip.
They don't have a strict relationship, or as close a relationship, I don't think, but... Yeah. He didn't just give an opinion on the Texans offense. He gave his opinion about whether a quarterback like C.J. Stroud would like the Texans offense or Nick Caley.
Yeah, I've got it right here. I'll read it. The passing game, this is Quincy Avery, quarterbacks coach. The passing game took massive steps back last year with a new OC. He's talking about the Texans, obviously, who clearly doesn't see the game like C.J. does. My opinion, didn't ask him about this. So he's kind of trying to push C.J. out of harm's way here.
Yeah.
Successfully, I don't know. But that's what he's trying to do. Finishing the tweet. I honestly don't perform better with their offensive philosophy.
Right.
So he is down on the Texans offense heading into 2026.
Well, it's interesting because, if you're in the Patriots style system versus a West Coast system, I mean, CJ was in the West Coast system his first couple years, and that offensive coordinator got fired. And then they bring in a coordinator who's going to do more of the stuff that CJ wants to do, reportedly or allegedly, and have more command at the line of scrimmage and all of that stuff. I think that one of the other Quincy Avery tweets, was that the one? Did he mention the rushing offense in that one?
He did not. No.
Okay, the other one he had said that it was a team that ran the ball on first down. One of the most frequently. They were one of the, I think he said the most in the NFL. They were actually their passing percentage on first down, I think, was 26th in the league last year. So they were very run heavy on first down. That's not going to benefit C.J. Stroud when he's always in these second and third and long situations. And that C.J.'s a quarterback who's thrived in college and in his rookie year on hitting the deep ball. I agree with him there. I think the problem is, though, It's not like the Texans didn't try early on to take those deep shots. It's that they were really bad at protecting CJ while trying to do it.
Yes.
And you can only, when you're at Ohio State and you got an awesome offensive line and your quarterback can sit there and take your pick amongst future first-round NFL draft picks. And I think that the defenses that CJ's been seeing the last couple years, regardless of which system he's in, have been taken away a lot of the things that make it possible to throw those deep balls. And they're also, because they don't have to worry about stopping the run, they can sit back in coverages where they can pounce on the easy stuff underneath as well. So, because if you can't attack those defenses if you don't have time to let the routes develop downfield. And I think that's where the philosophy has a lot less to do with it than just the nuts and bolts of having an offensive line and a rushing attack that can actually get done what they're supposed to get done. For Nick Caley's sake, an offensive coordinator can only work with the hand that he's dealt. And I don't think that they just simply weren't capable of doing a lot of the more exciting and fun things when you just don't have the nuts and the bolts of the offense operating properly.
Yeah, I'm not as down on them as Quincy is coming into the season for sure.
Yeah, and I don't think the philosophy or the type of offense matters nearly as much to CJ either, you know, and like multiple quarterbacks. Like, look, Peyton Manning went from an offense where he pretty much dialed up a play every single play at the line of scrimmage to going to work with Kubiak, which in a classic case is much more of a predetermined, this is the play and this is what we're running it. They found out a way to make it work with CJ Stroud, obviously. You know, Matt Stafford figured out, like, he adds his own flavor to the offense. So it's not like there's just strict systems out there that only allow so much at pre-snap.
Yep. Couple texts here, and then we'll bring in the guys from In the Loop. This goes back to the traffic stop stuff, Seth. Sean, the number one rule, be attractive. Signed a fellow bald guy that needs more gym time. that may have something to do with it, with my
I don't
low
think
ratio.
I've got such. It's not like I'm so good looking that male police officers are like, well, is your name Ryan Gosling or Seth Payne? I can't possibly give you a ticket.
I think you underestimate your animal magnetism, my friend. Last one. 30-plus years with the sheriff's department. Getting out of a ticket is all about your attitude.
Yeah. Okay, so does he address any of my points or anything?
No, just says all about. I mean, kind of.
Everything that I'm saying, like, to do is like it's something that would show like a good attitude, I think, for what the cop might be.
Yep. Big key. No millennial response to how fast you were driving. LOL.
Whoa!
That Z-Trip Dave sent that in. Z-Trip Dave giving me my ride to the airport on Thursday this week. Shout out to the ZTD.
See, that's a good driver right there.
Yeah, he's a good driver.
He's got a CDL. He's allowed to take a shower at the truck stop.
Absolutely he is.
Now, what if he pulls into the... I rented an RV once, and one thing I discovered was that the truck drivers do not... you don't feel all that welcome when you pull into one of the diesel pumps at a truck stop.
With your nice RV?
With your big RV,
yeah.
I still don't know. Like, I remember it'd be easier to figure that stuff out now. This was when I barely had internet on my phone.
That's
I
funny.
was like, I read this RV. Like, I don't even know where I'm supposed to get gas with this thing.
Yep.
So I just started pulling into the truck stops.
Yeah.
I don't think they liked it.
Outsider. Yeah.
You definitely don't like it when you're like trying to sleep at a truck stop.
Oh,
like,
no, you're an interloper. You're an interloper, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, on Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Hi, guys.
Howdy.
How we doing?
Doing all right. I honestly have no idea if I'm just not in the right demographic for the advice when it comes to police stop. There has been no consistency, and I have no idea how. Like, really and truly, it might have just been because I had eaten Buc-ee's and the wrapper was still on my passenger seat because the state trooper, mind you,
who did statey,
right? Like, my expectation is once I see that state trooper, all right, go ahead and hand me the ticket. Yeah. And so maybe I was just more calm about it, thinking that was going to be the case. But he walks up and he goes, "All right, license and registration." I give that to him, and he looks down and he goes, "Yeah, you were at Buc-ee's?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "What'd you get?" Brisket sandwich. He's like, "All right." And he's like, "All right, it's gonna be a warning." Goes back to the car to dry it up, and I was like,
"Oh, so you think that's what it was?"
I have no idea. That's my point. I have no idea what created that circumstance. I was just like, "All right, I will take it. Do not look gift horse in mouth."
Okay.
The book that I had read when I was in high school about how to get out of a speeding ticket. This is the value of reading, kids. It was written by a former New York State trooper. And I guess at the time he said that the New York State Thruway is like one of the most heavy patrolled speed limit, like whatever in the country. But he said this is his story that he told, which was that the hardest he ever laughed at a traffic stop was when he pulled somebody over. The driver, who was a black man, put his head out the window as he was walking up, and he said, "You only pulled me over because I was speeding," and he said he was buckled over with laughter and just and waved the guy on after that.
All right, maybe I should write that down. I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea. if I should try that.
Yeah, try it. Yeah, try it. That's hilarious.
And then he went on a long racist rant. It was kind of uncomfortable, really. I had to separate a lot of what he was saying from the valuable information that he was giving.
Right. So, fellas, what is the question of the day today for the In the Loopers?
Terrific day of soccer yesterday, although...
As good as it gets, right?
It was, we're calling it June Madness.
2 games of PKs.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of PKs, I think it's dramatic, but there are probably better ways to determine, the outcome after 90-plus minutes.
There's probably
120 minutes.
More fair ways to do it for sure. I mean, I don't know that you're getting necessarily the best team.
Right.
You have a better chance of getting the best team winning doing penalties.
But it seems awesome when you start them. There's a lot of drama.
Super tense.
What are some things in life that seem better than they really are?
Oh, okay. I've got one.
Seth is going down. He's alphabetizing his
I'll tell you
list.
one thing. Yeah, the ninth donut. As a man who's a connoisseur of binging on anything that I like, I can tell you just about everything.
The ninth of anything. Yes.
Ninth of anything.
I'd say
14th bowl of fruity pebbles.
right. I would say, you know what one is for me? Amusement parks.
Oh, that's a good one.
I'm not a big. And it fits exactly what you're saying. I get excited about the thought of going there. I get excited when I get to the property, and then there's just so many things about it that I'm like, why am I here?
Right.
When was the last time you went sans children?
To an amusement park?
Yeah.
Amy and I have been to Disney multiple times.
Okay, so I was just trying to suss out if this was just like having to be a parent while doing this.
Yeah, Disney. We went to Dolly World a couple years ago, and I'm not saying I had bad times there.
Yeah, but it's not quite
But you go
fulfilling.
in. Yeah, and I've been to amusement parks probably hundreds of times in my lifetime. And every time I go in like I get overrun with all the glitz and the sounds and the color and everything else. And by usually an hour and a half in, I'm like, I've had enough.
I'm done.
I've had enough. Amy might be listening. She don't want to hear that. Amy, it's not going to reduce our chances of going to Disney or Dolly World again someday. She'd love both those places. Yeah. But so that's it for me.
Yeah.
Amusement parks. Yeah.
Let's say, you know what this is an interesting one because it's selectively, but it's the best relationship test there is. If it's post-coitus. If your immediate feeling is like, oh boy, that wasn't worth all the stuff I said. The promises I made, that's it. Okay, this relationship's over. Whether it was worth it or not is a really good indicator of how you actually feel about the person.
One of the things that Seth said fall in line with two of the things that immediately popped in my mind.
Okay. I don't like the way you set that up.
One was an all-you-can-eat buffet. They seem so awesome. Even in Vegas where they're better.
Yeah.
You after a plate, you're like, well, now I have to eat another plate.
I think the biggest thing for me with those is I end up crunching the numbers afterwards, and I'm like, I don't know if I really got my money. So I think they got me.
Yeah. You got to go in with the plan of attack, which honestly is not the way that you should handle
eating. I want to relax while I eat. Yeah.
You know what? Long before one meal a day became a fad, in the diet world, I knew a couple of retired guys that loved to just that was their. On any given day, they might just say, nope, I'm going to go to Golden Corral, and I'm going to sit there for 2 hours, and that's my meal for the day. I'm not hungry again until the next day. And I think for those guys, they really, they got the most out of it.
Yeah. And the other one is Seth mentioned coitus. And
just period?
And mine was similar, having fun in the water.
Oh yeah,
in the water, never ever as good as it seems.
Having that kind of fun in the water.
I was like, aren't you a fisherman?
And having that kind of fun in the water, never as good as it seems.
Yeah,
it's a great idea.
Yeah, and the movies really make it out to be a big thing. Yeah, the movies kind of sell it as a big thing.
Yeah.
Amy is listening right now. Hi, Amy. Disney is not an amusement park; it's a life experience. There you go. We'll be going.
That's
to
what I thought about fun time in the water.
Yeah.
Disney. The problem with amusement parks is it's a lot more fun if you get that express pass, but I can never feel of having the express pass.
Get out of
here. When
here.
you're walking past people. I don't like that. I don't even like it, man. At the airport, I don't like getting in the. I don't like getting in the priority, it's
I love
the desk.
I love the look of disgust that is happening here in this room right now.
Love
Sean just does that.
Yeah. I hate, you know what I hate? If it's if group one is boarding and somebody's standing there, I hate having to ask,
pass them.
Are you in group one?
I will tell you.
Or are you a peasant?
You know what? You know what person I did not like with it? This doesn't happen anymore because Southwest boards like all the other airlines do now, but back in the day, a year ago, when Southwest would put people in groups of 5 in line, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, blah, 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 the person who felt like that group, your subset of 5, had to be in the order.
Sean, you can go die. Honestly, you can go die right now. Because you know why? Because you sound like a rookie traveler. We're all going to the same place.
No.
Oh, to speak nothing of emergency exit rows and the advantage you get if that one person, because there's always somebody that's trying to be like, hey, we're all going to the same place, and they jump in front, and then all of a sudden that person is the emergency exit row.
Okay, before I die, can I clarify? I'm not talking, yes, if you're up in that A1 through 15 and you're vying for the emergency rows, and I know the emergency rows mean more to you as a large person than they do to me. I'm talking about the people that are in B46 through 50, and 47 has to be in front of 48. That's you.
Luggage space.
That's a good counter. That's not a bad counter, actually.
Okay.
I've been on too many Southwest flights.
Yeah. Well, I look forward to walking past you in a line someday and sneering at you.
Yeah, this is
because this man of the people has to hang with the crowds.
The numbers are there for a reason, and you want us to live in chaos.
Chaos within a 5-person subset.
Yep.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm saying.
Fight for every inch. I will fight for every inch.
Time for me to go.
That was literally his job in football, was fighting for every inch as a nose tackle. It's literally his job.
I'm about to wish him antibodies, and the guy just told me to go die a minute ago.
Well, maybe today you don't wish him antibodies.
Yeah, maybe. No, I will. It's tradition like no other. All right, we're done. We are out of time. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and I hope you get that back row that doesn't decline.
I don't mind it.
If any airline ever brings back...
You know how I feel about putting the seat back. I'm not a put the seat back guy. I think people put the seat back should go die.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
I definitely felt that way on the flight last month or a couple months ago.
Yep. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Azula, John Lopez. That was saucy. That was fun.
I like it.
Yeah.
Crosstalk
was saucy. Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. Yeah, hopefully I'm back tomorrow. And they start now.
Yep. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And I feel like we'll know if Sean is upset with Seth, if he ever wishes him antibodies but for the wrong illness. Antibodies but not for the thing that's currently raging right now. I hope that you're completely able to that. All right, let's get going here on a Tuesday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Attitula. Figgy Fig is on the ones and twos here on this Tuesday. And you rolling with us in the various different ways that you can get involved on the program. The text line is 713-572-4610. Appreciate you to the Mo Camera and Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
The YouTube page is Sports Radio 610. The Twitch chat is 610 Houston. I'd like to take a quick moment here, John Lopez.
Okay, please do.
Because, I'm very excited about the thing that we are set to talk about. But I'm more excited about the thing that's coming up this week on Friday.
Yeah.
Myself and Ron are engaging once again in the Reggie and Ron Radiothon. Yes, indeed, the second annual. I realize that I have not given them really many updates on this, and my bad. Yeah. However, Friday. I didn't even do it in the big enough way.
Friday.
Okay, John. That's what I'm talking about. I like that. It's almost a shame that you won't be here. But yeah.
I'll be on the phone.
I bet you will.
I'll be on the boat.
6A to 6P. We are kicking Sean and Seth off the air.
Yeah.
We are kicking Clint off the air. Just kidding. I mean, obviously, we want them to be involved. We want everybody. We want everybody to be involved with this because what we do is we go 12 hours of radio. Myself, Ron, and obviously a number of guests in order to raise money for the Houston Food Bank, who, they do fantastic work, cover over 1 million people in the greater Houston area. And last year we raised $28,000. I would like to up that because obviously it is great work that is happening, and it is our fellow Houstonians. And so it was cool that we did that last year. We love to do that again this year. There's a few things that we have. Like letting off dinner with each of the shows. And so we'll do that again, and we're going to make it just a little bit bigger this year.
All right.
So make sure to keep it locked all week long. You'll hear the promos. We'll talk about it, and we'll get you ready for Friday when the second annual Reggie and Ron Radiothon takes off. There's a lot of excitement around that. And, John, I would like to think that it rivals June Madness, but I have a feeling that it's just not going to rival the excitement of June Madness.
It is June Madness, isn't it? Let me ask you both this. It's not just, and Figgy might be the best sort of litmus test for this. It's not just us anymore, right? It's not just us, whether you're a casual soccer fan or a heavy duty soccer fan, or you've been watching soccer, for the vast majority of our lives, like yourself and me. It is June Madness. Everybody, I got 2 or 3 texts this morning One from Mark Vandermeer, whose little heart was broken last night.
That's right.
When Morocco,
no.
Bless his heart.
Well, he knows what his nation's been doing.
When Morocco won in penalty kicks, and people that normally you would think, I don't even know if they watch or if they pay attention. It's taking over. It has exceeded expectations, right?
Yeah.
And it is entrenching itself, even if it's just for a couple of months.
I know that, social media is not by any means the entirety of the world.
Right.
However, via social media, definitely seeing people tap in ways that I would not have expected as you're detailing. But also, like, I've seen people explicitly be like, okay, so my anti-soccer agenda, I'm kind of laying this one down. I'm having a lot of fun.
I'm in
watching this.
Right.
And it's been spectacle, man. And I say that spectacle obviously can have a negative connotation a lot of times. And I often, it's been the good kind of it, right? Like, it's just, this is something that is incredible to see, and I must see it through. And like, that has been one of the things that we absolutely need. Because have you thought about what this last, I don't know, few weeks feels like without this World Cup right now?
Oh my gosh, we're just twiddling our thumbs.
It's so very different.
Fans. But let me ask you this, Figgy, before I ask the question that I want to kind of pose for everyone here. Is that true? I mean, has it kind of gotten into you a little bit more than just hey, that's a cool tweet or something?
Yeah, no, for real. Like, I think it was really good. And like I said, I had it on every time I come home, and I was sitting there, my wife was, I think she was cooking in the background, and she kind of got into it.
Yeah.
To the point she started asking me questions, and we both were sitting there like, oh, he blocked it. Oh. So I think that the Germany game, I actually lost my voice a little bit, man, because I was yelling. And I don't even be doing all that.
At the house? You were watching this with nobody, like, you were watching this at a watch party or nothing.
Yeah, because, the PKs, as y'all like to say, just seeing Germany going down like that and the other squad just blocking those kicks, I'm like, oh, my God.
Let me tell you something real quick that's very similar to that. My wife, she knows I watch
that saint of a lady.
She's all right.
That's why she's a saint of a lady, mind you.
She knows I watch it on Saturdays and Sundays, and I keep up with soccer and all that, but she does not. It's just kind of on. She came home yesterday and said, don't tell me what happened in the Germany game.
Whoa.
That sign, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
In addition to that, it doesn't hurt that these matches have been really good. I think it was Rebecca Lowe on the Fox Sports broadcast made mention of 25 of these matches have been decided in extra time, like after 90 minutes. In fact, all 4 of the knockout round matches that we've had to this point have been decided after that 90-minute mark hits, whether it's extra time or rather whether it's added time is what I mean. And then if there's the extra time afterwards or the 2 matches that went to penalties. Like this, I think that's also something where if you want to get to the American sports fan, give me some drama. And there has been no shortage of drama within this tournament.
That leads directly to the big question here is why? Why all of a sudden now is soccer and the World Cup really entrenching itself? I think one of my answers is exactly what you said. All 3 games yesterday had a goal, whether game deciding or game tying, after the 90th minute. Think about that.
Yep.
That's that's a Hail Mary pass. I mean that's a last second touchdown. And that's why I think that resonates with American fans. The drama at the end of a game, like, oh man, what a game, that kind of thing.
Do you also think part of it too is the underdog part of it, where it's like, wow, this they beat Germany? Yeah. Wow, I didn't see that coming.
That is a good point, and actually leads to a question that I wanted to ask because we have seen the Netherlands, go down. Japan goes down, although Japan was probably they're underdog within. Strong. Yeah, I mean, not bad. Don't get me wrong, but Brazil is the better side of that, unquestionably. You get the Morocco, which technically actually isn't an upset if you look at the FIFA rankings, but feels like some level, at least when we talk about the historical deference that is given to European nations, especially over African nations. The Germany-Paraguay upset definitely is one that you talk about within that, or maybe I should say Paraguay for my guy Clint. The question I ask is, do you think that's a good thing for the tournament itself? Because one thing that I will always stand on is in the NCAA tournament, which, again, the June Madness moniker is taken from the March Madness moniker, at least as we've done it on this program. I don't think that having all the upsets relatively early in the tournament is a good thing. in the NCAA tournament, right? I think that we love the excitement that it brings in the moment, but then the style and the quality of game that you get on the back end in the rounds where you really care about it is definitely a step down. Do you feel like that would be the same impact and effect in the World Cup, as clearly we've had more teams represented, and it feels like these opportunities have been emboldened because of the expansion from 32 to 48 teams? Is it possible that, assuming that this kind of underdog story continues to happen, like Paraguay getting that victory, and I guess like the feeling of Morocco getting that victory, even though I don't think that that's an underdog situation, do you think that that could serve to kind of undercut the greater good of the World Cup at the end of it?
Absolutely not. I think it's a great thing. And you mentioned the reason why. Even though, the basketball junkie in you says, I don't know if it's really good for basketball that you have all these upsets in March Madness. Ultimately, you do have the certain blue bloods in the Final Four.
Sure.
And that always so you have the common the upset factor, the underdogs, and the blue bloods. France is probably still going to be there at the end. Spain is probably still going to be there at the end. I mean, maybe not, but I'm saying ultimately Argentina.
Sure.
You're going to have these teams there at the end, but in the meantime, you have legit June madness.
You know what I love, though, is we have gotten to the madness portion of this, because I think that people, and I see this on the text line from 8 through 2, they said they worked all the last 6 games at NRG for security, said never got to see any of the games because their back was to the pitch, but they love the spirit of the fans. I think that all that nicey good stuff was real cute. This is where the soccer happens. Like, this is where it gets to be competition, right?
Did you see Mexican fans last night?
I did. Mexico-Ecuador is probably like the biggest of the 3 matches, although all 3 of them very fascinating, at least to me, I imagine, for the average watcher, for these reasons, right? The first one is Ivory Coast-Norway. That starts at noon today. Norway has Erling Haaland, a absolute just goal-scoring Viking machine of a man, versus an Ivory Coast team that's been very good as well. So that should be a well-matched match. The second one is France and Sweden, maybe a little less well-matched. However, Kylian Mbappe has been incredible. Ousmane Dembele had an incredible match last time. Like, that's just going to be a monster of a team in France. And then you have Mexico, who is they're trying to get their groove back to some degree, because the last couple of World Cups it hasn't been that. They just have a fascination for that team. Plus, they are hosting it with all of the verve of a team that's hosting it, and they're doing the most sportsy of sports.
We can get a little taste of it, can't we?
This is what it sounded like in the wee hours of the morning.
2 a.m.
Outside. Well, I saw some that were 2. I saw some where that were 3, 4 a.m. in the wee hours of the morning. Royal Hotel, rather I should say the hotel in Mexico where the Ecuador team is staying. They were doing this. Oh, yeah, baby. You thought you were sleeping tonight? Oh, no.
They were doing it all.
We having a party and celebration in your honor, baby.
They were honking horns.
Don't forget, this match is at 8 p.m. Central Time, baby. I hope that you get a nap tomorrow. Oh, we might be out here playing music again, too. Like, we're getting into the, look, man, all that group play and, we're all happy for everybody. It's nice. We're kissing South Koreans on the face and stuff. That's all nice. Now we are here for the serious business.
All night long. And there was a guy with a motorcycle. Just all he did was sit on his motorcycle. I would lose my mind. But it has everything.
Yeah, man.
It has everything, and I think it's starting to entrench itself.
Yeah, I think if you've enjoyed the World Cup to this point, we get to a place where it's going to get even more exciting. If you love competition, I feel like you listen to Sports Radio 610. You definitely do that. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the June Madness, and shout out to the upset. Shout out to incredible soccer, especially if that's something that has kept you interested and having a good time here this summer. All right, coming up next, we get ready, or rather, we turn things over to the Astros, who unfortunately lose yesterday. But I don't think the loss on the field was the most important thing. Jeremy Pena is going down to the IL once again. Does this feel like a vibe killer? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You've said that one specifically. Don't get out. Biggie, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday in the great city of Houston. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos. Shout out to Bryson getting his hands on the board. I see you, big dog, over there. The defensive end with 8 sacks,
in a game,
man.
That's incredible.
We still need to figure out what's all involved there.
Damn, in a game?
In a game. You sit next to him. Why are you asking me? Like I know.
I thought it was throughout the season.
Nah, man. He had
a game.
Now I also need to figure out how much of those 8 sacks were created. Like, sometimes it's the individual who's like, I'm out here cooking, and sometimes it's the Caden McDonald has a triple team right now, and so this makes it a little bit easier.
There were a few of those.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Bryson. I appreciate you being honest in that.
Bryson basically put his hand on it to get that.
Bryson is out here stealing sacks.
Yeah, 6-man blitzes just took advantage of it.
Yeah.
Look, man, they still count on your record. Like I feel like if we go into the Georgia State records, it's gonna show up at that. So no, but appreciate you rocking with us here. The Astros have been a very interesting team of the last couple of weeks. Obviously, winning the 5 previous series and getting themselves to be in a good place. Unfortunately, last night, I won't say the luck ran out because that feels like too much, but they just couldn't quite get over the line. A 5-4 loss in which 3 of those runs score with one when they had 1 out to go. Right, it was not in the bottom of the 9th, 2 outs, and then they start scoring some runs, and they were this close to getting a little extra innings going. But that loss, which brings them to 2 games back in the AL West, a game and a half back in the wild card for that final wild card spot, quick like that, and none of that really is super front of mind for me. Like obviously it is a part of this. It's the race that the Astros are running right now.
Yeah.
The big thing is that Jeremy Pena gets injured in this game. And come to find out, Jeremy Pena, the injury is going to, make him miss some time again. In fact, this was Joe Espada after the game giving us an update on Jeremy Pena and the injury that he sustained.
Yeah, it's a left mild calf strain, and it's going to be a minimum IL stint. So hopefully it won't take very long for him to get back.
A minimum IL stint, huh?
Yep. Grade 1 right hamstring strain is what he had earlier on in the season. And he had a cramp in that hamstring as well, but this is being described as like a little bit of leg discomfort that ultimately that you're trying to see if this is a minimal stint. Now, he's going to miss time, right? And let's take Joe Espada at his word. I don't know how inclined you are to do that.
I mean, how inclined is anyone at this point?
Right, fair, which is honestly fair. But even if it is a minimal stint, is this a vibe killer for the Astros, who have been on quite a vibe over the last few weeks?
Yeah, I think just inherently it is, just because that's a key cog that you have. I think the real vibe killer is going to be minimum. To me, a soft tissue injury is at least 2 weeks. That's bumping right up against the All-Star break. So what that tells you is we may not see him until after the All-Star break.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Just because why push him back for 4 or 5 games or whatever it may be, and then risk aggravating it again. So I hear him. I understand, and like you said, maybe we can just take him for his word. But there is no way in hell I would put him back on the field before the All-Star break.
Oh, like you're just don't rush him back because of the stakes that it puts on the entirety of the team for the entirety of the season.
I mean, if you're fancying yourself as a contender, and clearly they're in the hunt now, then why would you do that? Because a soft tissue injury is at least 2 weeks. I mean, it just is. Whether you call it a cramp, and by the way, for it to happen twice in the span of about a week, that's a little alarming as well. Whether it was a cramp, was it just a cramp? That kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, which is going to be, 10 days minimum? Well, maybe they can, make it retroactive or whatever, but I think it's going to be at least 2 weeks. And if it's 2 weeks, that means it's probably should wait till after the All-Star break.
Yeah, and obviously someone on the text line has pointed to something that is clearly something that you have to consider, which is that extra time once you get to the All-Star break could also give him that rest that's necessary to be as fresh as humanly possible. The question is, how do you manage the infield? Now I know Reynel Delgado just went back, was optioned because Nick Allen comes back from his IL stint, and maybe that you end up just bringing Reynel Delgado right back up after. Is that even a possibility? Actually, with Jeremy Pena going down, I actually I'm not gonna lie, I know Nick Allen has had some very timely hitting relatively recently before he ended up getting injured. I don't know that I love the idea that Nick Allen is going to have to play a little bit more, especially with Carlos Correa not being there to slide to shortstop. That is another thing that I think about. And on top of the fact that clearly Jeremy Pena at the top of this lineup has been very important to what's been happening.
Yeah, I think, you're just going to have to mix and match. I mean, to answer your question, there's no right answer and plug and play, at the shortstop position. It's a hit. And by the way, it's actually closer than I thought. I'm looking at the calendar right now. The All-Star break is July 10th to July 14th. So absolutely, positively, no way that you'll see him before then. And if you look at the calendar, that's a minimum of 2 weeks. So, yeah, I wouldn't expect to see him until mid-July at the earliest. And until then, I mean, you're just mixing and matching with the number of things that you just mentioned.
Does that really? I think that there's a possibility that this could kind of change the vibe of what's happening here. And I know that sounds crazy, especially because we were talking about this team as kind of the Roaches, right? The proverbial Roaches in the way that Charles Barkley talked about those 90s Rockets. But the top end of this still mattered a great deal, and I hesitate. I really do hesitate to see how this goes without Jeremy Pena, who's been one of the guys that you lean on. But maybe they were able to continue to just be so resilient in that way for this to go. Because again, I mean, late in this game, they do almost make the comeback that almost feels like it's stifled because an umpire does not allow Christian Walker to put in an ABS challenge that would have given him a walk, would have had a runner on base for a big, or an additional runner on base. A runner on base for a big home run that ultimately, if you can do this, even with the butterfly effect of things, would have put you at a tie game at the 9th before you move on and allows you to maybe go get a victory that probably pulls you closer to the slim margins that are here.
I mean, maybe, but you mentioned butterfly effect. Maybe you're pitching the next guy differently, et cetera. So I have my thoughts on that. You'll hear them during confessions, of course, on the whole Christian Walker thing. But in the near term, who are your infielders right now that can play shortstop?
That can play shortstop?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Nick Allen will have an opportunity to do that.
There's one.
Let me see. Who do you actually have up at this moment to be able to do that?
I mean, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, there's just not a whole lot of infield options, so you're going to have to make some roster decisions as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a possibility. Do you have? Well, I was about to say, Bryce Matthews was a second baseman. Has he played any shortstop anytime relatively recently for you where you feel comfortable putting him at short? Because, I mean, he's been a guy that's kind of had to move around for you.
But then what do you do? I mean, I'm saying he also has played third. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, it's slim pickings right now on the left side of the infield.
Yeah, this is going to be another thing for them to try and navigate. There's constant pressure put on Joe Espada, and I imagine Joe Espada's got to be like, damn, another one.
Yeah, I mean, just look at their injury list right now with all the guys that are on it. Of course, Correa, Shoemake is another infielder on the injured list. It's very slim pickings.
From the 713, you do realize that it's the other leg and not the original leg that he had the hamstring issue. Yes, yeah.
But it's the same that he had the cramp in, isn't it?
No, the cramp was also on the right side.
Oh, okay.
So it was the hamstring.
I thought it was.
Okay, so yeah. I thought there was a miscommunication there. But yeah, the idea that there's hamstring, there's calf.
Yeah.
Clearly, he would benefit from getting off his feet. But obviously, the question is do the Astros, in the way that they've been playing, does this shift the balance and the vibe of what they've been doing? I mean, you would sure hope not, especially because even with the pitching, like they've been managing to get over. Even Peter Lambert last night gives up a lot of long shots that should be like just home runs, where the Twins score as opposed to really affecting him on the base paths per se. But still, like that. The margins are very slim for the way that this team wins. Even in these streaks that we're talking about, it has been managing to get runs late to get back into games as opposed to dominating them. And so it feels like a player of Jeremy Payne's magnitude.
And even as far as the lineup on a day-to-day basis, who you putting where, and how does it make your rallies look, when you do rally?
Yeah, this is going to be a very intriguing thing to see the Astros try and navigate, and they have to figure it out very quickly because, as you mentioned, like the All-Star break is bearing down on them quickly, and as I mentioned to start, like the standings change very quickly. Where you were a game down versus the Rangers. The Rangers are continuing to win really well, at least in this stretch. So now you're 2 games back, and really the more sinister thing for me is that I look at the wild card that you were sitting in. You were sitting in that 3rd wild card spot. Was that a day ago? Was it yesterday?
Yesterday, yeah.
And now you're a game and a half back, just like that. And so like you can't afford too much of a slide as you continue to try and chase the opportunity at postseason baseball.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day, inspired by yesterday's soccer with the World Cup, where you had 2 different penalty kicks outcomes in the knockout rounds. What are some things in life that just seem better than they really are? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. We discuss it next.
The Drive with Stoerner. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Yeah, man, I'm just thinking about the Pena thing. We started going down through who you could possibly have as a middle infielder, and it just feels like Nick Allen is going to play a whole bunch of shortstop.
And we were looking at some of the potential call-ups, and even there, the pickings are slim.
Yeah, it does suck that Reynel Delgado, like literally the day prior.
Shea Whitcomb?
Maybe that's just Shea Whitcomb is moved, and you try and work him a little bit. But both of those guys feel like very bottom of the lineup type guys, right? 9-hole hitter type guys. And you're bringing that guy in to replace what was a leadoff or 3-hole hitter for you. And so, yeah, man, it changes obviously the top of your order. It also changes the opportunity for the bottom of your lineup to turn this thing over, because it felt like at least relatively recently the bottom of your order had been getting better at doing some of that turning over and giving you some production at the plate. It remains to be seen. Obviously, the Astros have just been kind of a struggle to get it done type of team over the last few weeks. So maybe they keep doing that. And make this a non-factor. Let's get to the question of the day, though, inspired by the soccer where penalty kicks abounded, and boy, did we get drama last night.
Yeah, it was big time, and 3 of the best games. I mean, that was about as good a day of soccer as you can find, with just the matchups that they had. Obviously, the drama, the 90th plus minute goals that were just prevalent all over. And I want to say this, I actually like penalty kicks, because of the drama, because of the goalkeeper being able to make a stop, guessing the right way or whatever. But it's not ideal. It does leave you a little bit unfulfilled.
Before I respond to that, question of the day is indeed, what are some things in life that seem better than they really are? 713-572-4610, because that is what you were positioning penalty kicks as.
Yeah.
And I would like to turn to you, audience, and I'm talking directly to you in this moment, John.
Why?
Don't be like John. Don't come into this thing and
like it. I don't love it.
Don't walk into this thing.
Yeah.
Like you walk into this restaurant and like, man, I just found out about this restaurant, man. Why didn't y'all tell me about it? It's awesome. However, it'd be better if they changed this on the menu. Don't be that guy.
No, you can do
Don't
that.
be that guy.
Everybody's that guy.
Don't be that guy.
No, you're wrong.
You just got here. Don't be trying to change everything.
Everybody's got.
There's a reason why things are where they are.
First of all, I did not just get here. I've been watching and following soccer my entire life.
Yet and still, don't be that guy.
My entire life.
These are the things that people dislike. This is the way that get people to not like you at a party. That's a lovely party.
No,
have you considered maybe serving something different for an appetizer?
There is a better way to do this in soccer. First of all, start answering the question.
I disagree.
What are some things in life that seem better than they really are? And I had a hunch you were going to disagree, but you're deep into the soccer tradition, the nerdy aspect of it. I get, like I said, I like penalty kicks, but there's better ways to do it. There is a better way to do it. Let's say each team actually plays soccer. In other words, each team gets 3 corner kicks.
Like they did for 120 minutes prior?
Yes, but with a better chance of scoring. Like each team gets 3 corner kicks, and in those corner kicks, as soon as you kick the ball or the ball touches someone on the field, you have like 5 seconds to finish that play or clear the ball, and all of a sudden that's exciting. That's actual soccer being played to determine the outcome of a game. That's what I think would be better, but that's neither here nor there. Like I said, I like them. I like the drama. I love the drama, but I think there's just a better way. So some things in life that seem better than Texter had a really, really good one. You mentioned one that I mentioned last week that also fits this category. Texter said cruises.
That's
a cruise.
That's an interesting one because I think that the value of the cruise is the quality control, right? Like I think a cruise is a great way to see the world if you're a little sketchy on like going to a place. Like there's some places where you go, I don't know if I'll actually like the local cuisine. You know what's a great way to handle that? Get on the cruise. They got food on the boat. You can go try the local cuisine. If it doesn't hit you, we can get back on this boat and go eat a burger or something, right? Like I know that there's some quality control there. Or maybe you're one of these people that doesn't sleep well unless you're in your own bed or a familiar bed.
True.
Well, you're going to have the same bed most nights. You get off the boat, You go, you see things, you come back on it, and like there's a level of quality control. I feel like you just have to have a certain appreciation for some of these things.
But you can see where, you get on a cruise and it's packed and it's, it's too Americanized. There are burgers there and stuff rather than going to this country.
Right, like you step off the boat in Croatia, you don't know what you're going to get. But you know what? We're going to see. We're going to pick at it a little bit. If I like it, cool. If I don't, we got a fallback plan, which is go back on
chicken
this boat.
Tenders.
Yeah, man, get your chicken tenders, bro. Get back here.
You know what there's an old saying in cruises, in the cruising industry. And that old saying is, you know who goes on cruises? Newlywed, overfed, and nearly dead. That's the clientele that goes on a cruise.
I will say that has shifted. They be out there.
Yeah,
I will leave that for interpretation.
I've seen the videos.
They be understand how like
is it Carnival?
Yeah, Carnival.
The one that's making the headlines.
All of them, really and truly, all of them. You would
it's
be
one specifically that's making the headlines.
Well, yes, the Carnival.
Where you can hear the music riding by on the boat.
If you want to throw down, go to Carnival. but then you said the other one.
Which one did I say? I done forgotten already.
That seems better than it really is. Bucky's brisket.
Oh, see, I didn't say that. You said that. That was you.
Very average.
That
it looks great. Sounds great. It's Bucky's. You would think it's great. It's
I've realized that.
You mean the brisket sandwich or just brisket?
The brisket sandwich or brisket.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I ain't seen nobody say, man, you got to try that Bucky's brisket. Like just straight up brisket.
It just seems better than it really is.
I've realized that I've become the person who is just trying to explain why you are not appreciating a thing properly. And I don't know if I like that I'm here. However, I will continue on the text line from the 346. The live baseball game? Oh no, baby! I think you're going the other way. The live baseball game kind of is like it's like the peak of it. Now, I will say, if you were here for the actual baseball game, it does take you away from some of this.
You get distracted.
Like, you can get easily. You can get distracted. You don't get as good of a view of what you could say is the heart of the baseball game, which is the pitcher and the batter. That particular battle, because. One thing I will say about TV, we've gotten really good about getting the right angle so we can get a feel for what that pitch is and what it looks like, what the shape of it is, where it crosses the plate, and you just don't have that when you are in the game. Like you got to use so much. I guess you got to use so many context clues for you to get there. I don't know if you're a sicko like me, always looking out after every pitch at the identifier. Like, all right, so that pitch was 80 miles per hour. Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Like that. However. Going to the ballpark, how can you not be romantic about this?
Exactly.
Get you a beer, get you a hot dog, like have some conversation, let your life, roll by just a little bit slower. It's just such a good time.
What seems better than it really is for you? What seems, or Figgy, what seems better than it really is?
I got a few. Honestly, this is kind of in the same category as amusement parks or roller coasters.
Really?
Yeah, maybe I'm just old where I just don't get the appeal for it, but it seemed like after you get on the roller coaster, it's just like, okay.
Waited in line for an hour and a half for that.
Yeah, for 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that I forgot what else. I had a couple on my list.
Texter said, and I can see this one, although nobody in this room would agree, crawfish.
Yeah, see, I get it.
Yeah.
I do get it. It is not an easy way to eat, and especially if you're just going at this for sustenance, you're doing this wrong.
Yeah,
like it is more delicacy. It is more like I guess time spent and appreciating the flavor. You're not gonna get me there, but I could easily see how you're just like, this is not worth my time.
Yeah. And also, I always said like some of these desserts that they're fun to say and they look cool. The one that it gets me every time, and it's never as good as it seemed, is tiramisu.
This is actually a very good answer.
Tiramisu. Tiramisu. First of all, I like saying tiramisu.
Sounds fancy.
It does.
Sounds fancy.
And it has the layers and all that, and it's fluffy and all that, and then you eat it, and you're like, tastes like coffee.
That's pretty good.
Are you on this when it comes to mimosas?
I'm not a big mimosa guy.
I love a mimosa.
I've never been a big champagne/mimosa guy, but I think that would probably fit in some categories.
All right, so one of these answers came in, and I thought about it because Clint mentioned it yesterday. The beach. Like even if you're not somebody who's like, damn, all this sand or whatever, after let's say 45 minutes, What are we doing here?
I thought Luke had the perfect answer to it. It's great to go to and have your house or your Verbo or whatever next to it and see the beach and see the water. Just don't actually step on the beach because then it gets all sandy and hot and windy and all that.
The thing is, when you look at movies and stuff, it make it look so sexy and nice. But when you out there, they don't tell you about them bugs.
That's right.
They be killing you.
That's
The
a great
mosquitoes and dirty water and a lot of dirty sand, depending on where you're going.
Yeah.
Oh, we might got a winner here. You ready?
What is it?
From the 281, the Continental Breakfast.
Oh, yeah. Dry biscuits.
The wet eggs.
They all taste the same, too, man.
Powdered eggs.
That is such a good answer.
Unseasoned eggs.
Yeah. God, that's such a good answer.
Yeah, it tastes like paper.
Dry bacon.
Yeah, because that's the thing is everybody likes their bacon cooked differently, and when you go to the Continental Breakfast, it is always the way that you do not like. It is always the way that you do not enjoy.
And they have those little blueberry muffins that look delicious and taste like crap.
That's right. That's right. And then the juice that's not quite juice.
It's in a machine.
That's right. That's right. The Continental Breakfast. But you know what? Always appreciative to have it. Yeah. Because I do not have to go find breakfast, and this will tie me over to lunch.
That's the other one where the name gets you. Ooh, Continental
That's
breakfast.
right. It sounds fancy.
Yeah.
Somebody said the Beatles. I feel like that's an obligatory. The Alamo. Yeah. If you built it up in your mind, and you go, and you're like, oh, that's kind of small there.
Yeah. It looks like a one-bedroom.
Do they have like an actual museum involved with it?
It's a great tour.
Yeah, because I was like, I've not actually done the tour.
If you do the tour, it's fantastic.
Okay.
But yeah, the Alamo itself, I would definitely agree.
Fair enough. Keep those coming in.
Flan, another one fits with tiramisu.
I personally love flan.
I love flan too.
Yeah, but I can't. But yeah, if that's not your flavor, like that's absolutely one of those. Keep those coming in. The things that seem better than they really are. 713-572-4610. We didn't get to very many in sports. Do you have one with sports that comes into mind?
I'm trying to think of
the LA Chargers.
So you just mean Justin Herbert. That's what you talk about in particular.
The LA Chargers, he part of it too.
Yeah.
The LA Chargers.
Okay, fair enough.
The LA Clippers.
Dude, the LA Clippers have gotten me a number of times.
They piss me off so much. How they be so hyped up and then get bounced out early.
They've gotten me a number of times. Oh, when you get the newest phone.
Oh, yeah.
You're always like, oh, man, I got the new phone. And then after a day, you're like, I mean,
it's the same exact phone.
It's the same phone.
It is the same phone. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where, now, Diana Rossini, you know damn well that you should not be doing this. Let's talk about it next.
In the loop.
The Rockets went into the
Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. We were just asking the question of the day. What is, let me make sure that I get the right question. What are some things in life that seem better than they really are? Mm-hmm. And some more answers that came in on the text line during the break. Plymouth Rock?
Never been.
Have you seen how small it actually is?
No.
Like, in your mind, you build this up as if it's like some boulder, some crag. Mm-hmm. It's really just like kind of it's a rock that you can imagine a child climbing onto. It really is.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's not that big.
I've never been.
It's not that big. Like, you would imagine at least that it'd be the size of this table that we're sitting at, right? Mm-hmm. Nah, man.
It's not even this big?
It might be like half of this table, maybe.
Get out.
Nah, really. It's not that big.
I would have thought it was like a monster.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. It's just not nearly as big as you imagine. Someone said preseason.
For some, I mean, maybe that might be their, where they want to go and just get a taste of football. For us, I think it's like we've never been all in on
I think preseason. NFL preseason just ends up being one, the distance making the heart grow fonder of, man, I've missed football. Can I get any level of facet of it?
Yeah.
And then there is the position battles and stuff that are happening, so that creates some level of intrigue within it.
But it's not built up by any stretch.
Yeah, I guess probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not. Mm-hmm. Yes, I appreciate T-Mill forgetting the fact that I used the word crag and took it to guts. Appreciate you doing that. Somebody said the Cheers bar doesn't look like the set. Yeah, because they only used the exterior. The actual set was different.
Right.
But I guess if you went in and you were just like, hey, look, the Cheers bar, and you went in and you'd be disappointed.
People just take pictures outside anyway.
Sure. Fair enough. Said the Lee Bell as well was underwhelming.
Oh, that's cool. No, I have seen that one. That is.
How are the Rocky Steps, the steps at that museum in Philly?
That's pretty cool,
Is
too.
It does it live up?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
very good.
everybody has to go up them.
Yeah, all right. I have not been, funny enough.
Yeah.
But let's go let's go to the, let's go rather around the NFL now. As yesterday, after we got off the air, we found out the resolution of this. Because yesterday, Terrion Arnold, the cornerback out of Alabama, had a hearing about the ways in which bond and such would go after he is being kind of on trial for some felony charges when it comes to kidnapping and assault, and that being like kind of the the kingpin of a situation where some dudes then kidnapped and assaulted people that they thought had stolen from Terrion Arnold in February. And so with this being the case, like, he was able to get a win in court where he would not have to wear an ankle monitor and that he would not be held until the trial. However, he got a loss when it came down to the ultimate employment circumstance. As the Detroit Lions decided to ultimately release him. In fact, mere hours after he got that big win.
Barely after.
Yeah, very late thereafter, or very soon rather thereafter, of him getting a win that would have allowed him to continue to go to training camp for the Lions. I found this to be fascinating because you would think that a player of his magnitude, a bona fide quarterback one, and one who is very important to that team, that the way that we think about NFL teams is that they're them stuff. I found it kind of compelling that the Detroit Lions, and particularly Dan Campbell, was like, nope, this is a bridge too far for what we expect of our players as Detroit Lions.
I think this is a glimpse into how the NFL, how NFL teams actually work. They probably, and we always have to be careful how we say this, but every NFL team has its own team of officers and investigators. So a lot of times when something happens, they kind of put their own people on it and say, well, what do you know about this? What can you find out about this? And a lot of times they'll come back and say, well, kind of could go either way. I heard his story or whatever it might be. I just have a hunch, my opinion, that they dug into this a little bit and said, oh, no. Oh, no, we've got to cut bait with him.
Yeah, so it's worth noting he was released on $1 million bond, facing multiple felony charges. And, I mean, here's the thing. Remember, we had heard about this story from the other players or the other people that had actually engaged in the assault and kidnapping months ago. And so this, to me, sounds like a rolling up, like they rolled up a little bit on Terrion Arnold, and it just feels like it's going to be really hard for you to get out of this one. So I think that the Lions are like, let's not drag this out. We don't stand to look very good from this.
I think they probably know more than they can say.
That's quite a possibility as well. Yeah. The interesting thing becomes with releasing Terrion Arnold. Now, he also was a first-round pick in 2024, and he's not like the best cornerback in the world. So that's not they make that move, but cutting him there was a $7 million signing bonus. And there's a possibility that he might receive all of his payment over the next couple of seasons, which kind of totals up to maybe about $5 million. Not nothing, but not like super significant. But still, I wonder if the Lions are going to go after that money.
I could see it happening. But again, that's going to be one of those things that they have to let play out. Let's see, see what happens play out.
Personal conduct, policies, and such.
Exactly.
Yeah. One of the things that I looked at and I immediately thought about was, well, that's why the Texans operate the way that they do. You feel like you just will not find yourself in circumstances like this. Now, of course, you can't say definitively. We've seen people who you would not imagine end up in the criminal circumstances that they ultimately do. But it seems like this is a large part of this, and you would imagine that the Texans would have that kind of perspective. The only thing that you've had somewhat similar recently is the Jimmy Ward circumstance where the cause was dropped. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So that, a lot of times the teams do their own investigation and they maybe see how it might play out for them. Every team says that they, want to have the good character guys and everything. About half the teams probably actually follow up with that, and then the top few, like the Texans, really dig in on having the right type of guy here.
Yeah, shout out to Dan Campbell for holding that line as well. Some more around the NFL here as we continue on in the loop. Brandon Ayuk has continued to make his circumstance worse and worse. He is continued to complain about obviously the relationship that is there with the San Francisco 49ers, now claiming that it was the reason why the relationship with them kind of fell apart. He's continued over the weekend, kind of alluding to the idea that he believes that he will go and play with the Commanders once the San Francisco 49ers release him. He has now also had complaints about the NFLPA.
Yeah.
Alleging that that members of the union in place that are in place to help players, quote, are lying and withholding information from a player on behalf of the team alongside a certified agent. He said that's some straight BS. I just don't understand what he thinks he's going to get out of this, right? Because he is lashing out in all different ways, and I'm not even going to weigh in judgment on whether or not he is correct. I just don't know what burning these bridges, because this is what ultimately this is, how he anticipates that the Commanders would even be able to sign him.
Why would the Commanders want to sign him? There's that aspect of it as well. This guy is going, he's just absolutely going nuclear on everyone and everything. I mean, if you're the Commanders, because he keeps saying, I'm going to sign with the Commanders, I want to be a Commander and all this other stuff and posting all these posts and everything. What about, don't they have a say in this as well? The Commanders? And what would that be?
I mean, it feels like it'd be a no-go. Like, I understand that the Commanders probably could use a wide receiver anyways, right? Especially one that has some history with the quarterback.
But
remember, Jane Daniels,
talk about toxic.
Before he went to LSU, played at Arizona State where Brandon Ayuk did. But this is not worthwhile. It just can't be worthwhile.
He's just having a complete meltdown.
He really truly is. And again, like, I think lashing out at the NFLPA, which honestly, I think that there was an instance where if Brandon Ayuk wanted to, like, I think it was when they voided his guarantees. Ayuk reportedly did not want to fight that. NFLPA, that is the places where they come in and they help you. Now, maybe that is what he is trying to allude to. Maybe something happened there. I can't speak to that. But this just all seems, it's getting weirder and weirder, and it just feels like this is one of those things where he is backing himself out of the league with the way that he's handling it.
He's doing it himself. I mean, truly one of those situations where he has no one to blame but himself. Going after the NFLPA after you did what you already did with the Niners and other teams and the NFL, I mean that's no way to stay in the league.
No. Yeah. So it feels like Brandon Ayuk, who still feels like at least when it comes to his talent, a very useful and very good wide receiver in the league. I mean, this feels like this is quickly going towards like, I know people have gone Antonio Brown. Antonio Brown is kind of a different case in my mind because I think he also was so good that he had to be given more circumstances and more chances to mess things up. Also, I guess he had the right sponsor because Tom Brady, in 2 different occasions, was the one who was like, "Hey, come live in my house. I will vouch for you." And Tom Brady says something, they'll let you go because he got burned with the Raiders and with the and then with the Bucks, seemingly off of Tom Brady's word.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine Brandon Ayuk gets that kind of.
I don't think he will. I don't think he will.
Some other things around the NFL. Diana Rossini, the now.
Oh boy.
Can I call her disgraced?
Yeah,
NFL
absolutely.
insider.
She's been disgraced.
Yeah, this has not gone very well for her, and it goes even worse after in February, Stu Gotts and Company, a podcast, and claimed that she was pulled over for texting and driving while breaking the news of the Bills firing Sean McDermott from being their head coach. On that, she claimed that she avoided the ticket by setting up a FaceTime call with the police officer with his favorite head coach. And so that ended up being kind of the kind of a fun story. So Adam Herberts of the Center Square got body cam footage of this, and it didn't quite go as she said.
No, it didn't.
I want to give you some of the audio here. Bryson, can we start here with Rossini explaining why she was texting? Because as soon as the cop walks up to her parked SUV, she immediately goes into explanation mode in this traffic stop. This is what it sounded like.
So you're not going to care. I'm an NFL reporter, and I just broke that Sean McDermott got fired from the Bills, and that is what I was just sending to send a tweet. I was going to pull over because I have to make calls.
Okay.
I know you don't care, but I'm just letting you know my reason why.
Okay.
It was a work thing, and it was an emergency.
This was right out the gate, right? No hello, officer. She's just like, I know you're not going to care.
Let me tell you, but let me tell you how important I am anyway.
It's like, I need you to know I'm an important person. I was doing important things for work. You like football, right?
Yeah. Oh, what's your team?
It was football related. This is what was happening. In fact, can you give me this one, her talking about Dable, Brian Dable, who is because of course this happens in like the general tri-state area up there in New York. So it seems like Diana Rossini took a random guess that if he's a police officer in this area, he's probably a Giants fan. Yeah. So she decides to do a little name dropping then head coach of the New York Giants, Brian Daboll, in order to see if she can get some sway. This is how it went.
Obviously, you were on your phone for a while, right? I was on when you went under the underpass, right? On Garber Square. I was by Library Place, so you're on your phone there. I got behind you, right by Whole Foods. You continue to be on your phone, right? I understand you have a job.
All times. It's like no one expected you for the head.
Yeah.
Like, I'm shocked that they fired me. I cannot believe it. You know who was on the phone with?
Who?
Brian Daboll.
Get the hell out of here.
Oh, okay.
Are you a fan of Giants or Jets?
I'm not a fan of either. So
swing and a miss.
I'm a Vikings fan, unfortunately.
Man.
So just to play out,
she's pulling all the tricks out.
She really is. Just to make it clear, she started before he gets up. Before he gets to the window, she's like, hey, just to let you know, I was in the phone breaking important NFL news. You like NFL, right? And he's like, well, I mean, yes, but what you're saying is not true because I've been watching you and been texting this whole time. So that's strike one.
Yes.
Secondly, she goes, she's like, jumps right back in. She does not address the claim, which honestly kind of a heady play. Don't admit defeat here. She jumps right into this is crazy news, ain't it? Like she's like, hey, let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about the rules that of the road that I just violated. Let's talk about Sean McDermott being fired. And then she then decides, oh, I see the gateway in. Guess who I was just talking to about it?
Yeah.
Brian Daboll. Are you a Giants or Jets fan? And she's like, this has got to work. He's like, nope, neither. Vikings fan. Strike two. Strike two. Would you like to hear?
I would absolutely.
Would you like to hear down with her final in the at bat?
Yeah.
She's trying to get out of this ticket. This is her now talking to what is now Vikings fan officer. She's like, I think I might have a way in. This is Diana Rossini.
Let's see it. Oh my God, KOC?
See what I said? Look what I said to him though, just now. Go to the bottom.
Oh my God. Wow, pretty cool. Yeah, he seems like a
Your
dude.
quarterback sucks, though.
Your quarterback sucks, though. Golly.
Is she
so
wrong?
she's trying to get, no, she's not, but she's trying to get that.
She found it.
That bar talk,
She did find
banter going. Yeah, she did find it.
She found it. She was like, I got this.
Yeah.
But like this comes out, this information came out with the New York Times article that detailed the ways in which she like severely, and you would understand this very well being somebody who was journalistically trained and did it for a long time. She's severely operating against journalistic integrity.
Absolutely.
Like she's using her sources for a non-journalistic endeavor here to try and get her, and not just her source. She's Brian Daboll. She's trying to get him on the phone with the officer Kevin O'Connell, using her connection there. And supposedly she said that she got him on FaceTime. She clearly didn't. She showed texts.
Yeah.
However, like none of this feels good, both in like the journalistic aspect and she's basically doing a you know who I am.
Yeah, from the very start. And the other part of it that's really, I mean, how many L's can Diana Rossini take in the span of a few months? Like, not only the journalistic thing, but also just flat out caught in another lie that was printed times on the New York Post and Athletic and others about being on this FaceTime.
The FaceTime story was one that she kind of told in jest, honestly. But even then, it's like, this is one of those things that it's not an issue in my mind until we establish, hey, you might be a habitual liar.
Exactly.
You might be a habitual liar, especially in a space where you are charged with being a truth teller.
And by the way, she got off the ticket.
She did get off the ticket.
She get off the ticket.
Look, I'm not saying she was right to do it. Kind of expertly done, though.
People do try to anything they can to get out of it. I'm not mad at the effort.
Kind of expertly done.
I'm not mad at the effort. It's just some of the things that have been exposed.
I am mad at the effort because you're not supposed to do that as a journalist.
Well, I was just saying, like the idea.
Oh, the idea. Let me see if I can get out of this.
The idea if I can get out this ticket. It's what she did. Yes.
Just a seeing eye single late in the at bat. She was like, "Hey man, 2 strikes. Don't worry. I can look at these texts that I sent to Kevin O'Connell.
I got another swing."
By the way, you would imagine that the cop letting her off for knowing Kevin O'Connell, you'd be like, hey, man, why would you do that? Apparently, his police department is standing behind him, saying that the officer has, the opportunity. A police officer encouraged to use their judgment when appropriate, providing motorists with warnings as part of the department's commitment to fair, impartial, and community-oriented policing.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
But Diana,
okay.
Whew. She's had better years.
She has. So reminder, if you have access to any like NFL coaches, keep that in mind. Next time the police officer pulls you over, it might just work. There you go. That's around the NFL. That is clearly the takeaway of all that audio.
Yeah.
That was clearly who do you know, and can you parlay that into not getting a ticket? That is clearly the takeaway. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next we've talked about this a lot when it comes to the Texans about last year being a path to the Super Bowl. Was it their best path to the Super Bowl that last year? Let's take a look at it next.
All right, let's talk about this soccer tournament is just taking the world literally by storm, and especially right here. Let's talk about some of the
World's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
You're in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig here with us. And we got Bryson on the ones and twos today. Shout out to Bryson, man. A little bit of breaking news in the world of sports as LeBron James has a couple of announcements that tie together, per Shams Charania. LeBron James will continue his NBA career. So he's back for, what is this, year 23? Is it 24?
Is it 23?
It's a lot of these.
Good gracious.
It is a crazy amount of years. So he will be playing again, but that's not the one that's important to, Rockets fans by any means. He's informed the Los Angeles Lakers that he will not be returning to them and that they can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. So the Los Angeles Lakers will not have LeBron James, and I think that ends up being an interesting conversation because LeBron James, admittedly, is not still the best player in the league. I don't think that anybody would get close to saying anything like that, but he is still a good player, a very good player, in fact, in this league, and this will be year 24. 24.
Goodness.
Thank you. Phil. Last year was 23.
Gracious.
That is just a marvel in the world of basketball generally, but. I mean, that is a big player that is on the move that can kind of change what's happening on the board. The larger reporting that has been out there is that the Golden State Warriors are actively courting him. It's why Draymond Green supposedly opted out of his contract to make the opportunity, or at least provide the opportunity for the Warriors, LeBron, possibly even Anthony Davis. How does that look in the West to you? For you, actually, before we get there. You have been pretty down on what the offseason, at least the offseason prospects and how they look as of right now for the Rockets.
Well, how they look and what they're doing. I think there's more meat on the bone too. And we talked about it yesterday. It's been out there on Sports Radio 610 on all the social media accounts as well. My point being, look at what everyone else is doing. Not only saying they're going for it, but actually their deeds. Their deeds are, quote unquote, going for it in terms of the Western Conference. We went through the whole gamut, of teams that are doing that, whether it's San Antonio and Oklahoma City or Minnesota making moves or hell, the Nuggets making moves. And now, the rumor about the Warriors trying to figure out some way of getting Anthony Davis, LeBron James, and Steph Curry together. Meanwhile, the Rockets are signing, 33-year-old guards that can't shoot, drafting players, not really making moves. No, it's not just, quote unquote, you need to go for it. It's what are you doing to show people that you're going for it?
Okay, just
to actually do stuff on the court that could maybe, rattle the cage a little bit and make you a better contending team.
I do have to ask you the question. Just asking because it's there. If LeBron James is out here, and again, it feels very likely that this is a Golden State Warriors play right now. But assuming that he's out there, and he is at this point, is that something that you would entertain at all with the Houston Rockets?
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. LeBron James can go anywhere. You can, you can regulate, the amount of time he spends on the court in the regular season. It does change the dynamic of, are you just sort of, running it out and kicking the can down the road, as I often say, for the sake of the general manager's job security or whatever you're interpreting it to be? Or are you actually making a bold move that might, as I just said, rattle the cage a little bit, make you a better team? I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think there's that possibility here. I mean, I guess it's a slight possibility. But absolutely, that would be not just a message to fans, because it's not just about the message. It's like, could it help the team? That's the meaty part of it, right? That's the meaty part. It could absolutely help the team.
I mean,
yeah.
In the direct, immediate, on the court way, clearly he is a really good shooter. Can defend. Obviously, he's far away from the times where he's just lock up.
He can do everything. We know that.
He can do all these things, and you're looking for various different iterations of this thing. I think that even if you add a LeBron James, Is it possible that like you kind of stifle the potential development of what we're talking about here, and you don't actually reach the ceiling of what you could do?
Yes, it's possible. How much do you really care if you're in win now mode? And you and I have talked about this a lot. Are you really trying to win now? You have Kevin Durant, 38 years old. Conceivably in this, I won't say fantasy world because I guess anything is possible, but in this somewhat of a fantasy world, you could have Kevin Durant, LeBron James, get back, your guard, whether it's Fred VanVleet or another one that you're going to use. Improvements from, Şengün's already an all-star, even though we can argue about how good he was this season. Yes, maybe there's a stifling of, I don't know, pick a name, Jabari Smith or Reed Shepherd or what. Maybe. Do you really care about that if you're a contending team?
Well, right now, they put in a, well, I guess if you want to do that, like I just also don't know like what the actual upside is of that, right?
What do you mean the upside?
The upside of that as like a full team concept and dynamic, right? What is the actual upside of that? Because you talk about obviously wanting to contend, and that would make the team better in the immediate. I do wonder, like, does that team look better all the way around when we're talking about trying to go and
in the immediate?
Yeah, like it.
Yes.
I think that you can easily win. You can win a little bit more earlier on in the playoffs. I don't know that actually situates you well to contend in.
But you have a better
West.
chance than you do now.
Right this moment, sure. But I mean, I don't think that this team has undertaken the moves that they need to make in order to better situate themselves for next season.
Well, but the question becomes, will they?
That's absolutely
and this is an option. We don't know. You and I were talking off air. What's really out there? Let's say they want to stretch 4. I don't know. This guy, but they're not going to release him. I mean, they're not going to part ways with him or this guy or that guy. There's not really a path there. And again, somewhat of a fantasy world, but this is a path. This is a path if you're answering the question. By the way, I always talk about Kalshi. I just, out of curiosity, went on Kalshi. Get this. Last night, the odds for LeBron James' next team last night was 11% Golden State. This morning, 22%. Now, 72%.
Yeah, I just honestly, I'm surprised that it was such a small. Well, I guess the idea was that the path of least resistance was just staying where he was in LA, and now that that's off the table,
from 11 to 22 to 71.
I just have a hard time thinking that the Golden State Warriors and Draymond Green left that money on the table, thinking, well, there's a possibility. I think that these are things that you have strong assurances for before you do them. So the likelihood is that the conversation we had is probably moot, but he ends up in Golden State. And I'll ask again, because I think we talked about this a little bit in the possibility. Does that at all change the landscape of the West for you, especially for the Rockets?
Oh, for the Rockets, absolutely. If you look at the Western Conference, it goes back to what my big rub is right now with the Rockets sort of rearranging the old deck chairs, as I put it yesterday. Is you're bringing in perhaps Marcus Smart. Whatever, but their other teams are bringing in, guys that can actually take you to another level, at least in the championship conversation.
In a weird way, I think that the actual change that I'm more interested in is that the Lakers are now moving on from LeBron.
Yeah.
And that is a team that since they went and acquired Luka Doncic, they have been dealing with the ramifications of, hey, Luka Doncic is a player that you have to build around. You have to really make sure that everything you have built around him. He's really good, and when you build around him, clearly we've seen a team go to the NBA Finals, but you have to build around him. LeBron James was kind of a holdover of what you were doing, a really good holdover, to mind you, but a holdover nonetheless. I'd be very interested in Rob Pelinka very highly to do this in a great way, but I'd be interested to see how Rob Pelinka goes about now orchestrating the entire of the offseason for them to around Luka Doncic and what that means. And Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, because that is a possibility that if they, like, let's say a Walker Kessler who wants out of Utah, if the Lakers are capable of getting him, boy, we're talking about a team that is actually pretty scary in the West, and that has a unified and streamlined identity, which is a question that you've had for the Rockets.
No, that's fair, and it's going to be very interesting to see what the Lakers are doing. I don't perceive them as just standing pat with what they have right now, so they'll be in the market as well. But yeah, at the top of the Western Conference right now, let me ask you: would you consider the Rockets? Would they finish 5th in the conference this year?
Was it 5th? Yes,
they were 5th in the conference.
They were the road team versus the Lakers.
Are they a top 5 team today in the Western Conference based on all the moves that have been made?
Well, as of right now, the Thunder are taking a slight step back, but not one that is noticeable, right? They are still clearly up there. The Spurs still clearly up there. The Nuggets are interesting to me. I would probably still put them there because they have Jokic, but they are actually hemorrhaging some of their depth as well, and depth was already some level an issue for them. So I'd love to see where they finish out. The Minnesota Timberwolves are
the one, yeah.
They're an interesting proposition because I really like the change that they made, at least the philosophical change of we are going to run, we're going to get up and down, we're going to give Anthony Edwards an opportunity to not have to be the on-ball guy. I think that the Minnesota Timberwolves are probably top 3. And then I look around and
where you put for what it's worth. Because I know they technically was a playoff
they
team.
went and acquired Ja Morant and then they didn't have Dame last year. They have a lot of guards. That's actually a place that I think the Rockets should watch because they traded for Ja Morant, and now they have
can't keep all those guards.
They have like 5-6 guards on that team.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if I feel like Drew Holiday might be the guy that they let go of out there.
Well, there's rumors to that effect.
There are rumors, and if the Rockets are indeed, maybe potentially considering moving off of Fred VanVleet, Drew Holiday, admittedly an older guard, I think he's 35, maybe 36. I can't remember what the age is exactly. I don't know how much I love the idea of like getting in business with the dude who is older there, but like you talk about the talents and the skills, he fits really well with what you need as a Rockets team. Like that could get interesting, but yeah, I don't know that I'm ready to put Portland over the Rockets right now, even still.
All right, well, let me do this. Figgy and Reggie and everybody listening, stop me when, well, I can't hear the people, but stop me when you think, oh no, the Rockets are going to finish higher than that team based on all the moves and what
aren't going to or are going to
are going to,
okay, gotcha.
to finish higher than that team in the Western Conference. Thunder, no, right?
No.
Spurs, no. Timberwolves, no.
Probably no. I wouldn't say
right now. No, I would say no. Right at this moment.
Well, the reason why I have pause is that they are changing their whole style, and that might take 20 games to settle into. Do they have a lesser record in that time and have to catch back up? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what are the Rockets doing in that time? Nuggets. To me, no.
I'll probably go no, just off of the strength of respect for Nikola Jokic.
This is where it gets interesting. Lakers. Just re-upped. And still have.
I'll probably go no. They dealt with a lot of injuries. I mean, the Rockets also dealt with injuries too, but they dealt with a lot of injuries. If Luka plays more consistently, that's probably just a better team.
What about Portland?
I think so.
Okay, so
I definitely think so.
I would agree with you, but that means that they're no better than 5th again right now in the conference. And who knows on Portland? Hell, who knows on some of these other teams making moves? The Warriors. If LeBron ends up there. Just think the Mavericks might make a move.
I don't think the Mavericks are jumping up into that territory just yet. They will get better. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. Just having Kyrie Irving
But the Lakers are in the hunt and making moves. The Mavericks are in the hunt. Oh, well, not in the hunt, but they're making moves. And then the Rockets.
Yeah, those last teams you just named, those are the teams that's kind of like might be in the way, maybe a nuisance or something like that, where you might not know what they do. They could be an issue, but probably not.
So that's why my answer is: you bring in LeBron, hell yeah. At least you're doing something,
Yeah, but I'm hesitant on doing something for the sake of doing something.
I don't think it's for the sake of doing something. I think you're a better team with Durant and LeBron. And then maybe there'll be some
additional moves on the. I don't know.
You're a better team with Durant and LeBron.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Well, I feel like we could keep going here, and I don't want that to roll on. Also worth noting, LeBron and Ime. Do they get along? That ends up being something.
That's the first thing I thought about, to be honest.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including the Astros lost last night, but there was a couple of things that I found to be interesting. Let's talk about that more next.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, we Sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Well, there's a lot of things popping in the world of sports in this summer. Active time in the world, and so let's talk about some of those. One of them kind of just happened. LeBron James made it known that he'll be having a fourth team, I think, on his pro basketball reference page. Obviously started in Cleveland, went to Miami, returned to Cleveland, was in LA where 8 seasons, a championship in there. And now he'll be picking another one. That's what he let the Lakers know, that they can move on, that he will be finding another place to play. The prohibitive favorite for where he will land is Golden State, as they have the reports are that they're pushing greatly to maybe acquire his services and possibly the services of Anthony Davis to join with Steph Curry, get that going that way, which I find to be fascinating that they are playing the seemingly old playbook now of trying to get some stars together and see if you can make it work, which it feels like is not the way that you build in the NBA right now, but I guess you could count that zigging in the face of everybody zagging as well.
Well, but it's the only game the only play they can make with Steph there. They're not going to all of a sudden go young, at this point. So.
Because they look like they're not trying to rebuild. They're not trying to waste a couple more years trying to rebuild.
Yeah,
I guess he could go back to Miami, or we'll go back to Cleveland.
Cleveland feels like, well, I don't know. Both of those teams, I guess you could see happening. I just have a hard time thinking that Draymond Green, who declined his option yesterday, typically you don't make that move unless you have some level of insight. So maybe that was the reason why LeBron James.
They got the same agency.
I believe so. I believe so. Now, maybe that was the decision why LeBron James waited till today to make that known. There's other hypotheses that Bronny James, LeBron's son, his contract guaranteed for the season just yesterday, and then today he makes it known that he will actually not be returning to the Lakers.
That's what you call taking care of your boy.
Yeah, man. Any father would, I imagine. Yeah. Any father would. Some other moves around the NBA that are notable. The Portland Trailblazers traded for Ja Morant. So Ja Morant, the Memphis Grizzlies, that little golden era has changed. Now they're going back into the cellar to rebuild. A couple of players, Jeremy Grant, who mind you is 32, did not realize that happened all of a sudden. Jeremy Grant and, oh my goodness, who's the other player? Just another player. I'm going to be entirely honest. Like, all due respect to that gentleman. Can't remember your name off the top of my head, which probably says a little bit of something. But Ja Morant, still a big contract. No draft picks traded in there. So it just speaks to how far of a fall Ja has had in his, I guess, utility in the league, or at least his perceived utility. But that is a team that is worth watching because they will have Damian Lillard back. Remember, he returns to the Trailblazers coming off of the injury. And Ja Morant as their backcourt, which is very interesting for basketball reasons. That Denny Avdia, they got some dudes that can play, but also very interesting. They got like 5 guards on that team they all need minutes between Damian Lillard, Ja Morant, Drew Holiday, Scoot Henderson. Remember the number 2 pick a few years back, and Shaedon Sharpe, who is I guess a 2 guard. But that's a lot of guards, and I feel like they've got to move some of them. I think the thought right now is that Drew Holiday is probably the guy that they move. But I personally, seeing if you could find a team that, or just looking at that team and seeing that they probably got to get rid of them and see if you can maybe come up on something
take advantage of it.
Something a little cheaper if you possibly could.
Yeah, take advantage of it.
Yeah, 100%. So that's some of the stuff that's happening NBA-wise. Some other things that are happening. The Astros fall just as they were pushing right to the very end, almost able to tie up the game. It was a 5-4 loss to the Twins in the first game of a 3-game set in the midst of a long stand of games back to back to back. Victor Caratini, who plays for the Twins, got a tribute video. You appreciated that? You enjoyed that?
Nice. Yeah, he's tribute video worthy, isn't he?
You think so?
He's right on the cusp. I'm asking. I think he is. Yeah.
I totally forgot about him, to be honest.
Backup catcher. He was backup catcher tribute video.
How long was he here? Maybe I'm wrong. How long was he here? Because I thought it was not. Anyway,
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Keep in mind, they've been giving tribute videos to everyone.
Yeah, that's true.
Everyone.
Honestly, I'm okay with that being your stance, but then it makes it real awkward in the places where you don't give a tribute video.
These are 2 years. Yeah, maybe
they
not.
could give a tip of the hat.
You know what I mean? I feel like we would have applauded.
I may be changing my mind.
We would have applauded when Caratini came up to bat.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
we need
just give him a shout out.
What were the highlights?
Yeah, man, I don't know. But shout out to Victor Caratini. Yeah. Big shout out to Miguel Oyola, who comes up and makes his debut. Obviously, he'd come up to the team a little bit earlier, but he makes his debut. 2 really good innings of relief pitching for Miguel Oyola. Got in a little bit of a pickle at one point. Tampa gets out of it, and for a bullpen that needs some arms that you can maybe depend on.
No, it absolutely does, and maybe we'll even hear about this later. I'm sure kind of affects the way you put your bullpen together and your starting rotation as you start to get guys back.
Yeah, I do wonder if, and obviously it felt like he was kind of ready. He was doing some good things at the AAA level, but I wonder if this says anything about the planned approach at the deadline. We'll hear from Dana Brown, who actually talked on, who did a little interview on the pregame show about how they felt about it. And then one of the big things that happens in this game is. It's hard to look at this game and not think about the big what if about the Astros is they score 3 runs in the ninth that feels like it should have been 4 because in the midst of this, a full count for one first baseman, Christian Walker, who the final pitch looked very clearly like a ball. It is called as a strike, and as he is walking across the plate, obviously anticipating that, okay, this is a walk, he's walking across the plate, and as he realizes that it is called a strike, he seemingly hitches just a little bit, but he taps his helmet to indicate that he would like to challenge it, and the ump is like, nope,
can't do it.
Too late.
Yeah,
I kind of hate the timeline that they are set. Like it just has to be an immediate reaction for a challenge, and that feels a little too tight now, doesn't it?
It can feel a little too tight. So I'll give you my confession now because my confession at 12:20 was one of them was going to be this. I think Christian Walker was wrong here. You're a major league veteran baseball player. You have to know what the situation is, and it's not even that he started to walk because he was like, "Oh, the ball full base." It's not even that was the problem, and I don't even think that's why the umpire kind of shook his hand. No, you can't do it. He looked in the dugout.
Yeah,
Christian Walker looked into the Astros dugout
as if to ask, "Should I challenge?"
Yes, he was wrong. It sucks. And maybe it was, would have been a 3-run home run instead of a 2-run
right, because Isaac Paredes had walked the batter before.
Watch that video. He kind of went to the elbow pad thing to start taking it off, dropped his bat, like, okay, it's ball 4. Then he looks directly into the Astros dugout. Then he taps his head. I hate that it happened, but that is clear as day. That is clear as day. You can't do that.
Yeah, it almost makes me wonder if, like, hey, should these guys be getting out of, and it sounds weird, like getting out of the batter's box so quickly, not necessarily when you have a hit.
I don't even mind that because it was kind of like just the
natural reaction.
Habit,
but that's what I'm saying is, do they need to break that habit?
Well, maybe.
Because that plays into this.
Yeah, that's kind of a trick they do, too, to kind of lean the call a little bit.
But how much does that actually affect the calls?
That's what I'm saying.
Is that worth it if you're not going to be able to challenge what ends up being like one of the most important pitches that you could challenge, right? The decisive pitch on a 3-2 count on a full count.
Right.
It feels like, let's go ahead and stand. Let's hear the call.
Yeah.
And then if we need to, and if you feel like it, boom, tap your hat. Because getting to that base just a step quicker I don't think is worth basically what felt like it could have changed the dynamic of the game, right? If Walker does not strike out there, he walks. Now there's 2 on base. And not saying that this goes exactly the same, but Taylor Trammell homers on the next at-bat.
Yeah.
That makes it 5-3. That could have been 5-4. And then you end up Smith with a solo shot after that as well, after a pitching change, right? Like this, that could be 5. That could be the 5 runs that you need to tie it up
Easily
and take you to extras, or maybe even further, right? Who knows?
Yeah.
But ultimately, we'll never know because that goes that way. Yeah, I'm not going to be so upset as to like not acknowledge that Christian Walker absolutely could have played that better. It just really sucks how tight of a timeline it has to be for you to,
I agree with you on that, and maybe they need to change. And I'm also understanding and kind of in agreement with Figgy as well. Sort of a force of habit influencing the call. To me, none of that. I just rewatched the video. The umpire literally does the 2 fingers and eyes thing, like
you looked.
You looked, and that. I'm sorry, it sucks.
Yeah,
but you can't do that.
World Cup is delivering 3 matches yesterday, all of them bangers. Brazil getting a late goal to vanquish Japan in what was a tight game. Felt like Japan was playing with their food a little bit. That's something that you could also say when it came to Morocco-Netherlands, which was the night game, as Morocco felt like they had a lot of the energy in the game. Netherlands ends up scoring. Morocco equalizes. They go to extra time. They go to penalties, and what a crazy game there. Also, Germany and Paraguay goes to penalties, and Paraguay moves on. That was nothing, though, compared to today. I think today is going to be even better matches. You got 3 really good ones.
That was a great day of soccer, great games, great finishes, great moments, lots of drama, and you are 100% right. Ivory Coast versus Norway starts here in about 5 minutes in Dallas. Then France and Sweden, that's going to be big time. And then the nightcap, Mexico and Ecuador, and Mexico is doing all they give them home field advantage.
And by the way, because of yesterday's matches, we now know what the final game that is played in Houston in this World Cup looks like.
Yeah.
It's going to be Canada versus Morocco. And I'm not going to lie, I got a friend texting me about going and being in that Dallas match, and I don't know. I might get a little irresponsible here soon. Who knows? But there you go. That's what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, shout out to DJ Bijani, who wrote a piece in ESPN about the relationship between CJ Stroud and Nick Caley. And it's a simple question. Do you really believe this? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
See, now here's the problem with the World Cup, right? It is drawing people's attention into it, as you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. You're seeing people jump in. Like our dear Figgy Fig, he's catching the soccer bug, and I'm very appreciative of that. But he just asked me a question that made me sick to my stomach. Right? Like, oh man, the big Norse guy, the big Viking, Erling Haaland, right? What team he play for? And I said Manchester City. He said I might think about that, and I said no, we can't do that. Can't do. There's a lot of things we can do. We can't do that one, right? I look.
Hell, you went to a Man City bar.
I did, but it was because it was the U.S. bar when it came down to international, and I put country over club in that moment. However, if I'm sitting next to the newest soccer fan at the station, and he is rooting for my rival, this will not go well.
So me rooting for Man City, what would that be like in NFL terms?
That's probably Cowboys Eagles.
Yeah, that's up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, like, there's proximity as well. So, like, it is a rivalry.
Oh, you're right.
It is a rivalry in close
It's
proximity.
A&M in Texas.
Yeah. You're just like, hey, man, I want to get into college football. What team do you not like? Let me go over there. I want to go over there.
I'm a Liverpool fan. You don't seem to have a problem with that.
That's like if I was like, you know what, Fig? I kind of want to make my second team Michigan.
Okay.
You would not enjoy that.
Yeah.
You would not enjoy that. And so,
Okay.
I mean, look, you don't have to make your decisions off of things more than my personal fandom.
Yeah, I probably won't be a Man City guy, but I'm a big fan of this Highland cat, man.
It's hard to deny that.
Yes,
He's very good at soccer. Do you deny this at all, though? Shout out to DJ Bijani, writing a piece for ESPN about C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley, right? And the growth between them. That was part of the conversation that we've had over the spring. In fact, that was a large part, right? Not just the growth between them, but the growth with C.J., Nick, and the offense. That was one of the things that we kept hearing. And this is another in that string of information. DJ writing a piece talking about how the growth throughout the offseason was evident around the organization. And at least we heard, at the very least. But the question I have as we're going through this, right, and maybe I give you some excerpts from a segment that I like to call reading, right? It's not inferring that there was friction between the two during the first season together, but growing pains aren't uncommon in the NFL, especially with Caley being a first-time play caller. Caley was working with the revamped offensive personnel, received line of scrimmage responsibilities for the first time in his career, so on and so forth, right? Like this is the tenor and the tone of the conversation here. And so much of what DJ writes in this is about the ways in which this relationship is growing. And he talks about, obviously, you remember the D'Amico Ryans quote that happened fairly early in OTAs, where he said, with CJ and Nick, I've seen both guys communicating much better. It's year 2 of a system. When it's year 2, you understand we're not going through the install for the first time. So there's some recall from what we've done in the past that allows us to speed up what we're going to do in year 2. Close quote. That's D'Amico Ryans, the head coach. But there's a number of other guys that we could quote that speak to this. And the question that I have is simple. And maybe it's a question that you go, how could you possibly ask that, Reggie? However, I'm going to ask it anyway. Do you really believe this? And I don't mean to sound so dismissive when I ask that question, but do you really believe that? And the reason why I ask it is, man, what we saw from the offense last year, there was a number of things that you can maybe use as evidence towards, I don't know if they're seeing things the same way. In fact, Quincy Avery, the quarterback coach around the league that obviously we know a little bit around here, in part because of the ways that he worked with one Deshaun Watson, but still, right? Like he has a level of regard around the league, and he quoted a conversation about.
And by the way, he does know C.J. Stroud.
But Ben Solak, who we played a little bit of, he was talking about C.J. Stroud. And Quincy Avery quoted the tweet that, of course, was from Houston Stretch, and shout out to Garrett. He said, quote, the passing game took massive steps back last year with a new OC who clearly doesn't see the game like C.J. does. He says, my opinion, didn't ask him about this to try and distance his opinion from that of what C.J. Stroud is, right? And I appreciate you noting that. Yeah. But he continues to say, I honestly don't see how the offense performs better with their offensive philosophy. Now, again, one person's opinion and somebody who does work in football but is not like obviously the end all be all. But again, like there's been conversations and thoughts, and there's reasonable, and I read that to say there's reasonable ways to look at the football product and say there's clearly not as clear a connect. And now we've gotten all this conversation that leads up to this ESPN article that says that, hey, man, there's a real development in their relationship. And the simple question is, do you believe it?
Yeah, when you ask that question, I think the way to answer it is, for me anyway, is I want to believe it. I do. I think that there's a lot there with the second year of the offense. Maybe, they've cleared the air with whatever, differences they had in the approach last year. I want to believe it. I can't fully believe it until we see it, because this does also have all the markings of talking points. We've mentioned the talking points that have been very, very clear with whether it's Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, players, et cetera, whatever it may be. It smacks of the talking points, but I think it can be true. I'm not going to totally dispel it, that, given time, given an off to kind of get on the same page, it can absolutely be true. The question I have is when, and by the way, on Quincy Avery's thing, he's talking about just the system.
Sure.
And so maybe it's not the best fit for C.J. Stroud. You and I both agree on that, I think, and Figgy. And I think it may not be the best system, but if that communication has become better, then all of a sudden maybe C.J. Stroud is starting to believe we can do this. We also have heard over the course of this offseason that they are implementing some things that C.J. Stroud likes that better suit his game. So, yes, I want to believe it. It's just hard to sit here and say, all right, they're on the same page. They're best buds now. They say they see the game the same way. It's just hard to do that.
Yeah, and I take you to, and this was also a quote that was quoted in the ESPN article, but I vividly remember when Nick Caley had his first meeting with the media in spring, and he was asked about the relationship with C.J. Stroud, because at that point we had heard a number of people kind of point to, it feels like this is going better or whatever. I think Shaplinsky had already talked at that point as well, who cast a pretty, positive light on this. And Nick Caley said, I've always had a good relationship with CJ. I think it's like anything. Year 2, you're always trying to dive deeper to continue to expand those finer points of the relationship. But yeah, it's great. And I go, anytime I hear someone almost sound defensive, and again, I don't want to mischaracterize what's happening, but it always sounds a little defensive to my ear when someone goes, yeah, but it's always been like that when they're answering. You know what I mean? Okay, fair, but
not fair and all been like that. We've seen it. Well, that's why I'm like, okay, I want to believe it, but let's not get too crazy here, because we saw CJ's reaction on these things. We've seen his body language and his facial expressions. We've heard things, around this team that CJ is not always buying into this offense, And
then on top of that, right, if that was the good relationship there in year 1, and maybe there's just the basic struggles of a first-year offense, or the struggles of not being able to run the football, which was clearly detailed, right? The struggles of having some injuries within what seemed to be a vital part of what you were trying to do. Maybe all of those things were there, and that did not speak to the relationship. But then I go, are you going to be able to take the relationship and make it into better football? Because ultimately that's the biggest part. That's the whole idea of the relationship being good. I could give a damn about the relationship if we're getting results. And I know that that's a crazy thing to say, or at least it sounds as such. But ultimately, you are in the results business right now in particular, right? This is a point in time where fans really just want to see the baby, right? They don't care about the labor. They want to see the baby.
Don't go there again.
I'm still mad about it.
I've never heard that in my life.
I want you to understand. You have said this to me. I remember it vividly.
What you're saying is, don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in. Is that what you're saying?
That is a way to say it, yes. No, but ultimately to bring it back to it, right? The relationship and having a good relationship is cool. Are they going to be able to utilize that? And so, yeah, I still have my doubts on that, especially because C.J. Stroud is not somebody that hides his emotions. Yeah. And we've seen at points last season. Now, maybe it could have been anything, right? Things outside of work, so to say, which it seemed like he alluded to that heading in the offseason.
But the stuff on the field was in play.
Right, and so he's not somebody that hides his emotions, and we could see in some instances, or maybe not does it well, and we've seen some instances that maybe everything wasn't all on the up and up. So, I don't know. It's not that I don't completely believe it, but I have a hard time saying that I 100% believe it.
No, and that's where I am. I don't know where you are, Figgy, but we've seen this team, sort of be disjointed when it comes to C.J. Stroud and this offense. We've just seen it.
Yeah, you saw it on the bench.
Yeah, on the bench too.
Yeah. I know we talked about body language and all that stuff. We talked about it with the Rockets too, but we kind of saw it. And of course, there wasn't no bickering back and forth on the sideline with him, but you could tell. And we saw C.J. Stroud for two straight years, and then last year it just didn't seem right.
So now let's say, what if? All right, because this is where the Quincy Avery thing I think is very important.
Yeah.
What if, you know what? They're good. They've cleared the air. They have hit this compromise. They are going to implement, some plays that suit C.J. Stroud and his abilities better. Okay, so that's all great, right? But the offense still is hinging on something that doesn't take advantage of it constantly. Now, maybe those plays, those things that they've all of a sudden added can remedy that, but is that going to be enough? Is that going to be enough for this team?
Yeah, funny enough, the question that I had that was similar to what you're asking here is, they've talked about being collaborative. If these things, which it feels is like somewhat like they're not necessarily mutually exclusive here, the things that C.J. Stroud wants to do and the way that this offense has worked, at least historically, are they going to be able to meld them into a cohesive offense, or is this still going to feel kind of piecemeal? Because that was something that it felt like at some times with the offense last year, that there wasn't like a cohesive feel to it inherently, right? Now, year two, you give yourself an opportunity to smooth some of that over, an entirety of an offseason for Nick Caley and the staff to maybe look at the offense and look at, and then also maybe just a working run game, right? It allows this to all feel more cohesive. But then also whatever C.J. Stroud wants to add on top of that, does that all come together and work smoothly as one unit, or does it end up looking kind of like a Frankenstein's monster?
That's a great point.
I don't have a great answer for that, because also it would help me to feel better about that if I look at the staff and I go, I know there's people there that can smooth this thing over that have done it before.
Yeah.
I don't feel great about that. I mean, even Jerry Shaplinsky, who is one of the older guys in the bunch, or I guess Bill Lazor would be the old guy in the bunch who has actually done this. We've talked about this. I don't know how his experience shows up, but Jerry Shaplinsky, he's been an assistant quarterbacks coach, right? Or a quarterbacks coach. I don't know what that then speaks to when it comes to the ability to tie together an offense fully.
You also got to ask the question, is it even best to appease C.J. Stroud? Maybe not just for the sake of appeasing him, but I think that's a factor. Like, okay, we're going to put this in. We get it. We understand you want to do, in breakers, deep and or whatever the case may be. Is that even, number one, is that enough? And number two, is Nick Caley even going to call those plays when push comes to shove and you have a good defense? Our offense is basically run the ball and other things.
Yeah, I mean, these are all important questions that they're going to have to answer in the process of it. I'll be honest, I guess, to answer the original question, do you really believe it? I think it's like, hopefully, which is not a good answer.
I want to believe it.
But beyond that is like, I really hope, if for no other reason, that you get that is indeed out the way, because they've got bigger fish to fry if they're trying to figure out the relationship. And I guess maybe even the underlying question that also exists is it's easy to be on the same page in the spring and in the summer.
Well, you've heard me say that multiple times. It sounds great in theory, and it might be great for a few weeks.
Wait till that week one in the first half.
Yeah, or week 4, and you're struggling offensively, and he's frustrated because he wants to be able. He thinks he sees something with Nico on a deep, in breaker or whatever, and they're not calling it. All of a sudden, then are we going to see that body? Is everything going to change?
Or like maybe, and this is a question that I ask myself: if this is indeed true and they have this relationship, will this give C.J. Stroud like the perceived freedom within himself to kind of break the mold sometimes? Because we've talked about this. Great quarterbacks don't color within the lines 100% of the time. They find their moments, and depending on how big of a stick you want to carry, they go, I'm going to do this in the instance because I feel like in charge enough, and I feel like I have a better sense of the field being where I am versus where you are. And I wonder if a improved relationship, or a relationship that continues to grow, I guess is the way that I want to say this, that's not unfair to them, does that also include a C.J. Stroud that feels more comfortable going, Nick, we are on enough of the same page that I think you'd be good with me taking this step outside of the lines here.
At the same, you haven't mentioned the whole money aspect. CJ's playing for a contract. And if he's
which way are you saying that goes?
Well, if he might be frustrated if they're just, let's say they're having a good year, similar to the start last year, and they're making some progress. They look like a good squad. The defense is awesome, but his numbers aren't there. He's more of a game manager. He's doing that type stuff. I think even a winning quarterback might get a little frustrated, like, man, how much is this costing me? You know?
I think that's where maybe the George Pickens conversation that we heard from the start of their mini camp up in Dallas, him talking about how talking as if Mulugeta is his boss and he just listens to the way he says. Like, I do wonder if that wouldn't help the circumstance where it's just like David Mulugeta, I imagine, is like, hey, man, just play. We know that you are a good enough quarterback that whether or not you get the deal in Houston, someone is going to pay you and somebody is going to want you. Yeah. Just go along to get along, you know, and maybe that ultimately serves everybody involved, assuming that that's the way that this goes. But yeah, that an interesting piece that came out from DJ Bijani, because it falls in line with the conversations that we've heard all spring long. I've just been curious, how much are people like buying into it, and how much does it actually matter for the Texans? Only time will ultimately tell, and we will see here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. But coming up next, as it is still tied 0-0 within in the 19th minute there in Arlington between the Ivory Coast and Norway. Coming up next, we will do our lunchtime confessions.
In the Loop. world's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I hate that I have to confess this one. Simply because normally I would destroy someone like Figgy for wearing one jersey one day and the very opposing jersey. What are you wearing, Figgy?
Brazil. As the guy said, as I was in the Harwin store trying to find a jersey, and he had this one, and I'm like, "Ooh, what's that one? Fly? What's that one?"
Yeah,
like, Brazil.
What jersey were you wearing yesterday?
I was wearing Japan.
Japan?
Yeah, man.
See, but here's my confession. Normally, I would destroy that. I would just absolutely like, what are we doing? Are you that fan on Twitter who says their favorite teams are the Yankees, Dodgers,
Lakers,
Cowboys, and Lakers? But here's the thing: Figgy's a free agent. He's a free agent, and he's just getting into soccer.
I'm just having a good time.
I actually don't mind it, but even though that was the team that directly beat the team you were wearing yesterday.
Yeah. Hey, I'm at the point, I'm back in the 2000s now, where I just rock a jersey because of the colors and how I look.
And that honestly is a good defense here because both Japan and Brazil's jerseys are like notably good looking.
Yeah.
It'd be a different thing if he was wearing like one jersey and then the other side was like, this one actually doesn't even look good. Why are you wearing this?
Because they won.
Yeah, like, that wouldn't be about, hey man, this jersey looks really cool. It'd be entirely about, I am supporting this team. And I think Fig, how many jerseys do you have in your entire collection?
So right now, just based off of the World Cup, I got 2 of these.
Yeah, so
I got like 3 Dynamo jerseys.
These are the ones that he's got available, man.
Got Japan and Brazil.
This is just what he happens to have available.
Somebody gave me a hard time. Went to the gas station yesterday. And,
you got the clerk, trash talk?
Yeah, the clerk was like, "Oh man, y'all play you a Japan fan? Oh, y'all had
y'all had them.
Oh, you were getting the.
You should go back there today. See what he says.
And they were telling you like they thought. I bet he thought your favorite fan was Suzuki in gold. He was like, man, that's Suzuki. He's really good. Y'all got a good one in gold, man.
Right around the corner from my house. He's like, oh man, you almost
go today in that jersey. See what he says, because that was. But okay, so if you had to, outside of the U.S., of course, if you had to pick a team right now, a country, what would it be? Like you're a fan of that squad.
Honestly, like I was kind of leaning into the whole Japan thing because it was here and all that stuff. But honestly, man, I kind of like what Norway is doing a little bit, man. I'm a bit. I ain't gonna go Man City. I ain't gonna go that far.
No, you can. But don't worry about him. Nobody likes.
I ain't gonna do that.
There's a lot of people that like him.
Hey, man, Holland kind of doing his thing.
There
man.
we go.
Thor looking MFer.
Yeah, and the best thing about the Netherlands is
the Netherlands or Norway? Which one are we talking about?
I'm talking about the Netherlands now.
Actually.
Yeah. But the Netherlands is it's not just it's the Netherlands, aka the Dutch, which doesn't really seem to go together.
And Holland as well as another.
Yeah, that's why he reminded me. So it's Holland, the Dutch, and the Netherlands, same place.
Very confusing.
Very confusing.
I mean, only so much.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I have to admit, like, I understand why this continually happens, but I'm just done with it at this point.
What is that?
Did you see Jorge Posada, the 4-time World Series champ, right?
I did see this.
He was I
immediately thought of you.
He was on a podcast, and it was on Abriendo Podcast, and he basically let off the ultimate old guy rant saying, the baseball being played today is garbage. He said you can't judge Jeter through a computer. he leaned into this, and it's not even the analytical side. I'm just so sick of old guys trashing the modern iteration of whatever their sport is. Like, I understand that this happens because everybody, thinks that their generation is better. Someone on the text line was like, hey, man, shut this millennial Gen Z guy up. I understand how that goes, man. In fact, I've done it a little bit myself, looking at these kids.
Who's
like,
the Gen
oh, man,
Z?
the kid, I don't know. Yeah. I don't know who that is.
Ain't none on this show.
I am 34 years old, man. I get
we
it.
know who they were talking about.
I am younger. I get it.
It wasn't you and me, Figgy. It wasn't you and me.
I am younger, but I am not a child. And I'd be out here like, man, these kids, man, they got to get them off these tablets. So we all do this, right, to some degree. But it's just so unbecoming for these athletes that know how difficult these games are and should be able to, understand. I mean, if I understand it, I ain't that much, I ain't special, right? Like, you should be able to see the game and understand, I get, you lived in it in a certain way. But it just feels like they constantly are cutting down their sports. And I didn't realize how deep this ran in baseball. Like, I did know to some degree, but I didn't realize how deep it ran in baseball in addition to, basketball. Football seems to have not as much. I think the extent of what I think about is Michael Irvin talking about how, man, we used to go over the middle and they don't do that no more, which is, right. Yeah. But it just feels like I'm so sick of seeing the old guard constantly just poo-pooing the new iterations of these games.
I think it kind of needs to be said, though, in some ways. Let me explain. Because they no do compromise. And I think you might even agree with some of the stuff he said was true. It is just nobody cares about strikeouts anymore. I mean, that was one of the things he said, and that's true. And it is about home runs. But obviously analytics has a big place in all sports, especially baseball. Why can't anybody just find a middle ground there, in terms of their opinion? And that's what I always try to do. I get it. I recognize that. I said it on the show. But some of the things he said, in terms of your appreciation of the game, is true. It is. It's too many strikeouts, too many, weird things that are just not. And there are things that can't be measured. You've even agreed to that. I mean, signed up for that. There are some things that are hard to gauge with numbers.
Yeah, I kind of understand where you're coming from a little bit. The old man on the porch part. It is what it is with that. People going to keep talking about back in my day type of stuff. Yeah. But as far as I don't know if I ain't hear the podcast, but was he talking kind of defending Jeter? Or maybe some people saying
that was part
Jeter wasn't that good and all that stuff. If it's that, I'm kind of with him on it because I feel like a lot of people, it's not all, but a lot of people will look up stats and be like, yeah, see, he wasn't that good. Look at this number. Look at that number. And it's just come on, man. You ain't got to do all that. It's kind of, remember I played that clip on the mixtape of somebody saying why Kevin Garnett is better than Tim Duncan. Yeah. And he just started giving up all these numbers. I think that's what irritates people.
There's got to be
an argument. Yeah, you can use some numbers, of course, but that can't be the whole base of the argument on saying why this person ain't good.
Can I point you to something, though, and be a real jerk about this? Jorge Posada talking about how, man, don't nobody care about strikeouts. He struck out well over 100 times each of his 4 most productive seasons. These are things that have been in the game, right? And so I feel
not like this.
There's a hypocrisy that happens in there without acknowledging these things.
Well, I mean, he struck out a lot, but what he said. I mean, there's a lot to what he said. Like I said, there is a middle ground here. Yes, it can be too many. And yes, numbers are important. Both of those things can be true.
Also, Derek Jeter is overrated. I just wanted to make that clear.
I wonder where he would rank as far as Yankees. Is he even top 10 when it comes to
easily? In terms of fans?
No, I'm just saying Jeter as far as
numbers
top 10.
Or fans.
Just
we have
best
from a fan's perspective.
Best Yankee 10. Of all time. Is he top 10?
I mean, he's had incredible plays. Obviously,
he's had a lot of good players.
No, I understand.
He's mattered in a big way. Yeah. I just always come back to the most simple of my argument, which is Alex Rodriguez was a better shortstop when he joined the team, and the man didn't move just off the strength of being the captain or whatever. Yeah. I've never appreciated that all that much personally, but neither here nor there.
These are my confessions.
All right, so this is a tricky confession, and look, I'm gonna bring it up. I'm gonna bring up religion a little bit. All right.
All right.
So, it was a couple weeks ago. Somebody knocked on my door. I answered answered. Talking to the guy, he started, the church, all that stuff. We was talking for a good 10 minutes. My confession is I did not realize it was Jehovah's Witness. And usually I'm good with it, man.
Yeah,
usually
you can figure it out pretty soon.
it threw me off a lot because it was a Hispanic guy.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, hey, what's up, man? And
Wow.
I didn't look.
Wow, Fig.
Hey, I grew up in the hood, man. So it was like I seen none but black Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah.
So that threw me off. I thought, I ain't know what he want.
Well, here's a
he
helpful
gave me a
hint.
litt piece of paper. I'm like, okay. I was looking at the website. I'm like, this look familiar, but I can't put a pin to it because it said jh.com or .org or something. I'm like, man, look familiar. And talking for a long time, and I saw other people walking down our street, and I'm like, dang, what they doing? I wonder what they. I still don't have a clue. And my wife, after I closed the door, she was like,
what are you doing?
You talked a long time with him, man.
Well, let me give you a little helpful hint. If somebody knocks on your door and starts talking religion, they're a Jehovah's Witness. Pretty much
I don't know
all the time.
I don't know why I didn't even think about that. I just, Saturday morning, that should have been the first clue right there.
Yes.
And I opened the door. We just having a nice little conversation. The dog, Jackson started petting the dog.
Yeah.
Jackson knew what time it was.
He had a little girl right there. I'm talking to the little girl. And I wasn't even thinking. I'm like, dang, man, back in the day, I used to peep them out.
Are you you're a door opener, huh?
I guess I am. I rarely get door. But at this moment, I was right there, so I just opened the door. I'm like, I thought it was. I had no clue. I thought it could have been the neighbor down the street or something.
Lopez, do you like engage conversation with folks who are just I guess soliciting, for lack of a better way of saying it?
This is how it goes at my house. I look at the Ring camera. I'm like, I don't know about that one. And I open the door, and if it sounds like, big time sales for something, I always appreciate salespeople, but I don't like to.
So you just shut the door?
I just generally say, oh, no, thank you, I'm good. No matter what it is. Could be religion, could be sales, could be, anything. I'm good. No, thank you, I'm good. That's the good answer.
It's funny. I would sit there and talk all day long. I would sit there and talk all day long. And the reason I brought this confession up, too, because he popped back up today. I saw it on the Ring cam. I'm like, that guy looked familiar.
He came back around?
Yeah, today. Today, not that long ago. Yeah, I'm like, that guy looked familiar. I'm like, oh, that's who that is. I remember he came back like a month later. I guess he wanted to talk some more.
Yeah, I guess so.
Man.
Somebody said, and you just marketed it into your door opener, losing your hood pass. Wow, that's messed up.
Yeah,
you got to do that.
Hey, it been a minute, man. It been a minute.
Well, look, that's a blessing. Look, you out of that space in your life, and I appreciate that for you. But there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A pretty evenly matched game, if I had to call it. Yeah. Happening in Arlington right now. Erling Haaland just put a shot on goal. Nothing too difficult though. Still nothing to nothing here in the 37th minute. He is. He thought he could have gotten a better hold of that one, and he probably could have. But 37th minute there in Arlington, nothing to nothing between the Ivory Coast and Norway. All right, coming up next. We segment like a week or so ago, maybe a little bit longer. And so I went through the archive once again, through the Houston Chronicle, where John Lopez used to work, in a segment that I don't have a name for, but why don't we try this? Let's play a little J-Lo's Jukebox. I went back through the archive, and I will bring you an excerpt. Let's see if J-Lo can remember what the hell he was writing about. Next.
Payne and Pendergast. Mattress Makers Hotline. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Few things happening right now. Norway has had a little separation in their match versus Ivory Coast in Arlington. It is the 40th minute goal by Antonio Nusa. He scores for Norway, and so they are up 1-0. And honestly, Norway's kept the pressure
another
on.
shot, yeah.
They've had another pressure, so it looks like Côte d'Ivoire might be trying to just find their way to halftime, regroup, and give themselves an opportunity to have a equalizer. If you think that this thing is over, though, you have not been watching World Cup soccer over the last, just a couple of days, talk less of the last few weeks, because there have been 25 matches that were decided in the after the 90-minute mark, and all four of the matches that we've seen in the knockout round to this point, the round of 32, have been decided after that point as well. So you have to keep watching here, and we'll keep you up to date, especially if Ivory Coast will continue that trend with an equalizer and forcing this match further than right now. So that's happening there. Also, an interesting thing. Shout out to Grant Avseth, who covers the NBA. I think he writes Dallas Hoops Journal. He has a little bit of reporting saying that the Rockets and Marcus Smart are expected to work out a deal in the 3-year, $21 million range. Mm-hmm. The Rockets have been linked to Marcus Smart pretty tightly, to the point where it feels like it's almost inevitable. Obviously, you never know how things go, but the idea that numbers are being thrown out there feel like they tell us something. 3-year, $21 million isn't bad by any means.
No,
like
not
that is not starter money at all. Like that is rotation player money. Does that at all change your feeling about the addition or the potential addition of Marcus Smart to the Rockets?
Not in terms of what it's going to do to move the needle, but yes, it is a good deal, and maybe there's something else that could come of it.
If he's just like, this very well could be a veteran dude who can run an offense when you need to as a backup, because they definitely need that outside. It is weird, assuming that they keep Fred VanVleet, which we can't assume. He's cleared out his social media of Rocket stuff. He's kind of done some things that make it seem like he might not return. Can't say definitively whether he will or not, though. But if Fred VanVleet does remain, Bruce Thornton as a draft pick, trading up to 31 to draft Bruce Thornton, a seemingly ready point guard, and then signing another point guard. Obviously, they need to make sure that they have ball handling, but it does feel like you might be setting up some potential roadblocks there, right?
Yeah, I think it does, and I think you're also right that I wouldn't count on Fred VanVleet at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I would either, but we'll see how that continues to play out. That's just a note that I saw as it pertains to the Houston Rockets and things that they might be doing this offseason. But I did want to play a little game here, J-Lo. We've played something similar before. I dug into the archives and went through the letters to the editor, see if you could remember. But I wanted to get to your actual work, John.
Oh, boy. And
see if you can remember the things that you wrote in a segment that, let's try and call it Total Recall.
J-Lodal Recall.
Like the movie Total Recall?
That's not real good.
Okay. I'll keep trying. Don't worry about it.
Be blunt.
I will keep trying. I feel like you can.
What was the one you said earlier?
J-Lo Jukebox.
Not bad.
Okay. All right. On a scale of 1 to 5.
2.5.
All right, that's not that's not what not bad means. However, we will keep trying. So yeah, I went through the Houston Chronicle archives, through your columns, and I will give you excerpts. Obviously, I will, if I need to, redact some portions so that it doesn't give you the exact answer. I will, but you got to tell me what it is that you were writing about in this column. You can play along, 713-572-4610, especially if you've been a J-Lo reader, the Houston Chronicle reader, for at least, 25 years?
Well, I started January 1st, 1990. So
yeah, but you weren't writing columns in 90, though.
I was writing. I started writing columns.
You think I went and just got your box scores?
Or your
write-ups
but I was
of
a
games?
features writer. So, fair
enough. I might tap into the features. So I did not go to the features.
Okay.
I'm in columns.
All right.
Maybe I'll go to features another time. But we start here. This was an opening line from a column of yours.
Okay.
If you stretch the limits of your imagination, Tuesday night at Compaq Center, and perhaps also ingested a few bad mushrooms, you might have seen the dreamy match that never was.
Talking about mushrooms?
You tell me. Why'd you put mushrooms in there? I did decide to leave a little bit of information in there.
So read it again.
If you stretch the limits of your imagination, Tuesday night at Compaq Center, and perhaps also ingested a few bad mushrooms, you might have seen that never was.
Man, Lopez is a hippie, man.
He sure is. He has been with Jan for a long time.
Yeah,
Jan
I
definitely
should know
got
this.
You should.
Y'all the perfect couple,
I
man.
should know this. So clearly, a Rockets player that could have been is what I'm guessing, or maybe a playoff game that wasn't.
Okay, you had to have some kind of imagination to realize greatness once graced these uniforms. Is another quote from this column.
Oh, I can't remember that. Is it the Rockets? Is it about Rockets Lakers?
No.
Yeah.
Not a bad guess.
Yeah.
It is an interconference game that happened on, what is this?
Celtics.
In December, or was that correct? November of 2000, between the Rockets and the Bulls.
It's because of the Jordan stuff.
Michael and the Dream, Zen Master and Rudy T.
Why didn't I get that?
Do you remember the angle that you were taking here? Like the headline "NBA Life Through the Looking Glass." You were looking at, obviously, this is latter portion of Hakeem on the Rockets, and obviously well beyond Michael Jordan there. And you were just kind of looking at where the teams were.
Yeah, in terms of like what could have been back in 94, 95. Yeah.
Right, and
not a bad lead, but I wish I could have remembered it. I like this.
How would you term where the Rockets are right now? Right, like, because obviously you used that particular thing because you're like, this is clearly not that team of yours. Compare this Rockets team where they are, like, because again, we've seen a championship build, win, and then kind of like devolve, I guess, for lack of a better term. How do you see the Rockets in that kind of arc right now, comparatively to that time when you wrote that article?
Is this when they were, for a while there, they were really good with Steve Francis and the bunch? Is this when they were trying to add pieces and just never could quite get there? When did they have their best run with Francis and Coutinho and all those guys? I think that's kind of where they are right now. They're trying to find an answer to get to the next level. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like that's where they are. Like they've got a stockpile of some pretty solid players. I think me and Fig were actually talking about this in a break. Like, it feels like the players have not reached their potential, and when I say that, it's not just like the theoretical potential. What they could actually produce right now feels like it's not being fully extracted just yet. And so it feels like they're trying to find a way to actualize that, but then also, put things in the right places for a team dynamic to be able to contend as well.
Yeah, I think that's where they are. So we're kind of, with maybe it's more precisely like Yao, early years of Yao, trying to find the other pieces.
Interesting. Yeah, okay, that's a fair place to put it. And maybe you're even as far as depending, like when you had Tracy McGrady, you just needed to make sure that it actually came together and the results were produced. All right, how about another one?
I love it.
Here as we continue on with this game, going into the Wayback Machine. Maybe the Wayback Machine is the thing we call it. That. Again, this is J-Lo writing a column, and I'll give you the opening line, just the opening line. In showbiz, they say you always have to leave your audience wanting more. In the blank ways.
You got this one?
I think this is Astros.
It is not?
It's not?
It is not.
No?
Figgy Fig, you seem like you might want to play the game.
Yeah. Read it again.
In showbiz, they say you always have to leave your audience wanting more. In the blank biz, I could give you this. In the blank biz, they always do.
In the blank biz, they always do.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, what is that one?
It is a tournament about the NCAA tournament, or say it is a column about the NCAA tournament, and the title is "Why Not Extend March Madness?"
They always. So I was actually for it back then, even.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah.
This one was written in 2001, March 12th of 2001. Do you remember what your general thrust was?
Yeah, they need to expand. They need to expand the field.
Talking about deserving teams left out every year.
Yeah.
You talked about more play-ins being a possibility, which they kind of went to. They kind of did all of those things in the ensuing years. It feels like you were also seeing that in the World Cup tournament. We've talked about this.
We are.
Does this feel like a general thing to you, or was this very particular to the NCAA?
I think it was very particular to the NCAA tournament. It was kind of at the hot, not super hot, but a hot topic back then. That should they not expand the tournament? I think it was only. It wasn't even 64.
No,
then.
it wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't even 64 then. Yeah.
So you feel good about your stance there?
Yeah, I won. I won that one. I was right.
All right, here we go. One more here. Somebody said, y'all remember when y'all was supposed to be Wemby before Wemby? I mean, He kind of was. Injuries that ended up ruining it for him and Tracy McGrady, if we're going to be honest.
Correct.
Like, both of those guys dealt with great injuries. It's one of the things that I honestly think a lot about. Funny enough, because of Kevin Durant, with the dude like Wemby at that height, when you have that big of a height, you also have, like, the big feet as well.
Yeah, that's always a problem.
And the pressure that play that way. Remember, Kevin Durant had had what they call a Jones fracture, which is a fracture of the fifth metatarsal in the foot. And I'm just waiting on the day that happens. Not that I'm looking forward to it excitedly, but it just feels like the amount of pressure that is placed on his feet. And maybe it's not about feet anymore. Maybe it's joints with all the various lateral movement that we're seeing in the league right now.
Yeah.
But we'll see what that happens there. All right, how about this? One more column here, and I will give you this. There's not a lot here, but I will give you. And now for something completely out of left field. ...
That was my lead?
Yes. Which was very literal.
I know. That's where I'm kind of leaning toward. Moises Alou?
It is not Moises Alou. It is not a player specifically.
Oh, Crawford boxes.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember this column now. I sat in the Crawford boxes for a game.
That's not the this is actually you felt like the argument that you were making here is to get rid of the Crawford boxes.
Oh, so this was after.
This is 2001.
Yeah. This was okay, so this was a year after. Early on, I sat in the Crawford boxes just to kind of, and to do a column from out there. That get rid of the Crawford boxes.
Yeah.
Dog. Well, okay, so to be fair, I believe that was after Jose Lima turned into a basket case because of the Crawford box.
Oh.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Yeah.
But you were talking about it kind of being a gimmick.
Gimmicky, yeah.
I mean, it has ended up being like very vital to what this Astros team is.
Very much so, yeah. So I wasn't right on that one.
No, you were not. No, you were not. That was the reason why I put it in. But I wanted to see if you would stand by it in any way, shape, or form.
No,
You're completely out.
But I understand why I wrote it, because I think Jose Lima won like 21 games in the last year of the Astrodome and just completely fell apart because he talked about the Crawford boxes. Yeah, and how they were in his head.
You did also write in here talk about the possibility of maybe putting the left field seats into play.
I did?
Having the yellow line above it as opposed to at the front of it, and maybe putting the seats into play. And I thought that was insane behavior.
I did not write
yes, you
that.
did.
I did?
Yes, you did.
I did not.
You absolutely did. I don't know if that was in jest.
That had to be a tongue-in-cheek.
Like maybe this was tongue-in-cheek. Like if we're going to do this, why not do something equally silly?
There's no way I was serious about that.
I don't know. You be saying things seriously that I don't understand.
Well, I learned from this segment, Lopez be out here just talking crazy.
No,
don't even know what he be talking about.
I'm going to fight that one. There is
Lopez
no way.
over there like, did I say that? I don't remember saying that.
There you go.
Did I write that?
That is tongue-in-cheek, 100%.
It seems like I thought you would have known. It's funny. You did better on the segment about people writing in letters to the editor than you did when your own words were read back to you. I don't know what that means, but that was wild to see. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go from the baseball back then in 2001 to baseball right now. Dana Brown, the general manager of the Houston Astros, spoke before the game on Space City Home Network about kind of where what they're towards the trade deadline. Let's break that down because he said some very interesting things. We'll do that next.
Sports Radio. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The Astros fell yesterday in the first game of their 3-game set versus the Twins 5-4. I mean, they were scoring all the way down to their very last out, but unfortunately not able to get over there. But a couple of things interesting that happened. Unfortunately, Jeremy Pena deals with a left calf strain. This is not the same thing as the obviously right what was it, the hamstring injury that he had. So he will go to the IL on what we are assured is going to be a short IL stint. Only God knows what it actually looks like because, you know, we are still a little bit hesitant when it comes to Astros and injuries, but hopefully that is correct, what Joe Espada told us. And then also Miguel Ayola had a very interesting debut for the Astros, 2 innings of pretty damn good. Got into a little bit of a jam, but worked his way out of it. And that's really cool for Astros bullpen that definitely needs some work. And that actually brings us to Dana Brown, the general manager of your Houston Astros. He was actually talking before this game to Space City Home Network, the obviously regional network that broadcasts the Astros. And there were some interesting things that he was talking about as he was, giving us some insight into the trade deadline. In fact, if you give me cut 3 here, Bryson, this is Dana talking about looking at this Astros team and trying to answer the question, where is the trade capital for this, for going and acquiring players at the trade deadline?
Yeah, it's certainly pitching because we have so many guys coming back. Our, rotation is starting to stabilize right now. We have a pretty good bullpen going on, so we do have a lot of pitching, and we have some coming. And we have guys throwing well, and so we do have the option of maybe doing some trade. And in trade, you think about the present and the future. Like I always tell you, we're operating in both realms. And so, those are just some things to think about. But pitching, certainly, for sure, we feel like because we have some coming back is where we have a little bit of a surplus, and you can never have enough, but sometimes you have to move certain pieces to get certain pieces, and we're trying to make sure we improve this club.
So this hit me funny, just because we know that they need to at least in the margins do something, whether it's within the organization or a small trade. I'm still not big on anything major because of their farm system. But when you say how are you going to get there? Surplus of pitching. Exactly a surplus.
Yeah, that hit my ear funny.
What exactly is that?
Let's examine that because that definitely hit my ear funny. I'm glad that it hit yours as well. Let me know if you hit yours weird as well, listener. 713-572-4610. Because it feels like we've been talking about the pitching and the lack thereof for a lot of the season, whether it's the rotation. Now, admittedly, what he said is right. The injuries were part of that because you look at your starting rotation as of right now, and it's Hunter Brown, it's Peter Lambert, who had a little bit of a dicey game yesterday. Some home runs really got him, although otherwise he was okay, I think. Yeah. Mike Burrows, who I don't know what you want to make of that. He actually ended up going 6 last time without giving up
but he's
home
been
runs.
Very bad, more than good.
Right. The last outing felt anomalous. We'll see if maybe it's a turning of the of the corner for him or what have you. Tatsuya Imai, who has actually looked really good in the last few outings. Spencer Arrighetti, who we know what we see in him, even if the last couple outings have been a little bit dicey. But again, that's a 5. Then if we're just talking about starting pitching, Christian Javier just had his final rehab start. He is coming back, so that's there. I don't know where we are with some of the other. Ronel Blanco also seems like he could be on the precipice of returning. Lance McCullers is still working his way back, but I don't know how many of those get me to a point where I'm like, I'm at a surplus.
Right. And he did say, which everybody believes, you can't have enough pitching. I don't know if they have enough right now when you start looking at what you can count on. Even the starters right now, Hunter Brown, absolutely. Spencer Arrighetti, yes. I think we're there with Tatsuya Imai. That's 3 dudes. Peter Lambert, no, you can't count on what Peter Lambert. Burrows, absolutely not. And then you're saying, well, we're getting pitchers back, and those pitchers being, Ronel Blanco, Christian Javier, and Lance McCullers Jr., what can you count on with those 3 guys?
Yeah, that's the thing is, I don't know that you definitely have more than 5, right? So on a technical numbers accounting, yes, there's a surplus, but it does not feel like a surplus especially for a team that wants to make some level of run. There's still the entirety of the post All-Star break that you'll need to sustain. And let me ask a question that is kind of indelicate, but I think is required to be asked. Do you believe that the rotation will remain healthy through the entirety of the remainder of the season?
Absolutely not. No, I mean, I think that's... And
it's an unfair question to have to ask.
No, but you can say that about just about every pitching rotation in baseball. It's June, man. Tomorrow's July 1st. Man, tomorrow's July 1st, isn't it?
Damn, I got to pay rent again. They just keep coming with this rent, man.
I mean, it's not even July yet. Every pitching rotation, every pitching staff in baseball is gonna change to some degree.
Now, of course,
because of injuries.
He said pitching, so we do have to talk about the relievers. But let's just talk about the starters for this moment. Because again, we named 7, maybe 8 guys. Mm-hmm. If there's one guy that you'd be willing to part with, who is it?
From this group?
If there maybe one or two, like are there guys that you're like, all right, I'd be willing to be okay if he's not? Because again, if you part with one or two, you still have what?
God, that's a good question.
You still have like 6, and maybe in your mind you go, all right, well, you sustain one injury, one of those guys steps in, and you can make that work. If that's how this goes. What are you looking at? And that's obviously we have not considered the idea of like any of the pitching that's at AAA right now. But I think you get what I'm talking.
Well, beyond that, obviously, I think Imai is you're paying him a lot, and I don't know what kind of return. Maybe there's somebody out there that could take him, and maybe his agent plays in because he doesn't want to play in Houston or whatever reason. And I'm just speculating. But beyond that, what are you going to get? Arrighetti? But then you're hamstringing, you're hurting your best 3, your best pitchers on your starting staff.
Yeah, and I see the 281 on the text line saying after Arrighetti start, not sure. I think also those are the questions that whoever you were going to answer within that. I was then going to say, do you feel like you have a partner on the other side that goes, yes, I want that person, I'll give you something for them?
Give me Christian Javier. Is somebody saying that? Yes, he's got a track record. But he's also got a very significant injury that he's coming.
And is it like, hey, Ronel Blanco comes back and we think that we can find somebody to take him that wants him in some like that is the question that I'm asking because he's talking about it and I understand just the numbers of it. Yeah. It doesn't quite sit right in my brain here. Okay, so maybe he's talking about relief pitching, which to be fair, before we even start there, relief pitching is the cheapest of all the assets that you can trade at the deadline. It's one of the reasons why relievers trying to acquire them is one of those things that I go, okay, I feel better about the possibility of acquiring that. But if we're talking about relievers, how do you feel about the depth that you're talking about? Now, Miguel Loyola does present an interesting perspective here, right? In that you bring him up, and if he's going to be a guy that can give you an inning or two in these instances, that does help you when you look at the likes of Stephen Okert, Brian King, AJ Bluebaugh, Josh Hader, the guys that you believe in, right? I think you probably feel De Los Santos right now. I should ask that as a question.
It's been up and down. Right now, I guess his last outing he was okay, but he had been on a little bit of a slide. Not Uyola, obviously. I mean,
Nate Pearson is in there. I don't know what I feel about you, man, Nate, if I'm going to be honest. And it's not very, I don't think it's very high, if I'm going to be entirely honest.
No, how is this a
surplus?
A surplus of pitching.
Maybe you talk about the idea of taking some of these starting pitchers and then having them go to the pen. Like, once Kai-Wei Tung returns from his deload at AAA, maybe he slides into I think he definitely slides in the pen, and that opens up some space. But again, I don't know that Joe Espada, I wonder how he would feel about utilizing a pen that he is just now getting to a place where it feels like he might even have any options. Talk less of just, this is all I can go to, this is where my hand is forced, and then taking out of that to go and get maybe a left-handed bat in the outfield, which I also wonder, does that work out? Like, does that work out as a one-for-one? Because I imagine we're talking about one as opposed to hitting multiple of these, right?
Yeah, it has to be because they just don't have the valued assets of any of the starting or relief pitchers that we're talking about. Let me ask you this. Is he setting up a Brian Abreu move?
That could be interesting,
right?
I do wonder what the actual value is for Brian Abreu for an opposing team.
He might be the most tradable one because he's got a history of
being one of the better setup guys in all of baseball. And maybe other teams look at what you did here and were like, all right, you put him in a position that he was not set to succeed. We'll get him a different landscape, a different circumstance, and maybe that gets him to being bad. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
I think the other thing that I look at, though, is he is on an expiring deal and they would have to pay him if they're acquired. So that is, you're literally getting a rental. Yeah. And it's not a rental of, this is a closer, which I imagine teams that are buying are trying to go get, or like maybe they're not buying, maybe they're selling or whatever. But it feels like also if you're selling, right, if you're in that place, a closing rental, or not even closing, but a bullpen rental, how does that hit you? Like, these are things that I'm asking, and I go, I don't know. Even if he's right that there's the surplus of pitching is where you're working out of, it's not the strongest position.
It's no, not at all. That's why we both kind of landed in the same place when we heard it, because he said surplus pitching, and I said where? Not in the starting rotation. Starting rotation, there's no surplus. There's no guarantee on any of these guys that are coming up. In the bullpen, they rely so heavily on Brian King and Okert and Bluebaugh and, of course, Hader, that there's no way those four guys. So it kind of leaves you very few choices other than Brian Abreu and maybe Angel De Los Santos.
Yeah, and maybe if the 832 is right, like Mike Burrows is the guy that you move in hoping that somebody else also does the thing where you go, hey, there's a lot of talent here that's just not quite tapped properly.
Yeah.
I just feel like, hey, man, baseball teams are watching. They have pro scouting divisions as well. And he has looked, or at least the stuff has looked good at times. But, man, I would have an interesting time looking at this, unless you're just going, hey, we're buying incredibly low, which a team, I guess, could do. It doesn't feel like I would come from the level of confidence that it felt like Dana Brown spoke with there.
I mean, he was just like immediately pitching. I was like, okay. Because usually they're a little more coy about things like that. No, surplus at our deal. I'm like, well, where?
Yeah, it struck of a bravado that does not feel like earned.
Yeah.
But more, Dana Brown also talked about this. He said with 12 games left before the All-Star break, how big are these 2 weeks for the Astros?
Yeah, huge 2 weeks. I said earlier in the meeting today, we're going to have to sprint to the to the All-Star break, and then we'll worry about the trade deadline sort of after that. But we need to get on a nice little run with these 12 games. Potentially, we could take over first place in the first half. In first place, that would be great. But certainly, it's a sprint to the the All-Star break.
And while he's right about that, something happened in that game that maybe kind of changes the dynamic a little bit, and that's Jeremy Pena. He's going to be out for at least, I'm guessing, 2 weeks here. And so how does that affect what you're going to end up doing?
I don't know. I don't know that it does, because again,
certainly it affects maybe the standings.
Yeah, it can affect the standings.
Yeah.
All right, so how far does this change for you, John Lopez? Congratulations, you've been promoted to general manager of the Astros.
That's good.
No contract though. You're
that's bad.
You're on the same contract that Dana Brown is. You don't have any assurances. However, how do you go about this? Like, does this, or how far does the Astros record have to fall, or how far out do they have to be for it to change the way that you look at this? Of maybe we can acquire a piece that helps the outfield hit a little bit better.
I think they've already made the decision at this point. 2 weeks. Unless you just lose every game or something, I don't think it's going to affect. It's going to be up and down. You're going to have some moments here and there where maybe lose a game like last night that you could have won, and vice versa. They're close enough now that I think if they've decided to make a move, they're still going to make the move. I think that's the case.
I agree. So again, it's one of the things that I go to is Jeremy Pena, especially if Joe Espada, the manager of the team, is right that this is going to be a minimal, is the word that he used, stint on the IL, and he's back sooner rather than later, right, as soon as he possibly can. That would make me feel like this does not shift too much of what you're doing. Yeah. But the question that you've had to ask is like, where in this are you making the moves? Unless it is just like a singular guy within that, and then you tag on a prospect. But I have a hard time seeing it. But maybe that's why he's the general manager. I heard that, and I was like, is he operating in a delusional place?
Well, and I think he's operating. Maybe there's a little bit of messaging there as well. That he's sort of not talking to us; he's talking to other teams. Look at our pitchers. That's what we're.
He's selling through the media.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to sell here. Because
would you want them to look too closely at your pitching? I feel like
actually,
you would want them to look closely.
None of these guys feel like, outside of the ones that are going to be untouchable, for this season. None of these guys are necessarily untouchable.
No, I said that in the means of, like, if they look closer, it's like, hey man, I'm selling I'm selling you this ladder, but don't look too close at it because there's a couple
missing
rungs.
2 rungs.
Yeah. And I feel like this is one of those. I'm not sure if I want you to look too close at it. One more thing here, I just wanted to let you hear this. Dana Brown was asked about his day-to-day operations as he prepares for the draft and the trade deadline.
Prepping for a draft, prepping for a trade deadline. What takes up your time?
Yeah, baseball takes up my time. Look, the draft is very important. It's all about the future. So we have to, and we don't lose sight of our major league team, which we have right here on the field. I mean, we have to do that day to day, every day. Everything that we think or we talk about, it's always trying to improve this club. And, you got the trade deadline coming up. Those are things that we continue to have discussions about. We're not at anything intimate right now. So, but we continue to talk those things over. So, but because the draft is so close, and of course the major league team is playing just about every day, that takes up most of your time. And then you get those off hours where you get the chance to talk a little bit about the trade deadline.
I'm not going to say it, you say it. But anyway.
Yeah, I hope you're not being too intimate about this. Yeah, I feel like I hear what you mean.
Nothing
is
too intimate. Yeah.
I feel like there should be some some things that are too intimate.
Yes.
Did it feel like to me, or am I just doing too much here with this quote? Did it feel like to me like he was almost dismissing the draft?
I didn't. It didn't hit me like that.
Okay, good. Because I don't know. Like there was some, and maybe this is the tone and tenor that I'm always going to look at this at because he is in the particular place that he is. But I was like, hey man, I know that you're not guaranteed to be here longer, but I feel like you should be concerned about the draft. Like again, we've talked a lot about where this farm system is or where it really isn't in all reality. I would like you to make sure that you add talent.
You know what this entire exercise has told me?
What's that?
I'm more entrenched in my take of don't be a big buyer, man. Don't be a big buyer because first of all, you don't have the stuff to buy big. Number one, and secondly, I'm looking at their whole minor league, prospects, their top minor league prospects. There is not a lot there. You would gut this team.
Like the most interesting are the ones that are lower, like Xavier Nyans and it Alvarez down lower in the farm system. But yeah, baseball talk on Sports Radio 610, mind you, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. But yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Looking at the clock, it's about that time where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, imagine getting caught stealing and now facing life in prison over this.
For stealing?
Yes. Plus, yesterday we did the Battle of the World Cup goal songs. We're going to do it again today.
Okay. All right. Let's go through today's matches in the World Cup through the World Cup goal songs next.
The Drive with Stoerner and
here. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers 222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. Battle of the World Cup gold songs. I'll do that in just a second. Yesterday I think we picked we agreed on Brazil taking down Japan as far as the gold song.
Yeah, I think so.
And Brazil actually won that game. Shout out to Brazil. I'm rocking the jersey right now. How do Clint say it? Paraguay?
Paraguay.
They took down Germany, and it really happened in real life. Mm-hmm. And as well as Morocco took down the Netherlands.
Oh, so we were
so
spot on.
right.
That?
Yeah,
Hold on.
so we were right,
we
man.
might have a little something here.
Yeah.
We're like that little dog that picks the games.
Oh,
yeah.
Air Corgi?
Air Corgi, yeah.
A Houstonian, mind you.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, so we'll be doing that in just a second. But imagine stealing something that could get you life in prison. And up until recently, the death penalty.
What?
Yeah, I was kind of shocked when I heard this. But here's ABC 13 with the story about a man who stole something that can lock him up for good.
It may sound like something from the Old West, but cattle rustling is a serious crime. In Texas, accused of stealing livestock, could spend the rest of his life in prison. The Waller County Sheriff's Office says Douglas James Smith Sr. was arrested on 5 felony warrants of livestock theft in several counties. Court records also show the suspect was charged with multiple counts of cruelty to livestock animals in March. Now, for some Texans, their livestock is their livelihood, and stealing it is taken seriously.
Depending on the value of the livestock, you can get to first-degree felony pretty fast, where you're looking at life in prison. In fact, Texas took it so seriously that just up until recently, it was a death penalty crime in Texas to steal livestock.
Damn.
Obviously, that's unconstitutional now, and it's not the law, but that's just a reflection of how seriously people take stealing livestock in Texas. There's no faster way to find an unfriendly Texan than to steal somebody's livestock.
Man,
I'm kind of mad at myself. I should have guessed that.
I'm surprised you didn't. I'm surprised you didn't know.
When
where
you
I was
said it,
going
I
with
went, "Oh yeah." Because that goes number one. That goes way back. It's still such a thing.
Clearly,
it's such a big thing here in this state. And yeah, now I'm kind of mad at myself. But I actually am not. Other than the death penalty, I'm not surprised. Yeah.
Yeah. What you went for, young blood?
15 cows.
Stealing some cows. I got life in prison for this.
But it's bad, man.
The cows cost a lot of money, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nah, it's crazy, man.
Mm-hmm.
Just imagine being on the death penalty, man.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, like, what is the process of stealing the cows? Not that I'm planning on doing none of this. Clearly, my freedom way more than that. I'm just like, how does that look, right? Is it just like taking a trailer to the edge of somebody's pasture?
I've always seen cutting down a fence with an 18-wheeler and rustling them into the 18-wheeler and taking off.
Gotcha.
But there's several. I mean, rustling goes back as old as the Wild West, like you said. Yeah.
Yeah, but. Man, hey, that guy probably won't see the light of day unless he got a hell of a lawyer.
Mm-hmm.
But man, wild to hear, man.
Yeah, that's a big one.
It's the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Battle of the World Cup gold songs. We did it yesterday. Brazil took down Japan. Paraguay took down Germany, and Morocco took down the Netherlands. And these are our personal opinions on who got the better goal song.
Right.
So, FIFA, like I said yesterday, FIFA released their, I guess, each song for each country to be played every time they score a goal. And so we're going to do that again today. So right now, Ivory Coast is playing Norway.
That's right.
What's the score for it?
1-0 Norway right now. It is the 70th minute.
All right. So let's see who's going to win this match right here. Here's Ivory Coast. This is their theme song. They ain't scored today, but
not yet.
This is what they'll play if they did score.
jour de fête. C'est quoi? Et vous savez?
If it started here, I'd be in. We had a lot of stuff going. I'm in.
I don't mind this one.
It's tough.
I don't mind this one.
I can see the ladies getting down to this one right here.
Hey, they are right now. I can see it. Yeah, this got potential, man.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
All right. Look, Norway, y'all gonna have to come with something strong if y'all want to win this match.
Yeah. All right, speaking of Norway, man, they scored already. They up 1-0, and this is the song that played when they scored.
Hold on.
Yeah. The headbanger.
It's pretty good.
I like it.
It's pretty good,
man.
It's a tough matchup
It's
right
pretty
here.
good.
Yeah. Potato. Did he say something about a potato?
I don't know Norwegian, my boy. I don't understand Norwegian. I have a feeling that he didn't say potato, but
It
how
sure
am I
sounded
supposed
like
to know?
potato. You heard that, didn't
How
you?
am I supposed to know?
And see, I don't know if, maybe I could try to help y'all kind of get a gauge for where y'all want to lean, but just imagine scoring a goal and the song is playing.
Yeah, no, I know. That's. But they're both strong.
I'm kind of leaning towards this one, man.
I think I'm going to go with the headbanger as well.
I'm glad that y'all both picked it, so I didn't have to. I was gonna vote for the Ivory Coast personally, but it seems
Good
like
effort, though.
we are going. Yeah, no, that one is one of those where it's a damn
Africa down.
It's a damn. I voted for Ivory Coast. I don't know what you're talking about, man. I'm killing myself for Africa like they are on the field. No, I think that that's one of those. You come out of the match, you go, damn shame, man.
Kind of going with the game, actually.
It really is.
All right, so we giving that one to Norway.
Y'all giving it to Norway. I just want that to be
we in the loop. We letting
Team player Reggie.
I know.
when have I ever said anything to the sort?
All right, so the next one, this game, what time this game come on? Around 5?
4 o'clock.
4 o'clock?
Yeah.
France versus Sweden. So this
I have a feeling I know where this one's going.
this one, and we all know this song. And I'm surprised France went with this one, but here's their goal song.
One more time.
Come on now, Daft Punk. Come on now.
I'm not too mad at it.
No, I'm with it, man. Hey, these are some of the best electronic, musicians that you've ever. Yeah.
I'm telling you.
I'm fine with it,
I'm telling you.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
This is elite.
That is so French, too.
It's
that
elite.
Is so French.
I mean, it literally. Look, this is like being like,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Michael Jackson is from here. Yeah, no. Just don't make it harder than it needs to be, man.
Just make something that's fly, man.
Don't make it hard. If you got one of the hottest people to do it from your country, just go ahead and rock with it.
Yeah.
Just rock with it.
All right, this is going to be tough to beat.
Yeah, all right. Here's Sweden. This is what they play whenever they score a goal.
It's not bad. It just feels too much like.
This is one where, like Figgy said earlier, in a stadium of 50, 60, 70,000 people, I bet you this goes hard.
It might.
With everybody
it might,
singing in the stadium.
but I can put myself in a stadium with a whole bunch of Daft Punk, and it's going to go harder, my boy. Sorry, France is winning the hell out of that one.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, maybe I got to be in the stands for this one, but it's hard to.
By the way, Figgy, 1-1 now.
It's getting intense now, man.
Norway and Ivory Coast.
Didn't I tell you that Ahmad Diallo was going to come out and make magic?
Well, there you go.
There it is. Ahmad Diallo comes on and make magic.
All right, so the match everybody waiting on tonight. You got Mexico, Ecuador.
Man,
that's gonna.
How'd they sleep last night?
Yeah.
Probably not very well if you weren't listening earlier.
Hey, shout out to our good friend Diego. I know he's hyped over
That's
this.
right.
Yeah.
The Mexican fans in Mexico were outside of the hotel that the Ecuadorian team was at, and they were just honking and playing music into all hours of the night.
Motorcycles, drums, mariachis.
Man. So here's Mexico. This is the song they pick when they score a goal. And I ain't gonna lie to you, it might be hard to beat this one right here, man.
Oh, it's over. It's over. La Negra.
What'd you call me?
Well, that is the name of the song. La Negra.
It's hard to beat this one,
It's
man.
over. It's over. It's a wrap.
Yeah.
Do the old, throat thing.
Cancel Christmas.
Yeah, man, it's over.
Like even hearing this live, like hearing it during the game, it give me goosebumps.
Imagine
man.
the kick in with the trumpet.
You know the only other song that'd be better?
Yeah,
La Chona. Because nobody play it anywhere and everybody's dancing. But yes, that's a really good one. Little mariachi. What do we got here on the other side?
Yeah, we got
Ecuador.
Ecuador. This is crazy. I wish I could have switched the matchups a little bit because this one is kind of strong. I kind of like this one. Here's Ecuador.
You can see them all jumping up at one time.
I like this one, man.
Hold on, this is funky.
Wait for it.
Okay.
This sounds like a late 70s, early 80s Parliament and the Funkadelics, kind of.
It was real funky at the beginning. I was like, look, if we just roll with this, it sounds like we doing some Earth, Wind, and Fire here. I can rock with it. Then we got to the part that sounded kind of K-poppy, and I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Mexico will take you down. But you was close. We was there for a second.
Yeah.
I thought you had it. Yeah. So what is In the Loop picking via songs here?
Well, we got Norway, France, Mexico.
Okay. Yeah. That is your betting guide and the way that you should look at this game. This rather slate of World Cup games for today. Right now, though, only God knows which way this one goes. Norway and Ivory Coast tied up at 1 in the 77th minute.
Good game. Man, they've been so good, every one of them. Every one of them.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
All right, that's another. Before I step in, you good?
I think I'm good. I got one.
Go ahead.
I got one more real quick. This is a quick one right here. Salute University. You know what they did?
Over at West U? What they did?
West U. They are number 2 as the 10th wealthiest suburb in the United States.
West U, huh?
Yeah, West U.
You surprised?
A little bit. I mean, it's obviously a very affluent area.
Yeah. So what they did,
but everybody always immediately defaults to River
Oaks and all that stuff. So what they did, maybe this is why they didn't default to River Oaks.
Well, River Oaks is a neighborhood, not a city unto itself, right?
Well, but West U was kind of a
West U is a city.
But the list is neighborhoods, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's kind of listed as a neighborhood.
Oh, okay.
So they looked at this as like a 5,000 household that are part of the metropolitan like an area, kinda, but not a principal city.
Right.
So they narrowed it down to 50 suburbs with the highest average household incomes and home values to find the wealthiest.
Yeah, so they went suburbs. So like technically, Royal Oaks is not a city unto itself. I think that's why you go there instead of
So they came in at number 2 for what it's worth up in Dallas. University Park came in at number 6,
which is basically like West U, just up there.
And then South Lake up in Dallas, came in at number 8.
South Lake's that new money, isn't it?
Probably. I don't remember.
Yeah, probably.
You asking me to remember too much right now.
Yeah. So for what it's worth as well, the average home value is over $1.74 million. With an average income of around $500,000.
Dang.
So they got that money over there.
So close and yet so very far.
They got that money.
I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. That's a mixtape here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Hit them up on social media if you see something mixtape worthy at the Figgy Fig. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We've talked a lot about soccer, but I kind of want to bring it home. If you had to, and I've seen this happening a lot around some of the social media sites for the teams. If you had to put together a starting 11 for Houston sports, which Houston sports athletes would you have playing a little bit of soccer? Let's break through that next.
In the Loop.
Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Thank you, Figgy.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. They're no longer level in Arlington. Of course, the man, Erling Haaland, gets a tap-in goal.
He got a bunny shot, man. He got a bunny based on the great passing.
Yeah, no, incredible lead up and a great pass sets him up for the go-ahead goal here. And you were looking at a stat right now.
Yeah, I just looked it up because I saw this yesterday. This will be if they win 17 straight matches in which he scored. They've won. Then man,
that might be an indicator of how this goes. But as we talked about, all 4 matches to this point in the round of 32 have had some level of decisive thing that happens after the 90th minute. So I'm still not giving up on this one, possibly giving us some more drama, but still some good soccer happening right now in Arlington. Speaking of soccer, I was thinking about this because I've seen a number of NFL social media teams who, honestly, doing the Lord's work, managing to give you more of the personality of your players, especially in football, a sport where the distance to the field, the helmets keep you a little bit further away from the players, at least historically.
You don't see the faces.
Now we get so much more of these guys, even the guys who aren't necessarily social media inclined and putting stuff up themselves, just off of the team social media account, doing the various different bits. And one of them that's happening is these social media accounts. In fact, I think John Weeks made it on one of these for like the Niners when they put together, hey, what if you had your guys playing the other football? Like, where would they play? And so I wanted to widen this out to the entirety of the Houston sports landscape. If we had to put together a Houston sports soccer team, who would we want to see in various different places? 713-572-4610 to play along. And I think the most interesting thing for me is trying to figure out who plays in the goal.
That's where you start all the time. And I always give this far too much thought, overthinking. It has to be good hands.
Yep.
Big.
Good reaction time.
Quick. Lateral.
I got two names.
I have 2 names, too.
All right, let's see if the names are the same.
One of them is Nico Collins.
Not the same name that I thought.
Big, 6'3".
Yep.
Quick.
6'4" even.
6'4".
Yep.
Lateral hand. So one of them is Nico Collins. The other one is not Kevin Durant. I don't think the
7 foot.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. The lateral speed might be.
Fair enough. His foot speed isn't necessarily what we talk about with him.
Right. The other one is Jordan.
Not the name that I was thinking either.
Jordan.
I had 2 entirely different names. I thought a lot more about ball tracking with this because obviously it's not just the lateral speed; it's being able to.
Jordan can track a ball.
He can, but he's more about hitting them, which honestly would make me think about him being somewhere else on the field. I thought Caleb Bullock, 6'3", rangy. Obviously covers a lot of ground with the field and good eye for the ball. And Cam Smith, 6'3".
Cam Smith's a good one. Yeah.
Covers a lot of ground out there in right field, and it's a pretty solid dude as well. Like both of those dudes, pretty well built. I think you put them in goal and you flourish.
Yeah, give me Nico. Give me Nico in the goal. Get those. He'll grab everything. Now the other place you immediately go to after keeper is
who's your goal scorer?
Forward. Yeah. Who are your forwards?
Ooh, that's interesting.
One came to mind, and I'm presuming health, so you know who I'm talking about.
Oh, Tank Dell.
Tank Dell.
He's a little smaller. I think I might have him on the wing.
Good in space, tight windows.
Okay.
If he gets his feet on the ball, he's going to create some space. Gets his feet on the ball, he's going to create some space. He's good in tight spaces. So Tank is one. The other one, you need a bigger guy too, right? You need that little shifty, quick guy that can score, the Messi type, or whatever. But you also need a big dude. And I was thinking more. It's kind of funny. But I think Reed Shepherd would be pretty good.
Honestly,
yeah.
I thought about Reed Shepherd as more of like a midfielder, more like a kind of a number 10, because he's developing at the very least eye for where other people are in the game, right? Obviously, as a passer, and he's shown that he can make some really good passes. Obviously, there's still room for it to develop, but I mean, he's shown that he can make some good passes. And obviously, can you bring that from your hands to your feet ends up being a conversation. But obviously, all of this is a little bit tough to directly But I like him as a dude who can look to score from distance, right? But then also can get other people involved. That very much feels like a person who I want in the middle of the field, kind of orchestrating stuff. I kind of like Reed Shepherd as like a number 10 midfielder type.
What about corner kicks, headers, and such in the box?
Oh, people to go up and nod it in. Like
the Hollands of the world.
You do think about Kevin Durant just because he is big, but I'm like, I think I want somebody like more the athleticism. This is where I started thinking Nico Collins. This is where I was thinking about, because he is not only big, but he's wildly athletic and he can run. Like, he's fast. And so I wouldn't want to keep him confined to the goal. I want him out in the field plying his trade and making other people go, "Ooh, we have to deal with that, and we have to deal with that physicality." Don't want it.
The correct answer for me is Amen Thompson. Big dude.
Good answer.
Hops.
6'8"? 6'7", 6'8"?
Yeah, something like that. Just kick the ball somewhere in the box and let a man go to work. Yeah, that would be mine.
Yeah, there's a lot of real good athletes that we have. I was trying to find who are the Astros, like, because size ends up being a conversation, not always, but especially with those spots that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And then, the baseball player kind of can get left out. Are there any places where you go specifically, I think that there's a baseball to soccer connection that I want to tap into?
Baseball to soccer. You're talking about just the athleticism and the size and all that stuff?
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Before we even get there, I need to put Steven Adams on this field somewhere, and I think he is a perfect defender.
He is a defender.
Just like, you think you're going to move me? No, you are not.
Take the ball. I don't want the ball. Look at that guy.
I think Steven Adams is
got the hair going.
Just crunching tackles.
He looks like a soccer player.
He does.
Like, just his look.
He looks like he's right there in front of the goalkeeper. Like, oh, you think you're going to go up here? Good luck. Good luck.
Astros is an interesting one. I'm trying to think who might fit best. Well, I mean,
Stingley has to be somewhere here, right? Does it? It feels like he should. Great footwork.
I was thinking like Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena might be a guy.
Yeah, Jeremy Pena is talented. I just wonder where he would. You know what Stingley is? Stingley is one of these right back or left back.
Yeah. I think Pena fits in that as well.
Right, just one of these guys that definitely has the speed to get forward, but somebody who I can mirror wherever you're going. You think you're gonna come and score on me? Yeah. I'm right there with you. I'm stuck on you like white on rice.
Now,
I think he's a good defender.
Here's the key thing, coach.
Who? Okay.
Yeah. Because you immediately think D'Amico because he's the best one of the bunch.
Is D'Amico getting you in a place where you're like the Netherlands, where you're all defense, no offense?
But then you start looking at like the demeanor of a lot of these coaches, flamboyant, pointing everywhere.
Them, though, I think that there's a
not all of them,
variety of this.
But there's a lot.
Are you going Ime here?
Ime.
You're going Ime Udoka? Yeah. We're going to try and win this by 0-0
going
going
other
to
players'
penalties?
names. He'll start calling them bees and stuff.
You trying to win 0-0 going to penalties if you have Ime out here.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen. It seems like a lot of people on the text line are in the same place as we are. Like, Amen Thompson feels like he just needs to be somewhere. Someone said Petrie for the header guy, and I just don't know. Like, Petrie feel like we need him out here doing something physical.
Yeah.
Something physical that I don't know if it translates. Petrie is, I don't know exactly where we put Petrie out here, but it feels like, look, man, it speaks to the level of athleticism that you have amongst the guys in the greater Houston area. But no, I think that we feel pretty solid about some of these. All right, appreciation to DNM Autolease for the opportunity to crosstalk with fellas, and a reminder that you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station, as we're getting ready to welcome in the fully convened iteration of The Drive, Clint and Ron. As Ron,
they barking at each other.
Yeah, Ron. I figured out the way to get him interested in soccer. Just have them get into scrapping.
Yeah, that's right.
I feel like that's everybody's foray into anything. If they start scrapping a little bit, everybody's good. They are indeed barking right there on the field.
Yeah.
As Ivory Coast trying to see if they can get a little bit of something. And there's the physicality that we're talking about. Petrie can do that.
Yeah, Petrie can definitely do that.
Petrie could do it. Somebody said Kelvin Sampson. Oh, we didn't even go there.
Oh, yeah. I might have to change my answer.
Yeah, get Kelvin Sampson involved here.
Yeah.
He will have everybody elevating their play, that's sure. But, again, Clint, Ron, obviously, The Drive. Fellas, how you living?
Man, life is good, boys. Life is good, man.
Life is good.
I mean,
where'd you go, Show?
Babysitting.
Babysitting.
You know, as fathers, they'll tell you when you watch your own kids, hey, I almost feel very disrespected.
You should. That is an inherent disbelief of your capability of keeping your own children to call it babysitting.
Babysitting. Hey, how you doing? Just, like Like it's weird. My mom didn't call me about 5-6 times.
Oh, just making sure if you're keeping the babies up, right?
Oh, and then it called them on the iPads. I looked.
Oh, wow!
I walked in to.
That's disrespect.
She doesn't believe in you at all.
That's disrespect.
I know. My mother-in-law was over there answering. My father-in-law. They happened to be on the screen multiple times. just in there, just like you can't. Like I can't take care of my own kids.
That's right. Although you are playing, like you're playing outnumbered. Like I do wonder if they were coming from that perspective, I would kind of understand it because you got a few of them. Come on, you do got a few of them.
Yeah, they didn't drive down. They didn't come down.
Yeah, they didn't care that much. They didn't care that much.
That's very tell you, boy. You okay?
Yeah.
Like I ain't got no activities.
Yeah.
Shoot, man, get over here ready to go.
At least you didn't see this happen because my granddaughter fell asleep with a French fry in her mouth.
That's it. That's it, man.
Hanging out of her mouth like it's a cigarette.
Yeah. French fry in her mouth.
I just took them down to Galveston on Friday and we
good.
just stayed there just about all damn day.
Yeah, good.
It's good. I'll tell you, boy, you look at these two clubs. Those fellas in orange, looks like they've had to, when they get to tussling like this,
oh yeah,
like they didn't have to fight for some things in their lives.
Oh yeah,
Maybe a little different from those gentlemen from Norway.
Which is funny because I mean, ain't nobody on this field that hasn't played professional sports for a very long time and made a good amount of money. So I do wonder to what degree. But I hear what
where
you're
they
saying.
start, man. It's where they started.
Yeah.
Like they had to do some battling.
Like Clint,
early on.
How easily could you tell amongst especially once we got to the professional level that somebody ain't have it in them in your locker room just off of the strength of you probably ain't never had to go get it.
Oh, I mean, there's a lot of that. I mean, you get to that level. I mean, and the talent is blatantly obvious, but there's also my man ain't quite got that dog in him. The rest of these cats got it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Alonzo Spellman.
Now they're just right. Yeah, Alonzo Spellman.
He looks like he had to fight.
Yeah, Eric Williams, Larry Allen. When them boys line up across,
they got some money, but they don't, like you said, they was fighting in the field.
Yeah, man, that's
I don't know if Stepnowski was.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's Steph just want to smoke that joint, boy. Yeah, no, it's crazy when you get to that level, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's that talent. Everybody is super gifted, relatively speaking. But boy, the things that then obviously the things we hear about all the time, the coach speak, the work ethic, all that, the ability to compartmentalize and all that. But what you're talking about, just do you have that do you have that dog? Do you have that where you almost which I didn't. That's why I was a quarterback.
So everybody knows.
Yeah, I'm not speaking of myself. I was a quarterback because I hated getting hit. But like that, those dudes that just like Will and Aziz and these guys, like you just enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you just enjoy. Like I don't enjoy when somebody. Dan Hampton walked up to me one time in a bar, and this is after my playing days. And I'd never met him before. Mm-hmm. It was an Arkansas guy, and I was in a bar, and he walked up, and he like wrapped his arm around me and did the old, around my shoulder.
Yeah.
I mean, his hand went from my nipple to my shoulder blade. But like just that level of physicality, I'm like, man, who likes that? Who does that? Why would you wrap your arm around me? But
he does.
Yeah, like right, like you got to when you get to that level, like that's just a level of physicality that if you don't have that, you just. Now you can be uber talented and still survive and make a boatload of money, but if you don't have it, boy, you are just missing a big part of it. So yeah, it's pretty obvious, pretty quickly. Now, maybe not in today's game because they don't, but back then you get exposed in practice same way you get exposed. In, in a game.
Yeah, that's one of the questions that I have is I wonder how much of just any of our modern sports still have that particular dynamic. We were talking about this in Confessions because I'm sick of the old guys of the sports just completely dogging on the modern iteration. Jorge Posada was the latest talking about how it just felt like everything is garbage. I don't know. I don't. He ended up on some podcast talking about something.
Doug Jorge Posada.
How'd that happen?
Yeah.
I want to know who said, man, I got to put this podcast.
I got a gig. I got a great gig.
So
what is this, Radio Row or something?
We will take you every Thursday if you want to join the drive.
You thinking you got Jeter? No. Somebody else from that Yankees club.
You
got Bernie Williams. Here we go. Who you got?
They probably got Jorge thinking they could get somebody's number, and they were like, "Well, I guess you can come on. You can come on."
It's interesting. It's that conversation, Reg, is a fascinating one to me because it's like, do you? a big part of the problem with those conversations is that a lot of people are so quick to go to, "Oh man, get off my lawn." Like that's a crutch nowadays for any kind of pushback, right?
Criticism, yeah.
The minute that it happens to me now, on social media, if you say something, I just greatly appreciate the guy that outworks everybody, and the guy that hustles, and the guy that has that physicality. Okay, old man. Okay, yeah, you just insinuating. So it's if you can ever get that conversation, if you can ever get it out, off the runway, if you can ever get it started, it's really a fascinating, conversation to talk about, like how the game's changed and that physicality piece. And if it stays respectful, it would be really cool. There's no way to deny the change, obviously.
Right.
It is a much softer game, and that term throws people out, throws people off a lot, but it's just a much softer game than it was back in the day.
Yeah.
A lot of that's for health reasons. I think a lot of it is folks just don't want to do what it once took to get there. So, but that's where we live, man. That's what we're in right now, baby. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Lopez, any comments on that final line?
No, I was actually thinking more on the baseball aspect. I was
he don't like it is what it is.
No, he doesn't. He's
not one of them.
He does not like it
because it doesn't say anything. But
he's what it is. Man.
He says it doesn't mean anything.
I mean, it does. It means
never thought about it.
It does. It's an acceptance of the way that it is.
I feel like you knew what I meant.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So it doesn't literally mean anything. No.
It means, well, okay, I see what you're saying, but like when someone says, "Hey, how do you really feel about Kansas losing in the NCAA tournament?"
And it is what it is, man.
When you say it is what it is, that's a cop out. Because you clearly have an opinion on that.
Well, I would. I
can tell you, I don't know why they started all that fouling repeatedly. They shouldn't have started all that fouling repeatedly, and you just play it out at some point. And then you just open up the whole floor and you let the one short white kid on the team drive it all the way to the basket, and you win at the buzzer.
You illustrated
Where did St. John's had one white kid on the team? Hadn't scored all tournaments.
See, he just illustrated my point.
But it is what it is.
But you just have to accept it. That's
when
what
he
it
said
is,
it is what it is.
It's a cop out.
What I heard him say is, man, it was some bull job, and I don't want to talk about it. That's what it meant to me. That's what it is.
No, and that's my point
too. It is what it is.
Like when at a press conference, when you hear a coach or a player say it is what it is, they don't want to answer the question.
Yeah, that's right.
They don't want to answer the question.
That's right.
That's why it drives me nuts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair. Yeah. But it does have meaning. It does have meaning. It just it changes.
Don't encourage him.
For sure, just illustrated it perfectly because he said it is what it is, which is total compliment.
I had a few thoughts on it. Just why, man?
Always. It's just.
I know you had 4 foul to give. That was the worst thing to happen.
Hey, save that. We got 12 hours of radio on Friday, buddy. We got 12 hours of radio on Friday. Maybe you can get that out there
from the.
See, just every year he's just not going to be here for the Reggie and Ron Radiothon.
I'm gonna call you from the boat. Is that all right?
I'm not going to say what I'm thinking
because it is what it is.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
I was going to say I hope you don't catch nothing.
Oh, man, that's on the table.
I thought I didn't mean to tell you. He had a rough
weekend this past weekend.
He said it's on the table. John has always been very confident about his fishing. Every time I've heard him,
it was a rough weekend, man.
That's on the table, man.
How about 7 hours on the water and no fish?
Why I don't do it?
Hot, man.
Yeah, right.
You might as well have worked the shit. You might as well stay. You might have stuck out another hour and just worked. Worked you a couple 8 hours.
You better call me and tell me, hey man, my partner's out there right now, and he is.
No, for real. When do you check out? Like at what hour? What hour mark? Like he got to 7. I'm not getting to 7 and not catching that.
No.
Like where are you? Where are you stepping off?
That's similar to duck hunting for me. I got about. I mean, I might touch 2 hours.
Oh wow! I was thinking like 3, 4 maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, with John, I would just because it's a chance of a lifetime to fish with a guy that's all. I mean, he's self-proclaimed, but one of the best in the game. You know what I mean?
I like that.
I would tough that one out, but just like generally speaking,
I've run out.
Like,
I'm in my mind.
Would be like,
I'm trying to think. I'm getting about
7 hours and didn't catch a one.
2.5 in. I'm like,
you did a lot of moving, a lot of boat riding.
I was everywhere on that bay. I went everywhere. All my spots, all dead.
I don't think I could go past the length of Titanic.
Did you go out there naked?
No, it was real. It was bad conditions. It was real windy, full moon.
So why'd you go?
Why do I always go?
I mean, you ought to know better. Bad conditions, boys. Windy, full moon.
That's when the hubris kicked in. He was like, I'm good enough to get one.
Right.
I'm going to get one.
I'm going to show these fish.
Challenge?
I'm going to show these fish.
He said, I'm going to get one.
I ain't kidding you, man. Back in the day, man, it was, the chemical plant workers. There's somebody would have an off day and would be out in the water all the time.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to go fishing, Clint? No, I'm good. hey, Clint. Old Jeff's out there. He's on them now. Let's go, man. Where's the boat?
Yeah.
How quick can we get out there?
Yeah.
If you're on them, I'm coming.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're running, I'm coming. If not, I'm good. I ain't. That whole wait them out. That's why I don't bass fish. That's why I don't lake fish. Nope. Duck hunting. We got about 2 hours, and I'm going in. I'm getting me some damn
breakfast.
Hey, breakfast tacos. You betcha. I'll make enough for you boys when y'all get done waiting these ducks out.
I don't even want to know what time you went out there and got started.
Oh, for duck hunting? Or the fishing?
Yeah, it's about the same. Duck hunting's
I was on the water at 5:30.
God bless.
Yeah.
God bless.
Man. Is that like duck hunting? Where can you fish it?
Only in summertime. Summertime, you got to go out early. Other times of the year, you can go out anytime.
But I'm saying, legally, you can't shoot a duck that's on the water. And
you can go anytime.
You can't shoot.
You can fish.
You have to wait till
3 in the morning.
Yeah. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
I was going to say I've been night fishing before. I hope that wasn't illegal.
No, it wasn't.
All right, very good. All right, excited for what you guys got going today. Lopez, I'll catch you for a Wednesday show.
Absolutely.
All right, gentlemen, y'all have a fantastic one, and we appreciate you rocking with. Appreciate you, DNM Auto Leasing, for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
That's right. The drive is live and back together again, as you can be a part of the show with us. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can see us all, as you heard Clint, myself, Tyler is in the building. Somewhere, for some reason, they got a drum here with Norway. That must be.
Oh, they're from the row, baby.
Oh, yeah.
This is Jameis Winston was leading it last I saw.
I just don't believe this fella's heart's in it. Be honest with you.
His whole family's heart's in it.
Yeah, I hope they've been doing this for a long time. Okay, but. A lot to get to today as the World Cup knockout round is in full effect right now. Norway moving on. And we know the United States, they get going tomorrow. Is it Mexico tonight? So, yeah, man, me and met Reggie and Figgy and Tyler up at old spot. Didn't realize in my mind, like, oh, this could be a watch party spot for Mexico who's playing that night. Couldn't park a damn spot. Couldn't get a table. Boy, it was aggressive. So they was out there, but should be fun times with the World Cup. I just want to start right here, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I've been out a little bit, but I just want to start here. Have some fun. Y'all think the Astros got screwed last night in the ninth inning?
Oh, I mean,
do you think the Astros got screwed last night?
I'm honestly so torn on this.
I'm not one bit.
I'm not either.
They absolutely got torn.
They got torn. They got hosed. You think so?
Absolutely,
100%. So y'all feel confident in your side?
I don't think they got hosed. Yeah, I don't.
Well, then I'm the comfortable medium here.
Yeah,
the porridges and such.
I mean, to me, my man, I don't know why you said that. My man.
One's too hot, one's too cold. I'm right
in the middle of the porch. Huh?
I really am torn on this.
He's torn on this. I saw him take a couple of steps, and I think the big part was, I don't know why he did it. I don't know what the reasoning he did it for, or if it was just because he was walking that way. But he clearly stared and took a look into the dugout.
Old Seawalk.
And that was his undoing. And as soon as the umpire saw that, I think that took him out. That's where they want you to do it immediately, so you don't look over. He looked over there, and I think that was clearly why he said, "Yeah, man, I can't get you that." Now they got screwed on the pitch, because that sure as hell was up. That was not a strike. They got screwed on the pitch, and he should have walked, but that look in the dugout is what crushed him.
Well, that's. I mean, first of all, the reason he left the box in the first place is because he thought it was ball 4, and it was, which it clearly was. So leaving the box, and then yes, I mean he even paused with his hand in a sense of, but I don't believe that circumstance, 3-2 full count, bottom of 9. That hitter at the plate, that's when you choose to enforce. That's the first time I've ever seen that rule enforced. Like I don't know.
When you look,
I don't know. I mean, if I stay in the batter's box, I'm I'm looking at the dugout the whole time I'm touching my helmet. Like, what in that amount of time? What do you think? Like, how could something have been relayed to him to make that a suspect move? Like, what could he have done? What did he do that he couldn't have done standing in the box? He could still see everything standing in the box. The reason he left the box is because it was clearly ball 4, right? The look in the dugout, any right-hander in the box in that situation is literally staring in the dugout as he's touching his helmet every time he.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't. I don't know. I think that was a bad time. It was a bad call, and then it was a bad time to get picky with that particular rule, however it's interpreted.
Yeah, I could see how the umpire makes the call. He takes his steps because he felt it was ball 4. He takes his steps, and the look into the dugout looked more than just I just happened to be looking that way. It looked like he turned and looked to the dugout, and then he went. I could see how they. I mean, that's what I thought as soon as it happened. I thought, I don't think he's gonna get that. Because they said it wasn't the time. They said
he did it quick enough.
Yeah, they said it wasn't the time. They said they thought it was him staring into the dugout. Tyler is. Clint believes they got hosed, and it really took shape when you saw what happened after it.
Oh, yeah, should have been at the game.
But Tyler said his porridge is lukewarm in the middle of us. Text line coming through. He took steps because he knew it was a ball 4, and he was getting ready to walk. It was a 32 pitch. It was a 32. I don't know what that means.
3-2 count.
Oh, a 3-2. I got you. If I say 32 is what it said.
It's a 32 pitch at bat. Oh my God!
I didn't work that off in my head. A 32 pitch.
Way to work it.
3-2 pitch, and he thought it was ball 4, so he was headed to first base. When he heard the strike, I think somebody's voice. This has got to be a voice because they just said he didn't hurt the strike when it was called. He tapped his head. Someone said, "Great to hear the Garbage Pail Gang back together again." We greatly hear. It was a split second when he knew it was a strike. You tap your hat. It is literally staring. He was literally staring in the
dugout. I just don't like what is he accomplishing within 2 seconds of a pitch? What is he accomplishing by staring in the dugout? Now, my thought was he paused to there's some kind of do we have a challenge?
A challenge
do
left?
we have a challenge left? Like that would be my thought is if you're gonna gather any information that quickly from the dugout is do we have any challenges left? Which I don't know why you would or wouldn't do that.
Yeah, because you don't get penalized.
But it's like what do we think? What do we think he did? Do you think that he looked in the dugout to get confirmation that it wasn't a strike? It was 3-2
to somebody.
It was a no-brainer. Even if you thought it was a strike, if it was even on the edge, it was a no-brainer challenge. You know what I mean? Like it's not like you're looking to the dugout and go, boy, it's a 1-1 count, and I want to get a hitter's count instead of be behind in the count. And what should I do? I mean, it was a 3-2 count. You're challenging that no matter what. You're challenging that. Like is there a way that there's a TV in the dugout and they're seeing what we're seeing at home? Is that the thought?
Yeah, or somebody has an angle.
Was at one point.
Somebody has an angle.
Not that we're above TVs.
Somebody has an angle and can clearly it is literally in there not to look like a part of the rule is not to look into the dugout as if you look into the dugout to get some help. Like because I could see Tyler if I was in that dugout and I saw the pitch, I'd be like, "Whoa!" I could see myself doing that.
It was
in the dugout.
A 3-2 count. Everybody would have done it if it was even close. It was a no-brainer.
He clearly thought it was a ball whenever he makes the movement towards first to go walk to first base.
Why are you torn?
Because I get that you got to be situationally aware. Like Christian Walker has to know every detail of the moment he's finding himself in that game. Know that if it is close and you think it's a walk, you're going to need to tap your head immediately and not look into the dugout, no matter how brief or long it is. You got to be aware and ready, and I don't think he was. Now, does that mean he was trying to cheat the system out for ever communication on a review? I don't think so. But the umpire's put in a tough situation there. I'm torn, man. I'm torn on it.
Yeah, I think the context matters. I mean, it was a full count. It's not like he walked towards the dugout after striking out and looked at the dugout and they said, no, you need to challenge that. I mean, it was an obvious no-brainer challenge in that situation. Just a hell of a time for an umpire to enforce that rule. I've never seen that even.
Yeah, I haven't even
seen
them
close
when somebody looks in the dugout, not give them the challenge. I've seen them because that's a part of what they have in the rules. Someone texted in, there's no guarantee that Trammell was going to still hit that home run with Walker taking a walk. The walk changed everything. No guarantee that it would have produced the same outcome. Oh, stop it! You know the rules here. What did happen is the
next guy hit a bomb.
The next hitter hit it out. And then the next guy after that hit it out.
Yeah, that's a tough pill for me to swallow right there.
Well, yeah, Joseph said that was the issue, Ron. You were correct. That's what they said. That's what they said. It was not a time thing. And I'd be honest, I thought he pushed it with the time. I think it is a lesson of you stay there. You stay there and wait for the call and challenge.
You got to hear the umpire. You got to hear the umpire call it a strike, and just before you ever even think about it,
and call it a strike or a ball before you do.
I mean, unless your team's on the third base side, then you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. I guess, but not look towards the crowd either. Maybe you got somebody in the crowd as well too.
So I saw a TV up in the mezzanine.
Saw one up there, boy. Yeah. Because I'm telling you, if I was in that dugout, I would have been like, "Whoa!" I would have been hitting my.
Well, yeah,
I'd have been hitting my head too.
Yeah, hell, everybody would. It was that obvious.
Hit mine too. Yeah. By the way, that was a little baseball talk on Sports Radio 610, and baseball talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. All right, there's a lot to get to, and the biggest news of the sports world to hit today. Hit real close to home for me personally, and it will probably be one of the biggest sports stories over the next few months. We'll discuss that and tell you what that is coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now to give C.J. Stroud a $60 million a year extension?
On a scale of 1, don't do it, 10, yeah, 100%, you got to do it.
Correct.
I'm at maybe like a 3.5 or a 4 right now.
That's where I am, too.
He was a slightly above average quarterback this year on a team that had no rush.
Houston's sports leader.
Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
It's Tuesday somewhere, so you know what that means. It's Taco Tuesday!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as the crew is all back together again.
The Garbage Pail Gang, is that what they said?
That's right, man. Apparently, Clint really enjoyed his time in Florida.
Did you hear about that? Was I negative? Maybe just a little
Someone
bit.
said you were.
Always.
Maybe just I'm super negative. I'm just not a beach
I had
guy,
a blast
bro.
in Galveston.
I'm just not a beach guy. I did. I don't think the beach you were on you could, but I did say I mean I prefer going and driving it.
Yeah, I didn't drive. I drove up to a spot, but I didn't drive on it. But I sure enjoyed it.
I think you got to cross the ferry to drive on it. You actually drive your car out on it.
I hadn't. I got to find that. I hadn't found it yet.
Cross that ferry and you found it.
You have to let me know. You have to give me.
Sit on that tailgate. Get good and loose.
I enjoy we were. Got me a little. Splurged a little bit. Got me a little chair and umbrella. Excuse me.
I mean, you just had them set it up for you.
Yeah, they
was
did.
there.
Yeah. About $40.
Yeah, you needed that, man.
Yeah, I needed that laid back. Man.
You deserve it. Taking care of them kids. Taking care of them kids while wifey's out of town.
I'm telling you, man.
The showman.
Only Tyler's kids are of age. He knows the feeling where you can just.
Well, I think Tyler actually has the same problems we have at the beach with his kids.
Well, he may, but I don't. Yeah,
it's a different experience with the kids.
But I mean, the feel where you ain't got to be following them.
Yeah.
All the time anymore. Like they know how to handle themselves.
I am not there.
I know you're not. And you can just say, "Hey, don't go past this" from your seat, and they don't. Oh, it's great.
Yeah, mine behave pretty well, except one always sneaks a snack of a turd every once in a while. Got to keep an eye on that. Don't like that.
Like I said, it's similar.
I hadn't caught mine doing that yet.
It's similar.
You got a turd eater too?
I do, man.
I mean,
it's crazy. Yeah.
Small world.
Hey, so today, and this, I'm certain people will have their own thoughts about this, but this is, and I'm curious you all, because this is going to be a big thing because of who the athlete is and who he, and we're coming towards the end, and that is LeBron James. He informed the Lakers today that he plans to play elsewhere next season. He is not retiring, but he is planning to play elsewhere next season. There are a lot of different options. Listen, I'll just be honest. I've not heard anybody connecting him with the Rockets. I mean, we could fantasize and do that deal. The Rockets said they're out on players that are in their prime, so I don't believe that 41 going on 42. And LeBron just faced this Rockets team in the playoffs. I don't know if LeBron's thinking that's where I want to go.
That's right. That's right. I want to get them boys over the hump.
I'm gonna get them over the hump.
Yeah, so I got.
I would love it, but I don't think that is the direction. Real quick. How do you feel about this? Like, is this something that is interesting to you that LeBron is leaving the Lakers and now to see where he's going next? Is this intrigue you?
You know who you're talking to. Hell, it intrigues me when it's a 32-year-old that bombed out in his first couple years in the NFL that's getting a second shot, another shot.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying, you know, there are people who feel like, all right, man, they're over LeBron, he's gotten like.
I was here for Tom Brady. Luckily, that one worked out. I'm here for Aaron Rodgers continuing to play. I'm not a father time. Is just you got to get out. If you can play, go play. And this is one of the greatest athletes across the board. Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I can't give. I damn sure can't give him the greatest of athlete of all time. I mean, he is one of the greatest athletes across all sports of all time. Yes, if he can still go, hell, play to 55 if he can. I mean, the older athlete. I'm just the power of the guy, and in this case, the guys, because I mean, I think he's trying to join a crew that's not quite as old as him. But I mean, the power of what that guy brings to the table, from a situational perspective, from a maturity perspective, from showing you're young. Like he potentially, forget about the championship in LA. there is a really good chance that he changed the entire career trajectory of the career of Luka Doncic with the way that he takes care of himself. I don't know the details of it, but if the wheels don't come off the minute LeBron steps out of the building, he doesn't gain 40 pounds.
I was going to say, I hope he doesn't just go back to old Luka.
Well, right. Hope
start
not.
smoking eaters again,
and drinking beer in the post game pressure. But yeah, no. But I mean, like that's the kind of power that a guy like LeBron carries. Not just because he's one of the greatest of all time, but because the experience is irreplaceable. So as long as you can still play and we don't turn the game on and you're not limping all over the floor, hell yeah, I'm here for it. I saw that picture of him and the boys from Golden State. Hey, I'm here for it, man. Hell yeah.
Like someone texted in, who cares? Retire already. I mean, I think there are some people who say that, and maybe there has been some LeBron fatigue. I mean, this is about 25 years that he is. I mean, since he was on ESPN and Jay Billis was calling his high school game. Yeah. This is a long time that he's been in front of us, but still, even at 41-42, knowing that he's about to close it out, it is still, and I know for me personally, obviously I'm a huge fan, but still I just don't believe anybody who's out there that's a sports fan that's like not intrigued to see where's he gonna go. Like because at 41-42, he still has a chance. As crazy as it is, unless he goes to the Hornets or something, but he still has a chance to potentially change somebody's team and potentially put somebody over the top to be a championship contender.
They would have been a much better team this year. I'm not saying they would have made a deeper run or they would have won it all, but if the other two guys on that team would have been healthy when he needed them the most, I mean, that they potentially could have made more noise this year. Yeah, no, the LeBron thing, the LeBron with Curry, with Steve Kerr in that system, in a system that is actually, the system is an advantage, and it's not just, hey, LeBron, make the best of what you can, you handle this. Like the actual system works. That is absolutely fascinating to see to watch. I will tune in an absolute hurry. What Tom Brady did in his early 40s. I mean, you can't tell me that that's not one of the best stories, one of the best seasons in the history of the entire game because of his age and what he was able to pull off.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm ready for Aaron to hang it up. Came open on the market. I'm lying if I didn't say I've been intrigued to see where he's going to go. Where's he going to go? Where's he going to go right now? Yeah, I would be intrigued.
Bro, if Aaron goes out there and makes a run in the AFC to an AFC championship game, then it just shows, hey, man, and has a hell of a season, everybody would be dialed in to where everybody would be wanting him. Half the NFL would be wanting him next year. That is a defeating Father Time like that. Maybe not defeating, but challenging Father Time better than most people do at big-time positions like that when you're an absolute superstar. Hell yeah. I mean, just your casual fans are turned on by it.
Yep, Gus and Katie, I'm not intrigued at all. For one, wish he would just retire and go crawl under a rock and allow the NBA to move on from his punk ass. Gus and Katie. All right, Gus. There are some liars out there like Gus. I can tell you're lying right now just how emotional you are about your feels of his punk ass to go somewhere. Nah, the Golden State thing is what's being kind of kicked around and talking about them trying to get him and broke down Anthony Davis. And I look at this, and I promise you, man, the stuff we're starting to look at, I mean, we're going to wake up here, and the Rockets going to be about the 7th or 8th best team in the West here in just a second.
Everybody else is building.
Now, I don't I look at these names and think, boy, Steph Curry, LeBron, Davis, Draymond, that's a team that would be better than the Rockets. I don't know.
Healthy and rested.
I don't know. Now, I don't know about that. Now, that's the part. I mean, we got Steph's going to be 39, 42 next year. Anthony Davis is the baby of the bunch. He'll be 34, and he's played 20 games last year, and you know he's getting hurt at some point. Draymond, Draymond was 37? Did that sneak up on you? Draymond Green is 37 years old, and they also have Al Horford, who'll be 41. He's the second oldest player in the league over there that they've just re-signed. It will be, I mean, I'm here to watch it. It will be one to watch.
Be a hell of a roll of the dice by the Warriors, but it'd be fun to watch.
Yeah, someone texted in and said, Ron, you know Stone don't have the balls to make that move for LeBron. Yeah. Don't worry. I know he doesn't have the balls, but I don't believe it would be an opportunity for him to make that move. I don't know if this is where he is eyeing. But clearly, if he's informed them, Clint, I feel like we're going to know. He knows where he's going.
You know, he damn sure made it clear he's not going back to L.A.
But yeah, he's not going there. But I feel like when he stepped, like the last time, he knew when he left Cleveland where he was going. He knew when he left Miami where he was going.
I feel like it's got to be Cleveland or Golden State. I mean, the Golden State thing has to turn to play with a guy like Curry and under a guy like Kerr, and that and potentially have some ability to pull one of your boys back in the mix. That has to feel good. And then obviously the Cavs being a team that is right there on the cusp of it.
I don't know. That Cavs team's got James Harden, so you'd have to be picking James Harden over Steph. Now we know Kevin has done that before, but you had to be picking James Harden over Steph, and then you'd have to be picking that guy who's up in that series. Remember their coach who said that? I think they got swept by the Knicks, and he said realistically, if you look at the numbers, we were up in that series, and you got to pick that guy over Steve Kerr. So we'll see.
I mean, it would definitely be the hometown play, not the product.
Well, they're gonna have to make some moves.
Yeah,
they're gonna make some moves. All right, coming up as we continue, we've been doing the AFC contender concern meter. Let's go to Buffalo. The first game of the season. The Texans have owned them, right? What's your concern meter with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills? We'll do that coming up next.
Sports Radio 610.
The coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus tax.
Details. Sports Radio 610 presents I'm Stoerner and Hughley.
Boys are back together again as it is a beautiful Tuesday coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, a little real or fake, so stay tuned and stay with us as we continue to roll through. Astros are looking to win another series. They're going to get back in it tonight. We'll get you ready for that throughout the show and talk about what we saw last night. We got to have a conversation about, I feel like old WBC is starting to rear his ugly head again.
White boy Chaz?
I feel like I'll explain at some point. That's a good tease there. I feel like he's starting to rear his head through again. A feeling of that again. We'll have to discuss that, but we'll get you ready for them tonight. The big news: LeBron James will not return to the Lakers, so he will move elsewhere. I do not believe the Rockets are a destination. So, I mean, we'll see. Be nice to hear them at least involved in it. I'll be here for it. I mean, hell, if he wants to play with Steph, why not want to play with Kevin? I mean, that'd be fun.
I mean, KD is. I mean, I would think KD is a draw.
Just real quick, and I do want to get to the Buffalo Bills. Our concern meter 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. What's your concern meter as a contender from the Buffalo Bills? What would that look like, Fred?
I don't know. Did you hear the news on Fred yesterday?
Yeah, his knee exploded in 18 pieces, and then Tyler nicely slid in there and compared him to knee problems, which was my favorite part.
Basically the same level athlete.
Clint said the same thing. I was thinking in the car. I'm glad I don't know if I ever knew which knee it was. I'm glad you clarified. I never knew it was.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a real ass move of you, bro.
Yeah, Fred was never coming to the he was never coming to the playoffs.
No chance.
No, he did exactly what Tyler did, right?
Nice track suits on that bench.
Yeah, Tyler, you blew out all your ligaments. Didn't he do the same?
I think he may have had me beat by 1 or 2.
Right, like Fred's injury was a lot closer to Tank Dell's than we want to give.
Yes.
Fuck that man back together.
What happened in that pickup game? But what, like Fred, Kevin, LeBron? I mean, somebody's got to go. Like, I mean, you know.
I mean, Şengün's got to be a part of that. And so, I mean, you got to look at Jabari or Amin.
And Amin's got to. All right, listen, I don't know why we're doing this. It's not happening.
I mean, it would be an upgrade.
Oh, L. Stone wouldn't even dare to think about it.
But look, back to my LeBron point, my older athlete point. I don't mean to do this, drag it over to another segment, but back to that point. The impact LeBron would have here with our coaching situation.
Oh,
the impact would be.
I think he would be the best offensive mind on the.
No question.
Him and Kevin.
No question. Without a doubt. And teach him young fellas how to work and grind and mature them young fellas, develop them young fellas. Yeah, I mean that power is unbelievable. It has a place in the NBA.
Yeah. I forgot about Ime and his little sideline when he
that forehead wrinkle.
Yeah, he called Brian a B one time on the sideline where they was.
Oh, so that from that angle probably not gonna work out.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see. LeBron will come in and just get him fired, but that's not gonna happen. He's gonna go somewhere else. That's playing with Steph and crazy ass Draymond having him on your side. That's kind of hard to. That's kind of hard to shoot. That's hard to shoot down. All right, Buffalo Bills. This is a team. They feel similar because, they got Josh and a lot of the parts and Cook, but they have made a lot of changes. They've made a change, obviously, a head coach, Sean McDermott, is out, but it feels similar because it's Joe Brady, Mr. Fade, Joe Brady. That haircut caught us off guard. We saw when that hat came off, Joe Brady's got a little something else to him. But it relates to these young men a little bit more than maybe some of these other coaches. But he's the new head coach. Jim Leonard is now in as the defensive coordinator, so they've made some changes to the coaching staff. Wonder how much the philosophy will change, because Joe Brady was still there, but we'll see. And then they brought in DJ Moore. He becomes, I would say, their number one receiver to go along with some of the guys they had. Bradley Chubb. They've hired another older defensive end. Last year was Joey Bosa. This year they bring in Bradley Chubb. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, we knew of him. They've added some members on that offensive line, including Lloyd Cushenberry. So they have made some moves there, but this is also a team that the Texans have clearly had their number the last two times. They've been tight games that have come down to the wire, and they've both been at NRG, which will now be Reliant. But they've been tight games, but they have not only just had their numbers, specifically had the number of Josh Allen. So with that and what we've seen, you all can jump in on this. Where's your concern level with the Buffalo Bills?
I think the concern level with the Bills should always be at a 10.
You're at 10. This is the first 10 I think you've given.
Regardless of the history. Now, I do think you have the upper hand because of the history. I do think that the Vegas will acknowledge what's gone on the last 3 or 4 times you played the Bills. Absolutely. But, Ron, it was so bad. It was so bad for Buffalo the last couple of times for sure. My recall is not great, but it was so bad for them offensively, for Josh Allen and for the game plan, that you're a switch being flipped in the mind of Josh Allen, or a good game plan from completely changing the Buffalo Bills as an opponent, right? I mean, like, I don't know that I've ever seen Josh Allen overwhelmed the way that I've seen him in some bad predicaments. I don't know that I've ever seen him overwhelmed the way that I can recall.
He completed 9 passes,
Coach, and had no answers, and he was snapping the football, not knowing where it was coming from. Like, a good game plan against this defense that just is going to change the match drastically. A Josh Allen that just has answers versus D'Amico's defense is going to change the game drastically. And we've seen guys of way lesser talent and way lesser resume come in here and have big games. We've watched Jacoby Brissett do it. I mean, come in here and have big games against – we've watched my man in Tampa Bay, Baker Mayfield, do it multiple times. Like, that is – They're one. Hey, Josh Allen's got the answers today away from it being. I'm not saying they're going to beat them, but it had. I got the Texans winning that game. But they're one good game plan and one. Hey, Josh, let's just have answers, man. Let's not try to be Superman. Away from the matchup being totally different than what we've seen the last 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, it's like saying, like, yeah, man, we got Wemby's number.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, like, he's like a freak of nature, and then you don't.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And they do, because it is weird. When you watch Buffalo play the Texans, he doesn't seem so hard to get to and get down like he does against other opponents.
Yeah.
Will's all over his ass the last couple of years. I mean, that like when I think of Will, those are the like he's chasing his ass down. But again, this is one of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
And this is now him and Joe Brady have had multiple looks at this defense. And you could argue, Clint, this may be the best supporting, maybe all around in terms of skills. With Cook being there, they love all the other backs they use, and Johnson and Davis, and then DJ Moore to go with Shakir and Josh Palmer with Kincaid, which you would think week one he's going to be healthy in that game in particular. I would say around a 9 for me. Yeah. They're a concern because it is hard for me to just say, yeah, man, they'll like it's not just that they have like Josh's number. Like they're beating the hell out of him. Like it's not like he's not playing.
It's burning the film bad.
Yeah.
It's like there's no sense in watching this bad.
It's not like he played bad, but he threw for 250 and 2 touchdowns and a pick. No. He completed 9 for 30.
Yes.
Right? He doesn't run the ball well like he does against everybody else. He doesn't get big plays against everybody else. So and the games are tight.
Yep.
That's the other part about it is the games are tight and he's playing nowhere near to the level that he does. And there's a lot of times you can look at these games that they've played the last 2 years. If he played average, that you would think maybe the outcome is a bit different. They just haven't allowed him to play average. So.
Yeah, Ron, look, I picked the Texans because of the history, which I'm not real comfortable with because I think it could end up getting us in trouble. But that's really all I've got to lean into. I will be shocked if it works out that way, though. I'll be shocked if this is another game where Josh just looks pedestrian, looks like he's lost the whole game, and offensively they can't get anything.
No, I think they'll be had.
Oh, yeah.
Where it has been traditionally the year, they've tried to add some things there. But I think their defense can't be had, and I think the Texans' offense, if this offense is really coming together and making changes like they have said, could give them problems too. But, yeah, Buffalo for me is the highest grade I've given so far, like a 9. You said a 10, even though they've played. That's well.
Cook and Allen. I don't. I'll be shocked if Brady and Allen don't have some answers for this defense.
Yeah, cornbread going in Buffalo is a concern. DJ Moore was a great pickup for them. Yeah, we'll see what they're able to do with that. All right, coming up, the Astros just announced some news with the roster. We'll fill you in on that. And speaking of the Texans, and maybe that is a game that they're going to have to find this. How do they get these explosive plays they've been missing? How do they figure that out within the offense they have? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
it away. Call Monetary Gold at 877-NOW-GOLD for their complimentary gold and silver guide and a no-pressure conversation. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. Do it before the next headline, not after. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
The Drive is live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back as we are live here and 1 hour down here on The Drive. The crew is back together again. We appreciate you hanging out with us as always, and always enjoy hanging out and doing our thing with you. A lot to get to today. Want to run across some news real quick just coming from the Astros. No real surprise here, but just got word, Clint, that roster move has been made. The Astros have placed infielder Jeremy Pena on the 10-day IL with a left calf strain and have recalled infielder Rene Delgado from AAA Sugarland. So there goes Pena again. Man, just can't never. I mean, he's starting to be one too, man. He's got a calf, a hamstring, always.
It's not ideal.
He's high strung, boy. You can tell by the way he runs and walks, boy. He is tightly wound, man.
Yeah, he's got whatever that Nico does. Like Nico Collins has these where he hits these soft tissue, these injuries all the time where he has them. But he missed the hamstring, and the hamstring earlier this year caused him to miss a good amount of time. Hopefully the calf doesn't cause as much. I know hearing from Joe Espada, it felt like it was mild, is what he had initially said. But we'll see. We'll get to a lot here, but we're just getting this news. It's official, no surprise. This one hurts just because you're in the midst of the climb, and we just know right now those top five. It is hard to replace them, and the lineup looks so much different when just one of them are out, and then it causes you to feel like, now I got to have these guys in all the time. So pulling him out for a certain period of time to bring in the Delgados or the Nick Allens in games to have to play is just tough.
Well, it puts so much pressure on Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Isaac Paredes, Christian Walker. I mean, it puts so much pressure on those guys because they got to carry more of the load. Now, I say that with Trammell and hell, can't talk about it without talking about Cam Smith. With Cam Smith swinging it the way he's swinging it, and Lo Perfido has even been clutch. You mentioned Delgado. Delgado was clutch a couple of different games over that last run. I mean, it just puts so much pressure on the top of that lineup, the stars in this lineup, to be even better than they are, and it puts a ton of pressure on the others at the bottom of the lineup that you feel like it's a luxury when they're swinging the bat really well. I mean, you're going to need those guys more and more as injuries like this pop.
Yeah, so a tough one there, man. And this is just me, and I know some fans have been here. How do you feel about Altuve leading off these days?
Don't start it again.
I'm just asking you, because
did you lead the show Monday when I was out with Altuve carrying the Astros that Friday night after we left here after y'all disrespected him?
Well, no, I mean, I was fair, and I talked about it Sunday too. But
that's about right.
But I'm just saying, I that's the move generally that happens is Pena out, and they have now moved Altuve up in the leadoff spot.
Yeah, no, I'm good with it. I would be that. I'm not real.
I mean, I don't know if there's anybody else to put there, but yeah.
Well, I think you could understand, or at least method to the madness. You could understand that part of it if it were Bryce. If Bryce was going to play, that kind of that I could see. But I would go Altuve. He's comfortable there. Obviously, he's one of your best hitters. I would go with Altuve and get him as many at bats as I possibly could if it were me. So I'm not going to be I'm not going to be beside myself either way, but yeah, I'm super comfortable with Altuve in that spot.
Yeah. So that's the latest Jeremy Payne. When the lineup comes out, I'm certain Altuve's going to be in the lead.
I don't know that I wouldn't go Paredes. He's hot right now.
It just feels like, especially if it's the reason why I don't hate it is
who, Altuve or Paredes?
Paredes.
Yeah.
It feels like Alvarez is much more comfortable with people who he's gonna see some pitches and he's able to see pitches and before he's taking he's got to start taking steps to the plate.
He's got to rush his warm up with Altuve. Good point.
And then it's just like right now at this point, and I know Altuve has started to swing the bat better since I called him a side dish, a bit better, but still, I mean, it's like he ain't old Altuve yet, and it feels different. Like as you said, yeah, Altuve in the 5 spot, like that feels like you got a really good 5-hole hitter. Altuve leading off, setting the pace, undisciplined with the way his approach is and everything.
You talked me into it. I would go Paredes, Alvarez, Walker, and then decide.
I'd probably put him in a 4. I'd probably put him in a 4 spot.
Put him in a 4 spot.
They had Taylor Trammell there.
Yeah, let's be honest. Like a conversation about the 4 and 5 hole with what you do with Altuve is not crazy, given what they've done.
Like I think he should still be in the top 4 of the right now that there's no Pena. He should still be in the top 4. It's just like it is quite a shift of Pena up front, but not like crazy patient, but more patient with speed. The speed at the top in front of Alvarez. I don't know. We'll see. But they're going to have to hold on. Hopefully Jeremy Pena is not out for, a long stretch and maybe gets help with the All-Star Week game and All-Star Week coming up where there's no games and he can get some rest there. We'll see. Said it was a mild issue. We'll see. He is on the IL, 10-day IL, and Delgado is called back up. All right. We were just talking about the concern meter with Buffalo. And that's the crazy part. Even though Buffalo, when you look at their cast, they don't have a crazy, and really haven't for a minute, had a crazy cast where you think, man, they're going down the field all the time. But they seem to find their way to explosive plays a lot because of their mindset and their quarterback, who is hunting them as well. And they can find it through their tight ends and everything like that. That is something that we have harped on a lot on this show is, can they get some easy stuff? Are they going to be in these 13-play drives, 12-play drives? Are they going to, where their score is kept close and there might end up in field goals, are they going to be able to add enough explosive plays? And I think that is going to be a big, major question of how they're able to pull that off.
Well, Ron, I we talked about it yesterday, and I think it was really interesting. The Ben Solak IDO was really interesting just from a statistical standpoint of putting the proof out there of, CJ efficiency-wise was pretty similar to his rookie year last year. But what was missing, it was obviously the explosive plays and the run game, but the explosive plays. How do you get those explosive plays back, right? I think the one conversation that has been had over and over and over again based on what Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans did is the obvious one, right? Run the football.
Yeah.
All right. That's 101, guys. That's not Texan specific. That's not NFL specific. Look, if you can run the football, you create one-on-one matchups outside. You force teams to close the middle of the field. You create matchup problems, whether it's with your size outside or it's a guy like Jalen Noel or an experienced guy like Dalton Schultz or a Woody Marks coming out of the backfield. If you can force a team to add a safety to the box because you're running the football so well, now you can generate explosives. They immediately go from the keep everything in front of us, don't let the quarterback beat us, to, oh, hell, we're going to put our eyes in the backfield. We got to stop the run or it's going to be a long day, right? Yeah. So we know that if the Texans can accomplish what they set out to accomplish when they built this offensive line this year and this running back with David Montgomery and company, right? then that's the obvious answer. But there has to be more to it than that, Ron. There has to be more to the approach that the whole season cannot hinge on whether David Montgomery is an all-pro running back or not, right?
You can use the play action to get big plays.
Yeah, that's. I mean, every little league team, junior high team, high school team. I mean, they live by that mantra, right? If you can run it, then you can get play action, right? That can't be all that is in play here. This has to be a. There's two things. There's two things at play. Does Nick Caley, and I've talked to a lot of people that I respect their opinion. I think the fear of Nick Caley is he's going to go back in there. He's here too, and revert and always resort back to what he's comfortable doing, which is the conservative, tight to vest, minimize mistake approach to offensive football. You're never going to get more explosives when that's your approach, right? The other part of it is we got to hope and pray, guys, that they haven't backed C.J. Stroud into a corner. Because, I think that I honestly believe this. I don't think this is look, Nick Caley leaves a lot to be desired in the creativity and the pieces of offensive football that typically generate mismatches or blown coverages. But I think the biggest difference, and without the explosive plays, is I think C.J. Stroud was playing free his rookie year. I think C.J. Stroud has been handcuffed, ain't the right word. I think C.J. Stroud has been overcoached, I think is probably the fair way to put it. C.J. Stroud has been overcoached to play the position a certain way, which is not a great fit for him. And I think C.J. Stroud, instead of playing loose and free.
How do you think he's been coached?
He's been coached to minimize mistakes. He's been coached to find a completion instead of be aggressive. He's been coached to sit up there and try to figure out the protection and get the perfect protection for this pressure and spend all this time and energy up there doing that instead of being aggressive and creating opportunities with pace of play and driving the ball down the field. I think he's been forced into this box. Think, everybody. Don't rely on your ball placement specialist. Don't rely on your ability to stretch the field. Rely on outthinking everybody and not making mistakes. And I just think that is a tough box for C.J. Stroud to live in. His rookie year, he didn't know anything. He was a rookie. He didn't know what the hell offense he liked or didn't like, or what he wanted to be as a NFL or NFL quarterback and where he fit. He had no clue. He blindly trusted everything. So he'll do whatever. It happens to all of us. I've been in that role where I just showed up and did my job, and then after I got a year into it, I was like, no, this is what we're gonna do, and it caused friction, and it was a different vibe, right? The box that he's been forced. The key word's forced. He has been forced to live in. I don't think is conducive to him playing the game free, and they got to find a way to allow him to play the game free, or one, run the football really well, and nothing else matters. But you've got to find a way to allow him to feel comfortable in that box and play the game free, or Nick Caley has to be a Sean McVay, Joe Brady. Just
yeah, because that's.
One of them. What do I think about my man in Denver? My mind just went like Sean Payton, like one of the best offensive minds in the game is what he's got to be, and I just don't think that's happening.
Because it is the thought of to get more chunk plays, which is something that I think most offenses want to do and should have a part of their offense, because it's just more difficult, and we can see these defenses can find a way to get you off the field and turn you over if you're having to rely on long drives drawn out all the time. But to me, you have to ask yourself, are we better at being able to achieve trying to get some of these chunk plays because of our scheme and how we're able to, cook up chunk plays? Or is it going to be with our quarterback and some of our skilled guys coming together and them being able to do it? And I would think with this group, it would be the latter. I would think you would have more thought that instead of Nick Caley and the offensive staff throwing the oceans wide open, easy layups, with creativity that Nico Collins and CJ and some of the other guys will probably have a better chance of creating big plays with the things they do.
Let me ask you this. I was thinking of this earlier on the way in when I was thinking about this segment. And I'm talking NFL. I'm talking about big-time NFL offenses, right? Like that mindset. Is there anybody on this team offensively that scares defenses with speed?
The closest person and persons, and it is just positional speed, and that is Brevin and probably Woody.
That speaks it up, right?
I think from a running back, I think teams would have concerns if Woody Mark got locked up on a linebacker.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look, when you look at this team and you go, how's it built, right? When we're talking about the lack of explosive plays, and even think back to those New England days, other than Randy Moss,
the Randy ones.
Think back, other than Randy Moss and maybe Aaron Hernandez, right? Outside of them, there was nobody that threatened anybody with speed. There was nobody that played with a ton of twitch. I mean, you can add Wes Welker and Edelman.
Troy Brown had a little run there.
Yeah, but I mean, those guys weren't like this. This roster is not built for explosive plays. And I think it's by design. And so how do you get there? Your play caller's got to be unbelievable, or you got to run the football.
Yep.
You got to run the football.
That's why we talked about run the football. They have got to be a top 10, to me, level rushing team for this to come together the way that they hope and plan.
The more we flush this thing out, the more it is, boy, if you don't hit on this run game, son.
Because they run the football, which means their pass protection is easier because that's probably not the strength of the total of their offensive line having to pass protect.
Yep.
And then, like you said, the big size receivers coming down the field, one-on-ones probably helps you.
Well, it's funny. It's funny because we started piecing this together yesterday, Ron, is like, what have we heard from this organization offensively time and time again? Boy, this is a too-high safety league now. They're keeping too high on two safeties on the roof because your ass can't bring them down. I mean, let's be honest. I guarantee you when you look up and Detroit's out there lighting somebody's ass up, that it was because they had to bring a safety out of center field.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's offenses out there that have the ability to get that safety off the roof. The other ones, hey man, you got to try to do the best you can against two safeties up there, and that's going to be tough.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if that statement is real or fake. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Hey, look out. If you've got those big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property, I need your attention one time. Lewis.
Up today. While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent.
Drive is powered by Mokaram. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Coming up in just a bit, a little real or fake. Jump in with us. According to Chandler Rome, Astros fans will love this one. Jeremy Payne said that he has been playing through this left calf pain for a week and a half, and it has just gradually gotten worse. Pena reiterated what Joe Espada said last night. They expect this to be a short stint.
Well, Luke was right. He got pulled out of that game. What was it, a week ago, 10 days ago? And he obviously has been playing through. We couldn't think of anything that happened in that game the last time he played, and so it had to be something that was kind of lingering. And I guess I like that better. I'll be honest with you. I think that's good news, boys. If the injury is something that he tried to play through, he played, 8 or 9 days?
Yeah.
And then decided, hey man, this thing ain't getting any better. Maybe it's even getting slightly worse. Let me take some time off and see if I can get right. I don't know that I wouldn't prefer that than all of a sudden just Jeremy Pena's tightly wound ass has all of a sudden got a hamstring pull or a calf pull or an Achilles or something. So trying to make the best of the situation, boys. Trying to make the best
it's just the concern with them is just the evaluation of. Should he have gone ahead and shut this thing down earlier?
Right.
Like Lance.
Well, look.
Lance had a good outing, by the way. Sugar Lance.
Lance is a little different category, situation. But these position players, man, I need to see him. It's music to my ears to hear that one of them pushed through maybe a little bit of an injury.
Little boo-boo.
Yep. Little boo-boo, huh?
Yeah. All right.
Did you hear that, Tyler?
A little boo-boo.
You played through a little boo-boo.
A little boo-boo, yeah. Little boo-boo put him on the IL, though.
Rosebud right there for you.
That little boo-boo turned into
turned into a big boo-boo.
It did. It's in a little diarrhea there. Put him on the IL. All right, go ahead.
Little diarrhea
snuck up on him, boy.
It's Tuesday. Let's do a little real or fake. I say a statement. You let me know if it's real or fake. You can text in 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch jump in as well. All right, real or fake, Tyler? I feel better now about Mike Burrows having to make these starts. Real or fake?
Oh, that's fake. That's absolutely fake.
You don't feel better after his last outing?
Yeah, I get that outing was an improvement, but I need a sample size. I need a handful of games and not seeing balls leave the yard over and over again off this guy. So I'm going to say fake as hell.
It's just the second batter.
Only took 2 to get there.
Hey man, I thought he was about to give up 6. I thought, oh boy, oh my God, he's about to get his ass rolled through. Had a good out. Real or fake? I feel better about Mike Burrows having to make starts. Real or fake, Clint?
I'm going to go fake, but I do need to preface it with I don't know that I've ever felt – I mean, I haven't felt great, but I don't think I felt as bad as you and my old baseball coach who he texted me a picture this morning of the card of him starting. Fake. I don't feel better about Mike Burrows. I already felt like I felt better than most people. There's no way that I could possibly feel better after one good start. So, I'm with Tyler. I need a bigger sample size. I mean, I think with Mike Burrows, what I told my old ball coach, I said, "Hey, coach, here's the deal. We just got to get used to feeling uncomfortable for a few weeks." I mean, Mike Burrows, he's not one good start away from us all of a sudden feeling good about it. This is we're going to be uncomfortable for about 2-3 more starts before we have a chance to feel comfortable.
It is absolutely fake for me. And my concern is we are one start away from them thinking, I don't know, what we wanted, what we saw in the offseason. This is it.
Right back to Joe being able to shape his mouth and say he's got good stuff. Huh?
Guys, when he went down there and he went to the bullpen and then took that little shot at Imai about saying, I'm ready to piggyback off of Imai's starts. You could have picked Kai Wei, who, by the way, Kai Wei sitting over there saying to himself, what the hell does Mike have to do to get sent down? But I didn't think he'd make another start when he went down.
So he had a good
and
one.
He's made 2. This is his second one tonight.
Yep, and that first one was good now.
Chance to you got to have this to keep this series streak rolling.
That last start against Cleveland?
It was Toronto. I thought they were going to decapitate him, and Vlad did, and then I thought it was going to keep rolling.
Burrowhead.
I mean, we were talking about it leading up to the game, man. How do you think Mike going to give up? I mean, he's given up one at least, right? He got that sucker out the way, second better of the game. So whatever. All right, real or fake? Clint, the Rockets will make a significant move in the offseason.
God, I hope so. I guess you're gonna have to define significant, but whether it's for a big time superstar that's gonna take them to the next level, or it's just a big time move in a sense of you're breaking up that young core that everybody's been hung on for the last 3 years.
Yeah, that's right. That would be significant too.
Yeah, just change of direction, maybe. Yeah. So I'm gonna say that's real. I think they will make a move. One way or another. We'll see what that looks like.
Real or fake? I would say. I want to say real. I feel like they're about to get bullied into it. You got Portland going to get John Morant. You got something's going to happen with LeBron, and the Warriors are priming to do something. So they're going to, I think, make a significant move. I mean, the Thunder have been doing a lot of movement and trading guys from their bench to get up out of there to see what they do, right? And the Lakers, now LeBron's going, that's a good amount of money that they have, probably going to make some moves. It looks like the Clippers are trading Kawhi, up out of there, and potentially there's some moves being made there. They're getting Brandon Ingram back and Grady Dick potentially back in this deal.
Who?
Grady.
Oh.
All right. I'm not going to be like Ryan Hollins, get myself in trouble. But I don't know. It is. We'll see. It's hard for them to stand by to watch Portland, who's behind you, make a significant move, and will they just run past you like the Spurs did? The Utah Jazz are coming. When you look at what they've done in the draft and what the moves that they've made before, you go look at their starting lineup, it's not a shock if they are flirting in the play-in. So a lot of teams in the West, we'll see if the Nuggets just stand pat. I'm not sure if they will. Minnesota, they've made major moves. I don't know about adding LaMelo Ball. We'll see what that looks like, but they've made major moves and changes. I feel like they're about to be bullied into having to do something right now because everybody else is deciding to move, and you're just going to stand pat with the same group and Fred with an exploded knee.
I just got to believe that if you're Kevin Durant, this ain't what you signed up for.
No, it's not.
I mean, at this point in time in your career, this can't be what you signed up for.
Yeah, Fred opted in. No, you're going to get that money.
Especially if you look up and all of a sudden LeBron goes and joins
a team that your silly ass left to go play with. Crazy ass Kyrie and James.
Man. I mean, you got guys jumping around like that. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow for Durant if something doesn't happen here.
All right, Tyler, real or fake? The 4th of July is a top 5 holiday. Real or fake?
Oh, it's easy top 5 for me. I believe I'd probably place it second, right behind Christmas and right above Thanksgiving.
Second?
Ain't nothing better than freedom, celebrating said freedom, and this wonderful liberty we get every day of our lives.
I'm not going to let you just toss in that freedom celebration portion of it to try to. That's like,
no, really, I love the 4th of July.
I know you do. That's just like people, not getting booed when they bring in Jesus in it, and now you're stuck in a tough spot.
America.
2,
maybe 3.
Christmas.
You know me, Chief. 4th of July has always been a big deal for my family, and spending time on the river, man. That's
gunpowder. Beer,
yeah, and I am gonna lean into Tyler a bit here, man. The America 250 is I think it makes it a little different, a little more pride involved this year, other than just a holiday to pop some fireworks. I think it's a big one. So yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I'm with you. I put it at 2 behind Christmas.
Oh God,
let's go.
I mean, it's
these colors
clearly
don't run.
I mean, Christmas and Thanksgiving are 1, 2. I mean,
these colors don't run, son.
I mean, I would place. I mean, for me personally, I'm. God, those kids ruined it. But I'd have thrown New Year's. I'd throw New Year's Eve in
front of July 4th
into New Year's Eve with New Year's Day with football and everything surrounded with that. That is a big one for me. Yeah, it's top 5. I was not expressing the two of you to I'm not expecting you to.
Uncle Sam jumped up and grabbed your tongue.
To hit me, he did. To hit me with the number 2.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
It's up there. It's up there for me, man.
Man.
Great food, great company, party, freedom.
The biggest, best memories of my childhood were wrapped around July 4th in Wimberley, Texas, on the Blanco River.
I miss running after those parachute men that would come out of that one firework, and you'd run and try to catch it. That was super fun.
Top 2. Wow. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I didn't know that was going to be the hot take of the day. 4th of July, Independence Day.
I think
number 2.
I think you'd have a hard time finding a river rat. I don't want to speak for Tyler, but I'll speak for myself. I think you have a hard time finding a river rat that doesn't have it in the top 2 or 3.
Yeah. America. Every time I hear this clip that I'm going to play for you, I feel like multiple people for the Rockets should be fired on the spot. Every time I hear it. This can't be true. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
What is your appetite right now to give C.J. Stroud a $60 million a year extension?
On a scale.
Network.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we continue to ride here on The Drive. Good times to be had here. A lot happening in the NBA free agency wise, and a lot of teams are starting to get themselves together. And another major move is going to be close to happening. Not just LeBron James, who has expressed that he will not return to the Lakers. The Raptors, they are nearing a deal to get Kawhi Leonard back there and giving up Brandon Ingram, who'd come to the West, and Grady Dick, amongst others. But he's potentially going up there, and the Raptors trying to gear up to make a run. We've seen Golden State move things around to make a major move. So a lot of things are happening. Obviously, Miami has made the biggest move thus far. So a lot rolling on, and you'll wonder if the Rockets will be involved. We just talked about if they'll make a major move. And one player that it feels like is going to be on the move. This is a 29-year-old player that their head coach has history with. That finished 6th in the MVP voting this past year and helped the Celtics get to a 2 seed in Jaylen Brown, that it looks like the Celtics are at the very least taking in conversations about Jaylen Brown. And they should be, because it seems like that might be a relationship that has been severed, or at least hard to try to put back together. It is clear they are taking offers. And this is Bill Simmons, who is not only really sourced and locked in on the NBA, but especially when it comes to Boston, especially when it comes to the Celtics in that area. He's got a lot of connections. Here is Bill Simmons, if you haven't heard this yet. Bill Simmons talking about what he's heard about the Rockets when it comes to Jaylen Brown.
One last point I wanted to make on that Jaylen trade. We didn't have a Houston trade in there because Houston has literally been telling everybody we want no part of Jaylen. We're not interested. That team was a Bravo show last year. How are they drawing the line at, Jaylen Brown would make us weird? You guys had the weirdest team in the planet. You know what Jaylen Brown would do is actually show up for games and not roll over in a playoff series. Anyway, LaMelo.
Wow, okay.
It's just like, settle down,
What's
Houston.
the number one?
You guys were a disaster last year.
If the Rockets are, I'm not saying that they need to push all the chips to the table and do everything to go get Jaylen Brown, but if they're not showing any interest in Jaylen Brown, at least seeing what the cost is, the numbers is, what it would take, how it would fit with them, because he would appear to be a really good fit with everything that they want to do. If this is true, somebody's got, there's got to be a different direction. Somebody's got to go somewhere, because we heard that maybe they cooled off on Giannis. Okay, whatever. But this is a young player that seems to fit what you want to do. And, I mean, he's been a little talky, but damn. You can, to at least just, hey, man, we're flat out not interested. That is just not doing your job.
Well, I'm on record of being glad that the Rockets are not on Jaylen Brown. I do understand the point of he is a great player and he would make this team better, and you're in desperate need. There's a tie with your coach, and if that's the only move that's available, then they're you're right. They're crazy. They're nuts for not going and at least entertaining that move. However, I personally hope they go a different direction. I want to make a big move, but I hope it's a different direction.
Maybe, and I'll get your why here in a second.
There's no method. I'm not a fan.
Yeah, and maybe that's not eventually where they end up. But he ain't no just not interested.
Yeah, I don't know how. Like, I don't know how if you're the Rockets, you're walking around talking about not being interested in
yeah, this is Nick Caserio and Deshaun Watson. Yeah, we know Nick's not interested in Deshaun Watson. We got that. That one. We understand that one. Yeah. This one makes not interested. I mean,
you're gonna like. We talked about it yesterday from the standpoint of, I don't even know if it was the Rockets, but the thought of a front office, Ronnie, and you and I have talked about this a lot too. Like the thought of a front office. Like passing or not being, in this instance, not being interested in guys that are available because they're not ready for that move or they're not interested in that move, as if they're going to be able to control the next crop of superstars that are available. Like they're going to be able to handpick who the hell they want because that guy's going to be available. That is a wild approach to free agency. That is a wild approach to your offseason if that is indeed what the Rockets are doing.
Yeah, text line coming through. It doesn't make sense trading for KD and not trying to add another star with the current team. It's another first-round exit. Yeah, I don't like you can say star, and I get what you're saying. I just think it makes no sense to trade for KD and then look at the landscape and then not do whatever you need to do to be a championship-level contender. Because when you traded for KD,
you knew now was the time.
Yes, that's what you did it for, and the landscape changed. So Jaylen Brown would be one that you would think is somebody you're interested in, and like however you may not be a fan, like if there was a trade that made sense to bring him in, that would make sense. If someone texted F Jaylen Brown, I'd rather take LeBron's diva ass. Listen, personal reasons, I'd rather have LeBron here, but not basketball reasons. He's 29. Yeah. Right? He's a top. He finished sixth in the MVP race. Jason Tatum went down, and they finished, second in the East. Now, I think it is weird for him to come out there and say this was my favorite year ever when you've won a championship and you've been the championship Finals MVP and the Eastern Conference Finals MVP. I don't think he's perfect, but they need to improve this team big time, and that is a route to improve this team, especially when you look at what is happening around you, and to just say you're not interested in that possibility, to not even kick the tires on that possibility, that just can't be good enough for Tillman Fertitta, I would think.
That is it's a bold strategy. Again, if we saw some trajectory where there was the young guys in a Rockets uniform were developing, and you're like, okay, I can see this happening, then maybe that's not the right move. You still need to make moves, but maybe that's not the right move. But the reality of it is there was backsliding all over the floor.
What are they thinking?
I don't have no idea. I don't have any idea.
Seriously,
no idea.
What are they thinking? Do they think they have a Jaylen Brown? Like, in their mind, do they think they have a player in the fold that is a guy that can legit be a one on a team that continues? Do you think they have that?
No.
Do they?
They can't.
Surely
not.
I don't know what the hell is going on in
H-Town. No chance. Who?
I don't know.
No, they don't think that. I mean, there's got to be somebody. There's got to be somebody out there.
And maybe, or the other thing they're thinking is there's somebody else that there's another move that they're trying to make. I don't know. Well, I mean, we'll see. I don't know who else who's out there available that screams to you and says, "Hey."
Well, you're gonna be hell bent on finding somebody of with that resume, championship,
young
and monster year last year, best year last year. Yeah. Without his Batman to Robin or Robin to Batman, however you want to look at that those two in Boston. Yeah, that's Giannis is gone. Jaylen Brown, you have no interest
Kawhi
in.
is gone now, and that's a terrible choice too.
I don't know who else is going to be available.
Guys, this Serena Williams thing is just as bad as I thought it would be.
What are you talking about?
This is just getting out of hand. This is just.
She was just up.
Hold on, Joe.
She just doesn't. She doesn't.
She just won that last one. It's 5-3.
I know it. She's about to lose.
She's not as thick as she once was.
She doesn't play as well as she used to. I mean, it's
damn. She's been off for 2 years.
Well, just be off. She's 40.
There you go.
She's older than LeBron. I think she's older than LeBron. This is just
girl.
Just why?
the Band-Aid on the neck is really setting me back.
Had some real. What's my man's name? Who did Obama beat the first time? John McCain. Yeah, it's got a little John used to have those
the skin tags or whatever.
He used to have the Band-Aids. Like that's what John used to have those Band-Aids.
I mean, that is the only thing that them two have in common. If I remember John. He's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, we lost John. Yeah. He said them Band-Aids. That's what it reminds me of. She's tarnishing this, man.
No, she's going to win this one.
She is not.
She's going to win this one.
She is not.
Oh, Ginger Nation right here ain't got it.
It's not. Just shut it down.
Last name Joint. She ain't going to lose to Joint.
Lord, man. Just shut it down. She is. What do you?
She ain't going to lose.
What you got coming up?
All right. Hey, look, for all my commuters out there, I know there's a lot of folks out there that drive all day. I had my readiness tested on the way in and scared the hell out of me, boys and girls. I'll tell you what that is. And then the Stros. What a Bush League call last night, huh? 713-572-4610. Bush League or not, the Christian Walker no challenge. I'm telling you, man. Bush League. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 listeners, we need you.
Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Nice job by Clint Stoerner. Real nice job.
Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
Clint, what is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You want to talk about a good job by that old Clint Stoerner? Good job, Tyler? Well, let me tell you. Today's Dirty's Daily is powered by Wicked Trucking. For all my commuters out there, you can probably relate. Hopefully you don't, but you probably can. Commuting in today, boys, and I'm easing it. Luckily, I'm in the Escalade, not the little golf cart. I'm next to a car hauler, and I'm not talking about one of them car haulers that's got about 6 or 7 Bentleys or Range Rovers on the back of it. I'm talking about an old beater that I'm not real sure how anybody allowed it on the road with insurance. And putting cars on his back. There was 3 cars, 2 on the back of the truck.
Got through inspection.
One of them was in tow. And I'm cruising along there, and I am right next to him, Ron. And he's got, it's not a dually, but he's got 2 wheels there in front of each other on each side of the back of this truck, and one of them blows. And when I say one of them blows, I mean, in fact, I didn't look. I'm going to be shocked if there's not a dent in my passenger door. I'm gonna be shocked if there's not a dent in my passenger door.
Well, that's not the case.
I thought for a split second that I got shot. It was that loud. I felt it pushed my car, like rattled my car a little bit, and it scared the absolute dog out of me. But your boy, steady Eddie, man.
Fought through it.
Steady, your boy was ready, man. I didn't swerve off in the lane and hit the car next to me on the other side of me. I just gripped a little tighter, gathered my bearings. Got up to window with him and gave him a mean mug of like, what the hell you driving that piece of crap down the road for like that? You about killed me. And then I kept it moving. My readiness, man. I'm telling you that commute in. I know your commute's not as long as mine, but you.
No.
I don't know how you don't have as many commute stories as I do, man. No broken windows. No chipped windows. No blown out tires. Running out of gas.
I don't run out of gas. I'm not running out of gas.
I mean, I'm telling you, man. It's
ridiculous.
It was a tough morning, but I was proud of myself. I tell you what was rough. Jesus. What was rough was sitting up watching the Astros yesterday. Tyler, did you watch him?
Yes, sir.
It was a rough watch anyway. What was it, 5-1, going to bottom of 9?
Pete gave it everything he could, man. Pete's been laboring the last couple of starts.
Big Pete.
But I'll take 4, though. Give me in the 6th inning for when you're laboring. I'll take it. But, yeah.
It was rough. And he thought he got out of the inning, was going to get 6. And there was a challenge at first base, and the guy was safe.
And Joe said, "You're not Mike Burrows, so you're coming out."
Yeah, you're coming out. You got to go. Which is probably the smart move by Joe there. In that, but the bottom of 9, the Astros come to the plate down 5-1, and I can't remember exactly the sequence. Ron, was the first home run hit before this? Yes.
No. The first home run was hit after it.
That's right. Right after.
Then Cam came behind Taylor Trammell and hit another one.
Right. Well, the Christian Walker's at the plate, 3-2 count. Ball is clearly high. Typically baseball doesn't make smart, good moves, entertaining moves, but this ABS review system of balls and strikes is absolutely beautiful. It adds such an entertainment element to the game of baseball. It adds a little pop to it, no matter where it happens. If the catcher challenges, or the pitcher challenges, or the hitter challenge, I mean, it's just beautiful. It is a beautiful add to the game of Major League Baseball. It bit us in the ass last night, boys. Christian Walker, 3-2, runner on, 3-2 count, clear ball high out of this. I'm going to guess what, 3-4 inches? 3-4 inches above the box on TV?
Roughly.
Yeah, it was clear. I mean, it was clearly
I
not
need
in
that
box.
graphic, yeah.
I mean, it was clearly a ball. It was clearly ball 4. You're looking 2 on, one out, you're down 5-1, right? And because it was ball 4, he takes a couple of steps towards first base like he's going to take the walk. Realizes that he called a strike. He goes to tap his helmet, pauses with his hand, peeks into the dugout.
That's a problem there.
Taps the helmet. Umpire comes out from behind home plate, says, nope. It ain't going to happen. You can't look in the dugout the way you looked in the dugout. We're not going to let you review it. Get your ass in the dugout. And I got problems with it, Ron. I think it was Bush League. I think it was Bush League because I've never seen it. I've watched a lot of baseball, a lot of Astros baseball. I've never seen the rule of if you look into the dugout or if you hesitate at all, we're not going to give you the challenge. I don't know how you can even enforce that. Generally, I don't know how you can enforce it because most of the time right-handers are standing in the batter's box facing their dugout. So are you just going to not let them do it if they look at the dugout at all? I understand this was a different kind of an outlier situation because he thought it was a walk. I think this was a Bush League time to enforce that piece of the rule.
So a key thing, I do not think that the Astros got screwed. As soon as I saw the replay, I thought, nah, they're not going to let him get that. I was surprised. They said the time wasn't even the issue because it was, and I think maybe he was given some grace too, which I think now with the challenge system, you don't have to try to sell the strike or the ball, the walks anymore. Right? Guys would immediately, if they felt it was high or whatever, they would drop their bat and start undoing to really sell it. You don't have to do that anymore. But I thought he took some steps. To me, it looked like he looked. And he definitely looked. This is one of the rules they have. No outside help. Players must make the decision independently. And if an umpire suspects that the dugout or any other players signaled a player to challenge, the request will be denied. And the team won't lose the challenge, but it'll be denied. Well, and for that, I could see how the umpire right there sees him take the step, and he looks over there. I don't know if he was looking over there to get a signal, and that's what he did. But he looked over there. I could see how the umpire deemed that he looked into the dugout and he was going to deny.
Oh, I can see by the letter of the law that I could get to where I understand what he did and why he did it. I think it was Bush League to do it in that moment. One to the point that you just read of like no outside help. Nobody needed outside help in that situation. It was a 3-2 count, man. That's either ball 4 or strike 3. And in that situation with a pitch that is an automatic tap of the hat.
Whether he didn't do it, he didn't automatically do it.
But what threw it out of sequence, if you will, was that he took a couple of steps towards first base because he thought it was an obvious ball and it was a walk, right? So I understand letter of the law, no question. He hesitated with his hand. Hell, he hesitated with his hand. He flagged it. He hesitated with his hand at his ear hole, looked at the dugout, and then tapped the helmet. In that circumstance, given who it was, Christian Walker, a veteran player who wouldn't need any help in that instance, ball 4, and he obviously left the batter's box because it was a walk. And given the fact that was an automatic challenge, no matter who was batting, no matter no matter where the pitch was, that was going to be an automatic challenge unless it was an obvious strike. All of those things, I just think it was a Bush League time to really enforce that rule. Letter of the law, I understand it.
I think they got screwed on the call. Like on the pitch. The pitch was clearly a ball.
No question.
And that umpire missed it. By the way, did you see that lady who was behind the plate that day that had, I think, 5 challenges in that inning?
I did not see it.
She got challenged 5 times in the inning, and she was wrong all 5.
Do it, lady.
I'm gonna get
she may have lost a chance to umpire in the World Series right then and there off that grade right there. But yeah, I could just. He was wrong on the call because it was a ball, but I could see Christian Walker seemed to hit the letter of the law. It wasn't immediate, and they didn't even give him the time. And then he did
challenge. He did challenge the letter of the law like I've never seen anybody challenge it. I think what really threw the ump off though was the pump fake because he stopped his hand. He threw his hand up to his ear hole as he was looking at. So it was like. If he'd have just went straight to his head, it wouldn't have looked like he. It looked like he stopped and was processing something. I will give you that. Yeah. I don't know. I find it hard to believe that somebody is watching a screen, because the only thing that would make that make sense is somebody's watching a screen in there. Even though we have been known to have screens in our clubhouse. Somebody they're watching the same thing you and I are watching, and they can see that it was clearly a ball, so they're signaling to him. That would be the only way.
Or just somebody from that angle, and they immediately see it. And
yeah. Well, I mean, but again, in that instance, like they've made it a point time and time again to talk about how pitchers shouldn't even challenge because of their vantage point. It needs to be the catcher or the hitter. That everybody else doesn't need to challenge. So I don't know, man. I think it was Bush League, and I hate that we lost the game that way. If you weren't watching the game, the next hitter hits a bomb, makes it 5-3. The next hitter hits a bomb, makes it 5-4. If Christian Walker would have been on base, it would have been 5-5, and we'd have had one less out, so we'd have saw some more pitches, and so it got more difficult of a pill to swallow as the situation unfolded.
Big day for Cam Smith yesterday.
Come on, man.
When he gets a hold of it. Jesus.
I mean, he has been nails lately, and you, I don't know, Ron. I'm not there yet, but I'm really close to public apology time for Taylor Trammell.
We're gonna have to get a little bit more extensive with Taylor Trammell a little bit.
Well, I need to see more, but I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know that I verbalized it, but I was disrespectful. Like, it was disrespectful thoughts.
See, that's weird. I don't remember you being disrespectful.
Well,
you have been disrespectful.
He never deserved me to be outwardly disrespectful.
That one fellow with the beard. There was one guy who had like a number 37 or something. You were really disrespectful to him, and he got 2 hits.
I'll tell you who I was. It's comparable.
You've been pretty disrespectful to Nick Allen. You weren't even calling him
that's
Nick.
Less about Nick. That's more about Joe. But this is, I'll tell you who was the outfielder that kept getting run last year? Kid, lefty.
Milton. Jake Milton.
It's comparable to the disrespect for Milton.
I don't think so.
Yes, it is.
To Taylor? With Taylor?
Yes.
I don't remember that.
I mean,
I can't shake Jake Milton.
I questioned the love affair with Taylor Trammell. Like, I was like, and now, again, a lot of this stems from when you look at how they have treated Jake Myers and given him every opportunity, even when he was not the best player, to now choose somebody else. I'm like, what are we doing, man?
I screwed it up.
And like, ever. Like, he should be your starting center fielder. What are we doing? Like, I was, and clearly that's not the case. The thoughts were disrespectful. I may have bit my tongue and not been disrespectful on the air.
See,
the thoughts were disrespectful.
I feel like I know you guys as disrespectful. Clearly, Tyler's is Jake Odorizzi over the years. Tyler I've never, and Tyler doesn't care.
Nope.
His disrespect to Jake Odorizzi is awful. And then yours was clearly Jacob Milton. I mean, yours.
It sucks to suck.
I mean, you may have had some others. Yours is clearly Jacob Milton.
Jacob Milton's probably my worst. I felt like maybe my disrespect to Jake Myers was probably warranted, given the pissy poor play for an extended period of time, and the fact that he kept getting opportunity in front of my boy, white boy Chaz.
That was.
But speaking of players, this is now I'm on the verge of being disrespectful. I'm not going to, and he may have saved it. Christian Javier.
Mike Burrows, by the way, is becoming mine.
He's a candidate for sure.
He charges me up. Yeah.
I mean, as many guys as they've rolled through on this roster, there's plenty of guys to pick from. But Christian Javier, Saturday night in Sugar Land, 6 innings, no earned runs, 3 hits, 2 walks, 4 strikeouts, velo up pushing 94. It looks like Christian Javier, who I think is due back here pretty quick.
Yeah, I thought he was going. They had him make another start down there. I thought he was supposed to be back after this previous start, but yeah, he's ready to come take somebody's gig.
That is a big time improvement, because if you remember correctly, Ron, and maybe I'm wrong, you correct me, but Christian Javier's deal was not being able to throw strikes, not looking like himself. It was a disaster.
Well, he wasn't able to miss bats, and that's a big thing for Christian for Christian Javier when he was really, really good. He struggled the first couple of weeks that he was in the rotation.
Right. Well, to get Christian Javier back in there, what does a good Christian Javier do for this starting rotation? If you just get a good Christian Javier, not even talking about the great guy or the greatness that we thought maybe at one point it could be there, just a good Christian Javier that can go out there with the good stuff that you know he has.
Well, I mean, you look in the rotation. Let's be honest. Who has, and Tyler, help me. Who has more big game experience in the rotation than Christian Javier? I mean, I game experience than Hunter.
Yeah,
right? Like,
probably,
I mean, he's played. He's pitched in the World Series. He's 6 innings in the World Series. They beat the Phillies in. I mean, he's pitched in huge playoff games. There's nobody else that has that experience and the history of being really, really good in multiple roles in big games.
Yeah.
So I think, to me, he comes in and he slots somewhere probably right there in the middle. Like, if you can get the good Christian Javier, I mean, we got to talk about Spencer Arrighetti. I mean, we're at a tailspin here for a second here, just to bit his last 5 starts.
Well, that's the Pete.
He slides there right somewhere where between Pete and Spencer Arrighetti.
Look, that's interesting. We've been so caught up on the hole that they dug and their ability to get out and this hot streak that they're on and the injuries, yada yada yada. That down the stretch, what you just spoke of it's Spencer Arrighetti. As teams get film on him and as he gets a larger sample size this season, what happens? You mentioned Peter Lambert. What happens? MI, obviously, what happens? And so I think right away Christian Javier slots in maybe that 4 spot, but there's a chance he could climb to 3 pretty quickly.
I mean, 3 or 2. Yeah, to be honest with you. And, and if you start to have really important games, I mean, outside of Hunter, I mean, who knows what Joe and Dana are thinking, but outside of Hunter, like, those are the guys. He's probably a guy that you trust the most if he's found it. If he's the number 2 starter on this team, easy. If he's found it. All right, coming up as we continue, more news with the Astros. They've given us the latest on not just Jeremy Pena. He is going to the IL, but they've given us a little bit more with the injury. We'll let you know about that and pick up a little something that Clint just hit in terms of the lineup with the Astros. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, I need to, before we get to that lineup, I need to hit on this QC Kinetics and all you folks out there that are dealing with chronic joint pain. Look, it's awful.
at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, news coming from the Astros in regards to Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena has been placed on the 10-day IL with a left calf strain, and they've recalled Raynel Delgado from AAA Sugarland, so he is going to be down for a bit. Jeremy Pena, according to Chandler Rome, has been playing through the left calf pain for about a week or week and a half. It just gradually got worse, and they do believe, though, according to Pena and manager Joe Espada, they do believe that this will be a short stint, according to both the player and the manager. So hopefully that is the case. It is a short stint for them because as they are making a charge and they've won all these series in a row, it happened with being able to get healthy, and that's a tough one to look at and see one of those main cogs, those top five in the lineup, and you're starting shortstop is going to miss some time. So hopefully it is a short time period.
Well, the one thing, Ron, that gives, I know me as a fan, a little bit of hope here is that he obviously tried to play through it for 8, 9, 10 days, however long it was. So that tells you that it's not severe enough to keep him out an extended period of time. Now, unless he did something in that last outing when he went from second to home on, I believe it was a Paredes single over the second baseman's head. Unless something popped or got worse in that moment, then hopefully it's more of a precautionary deal of just, hey man, some time off to get this tweak back right before it gets worse.
Yeah. So that's it. And like we said, the big deal is he's been injured at times this year, and when any of those guys are injured, it changes their lineup and it changes where they go. And now you're bringing in more AAA guys that potentially have to be a part of this lineup every night. So that is the latest there with Jeremy Pena. You know what? You brought up something. And I have been thinking this, and this feels like what we went through with Chas McCormick. I don't know how I feel about this, Tyler. I really don't. I don't think
it's been a minute, boy. That right there put a smile on your face.
I don't think I agree with the playing of this, Tyler. I mean, you just came. It just came rolling out. Like,
good to see you smile.
Well, he didn't play it for White Boy Chaz. I think he just played it.
He's just hunting any reason to play it. Yeah.
You'll come at me about White Boy Chaz.
But I do think we have potentially a situation like that. Not only do the numbers show it, and you can look them up. I mean, their numbers are Taylor Trammell's numbers have been tracking to be better than Jake Myers right now. But it's just like when you watch him, just the eye test. When you sit there, I am way more confident when Taylor is at the plate than when Jake is at the plate.
Without a doubt.
Now, I don't know if we've gotten back to the space where Jake was when he was at rock bottom, being struck out by that second baseman for the White Sox. They had to come in and pitch. But it feels more confident when he's out there, and there's just not anything really to me when I watch them every day that I look at it and say, like, man, Jake does this, and it has to keep others off the field. I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I've ever thought that. I know he won that bronze Gold Glove, but like, I mean, he tracks the ball, which is like probably the best thing that he does.
Are we going to do this
on the field? I'm just saying the ball was probably the best thing he does on the field, but that ain't enough to keep him in. And I look at this and I'm just like, Taylor Trammell is the better player right now.
I hate to do this to Jake because I feel like he's probably a nice guy.
Just do it.
But look, man,
feeling good right now.
I mean, we're talking about a Major League Baseball center fielder.
I don't know how he keeps getting these up.
And we've seen, what have we seen, 4 years of it now? 4 seasons?
I screwed it up.
I mean, if when we get to Jake, we immediately start with, man, he tracks the ball well.
He doesn't throw it well. He doesn't. What did Tyler say? Anytime they show the who to run
outfield
on,
arm strength,
who to run on,
whether you get a green light, yellow light, or red light.
Go!
I mean, they got a flashing green light on his forehead.
They just put the Packers up there. They just put the Packers jersey up there. Just
hit that gas.
It's green.
Yeah, look, man. I mean, I'm exhausted even talking about this center field rotation that's been going on. It seems like Joe, like they create the rotation. They don't even allow Jake to be the guy that they want him to be.
I'm trying to do the best I
can.
But
when the conversations about Jake borderline make me laugh. It's like, I don't care who they start in center field, to be completely honest with you. I'm with you. I think I got a lot more confidence in Taylor. How many guys are going to come along that we say, man, I just feel better. I just got more confidence in this other guy. It's been Dubon. It's been White Boy Chaz. Now it's Taylor Trammell, right? And I don't know that Bryce Matthews hadn't been there a time or two this year.
By the way, real quick, Taylor has played 36 games, 101 plate appearances, 49, 132 plate appearances right now. Jake's got 27 hits. Taylor's got 25 hits. Jake's got 3 home runs. Taylor's got 3 home runs, and they've happened in the last week.
Yeah,
when he's been getting time. I mean, Jake's got 6 doubles. He's got 5 doubles. He's hitting 275. Taylor Trammell, Jake's hitting 204. I mean, it's on base percentage 340 for Taylor Trammell, 260. I mean, it is across the board. He is better, and then it is the eye test too. And I just to me, I do wonder: is he a player that gets exposed if he gets more at bats?
Taylor Trammell?
Taylor, or is he a player that you might see more consistency?
I'm going to tell you, that left-handed bat is a bigger deal to the Astros than it is to us as well. So you might as well throw that in there as a feather in his cap. That being able to swing it with some pop from the left side of the plate is big. Again, the Jake Myers stuff. If we're going to start the conversation with our center fielder that he tracks the ball
I'm just saying, but I can't
really bad spot.
Like, what other above average thing does Jake do? What other average thing does?
Wear the hell out of them khakis.
What about a jump? Does he get a jump on the ball?
I think that's all it. That's all incorporate all as one.
Tracking.
Yeah, tracking, jump. Thing. And I think he does a really good job with that, Patrick. I think he does. But I mean,
somewhere madder than a hornet right now.
No, I think Pat's thrown it in. But I don't know. I don't feel 713-572-4616 YouTube and Twitch. When I watch, I just feel better about Taylor Trammell being out there. I think Taylor Trammell defensively, it's fine. There's not a huge difference. Yeah, it's just not a huge difference to me. Just like it wasn't with Chaz, just like it wasn't with Dubon.
Right.
Man, I don't know, man. Taylor's in the lineup in center field again today, by the way. So
that makes sense.
Someone text in, Ron, Jake is 30. What are we talking about? I don't know why I don't know what it is.
Is Jake really 30?
I just know he's from Nebraska.
I still look at Jake and think
he's probably from
18
Omaha.
or 19.
He's probably kicked it in Omaha.
Oh, no question. I mean, he owns
30 on the dot.
He owns Omaha. What part of Nebraska is he from? Is he anywhere close to Nebraska to Omaha?
He looks like a Lincoln kid.
See, I just did it. I'm not going to do it again.
Yes, you are. Just
I leaned into
man.
you just wearing out
just
Omaha.
Stop.
I think everything I've heard about Omaha, Nebraska is tremendous.
Oh, he's
place.
Straight up from Omaha.
He's from Omaha. I just found it. No wonder Ron doesn't like him. Anything associated with that town in Nebraska.
It's not that I don't like it.
I know.
And it's one of the most overrated towns. But it's not that I don't know why they keep getting good things. Des Moines got to be like saying, look at us. Like, anyway, but it's.
Didn't eat any corn.
I mean, it's just like, Jackson, Mississippi's fun for some. But I mean, like, but I just don't understand how he keeps holding people off.
Oh, yeah.
Chaz is out of the league. Dubon had bounced. It is going to be a potential all-star for the Braves at 17 positions, and they held him off. Trailer Trammell right now until they do something at the break, unless they go get some. He should be the everyday center fielder to me.
Bro, the one thing we do know is the Astros don't want an everyday center fielder.
Or they want Jake to be it. They don't want one, or they want Jake to be it. And damn it, Dana and they're crossing their arms and saying, damn it.
Every year they find somebody to rotate through there.
Jesus. Until Jake's ready to take it. Sorry, Miles Straw. Coming up, the Texans have had the number of the Buffalo Bills. Do you feel confidence when you see the Texans face the Bills? Do you feel confidence for your Texans? We'll discuss that next.
You'll come at me about white boy chest.
Have fun all weekend long. Shop Target's 4th of July sale. And Saturday, restrictions apply.
Leasing a car makes more sense now than ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere. Rocking everywhere.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Allen back to throw. Allen airing it out. Allen picked off by Bullock. It's over. The Texans are going to do it. There's a flag down in the secondary. It's against the Bills. The Texans pull it off. They're going to knock off Buffalo tonight.
Go ahead, Vandy. Right there, Andy was
in
mid-season form right there. We'll get to that. Your thoughts. Is Buffalo a team, even though the Texans have had their numbers, Buffalo a team that gives you concern? Is Buffalo a team that you are still nervous about? I just wanted to – I can't believe this. I'm sorry. And I apologize when I get to the Bills thing. I did a little bit more research on Jake.
Jake Myers?
You know what Jake was? At the University of Nebraska, because, of course, he's from Omaha and didn't leave. Went to the University of Nebraska. Jake went 3-1 with a 2.38 ERA in 16 appearances as a pitcher in his freshman season.
He was just on the mound for the Astros the other night during that ass whooping.
Yeah.
Would never guessed it. That noodle arm he's got now.
And he in his career went 8-2 with a 3.42 and 84 in the third innings pitched.
Man, that wall he ran into really must have jacked that shoulder.
I mean,
he pitched.
He had to be a ball placement specialist.
Knuckleballer.
What did he say? Tom Glavine up there?
Tom Glavine, man. Peyton Black, man.
Come on, man. No, dude.
It was either a knuckleballer or one of them crazy sidearm guys.
If I told you guys, hey, Jake Myers logged almost 100 innings in college. Not high school, in college. At Nebraska. Big Ten, this is a team that's been to the College World Series.
Fake.
Come on, man. You ain't lying, Tyler. God, did he get
wild?
What was in that wall?
Something.
It wasn't a wall, boys.
Maybe some alien stole his talent.
He pitched? Can we get Jake on? I got to get Jake. Jake, what did he throw? If Jake threw, if there was ever a night at the first digit when Jake pitched, like I've got to get an understanding of what's going on right now in center field.
Jake didn't hit 90 on the gun on his best day.
Come on, he's had to have.
No chance.
Right?
No chance.
You don't have any mid-80s guys pitching in college, do you?
I mean, yeah, you're talking Division I in Omaha, home of the College World Series, respected program.
Yeah.
What the hell happened to noodle arm Jake? He's got that ramen noodle arm now.
Jesus, man. Like he's a lefty that throws like.
No, I do not think.
Chicken.
Was it Andy Pettit?
There is no way that the combination of 90 on the bump and green light in the do you dare run category.
Come on, man.
In the outfield. There's no that combination doesn't exist.
Didn't. Sorry. All right. The Bills. Is this a team that you look at and you heard it right there in that clip? That was a pick right there. That's not the only time he's turned the ball over when they've played the Texans in the last 2 years. And it's not a historic thing. No, it is literally the main parts. Cook's been out there the last 2 years. Josh has been out there. The bulk of their offensive line, which is generally a strength for them in most games they play in. Will was there. Daniil was there. Everybody, Lassiter to Stingley to the whole secondary. That crew, it's been the same crew for the most part. Now, DJ Moore is added to this group for the Bills. They did trade for him. Stephon Diggs, I think, was there a couple years ago, maybe. No, he wasn't. Nope, he was playing for the Texans. No, so Diggs wasn't even there. They were trying with Keon Coleman and
they've had 2 years without Diggs
and Shakir. So they've had some of these parts here, and the Texans have dominated them. Do you look at them still as somebody you're concerned with, even though the Texans have had such success with him?
Absolutely, 100%. I put Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson all in the same category in the AFC. I would even probably I would throw Joe Burrow in there as well. If you don't view them as a major threat, if you don't view them as a major concern, I've got questions about your football IQ. And Josh in particular is a guy that can hurt you with his legs and hurt you with his arm as well. And they've shown the ability and throughout Josh's career to change complete identity of what they do on the offensive side of the football. Now, look, I understand why one might say in Houston that, they don't concern me. I think it's a mistake, but I can understand given the history, the recent history, the convincing history that the Texans and DeMeco Ryans in particular have Josh Allen's number. But it was so bad. Like the performance by the Bills on the offensive side of the football was so bad that it's hard to not believe that just with a slight adjustment in the quarterback's mentality of, okay, I'm just going to have answers. I'm not going to try to make a big play. I'm not going to try to win with my feet. I'm just going to have answers. I'm going to find those answers. I'm going to stay tried and true to it. If that were to happen, I think it changes the matchup in a major way. The game have a good game plan for what Houston throws at them, which they're 0 for 3 or 0 for the last 4. So that's a big if. But if they do, it changes the matchup in a major way. It was so bad. It was burn the tape bad.
Yeah, especially for Josh himself.
Yes. It's hard to think that, boy, with just some slight adjustments, that they don't put a much better performance on the field. Now, does that mean you beat the Texans? I don't know exactly what that means, but that's where I start with Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills is it's not going to take much from a really good offensive mind in Joe Brady and one of the best quarterbacks the NFL has right now in Josh Allen. It's not going to take many tweaks from those two guys to change the matchup in Houston, and that part in itself concerns me.
Yeah, it is. Like, Josh Allen is the type of player that I don't think anyone has his number.
Agreed.
Now, I know the Texans have played. I think the Texans have, and they've done it twice.
I think they've actually done it more than that, but yeah.
I think this group that has played him with DeMeco, this group, they have done it twice. Now, I think they got him early when he was still throwing balls behind his head when he was on the run. Remember that stupid pitch he made in that playoff game?
Yeah, right here.
That was your first year, I believe, covered him. But he's just like, I don't think anyone has Lamar Jackson's number. You talked about him. Burrow, anyone has their number. I think you can make it tough on them, but like to the point you made is these games were tight. They needed a 59-yard field goal with Sean McDermott being stupid at the end of the game, allowing them to get another possession. And then last year they held on to God's unchanging hand as their offense just wasn't able to muster anything in the second half, and they almost, with that hook and ladder play, pulled that game out and basically had a fourth down inside close to the red zone for them to win that game that the Texans got to stop. So, listen, I don't think in any way they should be, scared of the Bills at all. They should have confidence against the Bills, but I don't look at it and just be like, yeah, man, they're a team that has Josh's number. They got Josh's number. They'll be to me, there is a little bit more of like, all right, Joe Brady and Josh have now seen this team multiple times. This is the third year in a row they've played them, and the third year in a row they've played them in NRG/Reliant now to see what they're able to put together with this group. They should be very confident against this group. They should feel like they can beat this group because they have done it. But I don't know if it's man. Like, they'll handle Josh. Man, Josh just plays poorly here. I don't know. We'll see. Like, it would not surprise me at all if Josh threw for 275 and ran for 70 and had multiple touchdowns.
It doesn't take much some of that matchup. That's the deal here because it was pissy poor on offense for them.
Okay. At some point, I did look up some Jake Myers.
Oh boy, you got some highlights?
Well, Tyler's got highlights. I've got I said high 80s, low 90s.
No, ain't no chance. I got to see it. I want to see the gun.
I don't know why Darren Erstad, his coach, had to take a shot at him like that, former punter for the Tennessee Volunteers and outfielder for the Angels. I don't know why he took a shot at him like that, but he said low 90s. Tyler found some footage of him dominating Nickel State. I don't know why he decided to send that to us.
What an arm.
God, what happened, man? He was 17-4 in college.
Now he's creamy chicken noodles.
I don't think he could throw it to second base from the track on a bounce. All right. 5 o'clock fire coming up. Big news in the NBA. 2 Hall of Fame players are on the move. We'll tell you where and what it looks like with them. The Astros are looking to win another series in a row. Homer Mike's on the mound. We'll give you the particulars and the lineup as well. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Payne and Pendergast.
there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, have the latest. And the latest is a crazy day in the NBA. And the biggest story is, you know, depending on, or not even depending, but whether you like him or you don't like him or you're Gus, LeBron James is one of the biggest athletes we've ever seen, probably the most covered athlete we've seen, scrutinized athlete we've seen. He is expressed to the Los Angeles Lakers. His agent, Rich Paul, discussed with them that he intends to play in the 2026-2027 season, Clint, but he intends to play elsewhere. He will not be with the Lakers. His 8-year career as a Los Angeles Laker, which includes a title, includes him passing Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for the most points ever scored in the NBA, is now over, and he will move on to go somewhere else. A bit surprising. I thought he would probably find a way to try to stay with the Lakers, but he is moving on and rolling out. And I know I am, because of, you know, the excitement, and he is my favorite athlete. But I think most people see what move he decides to make and where he is going to go, because I think he still has the ability to go to a place and make a team, not just by himself, but depending on what they already have, a serious contender in their conference.
Look, when you're talking about LeBron James, you got a lot of people that love him, a lot of people that hate him, and you know, I would say that, you know, a fewer number of people in between. I mean, there's usually, he's very polarizing, I think. And so when you just talk about the level of interest, I think it's through the roof. Let's give credit where credit's due, by the way. This is about a split as a superstar that I remember a superstar in any sport, but damn sure in the NBA having, of just letting the team know. Now, I don't know what all went on behind closed doors, but letting the team know, hey, I'm going to keep playing ball, but it's not going to be here in LA, so y'all go ahead and keep, you know, make your plans moving forward. Pretty clean split, so I tip my cap there. But yeah, look, LeBron James, we saw a glimpse of what he's capable of doing in the playoffs this year, of making things interesting, and with the ability to compete even when his best teammates, one of the best players on the planet, and Luka is not available. So clearly he can still play. And then, you know, we talk about it all the time. The older athlete that may not be able to go the way that he once could go, there's still an immense amount of value in that player with what he's experienced, with how he changes an organization, with what he can demand out of the team, with just the way that he can help develop young players. I mean, it's crazy. So I think LeBron, even if that weren't the case, I just think from a play perspective, if you can get him to the playoffs, he can help you win in a big way. But what he could do for a team, looking at it from all different perspectives, I think is extremely valuable.
It will be an interesting watch in terms of the decision he goes, because I think he can help a lot of young cats, but it does feel like if you're going to leave the Lakers, and I think he's been very comfortable being in L.A. Like, obviously, he does a ton of outside work and outside ventures in Los Angeles there. You're going to leave there kind of towards the end, and he's playing like he's broken almost every record that he can break. Yeah. This has to be in terms of trying to get a title. So, I mean, you would think that the teams that he can see, and maybe not just the move with him, but other potential moves, he's probably going somewhere where he can win a title. And by the way, this has just come out here recently in the last 30 minutes or so. LeBron has instructed his agent, Rich Paul, to gauge league-wide interest and come back with options before making his free agency decision. The one we've been hearing a lot about is Golden State. That's one that's being talked up a lot. Golden State has been doing things to try to get extra money. Draymond Green did not opt in for his $27 million to try to create more space. There's been a rumor of him going there. Anthony Davis joining him there. We've heard the Cavs conversations. If he's willing to take a discount, there's a lot of places, right? I don't think Miami's done with what they're trying to do. Who knows? He's been there before, so he knows he's got a home there. This obviously ain't going to be the decision, right? But
it's a big deal.
It is interesting to see where he is going to elect to go and how. And if this is true, it seems as if he doesn't know where he's going to go yet. And I don't know. I feel like if he made this call, he's got an idea.
Well, I think look, I'm not a huge LeBron fan, and so I'm a casual LeBron fan, casual NBA fan. I think one of the most admirable things that I saw him do is he's not this all-time great that has this ego that still needs to be treated and everything ran through him all-time great. Like, he has a grasp of his time in L.A. when Luka was healthy. There was clearly a passing of the torch, if you will.
He passed it to Austin Reeves, too. He dropped down to the first.
Right. So that to me is what makes this thing interesting. If this was just another great player, former great player that thought he should still get the ball as much as he did when he was 25, then it wouldn't turn me on at all. But to know, it seems like LeBron knows exactly who he is. It seems like LeBron is interested in joining a championship caliber organization and being a piece instead of being the centerpiece. Like, that is what makes this is, man, you put, I saw something earlier, and I know people are just shooting in the dark at this point, but they had him on a starting lineup in New York with the Knicks, right? How, like, that, you take 10 different teams and put him on that team, and it would be, you could see it bringing just a crazy amount of value to that team. So, I'm here for it, man. It's going to be fun to watch.
Real quick, do you guys think the one we're hearing, him going to Golden State with Steph, him, Draymond, they've got Porzingis there. There's a thought it could be Jimmy Butler or Anthony Davis, but we know those guys, Draymond, all of them ranging, Draymond, Steph, LeBron, between 37 and 42 years old. Do you think that's a team realistically that in 2026 could be a championship contender?
Can you get there?
Can you get into?
Can you manipulate those load management rules in the NBA to get everybody there healthy at the right time? I don't at that point.
And get through 4 rounds.
Well, I know at that point I'd sign up to watch it. I'd buy tickets.
I'm watching.
You know what I mean?
I don't think they would. I don't think they would be a contender, a real championship contender. I'd have to see what the rest of the team look like, but it's just, as you said, I don't know how they get there. Right? Like, I don't know how they get there, and then all of them getting through the first round and the second round and conference finals.
The others would be, because you're right. I think back to watching particularly the Spurs. They got 4 or 5 dudes they can throw at you on the perimeter defense. Yeah. You don't have the ones you got are older than dirt, and you're going to have some problems.
And the four or five of them can't rent cars. Yeah. for the Spurs.
That's right. That's the supporting cast would obviously be big. I know I'd sign up to watch it. That's for sure.
Holy smoke!
5 o'clock fire.
Oh, HP Adam Silver, he really definitely sign up to watch that. All right, Astros back at it tonight. They dropped game 1 yesterday against the Twins. They are looking.
Need Mike.
Yeah, they're looking to try to win another series. And they've got to win tonight for them to have a chance to win another series against a Twins team that is under 500, but battling in that wild card range. And Homer Mike gets the ball again. Mike Burrows, who had a good outing last time out, although he did give up a home run steal. I believe he went 6 innings and gave up 1.
At this point, he's got to do that right. I'm disappointed if he doesn't give up at least 1. I mean, at this point, we got a good thing going here.
Get him, man.
We got to give just one.
Just say, just get it out early and no walks in front of it.
Preferably nobody on base. Just let somebody barrel one up in the first or second inning and let's get it out.
I think he has to have nightmares of that Crawford box just in his sleep, because his home runs seem to go there. Like it seemed
Burrowhead.
It seemed to go there. They're going to rename the Burrow boxes. That's going to name it. But he gets the ball. Joe Ryan, probably the Twins' best starter, is getting the ball tonight. So if they're going to continue this streak, they're going to need to get a W tonight, and they're going to obviously do that without Jeremy Pena, who we've announced. And if you've just getting in your car and you're getting in, and you didn't know, officially Jeremy Pena has been placed on the 10-day IL with that left calf strain. Now, they are saying they think this is minor and it will be a short stint, but he is on the IL. Reynel Delgado is called up from Sugar Land, and guess what? He is right in that lineup, folks, right then and there. Here is the lineup tonight. Altuve leading off. Yordan Alvarez is in left field tonight with Paredes as the DH. Christian Walker, Cam Smith, after those 2 homers, is in right field, which should be your everyday starting center fielder until they trade for someone else. Taylor Trammell is in center. Yainer Diaz is the catcher. Hot dog. Nick Allen and Reynel Delgado is the left side of your infield tonight.
Hold on, so
hell of a time to DH.
I'm sorry, I did not realize that till I was getting down to the bottom of that lineup. That Delgado and Allen, your left side of your infield. The plan of Pena and Correa with hopefully Paredes waiting in the wings. You are now down to Delgado and Nick Allen. But who knows? They'll probably get 4 hits apiece. So, big one tonight. And Altuve is going to, I'm guessing, Clint, be in the leadoff until Pena returns.
Yeah, the lineup's out.
Yeah, I just read them.
Oh, okay. Oh, you meant Altuve until
until Pena gets back. He's going to hold on to that leadoff spot.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see. I just read them. Just did.
We just discussed that. Right side, left side of that infield.
Left side of the infield. Yeah, man. Just hope Yordan's prepared and ready for this thing. And up there, you're not going to see no pitches. Better wait. He's going to stand up. He's going to stand up after he gets done, and they can really go and be able to time.
What's the over under on how many pitches Yordan sees from the?
Oh, I think which basically how many pitches Altuve going to see?
Yes.
It's got to be set at 1.5, right?
For the sake of my best bets, I hope he gets something to hit.
1.5.
No,
I'm
talking about Altuve. How many pitches is Altuve at bat
pitches
of? How many pitches?
How many do you think he's going to see?
How many does Yordan Alvarez see from the on deck circle before?
2.
2. You got 2.
Yep.
So you're taking
the over under at, like you said, 1.5 probably.
He's swinging at the first pitch. Now we don't know if it's now he's swinging at it, and I think really it may be regardless of where it is. He's swinging it. Does it go foul? Does it go fair? Who knows? But I mean, Yordan need to start just walking. Just start walking from the on deck. Don't even practice swing. There's no timing up. Right, you better watch some film over there. Just take that donut off and just start walking. Because if Joe Ryan wants to throw a strike tonight, it is I'll take the under on the 1.5 amount of pitches that Altuve will see tonight.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, we told you about the LeBron move. We'll see where he goes. But another Hall of Famer, 2-time champion, 2-time Finals MVP, Kawhi Leonard, he is going to be on the move. The Raptors and Clippers are very near to a deal that will send Kawhi Leonard back to Toronto, where they won a championship against the Golden State Warriors. He'll go back there, and Toronto will be sending Brandon Ingram, Glorilla's man. She's going to love being able to go to L.A. and not having to travel up to Toronto to go watch games. And then Grady Dick and 2 unprotected first-round picks and 1 pick swap. Something about
unprotected picks and Grady Dick.
That's good. All right. Something. All right. Grady Dick.
I mean, we got to grow up. He
unprotected.
said that, and we all three started chuckling.
I only started because I could feel you 2 idiots doing it.
Knew. Hey, when you emphasized his last name the way you did, I knew you were up to something.
I said it in a form that just ripped the Band-Aid off, so you guys would just Grady Dick, 2 unprotected first-round picks, 1 pick swap, 2 second-round picks. I gotta say,
I got in the face, Craig.
Thanks, Ryan. I gotta say, I did not know Kawhi Leonard would still command this much.
I was thinking the same thing. That's healthy, man.
You got Brandon Ingram, who some people think was a good shooter in college. I don't know what he's doing now. And then 2 unprotected first-round picks, pick swap, and 2 second-round picks. Again, pull up what Nico did. Nico Harrison traded Luka for AD, a first-round pick, and the other player, that kid who went to Michigan State. I can't remember his name, but that's what they got 25-year-old Luka for. And
Kawhi just fetched more.
36 or whatever he is with a half a knee, and he just.
You got to be crazy.
What is wrong? What was he think? Who let Nico do that? Jesus, God, man! All right, coming up. One thing the Texans need, we believe, and we've talked about it, need to do and improve. How are they going to be able to do it? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Before we do that, I got to tell you all about Orchard, man. Look, Orchard has got several programs.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here. And the Dynamo Soccer Celebration presented by Kroger is your destination for live viewings of U.S. and Mexico games, concerts, friendlies, and more as soccer in Houston hits the world stage. Stop in and join the party with us all tournament long at Shell Energy Stadium.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, good to be back in the saddle. All three of us back here on a Tuesday. Had a good time today, and I don't know what happened yesterday when I left. I really don't. Damn it. Tyler went 1 for 3. T-Mill's best bet's coming up a little bit later on.
It's Mondays, man.
Jordan Alvarez is being selfish.
Yeah.
Maybe the pitching staff. Well, he didn't have to strike out that first inning. But we'll do T-Mill's best bets coming up here a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned for that. I'm sure he finished off the week fantastically last week to run through and have him a good week to T-Mill's best bets. Judging by him not jumping in right there, I don't know how confident I am in that.
Love that money.
But we'll get to that a little bit later on the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint. How do the Texans add to this offense? It feels like for us this is going to be an offense that I think will be an improved run offense. They have not had a great run game, to be honest with you, for many time that D'Amico is here. And when I say run game, yes, Joe Mixon made the Pro Bowl and had over 1,000 yards, but he is really the only person that has had real level of success running behind this team's offensive line. And a lot of it, he made a lot of plays himself. His ability to cut in their system was fantastic and really helped the offensive line. I think Woody Marks, you could argue, is probably the second best back they have had in terms of success behind the offensive line. So I do think with the guys they've gone and were able to acquire, they're going to have a better run game. But it is still a wonder to see if they'll be able to have chunk plays, big chunk plays that I think offenses, especially today, need because defenses are getting so much better, and you got to have some plays that get you 30, 40-plus yards in games so you don't have to try to just go and drive the entire length of the field.
Yeah, look, I mean, we talked about how efficient C.J. Stroud was this year, how efficient he was in year one when he won Rookie of the Year. The difference between year one and year three, from an efficiency standpoint, was very minimal, the difference. What was really different was that the explosive play rate his rookie year was substantially higher than it was last year. And so the question is, how do you get those explosive plays? How do you find those explosive? Now, the other thing that has been a problem that's plagued C.J. Stroud since he was been a Houston Texan is the Texans have not been able to run the football. And yesterday we played some audio where there's some advanced stats out there that say the only team worse running the football since C.J. Stroud has been a Houston Texan overall has been the Las Vegas Raiders. And so the obvious answer to your question is they've got to run the football better. That changes the game across the board for the quarterback, for the play caller, for the offensive line, for everybody, from an explosive play standpoint, across the board, right? So I think everybody has talked that to death. The Texans went out, they signed 3 free agent offensive linemen, that 2 of which were what I would say in the run game department, significant upgrades over the guys that they were replacing. And Ed Ingram is back. He was already really good in the run game. So they signed guys, we'll see, including David Montgomery, the running back, obviously. We'll see if that pays off and they run the football better. The scheme is not going to change from a run game perspective. That's all about people. That's all about players. Are they better, right? But that can't be, Ron, what this thing boils down to. When we talk about creating explosive plays with this offense, it was unacceptably bad last year. And in fact, we've heard offensive coordinator, I believe it was Bobby Slowick, but it may have even been D'Amico Ryans back in those days, correlate explosive plays with winning. We've heard don't turn the ball over, be efficient, stay ahead of the chains, and everybody wants to talk about how that correlates with winning. There is a major correlation of whoever wins the explosive play count on any given Sunday, you're more than likely going to win that football game as well. So explosive plays are important. This cannot boil down to, well, those guys we signed better be able to run the football. Not just better. They're going to be better. Hell, they were 31 of 32, depending on what stats you look at. They're going to be better, but they got to be significantly better. The way they've built this team, they've got to be one of the better run teams in the league, one of the more dominant run teams in this league.
Because they're going to need their explosive plays to come off of that.
Right. So
off of play action.
So, but the point is if you run the football, it's easy. It's football 101, right? This isn't difficult. If you run the football, you force a safety in the box. You got corners on islands. You got Nico Collins. You got Jaden Higgins. You got Jalen Noel. You got guys that can win one-on-one battles, and you're a lot more likely to get explosive plays that way. Now, that can't be the only way you get explosive plays. Not in 2026 football. It can't be. Now, they've missed the boat in terms of creating explosive plays with explosive players. Like, I think you look across the Texans' roster on the offensive side of the football, there's a severe lack of just speed and twitch. There is a blatant disregard for those types of players with Nick Caserio on the offensive side.
How many do you think they got?
None. I don't think they have any that are proven they don't. When I say speed, I'm talking about guys. I'm talking about a guy that's there for speed. I'm talking about Jameson Williams in Detroit. I'm talking about guys.
If Tank were healthy,
Tank could potentially be that guy. But yeah, I mean, I'm talking about guys that you put them out wide. I mean, everybody in America knows that cat right there can flat out run.
You don't need a play action to get him past him. Yeah,
that's right. I mean, that guy can run coverage off just with sheer speed, right? There's none of that. I mean, no disrespect to Nico, but that's not Nico's forte. That's not his sweet spot, right? You got guys that have enough speed. You don't have guys that have like elite speed, right? I would argue the same thing in the twitch category. I don't. The change of direction, the twitch. Jalen Noel may be that guy, but when you talk about the proven guys, you don't have anybody that scares anybody. So the ship has sailed on the supporting cast being where you develop explosive plays, right? It has to come, Ron. It has to come from the play caller. It has to. That's it. It has to come from the play caller, and the play caller has to get creative in formation, motions, alignments. It shifts. He has to get creative and create mismatches. He has to use motions and shifts to create confusion. He has to use tempo to give his quarterback a vanilla look to know exactly where he's going to go with the ball. Hurry up and snap it and let's go. He has to do those things because I don't know where else it's going to stem from. And well, again, there is just a direct correlation with explosive plays. So they've got to find somehow, some way.
Yeah, I don't know that I love see from the play caller. I don't know that I love that being like an answer to feel great about with this team, especially if they don't have some of these guys you're talking about. Like, I would feel better about I've seen CJ be able to get chunk plays where he doesn't have Noah Brown, and he's got, I've seen that.
CJ could be the source of the explosive plays that you're looking for. But the problem there is, I believe the difference between year one and year three for CJ, other than the explosive plays disappeared. I believe that the explosive plays disappeared because he's been forced into a box. He's been coached into a box. He's been coached into, oh my God, don't turn it over. Oh my God, stay ahead of the chains. Oh my God, make the right decision instead of just play free. And I don't know how you get CJ out of that box. So you look at the play caller, whether it's the creativity on offense and creating the mismatches and using all the weapons offensively that you can, or it's finding a way to just get your quarterback to play free instead of forcing him to play a style of quarterback that he's just not comfortable playing, right? And so that, to me, that's any way it goes, it's on your offensive play caller, it's on your offensive staff to figure that out.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Again, don't love the combination of not having a lot of guys that have explosiveness to go along with the creativity and maybe the pieces that they've been holding back in that playbook. Some of the maybe there's some creative things that he's just been holding off and waiting in year 2 in the offense.
Well, it's not even Ron. It's not even like this exotic. I mean, I would like for it to be, but it's like that's not even like. I would settle with Nick Caley. I would settle for just effectively using basic motions. You know what I mean? Like effectively using those to create mismatches. Just basic alignment adjustments with Nico Collins to get him more touches and give him more opportunity. I mean, I would settle for that. I don't need, but what that has to be, that's an approach to offensive football. You don't just show up one Sunday and go, oh, we're going to move Nico today. Like, you got to move him the first month of the season. So now defenses know, hey man, we don't know where the hell Nico's going to be. Right? You can't just decide you're going to do it one Sunday because you think it'll work against this defense. Yeah. That's going to be part of what you do.
T-Mill's best bets and something that could be a real conversation piece that we've seen before. We've seen this story before with the Astros. We'll do that next. But before we get there, let me tell you about DraftKings, because it is live in all 50 states, and that means, of course, you, Texas. It is now that stage of this great tournament. Win or go home, that's where we are. That's the World Cup knockout round, and we're in the middle of it right now, and I see Sweden's taking it.
revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets. You can catch them every single night right here. Get off the schneid. A little 1 for 3 on Monday. Let's see if he can have a better Tuesday. You can find all of his best bets at Space City Sharp. At Space City Sharp, he has them posted every single day. What you got tonight? How the people gonna win a little money?
All right, money in pockets. 3 World Cup wage. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Oh boy,
you not know enough
you
about
got
the
France.
soccer. Yeah, right. France is whooping that ass right now. Are they playing Sweden?
Yeah.
No soccer bets. 3 bets around Major League Baseball, just like yesterday, but hopefully with a different result. First bet going to Atlanta here. Got the Braves money line as they host the St. Louis Cardinals. Braves just have the very clear-cut advantage with the starting arm tonight. I like the Braves to win it. Second best bet on a Tuesday with the drive. I'm on the under for the Dodgers at the A's. Dodgers are playing at the A's. I'm on under 11 runs in that one. I don't think we'll have a problem with the Athletics scoring a lot of runs. We just need the Dodger bats to stay quiet as well.
They shouldn't make Shohei have to play in that minor league part.
They're playing in Vegas now, right?
No, they're still in Sacramento.
Did they do something with that Vegas part?
Yes, they did a.
Okay,
I believe it was the Raiders versus the A's in a park and for a charity game.
Gotcha. Okay, I was making sure it wasn't completely crazy.
I think it was. I think they had the athletic. No, that wouldn't make sense because they were playing softball. It must have been the hockey team in.
Gotcha.
It was the hockey team in Las Vegas at the Brock Bowers charity softball game.
Gotcha.
They still in West Sacramento.
Okay, well, under 11 runs, wherever the hell the Dodgers and the lowly A's are playing tonight, under 11. And then your third and final best bet is the same as yesterday with different odds. I'm on the big man, Jordan. Good God, break off this slump that Jordan is in lately. I'm on Jordan over 1.5 total bases at plus 100 odds. No minus odds tonight for Jordan, him being in this slump. And he has had quite a career whenever he's facing this starting arm for the Twins and Joe Ryan. OPS over 1,000, 3 bombs, 7 RBIs. He's just got to get a ball that he can hit, and you'll get some money. Those are your 3 best bets.
There it is, 3 best bets. Check them out once again at Space City Sharp. Check it out there. T-Mill's best bets, trying to recover from Monday and have a winning Tuesday.
Can you do prop bets in a parlay yet?
No, that has not changed.
So we can't do Astros win and Jordan bomb?
No.
Nope.
No player props.
You knew that.
Yeah.
Well, it may have changed. We hadn't talked about it in 6 months.
You knew that, man. You knew that.
We hadn't talked about it in a while, man.
You knew, bro.
Could have been a changer.
Coming up.
Game changer.
Right behind us. There you go. Texans All Access will be live and loaded right as we get finished. They will be talking to cornerback Jamarcus Ingram. He will be live with the fellas tonight, Jamarcus Ingram. So stay tuned right after we get finished. Mark and John, they got you covered. And then,
Is it a rookie?
Yeah, Area 45. A little bit of 7 to 11 tonight. Area 45. They've got you covered. We got you from 6 to 11. No, I don't know who Jamarcus is.
Like a bouse.
I know who Brandon Ingram is, and I know Jamarcus Russell, but I don't know Jamarcus Ingram. But I'm gonna enjoy finding out a lot about him. But Area 45, 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, our guy. O.C. Bass, mid-C, holding it down. Colin will have the 1s and 2s for you as we are live and local till 11. They'll have baseball tonight as the Astros, for them to be able to continue this series streak, as Jeremy Pena, who's on the IL, but as Jeremy Pena said, we just got to keep stacking them, and they have continued to stack them since he said that they're going to have to win tonight, and you'll be able to hear the post-game show and hear those guys' thoughts afterwards on Area 45 a little bit later on tonight. So stay tuned for that, live and local right here on The Drive until 11 o'clock. Clint, as we look at the Astros, and they'll have one tonight here against the Twins. Is it when you watch Jake Myers, Taylor Trammell, those two are the guys who've been getting most of the center field action. Bryce Matthews was getting some there for a minute when Taylor and Jake were injured, but it looks like it's those two, and it feels like Taylor has been playing a lot better. Is it? It feels like to me that the Astros' best chance to win right now in center field is Taylor. And he's getting a start again tonight. He hit a bomb yesterday, and he's been showing a little power here the last, week plus. He's got 3 bombs here recently, one against Toronto, Detroit, and then he hit another one last night, 2-run shot to really get that game tight. It just feels like me from every single avenue that he gives them the best chance to win in center field.
Here we are again.
You ain't lying, man.
I felt that way about White Boy Chaz, and now I feel that way about Taylor Trammell as well.
I'd like to throw Dubon in there.
Yeah, Dubon. There's one too. Yeah. Look, I'm with you. I don't need to run down the box score, the stat line, or anything like that.
It would be in your favor too if you were with Taylor.
Yeah,
by the way,
if you did, I think it probably was when White Boy Chaz was getting run around with him for the most part too. But and Dubon for damn sure. But yeah, I just as an Astros fan, my confidence level in Taylor Trammell at the plate right now is significantly higher than it's ever been with Jake Myers at the plate.
Oh, ever. Not even 300 Jake last
when Jake, that was better. I mean, he was better. He didn't look like he was out of place, out of pocket, nervous in those moments when he gets hot, but it still was never like what we watched Taylor Trammell do last night. If it wasn't for that jackass referee or umpire, he would have tied the game up.
Man, just doing his job.
Do you believe that Jake Myers in the bottom of 9 down will run can step to the plate and if the pitcher makes a mistake, make him pay to the tune of a home run, which he didn't even get a good swing on it. He just barreled it up and put it over the right field.
I certainly don't have the confidence in him that I do with
not even
Trammell.
Close. Yeah. It's not even close. And
defensively he doesn't factor to me that much. It's not and I'll be honest with you, I don't think it's ever been that big of a difference with any of these guys. That Jake's defense is so good. And I'm not saying that he tracks balls well. I think you said it earlier. He gets good jumps well. And I'm not denying any of that. It ain't this ain't like Altuve playing second when he start rolling through some of those issues. You're like, damn, man.
Yeah.
You're really taking. I don't get it with him.
Well, I'll be
what they're seeing over the years.
I'll take it a step further. I don't know that I'm not more confident. No, I do know. I am more confident with Bryce Matthews at the plate.
Yeah. Then Jake, I probably am. Yeah, maybe I'll give. Maybe there's a difference for Jake and Bryce in the outfield enough, just because Bryce is learning the position at this point, and he's more of an infielder. But I've seen Bryce go out there and make catches and make plays in the outfield. Now he's misread some balls too. So there is that. But I just, to me, it is wild what happened. And I'm not even trying to be an ass with this. I really don't get over the years what they've seen, they're seeing the break. That time that Jake didn't do enough through the World Series run. I mean, his body is still imprinted in that wall in Philly. And the big hits he had, the home runs, the
you talking about Chaz McCormick.
Chaz.
You said Jake.
Sorry,
you meant
Chaz. Chaz in that playoff World Series run. And he was starting every day. And then we returned back for opening day.
Oh, yeah.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Remember, it was like yesterday, Twin Peaks. That's Madden and Hornet.
Yeah, Megan Thee Stallion, she had...
Lohan, what was his name?
Yeah, she threw out the first pitch, and we never saw David Hensley again.
Lohan Hensley.
But
Megan took his ass out.
Took him out. I mean, damn, Clay. But